Chapter 1 Alarm. The neighbor has gone mad. The set of Heart of Ashes was enveloped in a heavy silence today. The director, preoccupied with the unreliable fifth male lead, couldn't help but sigh in dismay, while the other actors tiptoed around, wary of provoking his ire. Yet, amidst this oppressive atmosphere, the casting director, Xiao He, eagerly trotted up to him. Director, I found a suitable replacement actor. The director lifted his gaze, casting a skeptical glance at him. What? You've only been gone for a few minutes, and you've already secured someone? Xiao He flashed a bright smile and patted his chest, assuring, rest assured, director, the person I've found will surely meet your expectations. With that, he pushed a young man in black attire forward, wearing an eager smile. Director, take a look at him. Doesn't he resemble a killer? The young man, Xiao He, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a murderer, revealed a faint smile, removing his sunglasses and introducing himself. Hello, director. My name is Xiao He. The director scrutinized the young man before him, his previously drooping eyelids suddenly perking up. This was a youth of remarkably distinct aura. Upon first glance, one would not be immediately captivated by his handsome features, but rather drawn into the depths of his profound and indifferent eyes, which emanated an unsettling chill. His tall and imposing stature exuded an air of pressure, casting an uninvited shadow over those nearby. In that moment, the young man seamlessly embodied the psychopathic killer the director had envisioned. The character from a script seemed to have materialized before him. The director swallowed hard. Where had Xiao He unearthed this psychopath from? Noticing the director's prolonged silence and wide eyes, Xiao He, concerned the director was dissatisfied, whispered close to his ear, "This guy claims he doesn't want any payment, he just wants to perform a killing scene in the first act." Upon hearing there would be no monetary compensation, the director's eyes gleamed with excitement. But the notion of directly portraying a murder scene sent a shiver down his spine. He regarded Xiao He with an increasingly peculiar expression. Could it be that a psychologically unstable individual had come seeking thrills? Under the director's scrutiny, Xiao He could only maintain his smile. But who could understand his plight? Deep down, Xiao He felt tormented. He was originally just an ordinary university student. Yet unexpectedly, upon waking from slumber, he found himself inexplicably endowed with a criminal golden finger system. As long as he continued to kill and instigate panic, he could acquire various criminal skills. Conversely, if he ceased his murderous ways, his lifespan would dwindle at an alarming rate, ultimately leading to a sudden, untimely demise. Having grown up basked in sunlight, he had always adhered to the rules, never forgetting to wear his red scarf as a child and conscientiously attending university classes. The worst transgression he had committed was climbing walls to glimpse the world, and the harshest punishment he endured was a beating from his father's shoe. Soul, how wicked could he possibly be? Now, confronted with robust sixth graders below and sprightly septuagenarians above, his university physique left him gasping for breath even after ascending a flight of stairs, instilling within him a profound fear of being overpowered. That would be utterly humiliating. Fortunately, fate had not entirely abandoned him. As Xiao He anxiously sought various solutions, even contemplating lurking outside the courthouse to await his target, his friend intervened, inviting him to participate in an anti-Japanese propaganda drama. It was precisely the kind of day tour that university students would willingly pay for. However, Xiao He was fortunate enough to secure a costume along with a friend, and, during the filming, he unexpectedly killed a minor antagonist. To his astonishment, his golden finger system activated. It indicated that he had successfully slain a character and earned a point. Xiao He soon realized he had stumbled upon a glitch in the system. After numerous trials, Xiao He confirmed that as long as the character he portrayed committed murder, the system would register it as successful. Unfortunately, since he often played minor roles, the gravitas of his character was insufficient and the impact was minimal. Even when killing, he could only earn a paltry amount of points. Consequently, Xiao He resolved to venture to a nearby film base in hopes of finding a role with more screen time. Not long after, he encountered Xiao He. This scene primarily revolves around your identity as a murderous fiend being exposed. You will wield a chainsaw to pursue the victim, ultimately silencing them. The director passionately elaborated on the scene, while Xiao He promptly shed his jacket and donned the blood-stained attire handed to him by the costume designer, allowing the makeup artist to swiftly apply his look. This production was a low-budget romance shrouded in a crime narrative, devoid of complexity or twists. The character Xiao He was to portray was a genteel, yet depraved murderer, impeccably dressed and refined, yet reveling in the act of pursuing his victims with a chainsaw in the woods. Though Xiao He could not comprehend why this character harbored such a laborious and morbid fascination, he chose to respect the lowbrow nature of the web drama. After putting on the requisite gold-rimmed glasses of a refined rogue, he stepped outside with the chainsaw in hand. As he emerged, gasps echoed around him. The man appeared pallid, his eyes shrouded in shadows, and the chainsaw bore fresh blood, exuding a chilling sense of foreboding. Even Xiao Song, who had brought him, was taken aback. Is that real? Should we call the police? The actress playing the victim trembled as she inquired of the director, this can't be real, right? Young and unwilling to meet a grim fate, she hesitated. The director, maintaining his composure despite the cold sweat on his brow, glared at those around him. What are you staring at? Get ready. We start shooting immediately. Every minute wasted costs us money. The crew, jolted from their stupor, hurriedly prepared the equipment and props. Xiao He glanced at the timid actress who was still hesitant to approach, sighed softly, and attempted to speak gently. I'm Xiao He. Nice to meet you. The actress, adorned in a ghostly pale makeup, managed a smile more ghastly than death itself. I'm Meng Lulu. This must be a legitimate production, she thought, feeling overwhelmed. Xiao He discreetly took a step back, momentarily setting aside his weapon. There was little he could do ever since acquiring his golden finger. He had been bestowed with various peculiar passive skills, and his demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. His entrance was accompanied by a criminal undertone, and holding something resembling a weapon only intensified the sense of horror, as if one were about to witness a dreadful crime scene. In order to prevent the actors from experiencing emotional breakdowns before the scene, Xiao He thought it best to keep his distance. However, this proved to be futile. As soon as the director called action, Xiao He charged forward, wielding the chainsaw with determination towards Meng Lulu. Accompanied by the ominous hum of the chainsaw, Meng Lulu emitted a genuine and piercing scream, sharp and anguished. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground, trembling as she crawled backward. A macabre smile graced Xiao He's face as he chuckled. He, the director behind the camera, remained speechless, while the rest of the crew exchanged bewildered glances. Was this truly a legitimate film set? Was the content destined for the dark web? Their immediate course of action should have been to call the authorities. Perhaps it was Meng Lulu's scream, so hauntingly authentic, that drew the attention of the neighboring production team. Director Ho Rongshuan peeked in, nearly having his heart leap from his chest. Oh no, the neighbor has gone berserk. Quickly, call the police. Chapter 2. It really doesn't seem like acting. Officer, I assure you, he is indeed our actor. We were merely filming. In the break room, the director wore a pained expression as he explained to the cluster of police officers, his heart heavy with frustration. What kind of situation was this? How had they almost landed themselves in jail while simply trying to shoot a scene? Xiao He shared a similar expression of dismay. Goodness, could this be considered a case of the small venture of Little Black collapsing before it even began? Look, this chainsaw is entirely fake. Xiao He raised the chainsaw to demonstrate. But as the device roared to life, all the officers instinctively took a significant step back, their hands hovering near their sides, eyes fixed warily on Xiao He. Put it down. Don't move. Xiao He stammered, realizing the officers were about to draw their weapons. He quickly rubbed the chainsaw against his own arm, saying, "See? No harm done." The chainsaw's teeth were soft, and even when brushed against his arm, it posed no threat. Only then did the officers release their tension. Officer Zhang inspected the chainsaw, and then turned to the still-crying Meng Lulu. How could you frighten her to such an extent? Meng Lulu, with her cherubic round face resembling that of sweet neighborhood girl, was now inconsolable, her tears flowing uncontrollably, invoking concern in everyone present. This just showcases Zhao's remarkable acting skills. Wouldn't you agree, Lulu? The director frantically gestured to Meng Lulu. Officer Zhang patted the director's shoulder, his tone stern. Let the young lady speak for herself. What are you doing? Apologies. I was too eager. The director continued to apologize. Fortunately, perhaps due to the presence of the police, Meng Lulu found a remarkable calmness and shyly looked at the officers, her voice trembling as she said, "I'm truly sorry. We were indeed just filming." I was startled and lost control of my emotions. which led to this misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize. At that moment, the officer who had been verifying Xiao He's situation stepped in, nodding to Officer Zhang. This student Xiao is indeed from Shanghai University. There are no issues here. Students from Hu University. Officer Zhang's expression was complex as he scrutinized Xiao He, seemingly comparing this face against the wanted posters etched in his memory. He then solemnly patted Xiao He's shoulder, saying, "Do well in your acting." Xiao He replied, "Thank you, Officer Zhang." Yet, he sensed an underlying message in the officer's words. Meanwhile, Officer Zhang pondered. This individual exuded an inexplicable aura of suspicion, particularly those eyes upon locking gazes. The alarms in this seasoned officer's mind blared incessantly. But he is a student from Hu University. The background check was impeccably clean, devoid of any criminal record. The young man was quite handsome, yet those eyes. It is often said that the eyes are windows to the soul, and university students, not yet thrust into the harshness of society, typically possess a certain clarity in their gaze. However, Xiao He's eyes bore a chilling detachment and a predatory hunger, devoid of warmth. Such a gaze, Officer Zhang had only encountered once over a decade ago. That was a deranged murderer who, over 10 years prior, had killed 7 people, orchestrating a sensational series of dismemberment cases that captivated the nation. Officer Zhang had the fortune of being involved in the investigation of that case, ultimately witnessing the assailant gunned down by the police, lifeless at the scene. The murderer had possessed a gaze akin to Xiao He's malice and bloodlust, elevated above all, indifferent to everything, including his own life. Even after encountering other killers, Officer Zhang had never seen such a gaze again. Yet now, it appeared in the eyes of a student. With a swirl of emotions, Officer Zhang committed the name Xiao He to memory, intending to investigate further upon his return. Just as he turned to gather his team, he was once more interrupted by Meng Lulu. Officer Zhang, could we ask one more favor of you? Officer Zhang turned back in confusion, the director's heart racing. Once again, me dear aunt, please do not complicate matters. We are about to resume filming. Could you possibly leave one of your men here a bit longer? I feel safer with you around. Meng Lulu clasped her hands together, pleading, just for about 20 minutes. The crowd fell silent. Xiao He felt a pang of sympathy for himself. Officer Zhang's expression shifted subtly, but as a veteran accustomed to tumultuous situations, he maintained his composure, glancing at his watch before calling over a young officer trailing behind. "Xiao Li, could you stay a bit longer, please?" Officer Xiao Li nodded. "Of course, sir." Once arrangements were made, Officer Zhang, concerned, leaned in to whisper a few instructions to Xiao Li. "Keep an eye on Xiao He, but do not disrupt the filming." Xiao Li, perplexed, nodded earnestly. "Understood." Meanwhile, the director continued to bolster Meng Lulu's confidence, and Xiao He endeavored to offer her a friendly smile. Upon meeting Xiao He's gaze, Meng Lulu felt an inexplicable sense of threat, instinctively retracting her neck and quickly nodding. All right. Thus, when filming resumed, despite her lingering fear, Meng Lulu managed to uphold the storyline. Ahead the girl ran, glancing back with terror etched across her face. Yet in her moment of distraction, she stumbled over the roots of the grass. "Help!" Despairing, she scrambled to her feet, seeking assistance. But behind her, the killer approached leisurely, brandishing a chainsaw. A shadow loomed over her, obscuring her expression of desperation and fear. The murderer gazed down at his prey, a smile that was both elegant and mad gracing his lips. He flicked the blood from his fingertips and raised the chainsaw high. "Good night, poor child." The chainsaw descended upon the girl, splattering blood in abundance. She writhed, screamed, and emitted a mournful cry of agony. Yet the killer remained unblinking, fixated on his gruesome handiwork, his eyes filled with obsession and affection. But soon, those emotions vanished the moment life ebbed away, leaving only indifference and detachment. He cherished her cries before death, yet turned a blind eye to the lifeless form that fell into his mire. The murderer switched off the chainsaw, casting not a single glance back, casually lifting the corpse by a leg, humming a tune as he strolled deeper into the woods. All that remained on the once verdant grass was a patch of crimson stains. "Cut!" the director shouted, his face flushed with fervor, so engrossed in the production that he momentarily forgot his fear, excitedly slapping his thigh. "Excellent. This is the effect I wanted. We nailed it in one take. Fantastic." Meanwhile, Officer Lee, who had stood to the side, wore a grave expression. In a swift motion, he dashed into the woods to assess the situation. At that moment, Xiao He emerged from his character, glancing at the fallen figure. He set down the chainsaw and gently remarked, "Teacher Meng, it's over." Meng Lulu opened her eyes as if she had just escaped death, gasping for breath on the ground. Just then, Officer Lee rushed over, helping her up and meticulously checking her over, still incredulous that what he had witnessed was mere performance. He gazed at Xiao He with skepticism. "Xiao, are you a student of acting?" The display just now hardly seemed like acting. Xiao He, feeling sheepish, replied, "I'm studying computer science." "Computer science?" Officer Lee murmured, seemingly even more perplexed. "And how did you achieve such acting prowess?" Xiao He shrugged. "Perhaps it's a gift?" "What kind of special talent?" "Don't ask, it's simply a gift." Chapter 3. As the perpetrator, suspected to be his fate as the scene concluded, Officer Xiao Li departed with a tumultuous heart, while Xiao He, relying on his exceptional acting prowess, successfully captivated the director, securing his place within the production team. Meng Lulu, having composed herself, solemnly apologized to Xiao He. "I am truly sorry, classmate Xiao. Your performance was remarkable, and it was my lack of skill that nearly impeded your portrayal." Xiao He shrugged nonchalantly. "It's no problem. Being the perpetrator and facing suspicion seems to be my destiny." Meng Lulu blinked, scrutinizing the young man before her, and remarked, "Classmate Xiao, you do not appear menacing at all. It is merely your aura and piercing gaze that render you somewhat unapproachable. If you're interested in acting, I suggest you consider adjusting this in the future." Xiao He offered a wry smile. "Thank you, Teacher Meng, for your guidance." In truth, Meng Lulu's comments were exceedingly tactful. It was not merely a matter of sharpness, but rather he exuded a ferocity that was almost daunting. Xiao He wished to alter this intimidating presence and gaze. Yet his efforts bore little fruit. He resorted to wearing sunglasses and a mask, attempting to obscure the criminal aura he currently emanated, lest he be reported for merely walking a few steps. He was indeed fearful of being apprehended. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao He engaged in conversation with Meng Lulu, during which he gleaned basic information about the production team. The director, surnamed Wang, was named Wang Xingyuan, known for his work in idol dramas, having directed over 20 productions, none of which garnered significant acclaim, rendering him one of the most derided figures in the industry. What constitutes an idol drama assembly line? It is akin to a factory production line, where idol dramas are crafted according to fixed processes and formulas. Such dramas generally adhere to cliché storylines, templated characters, and themes that deliberately cater to popular tastes, often producing whatever is trending, resulting in a severe lack of innovation. The current production, Heart of Ashes, was conceived in response to a recent surge of detective dramas in the market, prompting director Wang to follow suit and create a narrative cloaked in the guise of a crime investigation, yet fundamentally remaining an idol drama centered on a romantic storyline. For instance, the character of the murderer, played by Xiao He, was, according to the plot's trajectory, the principal antagonist of this idol drama. The earlier, more substantial roles were paired off into couples to satisfy the cravings of various shipping enthusiasts. Xiao He mused. So it turns out he was the only one genuinely stirring the pot. However, in reality, the production team was simply constrained by budgetary limitations, lacking the means to incorporate an additional romantic subplot. Otherwise, do you think antagonists refrain from love? Incorrect. Antagonists are often love-struck, darkened souls. An idol drama cannot exist without romance. The role of the fifth male lead was not extensive. Xiao He completed his filming after 2 days in the crew. Although the male and female leads were indeed frightened by his portrayal of a chainsaw-wielding killer, thankfully, no one reported Xiao He. Otherwise, he might have considered contacting the authorities himself. In the climax of the narrative, Xiao He's character, the murderer, attempted to swing the chainsaw at the female lead, only to be shot down by the male lead. Amidst the female lead's scream and the gunshots echoing through the forest, the murderer slowly knelt before her, his hand, once grasping the chainsaw, now limp at his side. The once buzzing chainsaw, like his life, gradually ceased its sound. The protagonist's face was streaked with tears as she looked up at the murderer before her, her pupils still reflecting the lingering fear. The murderer merely twisted his lips in a mocking smile, his gaze dripping with scorn as he regarded her, his eyes betraying a profound sense of regret. Ah, what a splendid creation. Alas, we shall never meet again. The murderer's mouth moved slightly, yet no words escaped his lips. Blood continued to surge from his chest, swiftly soaking the dust-covered white coat he wore. The young man bowed his head slightly, his gold-rimmed glasses still perched upon his nose, as if he were merely asleep, quietly kneeling there. The gentle breeze in the forest stirred, leaving nothing behind but the protagonist's muffled sobs and the male lead's soft reassurances, confirming Xiao He's demise. After the conclusion of filming, the entire crew exhaled a collective sigh of relief, particularly the male lead, Xiao He, whose face radiated joy. There was no other option. Xiao He was simply too ruthless, handsome yet villainous, when Xiao He faced him in their confrontational scenes. The disparity was stark. Here was a dignified captain of the criminal investigation team, trembling in front of the criminal, his gaze darting aimlessly, his presence even weaker than that of his foe. Watching the playback later, Xiao He was engulfed in darkness. Fortunately, the shots were filmed separately, and post-production included dubbing. Otherwise, his quivering voice would have surely provoked laughter. Thus, Xiao He eagerly wished for Xiao He to depart swiftly, unbeknownst to Xiao He, who was blissfully unaware of other sentiments. He beamed at the 10 points that had unexpectedly appeared in his system. Coupled with the previous minor roles he had played, he now possessed a total of 20 points. Without a moment to spare for others, Xiao He opened his system panel. It was quite rudimentary, featuring only a lottery interface that appeared rather shabby. Xiao He doubted even a college student would settle for such standards. The lottery interface was divided into 3 tiers: 100 points, 10,000 points, and 1 million points. Gazing at the point requirements on a lottery button, and then at his painstakingly accumulated 20 points, Xiao He let out a long sigh, the earlier joy evaporating entirely. How disheartening it was that, after all his toil, he barely had half the points needed to participate in the lottery. Who else faced such misfortune? Is this a golden finger? No, this is a labor-s system. System, let us negotiate. Could you kindly grant me a novice 10 consecutive draws? Even games offer novice gift packs, and you, as a system, ought not to be so miserly. Otherwise, I, as a criminal, will lack the necessary starting capital. If I were to be captured, would it not affect your subsequent operations? Xiao He resolved to plead a little longer. However, his words went unanswered by the system. He shrugged. If only he could leave a poor review for this contraption. Wretched dog of system. How contemptible! Just as Xiao He was about to give up, the lottery button before him suddenly lit up. A surge of elation washed over him as he quickly opened it, discovering that a novice draw had been added, allowing him to draw once for only 10 points. Yet, there was a time constraint. It could only be activated within 1 minute. In other words, he is now able to draw prizes twice. Xiao He's expression changed instantaneously as he fervently praised the system in his heart. Then, without hesitation, he pressed the button. Come forth, Golden Legend. However, upon pressing the button, the system interface did not reveal the splendid effects he had envisioned. Instead, several lines of text appeared. Congratulations on acquiring the bone-slicing technique, automatically learned. Congratulations on receiving an additional 30 days of lifespan, automatically redeemed. Details of the bone-slicing technique, one of the higher arts of slaughter, capable of swiftly reducing living beings to mere skeletons, facilitating the obliteration of evidence. Crafting gruesome art, provoking law enforcement, instilling terror, and simultaneously enhancing your understanding of human anatomy. Chapter 4. It should be him to report. There's a lifespan value. Xiao He's eyes widened. Perfect. Finally, he had managed to salvage some lifespan. However, what on earth was this bone-slicing technique? Who would require such a thing? Yet, there was no time to ponder. A plethora of peculiar knowledge suddenly invaded Xiao He's mind, encompassing not only the human body, but also the anatomical structures of animals, the morphology of bones, the connections of joints, and the selection and usage of tools. Xiao He could now confidently assert that, given a person, be it alive or deceased, he could swiftly reduce them to mere white bones. His strength was terrifying. The quivering flesh at the tip of the blade. Ah, the blood-soaked skeletons. Ah, cough, cough, Xiao He ceased these horrifying thoughts. He closed his eyes and silently recited in his mind, I am not a pervert, I am not a pervert. Just then, someone called out to him from behind. Shout, go, wait a moment. This is from the director. Xiao He quickly detached himself from those strange musings and turned to face the newcomer. Xiao Song rushed in front of him, presenting an envelope. Xiao He was somewhat taken aback. For me? He had initially intended to persuade Xiao Song to choose him by stating he would forego any reward. He was prepared to work for free for 2 days, yet he hadn't anticipated that the production team would be so considerate. Yes, it's a special envelope from our director, expressing immense gratitude for your assistance, which significantly reduced our workload, Xiao Song said with a smile. Moreover, giving a red envelope is a customary practice in our industry, so just accept it. In this production, Xiao He portrayed a murderer who was rather hastily shot by the male lead. Thus, he technically played a deceased character. In such circumstances, it is customary for the crew to provide a red envelope as a form of consolation, to ease the actor's nerves and dispel any misfortune. Xiao He did not refuse again and accepted it directly. After bidding farewell to Xiao Song, he pondered the upcoming points as he walked out of the production team. Just as he had ventured not far from the set, he was called out once more. This time, it was the director from the neighboring production team, Ho Rongxuan, who had previously mistakenly believed there was a real murderer at large and had kindly reported Xiao He, only to discover was a misunderstanding. At the time, Ho Rongxuan had awkwardly apologized and fled, and now unexpectedly appeared before Xiao He again. Xiao He regarded him with caution. Do you need something? This was the first time he had been approached by a police officer since acquiring the crime system. Xiao He held no favorable opinion of Ho Rongxuan. The director appeared to be in his 30s, somewhat portly and slightly balding, with only a tuft of dandelion-like hair fluttering in the wind. Prior to leaving, Xiao He had overheard Xiao Song mention that this director held a modest reputation in the industry, specializing in crime investigation films, and was generally regarded as a serious type on set. However, observing the smiling Ho Rongxuan before him, Xiao He found it difficult to discern his intentions. Ho Rongxuan did not speak immediately, instead taking a moment to appraise Xiao He before finally stating, I recently witnessed your performance on the hillside over there, and I believe your acting skills are quite remarkable. Your overall image also suits a role in my current production. I wonder if you would be interested in learning more? Xiao He, the hillside over there? It appears to be quite steep, does it not? To think you possess the attributes of an antelope? Observing Ho Rongxuan's portly figure, Xiao He felt a surge of respect. May I inquire as to the identity of your character? If it pertains to a crime investigation narrative. There ought to be a scene involving a knife-wielding individual. Noticing Xiao He's interest, Ho Rongxuan promptly produced a newspaper. We are currently filming a movie based on a true case. Are you familiar with the case of the Ronto Pig Farm Three Brothers? I envision you portraying the role of the youngest brother. Xiao He found the name somewhat familiar as he accepted the newspaper Ho Rongxuan offered and perused its contents. Gasping in disbelief, he recalled, this incident occurred in Lusher, Province C, approximately 20 years ago. The three brothers of the Ronto Pig Farm conspired to monopolize their business, ruthlessly persecuting other slaughterhouses in Lusher, even threatening and extorting local meat vendors and intimidating customers. Ultimately, they orchestrated a heinous massacre that shocked the entire province. Ho Rongxuan desired him to depict the youngest brother, who, despite being a high school student, had already become a notorious scoundrel, engaging in bullying, lewd behavior towards female classmates, and spreading rumors about teachers. In a chilling climax, he, along with his two brothers, dismembered the victim's family and fed them to pigs, embodying a complete absence of humanity and morality. Most crucially, in the real case, this individual remains a fugitive to this day. While his two brothers have met justice, their graves already towering, he has not. Before the police could apprehend him, this beast fled, leaving the case as a haunting enigma for many. At this juncture, Xiao He felt a twinge of hesitation. Although he excelled at portraying villains, antagonists, he had to consider his future. This character was exceedingly detestable and still at large. Should the film be produced, the crew would face backlash, and he too would be implicated. Xiao He was well aware of a previous television drama that adapted an unresolved murder case, which resulted in intense criticism from viewers who deemed it disrespectful to the victims and a secondary trauma to their families. He felt it prudent to steer clear of this murky situation. Sensing Xiao He's reluctance, Ho Rongxuan seized the moment. Rest assured, our script has received approval from the families of the victims, even garnering their support. Their sole request was for the portrayal of the youngest brother to bear a resemblance to the original character and to vigorously disseminate the fugitive's wanted poster during promotions. The entire family perished tragically, leaving only the parents of the male head, who, now, 20 years later, are both in their 90s, not knowing when they will depart from this world. Their only remaining desire is to see the last escaped murderer brought to justice before their time runs out. Therefore, when our crew approached them, these two elders proved to be more forgiving than anticipated, offering only one request. They hope the film can leverage its influence to ensure the fugitive's face becomes widely recognized throughout China. Let the murderer remain forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Of course, it would be even better if this could ultimately lead to the capture of the perpetrator. However, I bear no resemblance whatsoever to this criminal. Xiao He felt a sense of bewilderment as he lifted the wanted poster from the newspaper, aligning it with his own visage. The fugitive was undeniably far more unattractive than he. Not only was he ugly, but at the time, he was also in the throes of adolescence. His face marred by acne, resembling a bloated pig's head. It was exceedingly difficult for him to reconcile this visage with his own handsome countenance. Surely, he could narcissistically refer to himself as a handsome man. If this were to be the case, it would be a grave insult. Could it be that the director harbored ulterior motives, seeking to exonerate the murderer? Xiao He's gaze towards Ho Rongxuan transformed entirely. He felt compelled to report this individual to the authorities. Chapter 5. A true performance? One could certainly be criticized for this, primarily due to your temperament and physique. Ho Rongxuan hastily reassured, patting his chest, I promise, once you are made up, no one will recognize you. Xiao He's appearance, amidst the sea of attractive faces in the entertainment industry, certainly does not qualify him as an extraordinary heartthrob, nor is he a typical pretty boy. However, his facial structure is remarkably well-defined and three-dimensional, embodying the kind of versatile features that directors favor. He can convincingly portray a handsome man or a comical figure, without ever breaking the immersion of the scene. In simpler terms, he possesses a face for the screen. The only lamentation is that Xiao He's demeanor is rather somber, and his gaze is piercing, brimming with individuality. If not nurtured properly, he may find himself relegated to the role of a villainous archetype in the future. Yet for many, this is a coveted path, is it not? With sincerity etched on his face, Ho Rongxuan looked at Xiao He and implored, please, you must consider this. This project is of great significance to many. Initially, I intended to resort to AI for face swapping if all else failed, but upon seeing you, I felt inexplicably that you are a perfect fit. Given that the conversation had reached this point, Xiao He felt it pointless to remain obstinate. He cast his gaze down at the newspaper in his hands and ultimately nodded, all right. However, I'm not a trained actor, so you should not harbor overly high expectations regarding my performance. Oh, that is of no consequence. Just be yourself, Ho Rongxuan exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he pulled Xiao He along, his face alight with joy. Xiao He, however, wore a rather disgruntled expression. What do you mean, be yourself? This is absurd. Thus, without further ado, Xiao He followed Ho Rongxuan to their film set. The area was replete with various shooting locations, featuring enchanting castles, rustic manners, and even steep cliffs where numerous crews queued to film dramatic fall scenes. Many locations could be recognized from popular television dramas. Previously, Xiao He had been part of the heart of the Ember crew, situated in a particularly lush woodland on the mountainside. Now, however, Ho Rongxuan was leading him to a small factory adjacent to the woods. Although termed a factory, it was merely a small structure constructed from iron sheets by Ho Rongxuan's crew, lacking much decoration and primarily serving as a storage space for tools and equipment. In one corner, various props and decorations were meticulously arranged, and even the background wall had been artistically aged, with the floor bearing some mottled stains, a clear indication that this was the designated filming area. As they walked, several individuals greeted Ho Rongshuan, who responded with warm smiles. Xiao He, unfamiliar with anyone, could only silently follow in his wake. Ho Rongshuan led him directly to the nearby small building, where a special effects makeup artist was to perform a test. The makeup artist, a young woman named Feng Songyue, exuded an air of professionalism in her attire. Her makeup was immaculate, complemented by a pair of framed glasses, and her expression was notably serious. Had Xiao He not encountered her in the makeup room, he might have mistaken her for a corporate professional. "Hello, Teacher Feng," Xiao He greeted politely. "Please take a seat." Feng Songyue's face bore little expression, remaining as cold as ice, entirely unaffected by Xiao He's charisma. Instead, she unceremoniously pinched Xiao He's face, appraising him with a discerning gaze as she contemplated the subsequent makeup arrangements. Glancing at her watch, she remarked with a hint of indifference, "It is rather late today. We can only apply a simple look for now. We shall refine it later and create a formal makeup tomorrow." Ho Rongshuan understood that applying such special effects makeup was a time-consuming endeavor. Thus, upon hearing Feng Songyue's words, he felt no irritation and nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed with the trial." Simultaneously, the news of Ho Rongshuan bringing a young actor to the filming site swiftly spread throughout the crew. "Did you hear the director has indeed found an actor for the role of the third brother?" Lu Zheong exclaimed, astonished as he turned to his assistant. "Indeed, and he is rather good-looking," Assistant Zhou affirmed, though his demeanor is rather somber, making him seem difficult to approach. "That sounds intriguing," Lu Zheong mused, resting his chin on his hand. "Do you know him?" Assistant Zhou shook his head, replying, "He does not appear to be from the industry. This unique aura is something I have never encountered before." Lu Zheong, who portrayed the second brother, was only 27 years old, 2 years younger than his character's prototype. Yet, among the new generation of actors, he was considered one of the more skilled. He did not mind assuming the role of a villain, which is why Ho Rongshuan ultimately selected him. For the character with a more significant role, the eldest brother, Ho Rongshuan had recruited the highly capable mid-generation actor Bao Wei. Although Bao Wei had prior commitments and had yet to arrive, Lu Zheong pondered the recent circumstances of the company and sighed deeply, hoping that the third brother would not become a hindrance to the production. His ability to take on this project came with considerable pressure. His management agency had become increasingly restless over the years, pushing him toward idle dramas to capitalize on profits and compete in the current influx of trending newcomers. This path diverged sharply from Lu Zheong's original aspirations. Yet, there was little choice. Everyone seemed caught in the relentless pursuit of popularity. As his agent put it, "Why can't you grasp both popularity and talent, business opportunities, and awards simultaneously?" Upon first hearing such words, Lu Zheong seriously contemplated the absurdity of it all. Eventually, after much effort, Lu Zheong managed to persuade his agency to allow him to participate in the film Shisheng. Although director Ho Rongshuan's films had yet to reach the heights of massive financial success, they consistently garnered positive reviews and maintained stable box office returns, ensuring a reliable investment for many in the industry. Particularly, this script was a labor of love, painstakingly refined over 2 years by Ho Rongshuan and his screenwriter, hinting at potential award recognition. This drew considerable interest from industry insiders, leading many to audition, with Lu Zheong seizing the opportunity to land the role of the second brother due to his youth. However, the role of the third brother posed challenges due to its unique prototype. The victim's family had high expectations, necessitating a young actor willing to portray an unflattering appearance. This deterred a substantial number of candidates, and the remainder were promptly rejected by the director. Suddenly, a suitable actor has emerged, causing Lu Zheong to feel a twinge of concern. After all, he shares numerous scenes with this character, and if the other's acting prowess is lacking, it may inadvertently hinder his own performance. However, since the director has already made a selection, he can hardly voice his apprehensions. He merely hopes that the newcomer proves to be dependable. "Xiao Zhou, I have brought the box you requested." A man with a hearty appearance and a lean physique enters the lounge, carrying a box and placing it in the corner. Lu Zheong promptly halts the conversation, while Xiao Zhou approaches to inspect the box, expressing gratitude to the man. This is exactly what we needed. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Oh, not at all. Uncle Lee responds, wiping the sweat from his brow, and casually inquires, by the way, have you seen a new actor? I hear he is quite handsome, entirely different from Zhu Lao-san. Xiao Zhou, have you met him? Me? Xiao Zhou glances at Lu Zheong, who gives a slight nod. With a smile, Xiao Zhou replies to Uncle Lee. I merely caught a glimpse as I passed by. I don't have much of an impression. Oh, I see. Uncle Lee nods, seemingly asking out of mere curiosity, then adds with a smile, all right, I was just curious, so I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Uncle Lee. Chapter 6. A similar olfactory sense? Like attracts like. After finishing his makeup, the afternoon had already arrived. Director Ho Rongxuan had long since gone to the filming site, leaving only the screenwriter of this film, Xiao He, waiting in the makeup room. Xiao He was a tall and slender man, around 30 years old, wearing glasses and possessing a pallid complexion, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance. Upon seeing Xiao He's complete look, his lifeless eyes widened in astonishment, and he visibly radiated with excitement. Remarkable, remarkable, is simply a perfect match. Xiao He leaned down to examine himself in the mirror and couldn't help but concur with Xiao He's words. He bore a striking resemblance to that beast. Moreover, this was merely the result of Feng Songyue's simple makeup. One could only imagine how much more he would resemble the character once he donned the full effect tomorrow. When director Ho Rongxuan finished shooting and came to take a look, he immediately decided on the spot to cast Xiao He as the character Zhu Lao-san, insisting that Xiao He sign the contract right away. Xiao He glanced at the contract and was taken aback by the remuneration, due to the issue with his golden finger. Xiao He had not sought other jobs for income and had been relying on the modest earnings from software sales. Coming from an ordinary working-class family, this sum was indeed a fortune for him. No wonder so many aspired to chase dreams in the entertainment industry. The pay here was genuinely higher than in other fields. Almost on the verge of becoming a mere programmer, Xiao He felt a surge of emotion. A moment's hesitation was a sign of disrespect towards money. I must clarify, this job is not without its challenges. Ho Rongxuan's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. You will need to join the crew for nearly a month of shooting, and for most of that time, you will be required to wear special effects makeup. It is summer, so be prepared mentally. Working as a special effects actor is incredibly arduous, especially in summer, where sweating and ruining makeup becomes commonplace, and the risk of skin damage is a significant concern. Ho Rongxuan was genuinely worried that Xiao He might not withstand the rigors. However, Xiao He promptly signed the contract and then earnestly asked Ho Rongxuan, director, could you issue me an internship certificate later? My school requires it. Fortunately, being in their senior year, the school was largely hands-off, allowing them to focus on securing the necessary documentation. Ho Rongxuan replied, all right, I will provide it for you shortly. Indeed, a university student, with such a simple and unpretentious request. The next day, Xiao He officially commenced his duties. Due to the complexity of his makeup, he arrived earlier than all the other actors, starting the process with Feng Songyue as soon as he arrived. After a while, a staff member entered to distribute water. Uncle Lee, thank you for coming so early again today. Another makeup artist greeted the man referred to as Uncle Lee. The staff member nodded slowly, placing the water in front of Xiao He and the others. Thank you. Upholding the virtue of politeness, Xiao He expressed his gratitude to Uncle Lee. However, as he caught a glimpse of Uncle Lee's eyes, the smile that had once graced his lips gradually faded. Strange. Uncle Lee lowered his gaze and, after finishing his drink, sauntered away. Xiao He watched Uncle Lee's departing figure, his brow furrowing. Do not frown, Feng Songyue warned him coldly, prompting Xiao He to quickly smooth his expression. Apologies. That glance just now was certainly not mistaken. There is something profoundly amiss with this Uncle Lee. He sensed a familiar essence emanating from the man. Ever since acquiring his criminal intuition, Xiao He had developed numerous passive skills. Let us refer to this particular ability as a sense of kinship. He now possessed an extraordinary sensitivity towards criminals, which had previously aided him in apprehending a petty thief during his time as an extra on a film set. Moreover, this ability exhibited nuances. For instance, with that thief, Xiao He could discern that he merely had sticky fingers and was not particularly dangerous. However, With the earlier encounter with Uncle Lee, Xiao He detected the scent of blood. This man undoubtedly bore the weight of more than one life upon his conscience. A murderer. The stench surrounding him was almost nauseating. Instinctively, Xiao He felt compelled to alert the authorities. Yet, as he reached for his phone, he hesitated. What would he possibly say to the police? That this man was a murderer? What evidence did he possess? How could he explain his knowledge? Surely, he could not claim it was a matter of kinship. To say such a thing would be incredulous, even to himself. Xiao He sighed in frustration, pondering the potential consequences of his actions. He must be cautious not to entangle himself in this predicament. For now, he decided to observe further. After a while, Bao Wei approached. Given that they were in a makeshift venue, without designated dressing rooms, several key actors shared a single makeup area, while another was allocated for the other performers. Noticing that someone was already seated at the adjacent makeup table, the usually prompt Bao Wei paused for a moment before recognizing the unfamiliar face. You must be the new actor for the role of Lao San, correct? Hello, Teacher Bao. I am Xiao He. I look forward to your guidance. Xiao He greeted him with eagerness, his heart racing. Oh my, he was meeting the living legend, Bao Wei. At 39, Bao Wei was among the finest actors of his generation, having received accolades such as the Baiyu Lan Best Actor Award and nominations for the Jinhua Award. And he was currently experiencing a flourishing career. His participation in Shisheng was merely a gesture of goodwill towards the director, as his previous Jinhua nomination stemmed from a film by Ho Rongshuan. Having witnessed Bao Wei's numerous performances over the years, Xiao He felt a sense of familiarity, not only from his own viewings, but also from his mother, who was a devoted fan. In the rapidly changing landscape of the entertainment industry, where new faces emerged constantly, Xiao He found himself somewhat unable to recognize many actors, but he was distinctly aware of Bao Wei. Bao Wei assessed Xiao He from head to toe and, seemingly satisfied, patted him on the shoulder. Well done, young man. Maintain this state. It is quite commendable. Previously, I heard director Ho mention that Bao Wei did not initially perceive the other party as particularly formidable. Yet, upon closer observation, it became evident that this young man was perpetually immersed in his role, a display of acting that was indeed astonishing. Remarkably, he lacked a professional background in performance. Bao Wei pondered, reflecting on how increasingly formidable the younger generation has become. His acting was pure, devoid of any flaws, and it bore no resemblance to mere performance. It was as if it could obliterate us seasoned veterans on the beach. He sighed deeply and settled down on the opposite side, awaiting the makeup artist. Xiao He, still momentarily stunned by the filming, only grasped the nuance once Bao Wei took his seat. Bao Wei presumed he had already entered the character's state. He had not. The corners of Xiao He's mouth drooped, his gaze now tinged with a hint of weariness. Who truly comprehends the intrinsic value of a natural performance? Who understands? In any case, he was not particularly inclined to fathom it. Chapter 7, all about bone dissection. Whether pork or human, as Bao Wei began his makeup, Lu Zhang arrived. Accompanied by the leading actor of the play, Zhuo Jianhua. Now nearing 60, Zhuo Jianhua was the eldest and most seasoned actor present, portraying the head of the special investigation team in this production. This character was inspired by a real-life figure, a highly esteemed detective in the criminal investigation circles of Province C. Having an accomplished actor like Zhuo Jianhua embody the role certainly honored the image of that officer. After a brief introduction, the atmosphere quieted as each actor's makeup artist commenced their work. Shortly thereafter, the adjacent makeup area became lively. Xiao He noticed the previously observed Uncle Lee re-entering to distribute water to everyone. By his demeanor, he appeared to be an utterly ordinary individual, devoid of any remarkable traits. Had Xiao He not possessed his unique insight, he might have perceived him similarly. Yet, Xiao He found himself deep in contemplation. What was this man's true nature? Did he hold a special purpose within this production, or was it merely a coincidence? Teacher Lee. Uncle Lee handed a bottle of water to a young actress seated diagonally behind Xiao He. From this angle, Xiao He could glimpse their interaction in the mirror. The actress was strikingly youthful and beautiful, with a cascade of lustrous black hair, clad in a white dress that exuded grace and charm. Her eyes sparkling with mirth as she spoke, She embodied the ethereal beauty that many young students would admire. "Thank you," Uncle Li Hanyue said, accepting the water with a polite smile. "You could just call me Xiao Li. After all, we both share the surname Li, making us family." Uncle Li chuckled heartily. "Oh, that one tea do. Teacher Li is an exceptionally talented actress, deserving of my respect." Li Hanyue sighed. "Really, it's unnecessary." Very well, very well." After conversing with Li Hanyue for a while, Uncle Li resumed his task of distributing water, though he was less chatty with the others. Perhaps it was Xiao He's gaze that piqued Uncle Li's awareness. He suddenly turned, locking eyes with Xiao He through the mirror. Xiao He thought, since avoidance was no longer an option, it was better to confront the situation head-on. He offered Uncle Li a smile reflected in the glass. However, he forgot one crucial detail. He was no longer the ordinary university student capable of expressing emotions freely. He was now the chosen criminal. The young man in the mirror wore a smile that was both provocative and sinister. Uncle Li's expression shifted subtly, yet he did not approach. He simply gazed intently at Xiao He before turning away. Xiao He shrugged. Indeed, a smile was a potent weapon of sincerity. Once the makeup was complete, Xiao He, under the watchful eyes of his fellow cast members, calmly made his way to the set. "Is that how the props are arranged? Why don't you just place it on your head? Move it over here." Ho Rongxuan, who had been cheerful yesterday, now appeared as a tyrant on set, barking orders with a harsh tone. "Over there. Where's the knife? Bring it here. At least provide one that's been sharpened." In a moment, will the props be torn by the actors? Xiao He, composed and unperturbed, arrived at his designated position and stood still, while a nearby prop assistant handed him a cleaver. As soon as it was in his grasp, Xiao He began to assess its characteristics. Single-edged, thick blade, curved edge, measuring 20 centimeters in length. Perfectly balanced for butchering and meat cutting. "Xiao, have you reviewed the script? Do you know what you are to perform shortly?" At that moment, Ho Rongxuan approached. "Yes, I've read it thoroughly," Xiao He replied with a nod. This scene involves the Zhu brothers discussing the neighboring slaughterhouse, and in this particular segment, Xiao He primarily serves as a backdrop. Satisfied, Ho Rongxuan pointed out a spot for him. "You'll stand behind them, making exaggerated cutting motions. You needn't be precise. Just toss the hidden props beneath quickly without pausing, and be careful not to cut yourself, understood?" Xiao He hesitated. Being precise is one thing, but pretending to cut while maintaining a semblance of authenticity is rather challenging for me. In truth, I could execute it authentically. My knife skills are commendable. "Very well then, huh?" "Xiao, what did you just say?" Ho Rongxuan looked at Xiao He in astonishment, his expression turning serious. "Xiao, this is not akin to your usual cooking. We're dealing with a whole pig here. Cutting requires an understanding of its anatomical structure, the scientific names corresponding to each part, and the proper techniques for various meat textures. There's a significant art to it. Revealing any flaws on camera would be unsightly. Liu and Bao have both undergone specialized training for this role. If your knowledge only scratches the surface, it would be best not to meddle." The play Shirshing features many scenes set in the slaughterhouse, where the elder brothers are seasoned butchers, while the youngest, though still in school, possesses remarkable skills in livestock slaughtering. Bao Wei and Liu Zheong dedicated time to learn, even venturing to the countryside to butcher pigs. Xiao He, having joined at the last moment, faced minimal expectations from Ho Rongxuan, who merely conferred with the scriptwriter to revise some of his scenes. Yet, to his surprise, Xiao He displayed a lack of awareness. Noticing the anger and doubt in Ho Rongxuan's eyes, Xiao He said nothing, merely lifted the cleaver in his hand, skillfully twirling it, the blade glinting with silver brilliance, before striking it heavily onto the cutting board, producing a resounding thud. The noise startled everyone, and Liu Zheong held his breath, fearing Xiao He intended to slice the director. Even Bao Wei frowned, his gaze drifting to the hanging pork ribs, then relaxed as he noted, "What a deft technique." Following Bao Wei's line of sight, the onlookers realized that the pork rib that had hung above Xiao He was now transformed into a clean bone, while the meat that had clung to it lay before Xiao He on the cutting board, piled into a small mountain. The pieces were uniformly sized, each distinct, resembling exquisite works of art. The crowd gaped in astonishment at the spectacle before them, some narrowing their eyes in disbelief. Do we capture that on film? Ho Rongxuan exclaimed with excitement, turning towards the camera, completely shedding the anger he had just moments before. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Who could have imagined that an ordinary university student possessed such remarkable knife skills? Alas, no one had recorded this extraordinary moment beforehand. Disheartened by the negative response, Ho Rongxuan felt a deep sense of disappointment. Xiao He could only offer words of consolation. It's all right, director. As long as you believe in me, I could perform a bone carving for you. After all, whether it's pig bones or human bones, what difference does it make? Xiao He touched his nose, attempting to mask his unease. However, Ho Rongxuan remained oblivious to any underlying tension. With a decisive slap on his thigh, he shouted, "Old Li, bring the props." Uncle Li approached, dragging a sizable chunk of pork. Despite his slender physique, he possessed remarkable strength, effortlessly placing a substantial portion of the pig onto the table with a twist of his waist. Xiao He observed his every movement, seizing the opportunity to probe the director. "Director Ho, is Uncle Li part of your team? He seems quite formidable and possesses great strength." Ho Rongxuan paused momentarily before denying. "No, he was recruited when we established the crew. His strength is impressive, and he works diligently, which is why I decided to keep him." "Oh, I see." Xiao He pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 8. Challenges in filming once Uncle Li had arranged the props. Xiao He commenced the official shooting. Initially, there were concerns regarding Xiao He's ability to adapt to the camera and to match the performances of the other two actors. However, Xiao He remained remarkably composed throughout, fully immersing himself in his character. Portraying Zhu Lao San, he exhibited a ruthless demeanor and a chilling aura. His actions of butchering the pig's leg bones were reminiscent of a true killer, inducing a shiver down the spine of onlookers. Ironically, it was Xiao He's commanding presence that caused Lu Zheong, who played Lao Er, to falter several times, drawing scathing reprimands from Ho Rongxuan. The perception of Xiao He as an ordinary newcomer had vanished. One could reasonably suspect that he was the genuine perpetrator. The following day, Xiao He transitioned to a different location to film scenes depicting school bullying. To his surprise, the actress portraying the victim, Wu Xiaohua, was none other than Li Hanyue, the same girl who had conversed with Uncle Li the previous day. At that moment, Li Hanyue donned a tattered school uniform, her complexion pale, resembling a pitiful flower that had indeed endured bullying, eliciting sympathy from all. In the narrative, her character, Wu Xiaohua, faced severe harassment and was tragically dragged to a secluded corner by Lao San, where she suffered a heinous assault, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate as she was dismembered and fed to pigs. What intrigued Xiao He further was Uncle Li's apparent special regard for her. Did she harbor some hidden secret? With a sense of curiosity, Xiao He took the initiative to engage her in conversation. Li Hanyue proved to be quite talkative, exuding a cheerful disposition. As they conversed, Xiao He learned that they were of the same age and both in their fourth year at university. With her majoring in acting at Shanghai Theater Academy, specifically chosen by director Ho for this pivotal role, Xiao He found nothing peculiar in her words, which left him perplexed. "Xiao He, Li Hanyue, come and prepare," Ho Rongxuan announced, gesturing for the surrounding personnel to disperse. As the area transformed into an open expanse, Xiao He, who previously felt detached, suddenly recalled the impending scenes, and the weight of pressure surged. This time, he truly had to embody a beast. But he was unprepared for such a role. Panic and anxiety began to envelop him as he sensed that today would surely frustrate director Ho. Indeed, throughout the morning, Xiao He struggled with his performance. "Cut, cut, cut. What on earth are you doing, you little rascal? You were supposed to drag her to the grove, not to bury a corpse. What kind of look is that? Cut. Where's your expression? What do you intend to do? Murder someone with that face? Stop. Are you staging a dismemberment scene?" After several exclamations, Ho Rongxuan felt his blood pressure rise and called for a break, stepping outside to smoke while summoning Xiao He over. Acknowledging his shortcomings, Xiao He approached with his head hung low. "I'm sorry, Director Ho," exhaling a cloud of smoke. Ho Rongxuan, with a complex expression, fixed his gaze on Xiao He in silence for a long while before heaved a deep sigh. "It's all right. I was too impatient. Given your usual acting prowess, I hadn't considered providing you with psychological guidance in advance. This is also my oversight. Li Hanyue, despite being the victim, had undergone professional training and possessed a solid psychological foundation. Coupled with the fact that Xiao He was even more anxious than she was, she found herself at ease, smiling as she comforted him. It's all right. For someone with no prior experience, you've already done remarkably well. Xiao He was taken aback to be consoled by a girl from the victimized side, his face flushing crimson, wishing he could sink into the ground. Ho Rongshuan, however, did not view Xiao He as being overly sensitive. He took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, "The focus of this scene is entirely on the character of the third brother. Given your current state, you have yet to meet the standards." Xiao He could only continue to apologize. "I'm sorry, director." Ho Rongshuan sighed, his voice low. "Sometimes, I truly wonder if you have concealed a few lives from us. Desire? I'm afraid there is none. It's all just the yearning for bloodshed." Xiao He replied, "Let us pause for now. I'll find another way." Ho Rongshuan waved his hand in resignation. Xiao He felt a sense of relief. In the following days, Xiao He continued to accompany the crew to film scenes at the slaughterhouse. To Ho Rongshuan's satisfaction, Xiao He performed admirably in the other scenes, exhibiting the required coldness and cruelty, often achieving it in one take, alleviating any concerns Ho Rongshuan had. Xiao He was equally pleased. The character of the third brother hardly engaged in any redeeming activities. He was frequently involved in bullying classmates, threatening competitors of the family slaughterhouse, and indulging in voyeurism and robbery of the weak. Although these were fragmented snippets that might not even make the final cut upon release, they still constituted various forms of criminal behavior, earning him points. Even though only the director-approved performances counted towards his points and repetitive enactments of criminal acts did not, Xiao He was still able to garner a small share of points daily, making life increasingly rewarding. Simultaneously, due to Xiao He's exceptional performances, the actors frequently sharing scenes with him displayed friendliness and camaraderie. Li Hanyue even proactively lent him her notes from her university acting classes. While the frustrated Lu Zhang sought Xiao He's advice on how to project a menacing aura, to which Xiao He, who released such an aura passively, responded, I do say it's a talent. Do you believe that?" Lu Zhang's expression was one of disbelief. "Oh, really? What do you think?" Xiao He shrugged. "Well, there is nothing more I can do." Asking him about it was truly unhelpful. During this period of filming, Xiao He also discreetly observed a man named Li Ziqing. The man was indeed very suspicious. He appeared to work diligently like a devoted ox, always cheerful and amiable towards others. However, Xiao He noted that among everyone he interacted with, Li Ziqing showed the most enthusiasm towards Li Hanyue. He would often chat a bit longer while delivering water, and when not working, he would watch her act. Yet, if one were to suggest that he harbored ill intentions, it seemed that even Li Hanyue herself had not detected anything amiss. In the entire crew, perhaps only Xiao He would continue to observe Li Ziqing's position and performance, while the others were preoccupied with their own affairs. Who would concern themselves with an ordinary staff member? If it were not for the reminder from a passive skill, Xiao He might not have taken the initiative to focus on Li Ziqing. However, the question arises, how can one make this revelation public without implicating oneself? "Teacher Li, your package has arrived at the entrance. I just saw it and brought it over for you," Li Ziqing remarked as he placed Li Hanyue's parcel on the table. Li Hanyue, somewhat taken aback, expressed her gratitude awkwardly. "Oh dear, I forgot to change the address when I selected it. How did it end up here?" "Thank you, Uncle Li." Li Ziqing gazed at Li Hanyue, his lips twitching slightly as if he wished to say something. However, Xiao He swiftly turned his swivel chair and glided to Li Hanyue's side. "Teacher Li, could you help me with this script? How should I perform it shortly?" Sure," she replied, the exchange abruptly cutting off Li Ziqing's impending remarks. Yet Xiao He, in a reckless manner, glanced up at Li Ziqing with a sidelong glance. "Uncle Li, do you have anything else to discuss?" Li Ziqing fixed a cold stare on Xiao He, his hand unconsciously tightening into a fist. Then, feigning indifference, he smiled, shook his head, and silently turned to leave. Chapter 9. Taking over the script of The Thief for over half a month, Xiao He engaged in provocative behavior. Whenever Li Ziqing approached Li Hanyue, Xiao He would devise various reasons to interrupt their interactions. To avoid misunderstandings, his methods were exceedingly subtle, often involving Lu Zheong, which led others to believe the three shared a strong camaraderie, sparing them from further contemplation, except for Li Ziqing. The gaze he cast upon Xiao He was now tinged with unmistakable malice. However, as most of the scenes at the slaughterhouse had been filmed, Li Ziqing refrained from any unnecessary actions. On this particular day, Xiao He finally completed the previous shoot, delivering the kind of frenzied desire that director Ho Rongshuan had requested. After 3 days of fasting, Xiao He expressed that enduring a diet of nothing but water while being taunted by the aromatic presence of fried chicken could evoke a profound sense of madness. According to Lu Zheong and the participant Li Hanyue, when the director called cut and declared the scene a perfect success, Xiao He transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the bucket of fried chicken and devouring it voraciously. Lu Zheong even jested that the scene resembled the moment when Chihiro's parents were alive, a spectacle that few could pull him away from. Xiao He was well aware that Lu Zheong was mocking him for resembling a glutton, and with a playful kick, he struck Lu Zheong on the backside. During this period, they had grown quite close, so such banter did not truly offend anyone. At times like this, Xiao He felt a sense of gratitude for having encountered 2 remarkable film crews in succession, a stroke of immense fortune. Moreover, throughout this journey, he had accumulated 40 points, surpassing all that he had previously earned. Therefore, Xiao He resolutely decided to continue seeking scripts and pursuing acting, not for any other reason, but purely out of passion. As he neared the conclusion of filming, he began to discreetly inquire about recent casting situations in other crews, starting with Lu Zheong. Lu Zheong paused for a moment, then expressed surprise. "Brother Xiao, are you planning to develop your career in the entertainment industry?" Due to Xiao He's imposing presence, which seemed to exude a height of 2 meters, both Lu Zheong and Li Hanyue referred to him as Brother Xiao, even though Lu Zheong was actually 3 years older, and Li Hanyue was a few months his senior. "Well, acting seems quite intriguing," Xiao He responded vaguely, unable to reveal that his intentions were somewhat more nefarious. "I do have some knowledge on this matter." Lu Zheong hesitated, then divulged that director Ran was preparing a new drama, a contemporary romance backed by a significant IP. "If you—" No, Xiao He quickly waved his hand. "I cannot take on a contemporary romance." Lu Zheong also felt that Xiao He's demeanor was ill-suited for a romantic drama, and as he reflected on this, his expression grew somewhat defeated. "I apologize, Brother Xiao, but I currently have no relevant opportunities." His company is currently focused on guiding him toward the path of popularity, and participating in idol dramas is the quickest means to garner attention. Consequently, the majority of the projects that Lu Zheong has recently secured are idol dramas, with all other offers being decisively rejected by his agent. This situation has left Lu Zheong quite frustrated, and he is contemplating a change of agency. Xiao He, understanding the situation, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Zheong." Lu Zheong replied modestly, "It's nothing. I haven't been of much help." Lu Zheong suggested, "Perhaps you could directly approach Director Ho. The directors tend to have numerous connections, and if there's a script available, you might consider reaching out." Xiao He nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll think it over." Just then, Zhuo Jianhua entered the lounge. Both Lu Zheong and Xiao He stood up in unison to greet him. Although Zhuo Jianhua is a leading actor with substantial screen time, his scenes primarily involve the investigation team, resulting in limited interactions with the 3 brothers. Thus, their acquaintance with this senior figure remains rather superficial. Yet basic courtesy is undeniably essential. Zhuo Jianhua acknowledged their presence with a nod before directing his gaze at Xiao He. "Come here for a moment." "Me?" Xiao He responded, somewhat astonished, pointing at himself. "Yes," Zhuo Jianhua said, his hands behind his back, offering no further explanation as he gestured for Xiao He to follow him outside. "Go on." Lu Zheong winked at Xiao He, certain it was good news. Xiao He could only follow Zhuo Jianhua's lead. Upon entering another empty lounge, Zhuo Jianhua finally spoke. "I have a longtime friend whose son has written a script. There's a role that seems quite suitable for you. I wonder if you might be interested." Xiao He was genuinely surprised, as it seemed fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly, especially from someone he had scarcely conversed with, the esteemed Zhuo Jianhua. This revelation was both shocking and delightful. May I inquire about the genre?" What's the character like? Xiao He did not immediately agree, but pressed for more details. Seeing Xiao He's hesitation, Zhuo Jianhua felt an increased admiration for him. Although they had not exchanged many words, he had been quietly observing Xiao He. While his acting skills were not exceptionally remarkable, there was a certain charm to his performance, particularly his adeptness with the knife, which consistently left Zhuo Jianhua in awe. Thus, when he received the script from his friend's son, he immediately thought of Xiao He. It is a martial arts script. The character is a chef skilled in using a bone knife. Although not the lead, the role has significant importance, and I believe you would find it intriguing. Xiao He's eyes lit up. Truly, the senior had a knack for capturing his interest. Does this character kill? Xiao He pondered for a moment before asking. Given the martial arts background, it was likely fraught with bloodshed. Zhuo Jianhua raised an eyebrow. What a peculiar question. Yes, there is killing involved. All right, I'll take it. Xiao He responded decisively. At this point, to decline would be foolish. Thus, before the completion of the production of Shisheng, Xiao He secured the script entitled Budok. You take the items and leave, Zhu Laoda remarked. Smoking a cigarette while eyeing his underlings, that group of officers must be watching us. Zhu Laosan, in a fit of rage, violently chopped the meat on the cutting board. His face contorted and twitching, consumed by both the anger towards the relentless pursuit of the police and the dread of the impending death he faced. I will not flee. They possess no evidence. We fear nothing. He spat. Fools. Zhu Laoda spat on the ground. Our monopoly has grown too vast. Inevitably, envy will arise. Those bastards deserve to be ground into pieces for the pigs. The lineage of the Zhu family must not be severed. It was at this moment that Zhu Laoda spoke. You must head to the mountains at once. The mountain elder will guide you through. You are undoubtedly more familiar with the terrain than those ruffians. Once in the mountains, remain hidden and do not return. Then we shall leave together, Zhu Laoda replied, delivering a sharp slap to Zhu Laosan's face. Damn it, I told you to get lost. If it weren't for the fact that I am a prime suspect, do you think I wouldn't want to escape? I've been cooped up in school like a dog. Stunned by the blow, Zhu Laosan regained his composure and hastily packed his belongings into his backpack. By dawn next day, his figure had vanished completely from the path to school. When the police arrived at the slaughterhouse to apprehend the Zhu brothers, they found only Laoda and Laoda. No one knew the whereabouts of Laosan, and this disappearance marked the beginning of over 20 years of silence. Chapter 10. The first act concludes congratulations on the completion. After performing the final scene, Xiao He celebrated the rap alongside Li Hanyue. Lu Ziyang presented bouquets to both Xiao He and Li Hanyue. Thank you. Xiao He surveyed the gathering, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable blend of reluctance and emotion. The past month in the production had been an extraordinary and unforgettable experience for him. He sensed that the memories would linger for a long time. Even Bao Wei and Zhuo Jianhua approached to extend their congratulations. Ho Rongxuan patted Xiao He on the shoulder. Speaking earnestly, I had intended to introduce you to a director, but I heard from Teacher Zhuo that he has already made the first move. I shall refrain from competing with him. We can collaborate another time. Xiao He promptly expressed his gratitude. The group encircled Li Hanyue, offering her words of encouragement, and the atmosphere was thick with sentimentality. However, when Xiao He glanced at the 100 points he had painstakingly accumulated, the melancholy of parting evaporated in an instant, and he could hardly contain his exuberant laughter. At last, I've finally earned 100 points. This also indirectly underscored just how unreasonable Zhuo Laosan had been, squeezing out every ounce of effort from Xiao He. Reflecting on the narratives he had filmed, Xiao He genuinely hoped for the day when Zhuo Laosan would face justice. With such anticipation, he pressed the lottery button. The lottery interface remained as unembellished as ever, and at the moment of clicking, a prize materialized. Congratulations! You have acquired basic hacking skills, now automatically learned. Basic hacking skills details. Entry-level hacking techniques logged in the database, facilitating criminal activities on the internet. Xiao He was taken aback. What is this? I am a computer science major, and you bestow upon me basic hacking skills? Am I being underestimated? Drawing this is akin to drawing nothing at all. In the next instant, Xiao He was profoundly struck. His mind flooded with a plethora of hacking-related knowledge, far surpassing anything he could have learned in school. As if a new world had been unlocked, propelling his understanding of computers and networks to unprecedented heights. If previously Xiao He had merely been an ordinary programmer, content with writing code that functioned rather than striving for perfection, now he had transformed into a spectral figure capable of traversing the internet at will, delving into core mechanisms and skirting the edges of legality, operating within an entirely gray realm. Yet, this was not what astonished Xiao He the most. Is this merely basic? He gasped. If basic skills already positioned him among the upper echelons, both domestically and internationally, what heights could more advanced hacking techniques reach? Unfortunately, that remained a mystery. Once he had tidied up, Xiao He decided to return to campus, awaiting the filming notifications from a new production team. He beckoned Li Hanyue to join him. Li Hanyue waved her hand, inviting him instead. A friend is coming to pick me up. Xiaoge, would you like to share a ride back? As Xiao He glanced at the ride-sharing time on his phone, he was about to agree when a stranger's black car slowly pulled up beside them. Teacher Xiao, Teacher Li, where are you headed? I can give you a lift for part of the way. The car window gradually descended as Li Ziqing sat in the driver's seat, addressing the two individuals. Upon recognizing Li Ziqing, Xiao He's heart instantly surged with caution. Uncle Li, aren't you staying with the crew today? The director asked me to procure some additional props. Li Ziqing explained, a fleeting shadow of obscure emotion flickering in his eyes. Get in. It's not easy to hail a cab here. What could this fellow be up to? Xiao He narrowed his eyes. He had been too preoccupied lately, and before he could prepare, this man had already set his plans in motion. A smirk graced Xiao He's lips as he waved at Li Hanyue. Then I shall take Uncle Li's car. Farewell. He then opened the car door and settled into Li Ziqing's vehicle. Li Hanyue out of it. By Xiao Ge, Li Ziqing leaned out to glance at Li Hanyue. Aren't you joining us, Teacher Li? Li Hanyue replied, my friend will arrive shortly. You may go ahead. Li Ziqing's expression darkened for a brief moment as he turned to the innocent-looking Xiao He beside him. Ultimately, he chose silence, pressing the accelerator and driving towards the film base. Inside the car, an unusual silence enveloped the two. Xiao He resolved to maintain his composure, resting his hands naturally on his thighs, gazing ahead with an innocent demeanor. Li Ziqing stole a glance at the young man in the rearview mirror, seemingly deep in thought, before reaching for a cigarette beside him. Do you smoke? Thank you, but I don't smoke. All right. Li Ziqing lit a cigarette for himself, slowly exhaling the smoke. Xiao He discreetly lowered his window. After an indeterminate period, Li Ziqing finally broke the silence. Xiao, you're a student at Hu University, right? What made you decide to become an actor? Xiao He raised an eyebrow, a bit of serendipity and a touch of luck. And I also wish to expose Zhu Laosan's vile nature to the world, hence my acceptance of the director's invitation. Is that so? Li Ziqing smirked slightly. You certainly possess a sense of justice. Noticing the sarcasm in his tone, Xiao He decided to take the initiative. Uncle Li, you've been observing my performance lately. How do you find it? Does it capture the essence? As for acting, I'm not particularly knowledgeable, but I wager that if the real Laosan were to see you, he would be quite taken aback, for your visage is indeed remarkably authentic. Is that so? Xiao He elongated his tone, his gaze piercing through the smoke at the somewhat lean man before him, before gradually diverting his attention. Uncle Li, do you believe they will ever apprehend the murderer in their lifetime? Heh, Li Ziqing chuckled. Naturally, I hope they catch the culprit soon. However, it has been over 20 years. What condition the murderer is in, no one knows. Indeed, that reminds me of a news story I saw previously, Xiao He remarked, feigning a sense of nostalgia. The fugitive, long sought by the police, has not strayed far. For years, he has lurked in proximity to the victim's family, deriving a twisted pleasure from their suffering and the police's ineffectiveness. Uncle Li, do you think that Zhu Laosan might be similarly inclined, quietly concealing himself near the bereaved? Perhaps already aware that a film crew intends to dramatize the heinous crime he committed years ago? Li Ziqing paused momentarily, his cigarette trembling in his hand, ash cascading onto his trousers, though he paid it no mind, merely turning his head to regard Xiao He with an indifferent expression. Meeting the man's scrutinizing gaze, Xiao He feigned ignorance, offering a slight smile. What's the matter, Uncle Li? Just engaging in light conversation. What do you suppose Zhu Laosan's reaction would be if he learned of this? Would he be inclined to visit the set? Perhaps he might even critique the authenticity of my portrayal as Zhu Laosan. The youth's laughter bore no malice, yet his criminal demeanor imbued it with a hint of mockery, as if everything were crystal clear. Li Ziqing licked his parched lips and replied, I cannot say. By the way, your accent is quite pronounced, Uncle Li. Were you from C province? What brought you to develop your career in Shanghai? Li Ziqing caressed the steering wheel, just here to broaden my horizons. After all, he cast a half-smile at Xiao He. Your knife skills have truly opened my eyes. It is my first time witnessing such technique, quite distinct from the usual methods. How did you hone your skills with that knife? It's a technique for bone dissection, the youth replied wistfully. Uncle Li, do you know? The art of bone carving emphasizes both efficiency and aesthetics. If performed swiftly, one can observe the prey's muscles twitching in response to residual neural reflexes. The bones beneath the blade seem to dance. Should the motion falter, one might find the bones caught in their crevices, emitting a creaking sound, thus severely diminishing the quality and efficiency of the work. Li Ziqing squinted slightly. He raised his gaze to the rearview mirror, where the young man appeared to sense his scrutiny. Their eyes met through the glass, the youth's obsidian gaze reminiscent of someone from 2 decades past, radiating pure malevolence. Uncle Li, have you ever experienced this? Chapter 11. An unexpected collision, the piercing sound of tires scraping against the pavement erupted, followed by a sudden jolt as the car collided with the rear of the vehicle ahead. Both occupants were thrown forward. With a thud, Xiao He did not anticipate Li Ziqing's reaction. His nose struck the front seat, nearly bringing tears to his eyes, while Li Ziqing, clutching his neck, appeared equally pained. Are you all right? Xiao He, momentarily shaken from his previous emotions, covered his nose and replied in a muffled tone, I'm fine, really. Frustration welled up within him. He suspected this fellow might have acted intentionally. Li Ziqing turned to face Xiao He, swiftly masking the murderous intent in his eyes as he supported his neck. I apologize. I didn't react in time to the sudden stop ahead. No worries. No worries. Meanwhile, the occupants of the car in front reacted more vehemently than they had anticipated. As the door swung open, 2 bodyguards clad in black stepped out, followed by a young man wearing a mask and a cap. Where did this paparazzi come from? This is absolutely ridiculous. Chasing us all the way here. The young man cursed vehemently while pounding on the car window with forceful blows, his actions devoid of any gentleness, as if he intended to shatter the glass at any moment. Neither Li Ziqing nor Xiao He had expected such a volatile individual. Is he really a celebrity? Does he think we're following him? Li Ziqing's expression darkened as he rolled down the window, coldly staring at the young man. You were the ones who braked suddenly. And who are you to berate us? We don't even know you. Oh, so now you pretend not to know us after following us all this way? The masked man sneered, directly reaching for the door of the driver's seat. Get out of the car. I'll make sure you're famous nationwide today. What are you doing? Li Ziqing barked, locking the car door, while Xiao He in the back seat had already dialed the traffic police and emergency services. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a gray suit emerged from the vehicle ahead, looking quite presentable. Xiao He speculated he was likely the young man's manager. Indeed, the manager approached the masked man and grasped his arm. I've called for an ambulance. You need to return to the car. I will handle this situation. Damn it. Chengge, I can't let this slide. Be quiet. Stop talking recklessly. The manager, evidently more composed than the masked man, admonished him before glaring fiercely at Li Ziqing. His voice icy as he demanded, What is your name? Do you know who you've hit? Let me tell you, this matter is far from over. Just wait and see. Li Ziqing Skufa. What do you mean? Just because you're a celebrity, you can throw accusations around? This situation arose because of your own negligence. So why should we bear the blame? His voice boomed, and given their proximity to a film studio, passers-by began to gather, drawn by the commotion. What is happening? Is there an accident? Who was in the accident? Is that not Cheng Hongwen? Who is he? He is Ran Yunrui's manager. Huh? So he's indeed Ran Ji's manager? Could it be that something has happened to Ran Ge? Look, I assent that Ran Ge. As the voices of those around grew increasingly louder, Cheng Hongwen's expression darkened considerably. He quickly signaled to the bodyguards nearby and instructed Ran Yunrui to return to the van immediately, advising him not to show himself any longer. However, just as Ran Yunrui attempted to leave, he was stopped by Li Ziqing. Hey, don't run away. We haven't clarified this matter yet. Let go. Ran Yunrui appeared arrogant. But in truth, he was as soft as a marshmallow. When Li Ziqing tugged at him, he nearly went flying, prompting the other bodyguards to rush forward to intervene, plunging both parties into chaos. At that moment, Xiao He was stealthily recording. To be precise, he began filming after the rear-end collision, intending to document evidence. This was a GoPro borrowed from his roommate, initially meant to capture some footage for the production base, but he had forgotten amidst the busyness. Nevertheless, it was not too late to start recording the beauty of life now. However, before the two sides could become entangled, the traffic police arrived, and Xiao He promptly submitted the footage he had captured. Upon investigation, it became clear that Ran Yunrui's side had not fabricated any stories. They had indeed been stalked by a private individual recently, and that vehicle was identical to Li Ziqing's, which ignited the anger of Ran Yunrui and his companions, who wanted to show the individual in that car a lesson. To their surprise, the occupants of that vehicle were entirely innocent and not the stalkers they presumed them to be. However, since there was no dash cam in Li Ziqing's car, there is currently no clear evidence to determine whether this incident was a result of malicious braking by the leading vehicle, and naturally, Ran Yunrui's group denied any wrongdoing. Li Ziqing was furious and insisted on a thorough investigation, but Cheng Hongwan, Ran Yunrui's manager, was quick-witted. Upon realizing it was merely a misunderstanding, he promptly apologized to Li Ziqing and offered full compensation along with a confidentiality fee. Even Xiao He received a portion of the hush money. This incident was our fault. We hope you two will not pursue it further. Faced with Cheng Hongwen's smiling demeanor and the compensation, Li Ziqing found his words caught in his throat. He glanced at the envelope in his hand, hesitating. In truth, the vehicle did not belong to Li Ziqing, but was a communal car assigned by the production team. Yet, given the circumstances, he naturally accepted the money for himself. Well, please avoid such incidents in the future. Li Ziqing promptly shifted his attitude, tucking away the thick envelope. Following Li Ziqing's words, Cheng Hongwen turned to Xiao He. What do you think, young man in sunglasses? Xiao He shrugged. I'm fine with it. Thus, all parties reached a consensus and amicably resolved the matter. When Xiao He emerged from the traffic management department, the sky had already darkened. Street lights along the roadside began to flicker on, and Xiao He exhaled deeply, his gaze following the illuminated path, unexpectedly discovering that across the street stood the local police station. Xiao He cast a glance at Li Ziqing, who was still conversing with Cheng Hongwan, and he absent-mindedly stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of conflict. This was indeed an opportune moment. The perpetrator was right here, merely separated by a road. However, despite various probes that had largely substantiated Xiao He's suspicion that Li Ziqing was, in fact, the fugitive Zhu Laosan from the prototype of Killing Life, he had yet to procure any incriminating evidence against him. It was uncertain whether Li Ziqing had undergone plastic surgery, as his face bore little resemblance to the wanted poster from years past. It was no wonder that the police had remained oblivious all these years. Moreover, Xiao He had discreetly observed earlier that when the traffic police routinely checked Li Ziqing's identification and driver's license, no discrepancies had been found, implying that Li Ziqing might have assumed another's identity for years undetected. The mere thought of this sent a chill down his spine. Perhaps Li Ziqing had committed other heinous acts during these years. Nevertheless, it was indeed peculiar that Li Ziqing had chosen to visit the film set, seemingly relishing the spectacle of the crimes he had once committed. Such a brazen act of self-exposure was utterly absurd. While Xiao He was lost in his thoughts, the individual who had previously passed by suddenly retraced their steps and halted beside him. Xiao, is that you? Xiao He quickly looked up to find it was the rookie officer, Officer Li, whom he had encountered during the earlier false alarm at the previous film crew. Officer Li? The young officer glanced at Xiao He and then at the police station across the street, a complex expression crossing his face as he inquired, "What brings you here, Xiao?" Standing at the police station's entrance, looking so hesitant and troubled. This demeanor inexplicably reminded Officer Li of the man who had come to the station last week to confess after committing the gruesome act of murdering his wife. Could it be that this individual was also here to surrender? Chapter 12. Changing Targets. Xiao He remained blissfully unaware that Officer Xiao Li had developed an inexplicable bias against him due to their previous encounter. Upon seeing Officer Xiao Li, he felt a sense of surprise. I just had a bit of an incident, but it's all resolved now. Are you heading back to the precinct? However, misunderstandings continued to unfold. Xiao He's words were automatically interpreted by Officer Xiao Li as had an incident equating to got into trouble and just resolved implying just released. A sigh of pity escaped Officer Xiao Li's lips. He placed a hand on Xiao He's shoulder and spoke earnestly. What has done is done. Let this serve as a lesson. Be more cautious in the future and focus on your acting and life. I must take my leave, no? Let us hope we don't meet again. Xiao He responded, okay. Wait, why does this feel so strange? Yet, Officer Xiao Li had already hurried away. Just as Xiao He was about to call out for clarification, Li Ziqing emerged after finishing his discussion. Noticing the retreating figure clad in blue uniform, Li Ziqing's expression darkened, revealing a hint of concealed resentment and wariness. You know the police? He turned to Xiao He, his countenance reflecting a shock that seemed to convey, you have betrayed us. Xiao He replied, who has betrayed whom? Who is on your side? I am a man of integrity. I never do anything wrong. Wait, how did Li Ziqing come to such a conclusion? Surely, he doesn't think I belong to the same ilk, does he? Amidst his astonishment, Xiao He found this line of thought rather reasonable, given his own aura of suspicion. Even law enforcement had begun to doubt him. Thus, it was only natural for Li Ziqing to perceive him as a kindred spirit. So, could it be that this fellow believed he had set his sights on Li Hanyue? Xiao He felt a flush of embarrassment. He had no desire to be associated with this individual. Regardless, he resolved to discreetly report this person once he returned. Xiao He had faith that the police would investigate thoroughly upon receiving the tip-off. He refused to believe this man had no vulnerabilities. Ah, my dear brother, Xiao He feigned, we have a close bond. I heard there was a minor issue on my end, so I thought I'd come check in, despite having met Officer Li only twice and not even knowing his name. Yet, this did not hinder Xiao He from deceiving Li Ziqing. As expected, Li Ziqing's expression grew more solemn, and his gaze towards Xiao He began to shift. However, Xiao He offered no clarification and instead said, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Uncle Li. Allow me to see you off, Li Ziqing suggested tentatively. There's no need. Xiao He quickly hailed a taxi and returned to the school. Li Ziqing, meanwhile, fixated on Xiao He's departing figure, his fingers lightly probing, and the murderous intent in his eyes became unmistakably apparent. Originally, he had intended to target that wretched individual. The man murmured hoarsely to himself, but what could possibly be more challenging than killing another version of myself? Upon returning to his dormitory, Xiao He first took a moment to tidy up his belongings. He resided in a 4-person suite with a lofted bed and a desk beneath, complete with an in-suite restroom, which could be considered amongst the better accommodations within public universities, much to the satisfaction of its inhabitants. However, as most of his classmates were out on internships in their senior year, he found himself the sole occupant of the room. Xiao He devoted a brief interval to cleaning, then ordered takeout and settled into his seat to dine before finally powering on his computer. To his surprise, the celebrity Ran Yunrui had indeed garnered a measure of fame online. News of his recent car accident had stirred considerable commotion across the internet. The thought of that individual, who punctuated his speech with expletives, piqued Xiao He's curiosity, prompting him to delve into the trending topics. Ran Yunrui had starred in 2 popular idol dramas and was recently rumored to be involved in the production of a major IP project at a film base, where he would play the male lead. His fans were filled with anticipation. However, the incident of the car crash sent his admirers into a frenzy, with videos circulating wildly online and marketing accounts capitalizing on the situation, inflaming public interest further. Xiao He clicked on the videos and discovered that 2 main clips were in circulation. One depicted the debris left behind after a rear-end collision, lacking any footage of the vehicles involved, thus allowing for rampant speculation. The other showed Ran Yunrui being wheeled onto an ambulance on a stretcher. Adding to the chaos were a series of purported chat logs, allegedly from insiders, though the extent of their insider knowledge remained unverified. One log claimed that the driver responsible for the rear-end collision was a stalker hired by a private individual who had been tailing Ran Yunrui for several days. Despite Ran's attempts to shake him off, he had been unsuccessful. This time, In a bid to evade the stalker, the two vehicles had inadvertently collided. Currently, Ran Yunrui was hospitalized, and the circumstances surrounding his condition remained uncertain. Truly unfortunate. The chat screenshots appeared remarkably credible, leading many to believe the narrative, with fans expressing profound sympathy for their idol. My goodness, are stalkers now this brazen? Is this a scene from Fast and Furious? Is it truly impossible to pursue fandom rationally? This is utterly terrifying. Boycott stalkers. I hope Yunrui is alright. What does this stalker even look like? Has anyone captured the scene? It infuriates me. If I encounter them in person, they won't escape unscathed. I wish I could trade 10 years of my life for Yunrui's successful surgery. I implore you. Xiao He was left astounded. Goodness, is this still Chinese? No wonder there was a need for a hush money. It seemed that the agent Cheng Hongwen had meticulously orchestrated this narrative from the outset. This strategy not only maximized the benefits of the incident, but also served to manipulate and solidify fan loyalty while vilifying stalkers. Xiao He was certain that much of the information had been disseminated by Ran Yunrui's own company. Even the seemingly foolish guiding remarks below are predominantly orchestrated by the company's hired agents. The power of their influence over public opinion is astonishing. Had I not witnessed it firsthand today, I might have believed that Ran Yunrui was hanging by a thread, languishing in a hospital bed on the brink of rescue. Xiao He shook his head in resignation. This is precisely why many harbor biases against popular celebrities. They stir the waters of public sentiment, fabricating divisions. While their actual professional abilities remain unremarkable, yet their fans adore them with fervent passion. One can only wonder how these young women would react if they knew that Ran Yunrui employs profanity as punctuation. After perusing the internet once more, Xiao He felt a sense of relief upon confirming that no related videos or photos of him had circulated online. It appears that Cheng Hongwen and his associates have managed to maintain a semblance of restraint. Though they engage in nonsensical chatter, they have not drawn the ire of fans towards their ordinary selves, sparing them from online harassment. Otherwise, Xiao He would not have hesitated to allow the video of Ran Yunrui's expletive-laden outburst to be broadcast across the internet. Chapter 13. Warning signals. After witnessing the farce involving Ran Yunrui and his fans, Xiao He began to earnestly investigate the individual known as Li Ziqing. Unsurprisingly, there was scant evidence of Li Ziqing's online presence, with nearly 3 years marked by a complete absence from the internet. In this digital age, could there truly exist someone entirely disconnected from the web? While one might consider the possibility of a remote location or a unique profession, Li Ziqing did not strike Xiao He as someone utterly oblivious to the internet. This could potentially serve as a crucial lead, capturing the attention of law enforcement. As Xiao He meticulously organized Li Ziqing's relevant information, preparing to report his findings through appropriate channels, his phone suddenly illuminated. A glance revealed a message from Li Hanyue. Li Hanyue, Xiao Ge, are you free now? Let us meet up. Xiao He was taken aback, instinctively checking the time, 11:50 p.m. While this hour might signal the onset of nightlife for a youth, the notion of engaging with Li Hanyue at such a late hour struck him as peculiar, especially since they had parted ways just that afternoon. Initially inclined to decline the invitation outright, a frown creased his brow as he contemplated the message for an extended period. Xiao He, is it just the two of us? Li Hanyue, yes, I wish to discuss something privately with you. The case had cracked open. This was unequivocally not Li Hanyue. Through their time spent together, Xiao He had come to know her well. She was not one to act so presumptuously. Even if she wished to invite him out for a meal, she would certainly include Lu Zheong. Most importantly, as university students, they were subject to curfews. Li Hanyue, being a fellow student, could not possibly be unaware of this. Her character would compel her to inform Xiao He in advance, rather than springing such an awkward invitation at this hour. Having pieced together these thoughts, Xiao He decisively opened his computer to trace the login IP of this account. Indeed, a problem emerged. The address was linked to a foreign virtual location. It appeared that the individual was quite cautious. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao He arrived at a conclusion. Li Ziqing. He had not anticipated that this individual would actually shift his focus onto him. However, at this juncture, Xiao He rested his chin on his hand. Xiao He, all right, send me the address. Li Hanyue, address, XXXXXXX, I'll be waiting for you. Upon receiving this message, Xiao He continued to investigate Li Hanyue's IP address, ultimately discovering that the two locations coincided perfectly. It seemed this person had already set a trap for him. Xiao He proceeded to infiltrate the nearby surveillance cameras. The venue was a bar, bustling with a diverse crowd, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. The dance floor was filled with swaying bodies, young men and women sipping drinks, nestled in their respective booths, their faces illuminated by a kaleidoscope of colorful lights, creating a scene reminiscent of a dreamlike reverie. In such dim surroundings, pinpointing an individual would undoubtedly prove a daunting task. Furthermore, it was plausible that this person had already prepared to evade surveillance. Xiao He pressed the enter key, dispatching all existing data to the police. He then assembled his computer and concealed his backpack with an oversized sports jacket. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a pair of medical gloves, remnants of his role as a murderer. Under the cloak of night on campus, he slipped out of the academy. In the dimly lit basement of Crown Bar, within an abandoned parking lot, a man was sharpening a knife beneath the feeble glow of a yellow light. The distant sounds of lively music and the fervent footsteps of patrons echoed from the bar above. Yet the man remained focused, his head bowed as he persistently rubbed the butcher's knife in his hands. The silver blade shimmered, catching the light in a fleeting dance. Buzz, buzz, not far behind him. His phone vibrated incessantly with incoming calls, but he remained unmoved, his gaze filled with fervor and devotion, all his attention fixated on the knife. At last, the phone fell silent, and the man, having honed his blade, lifted his gaze to admire his creation. The gleaming knife transformed the once sincere expression on his face into something more frenzied. Finally, at long last, thud, the butcher's knife was slammed onto the cutting board, producing a dull sound that reverberated through the space. The overhead bulb flickered in response, dimming before extinguishing entirely. The area was abruptly engulfed in darkness. Li Hanyue, where are you? Xiao He, just a moment. 10 minutes later. Li Hanyue, haven't you arrived yet? Xiao He, apologies, I'm caught in traffic. Please be patient. 20 minutes later. Li Hanyue, Xiao He, are you toying with me? Xiao He, I assure you, I'm not. You must trust me. The driver fell ill en route and left me stranded. I'm walking over now. No. Xiao He tucked away his phone, disregarding Li Hanyue's growing frustration, and continued to crouch at the entrance of the underground parking lot beneath the bar, calculating the police's arrival time. This shouldn't be happening. Xiao He rubbed his chin, having sent the location specifically. Could it be that they had all gone off duty, none having seen his signal? This area as parking lot was typically in use, though the infrastructure was lacking, with many bulbs extinguished and debris scattered across the ground. Xiao He nestled into the shadows of the corner. As he pondered, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the exit. Recognizing it was not the police, he held his breath and shifted deeper into the corner, observing as a man, similarly bundled, stealthily entered the dark recesses of the parking lot. Xiao He, what the hell? Does Li Ziqing have accomplices? Wasn't it just the three brothers back then? Could it be someone he met afterward? In that moment, a flurry of suspicions raced through Xiao He's mind, even briefly contemplating whether an umbrella organization was alerting him. Yet, faith in their team and loyalty remained paramount. Xiao He hesitated momentarily in place, yet ultimately chose to stealthily follow. Having lingered in the darkness for quite a while, his vision was particularly acute, allowing him to deftly navigate around the refuse strewn across the path as he gradually made his way deeper into the parking lot. Soon he discerned a low, gravelly voice not far off. What do you intend to do? Why aren't you adhering to the plan? What business is it of yours? Get lost. At this, Xiao He's ears perked up instantly. You ungrateful fool. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the air. Perhaps the darkness heightened one's senses. He could even distinctly hear the sound of something piercing flesh. Following that was the sound of a body stumbling and collapsing. Damn it. Xiao He hurriedly pressed himself against a pillar, focusing intently on the commotion ahead. Had he unwittingly stumbled upon a crime scene? Who had met their demise? Was it Li Ziqing or his accomplice? Xiao He's mind raced as he discreetly activated his prearranged contingency plan. Suddenly, the bar upstairs, which had been blasting boisterous music, transformed into a cacophony of alarm bells. The piercing sounds surged through the venue, akin to a fleet of police cars crashing into the bar, halting every patron in their tracks. What on earth is that noise? Which fool is causing this ruckus? Someone shut it off. Hey, what is happening? Why can't it be turned off? As the startled exclamations from above echoed, the sharp wails swiftly penetrated down to the basement level. The eerie sensation sent shivers down the spines of all those harboring guilt. Almost immediately upon the sounds erupting, Xiao He heard the hasty footsteps of individuals fleeing. Once the footsteps faded into the distance, he swiftly navigated to the location where Li Ziqing and his associates had been. To his astonishment, the figure sprawled on the ground was none other than Li Ziqing himself. Xiao He illuminated his phone, and by its dim glow, he discerned a sharp object had pierced through Li Ziqing's chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. Li Ziqing lay crumpled on the ground, his pupils dilating, gazing at the solitary light before him. He laboriously attempted to move his hand, seeking salvation. Help, help me. Xiao He bit his lip, surprisingly devoid of any tumultuous emotions. Having once embodied the character Zhu Laosan, he found it impossible to feel compassion for this wretched individual. Zhu Laosan, he elongated the name, gradually crouching down to look down upon the fallen man, his masked visage revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes. Didn't Tiwu Xiaohua plead for your mercy in a similar manner? She begged you to save her, yet you chose to violate her once more, dragging her back to the slaughterhouse, where you and your cohorts dismembered her, even disposing of her remains in a pigsty to obliterate all traces. Li Ziqing trembled, unsure whether it was the weight of Xiao He's words or the fear of impending death that gripped him. Clenching his fist, he stammered, I admit, it's all my fault. Please, save me, she implored. Yet Xiao He merely shook his head, his gaze laced with disdain and mockery. You do not comprehend your errors. You are simply on the brink of death. As his words hung in the air, Xiao He suddenly discerned a barely audible footstep behind him. A chilling signal of danger surged through his nerves, instilling a sense of impending doom within his heart. Chapter 14. The Resurrection of the Deceased. Without affording Xiao He a moment to ponder, an overwhelming chill surged through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a butcher's knife resting on the nearby counter. In that instant, his body unleashed an unprecedented potential. Xiao He rolled to the side to evade the assailant's ambush, seizing the knife with a firm grip. With a deft flick of his wrist, he swung the blade horizontally. His innate skills erupted forth, and his movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. The force behind his strike was nearly all-consuming. Accompanied by a muffled cry of pain, Xiao He felt a warm liquid splatter against him. Yet, he had no time to look down. Instead, he reversed his grip, positioning the blade vertically, his gaze icy as he fixated on the returning figure. The butcher's knife, meticulously sharpened by Li Ziqing, now emitted a chilling silver glint in the darkness. The shadowy figure gasped painfully, evidently wounded from the counterattack, casting a deep gaze toward Xiao He. In response, Xiao He remained silent, brandishing the knife to silently assert his stance. The wailing of police sirens echoed above them, gradually crescendoing into a genuine alarm, as the two men found themselves locked in a silent standoff. Ultimately, the adversary dared not test the lethal prowess of the knife again and turned to flee. However, Xiao He did not feel a sense of triumph. Perhaps it was the influence of his criminal instincts, or merely a psychological effect, but at that moment, his mind was unsettlingly calm, thoughts crystal clear. The surroundings were dim, and he was fully equipped. The assailant could not discern his face, thus rendering his identity a mystery. The only potential source of exposure was Li Ziqing. Xiao He illuminated his phone, directing the light towards Li Ziqing, who lay motionless on the ground, his eyes wide open in a painful grimace, already devoid of breath. Xiao He clicked his tongue in disdain. Allowing him to die so easily was truly too lenient. Such a wretch deserved to taste the judgment bullet in prison. Crouching down, he donned gloves and retrieved Li Ziqing's phone, beginning to peruse its contents. Indeed, the photo album was rife with numerous images of Li Hanyue. Most of these photographs were surreptitiously taken by Li Ziqing on set, featuring angles that were particularly invasive, alongside several brief videos. It appeared that the initial target had indeed been Li Hanyue. Just as Xiao He prepared to delve deeper into the phone's contents, it rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the unknown caller ID, he furrowed his brow, refraining from answering. Who could be calling at this moment? Why had Li Ziqing's accomplices sought his demise? How had this fugitive, evading capture for years, managed to infiltrate Li Hanyue's account? What secrets lay within Li Ziqing? Standing in contemplation, Xiao He pondered until the caller hung up. He gingerly placed the phone back down. When faced with adversity, what was the natural course of action? Naturally, it was to entrust the matter to the police. He could no longer wade through this murky water. After arriving at this decision, Xiao He employed his hacking skills to erase all traces of Li Ziqing's invitation to the bar. He then continued to send directives to the bar upstairs, luring numerous patrons to the basement under the pretense of a mysterious event. Most of the bar's clientele were young, filled with curiosity and emboldened by alcohol. They were irresistibly drawn to investigate the enigmatic happenings below. Shortly thereafter, someone stumbled upon the crime scene, jolting awake from their intoxication and screaming, "Ah!" accompanying the shrieks. The flashing lights of police cars finally arrived, only to find the crime scene in disarray, ravaged by the panicked throng of tipsy youths. The dust-laden floor was marred by their frantic footprints, while Xiao He, concealed within the crowd, cautiously drew his hood closer and swiftly departed into the night. All that remained was chaos and a body growing cold. The following day, Xiao He was roused from his slumber by the incessant vibrations of his mobile phone. Lu Zhang, "Oh my brother Xiao, stop sleeping. Something monumental has occurred." Rubbing his eyes, Xiao He surmised the gravity of Lu Zhang's words, but still inquired further. "Xiao He, what has happened?" Lu Zhang, "The information is overwhelming. I hardly know where to begin." Lu Zhang, "Do you remember Uncle Li? The one from the crew who always provided us with water? He is dead, stabbed to death in a bar last night." The police conducted a DNA test and shockingly discovered he was the same person as Zhu Laosan. Lu Zhang, "I can't believe it, brother Xiao. Who would have thought that the case we were filming had its prototype lurking among us? It's truly terrifying." Our director was suddenly taken in for questioning by the police early this morning, and many from the crew were also taken away. I was questioned too. It was absolutely frightening. "Xiao He, is the director all right?" Lu Zhang, "They're fine, just basic inquiries. They now suspect that Li Ziqing has been lurking near the victim's family for over 20 years. Remember when our screenwriter spent some time in Province C communicating with the victim's family? It was likely during that time that Li Ziqing set his sights on our crew." "Xiao He, why target our crew?" This question still perplexed Xiao He. He couldn't fathom why Li Ziqing had fixated on Li Hanyue. Surely, their shared surname couldn't be the sole reason for any familial connection? Lu Zhang, "Ahem, this information was relayed to Director Ho from his brother-in-law and the authorities. You must keep it confidential. It's said that Li Ziqing aims to replicate the crime." "Xiao He, replicate? A crime?" Lu Zhang, "His target is Li Hanyue. He plans to abduct her. Merely because she portrays the character from that time, she holds a fatal allure for him. He intends to reenact everything he did to Wu Xiaohua upon Li Hanyue, to demonstrate his criminal prowess and once again provoke the police." Xiao He's expression instantly turned frigid. Indeed, death had come far too easily. "What is Li Hanyue's current condition?" he inquired. "She is quite shaken and is currently receiving psychological counseling," replied Lu Zhang. Xiao He sighed. As the actress portraying Wu Xiaohua, Li Hanyue was all too aware of the anguish and torment Wu Xiaohua had endured in the past. The thin line between performance and reality had nearly been crossed, invoking a sense of dread and foreboding. Considering that he was portraying the character Zhu Laosan, it was likely that Li Hanyue wished to avoid hearing his voice for the time being. Thus, he sent her a message of consolation. However, a response from Li Hanyue came swiftly, accompanied by a voice message laced with the remnants of tears. "Xiao Ge, thank you. Reflecting on past events, I realized that every time Li Ziqing appeared near me, you and Lu Ge would show up and interrupt our conversations. Although your interventions may have been unintentional, I am profoundly grateful to you both for ensuring that my memories did not become devoid of security. At least in those recollections, I faced them alongside two companions, preventing my memories from morphing into a nightmare. With thoughts of the deceased Li Ziqing, Li Hanyue felt there was little left to fear. Xiao He had not anticipated that Li Hanyue would only now come to this realization, yet he was pleased that his support had alleviated some of her psychological burdens. That was sufficient. After comforting Li Hanyue, Xiao He received a call from the police, summoning him to the station for a statement. The inquiry was not due to any suspicion of him. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that he had been in Li Ziqing's vehicle that day. Among the entire cast, Xiao He had been the last to interact with Li Ziqing. Fortunately, he had tidied up his affairs so thoroughly that even the police failed to uncover that Li Ziqing had ultimately shifted his focus onto Xiao He, who was of a similar ilk. After completing his statement, Xiao He departed with a sense of nonchalance. Chapter 15. Joining the crew of the bounty hunter in the aftermath. Xiao He remained quietly attentive to the developments of the case, as the crime scene had been compromised by the bar staff. The police had initially failed to uncover the presence of a third party and tentatively concluded that Li Ziqing had engaged in a conflict with the assailant, resulting in a tragic confrontation. However, upon examining the blood left by the perpetrator, a more astonishing revelation emerged. The assailant was, in fact, a fugitive on the run. Named Xiao He, he had mercilessly murdered his lover and parents, fleeing with the stolen funds after committing 3 homicides. The police had been searching for him for 7 years. It was unexpected that he would surface here and become entangled with Li Ziqing. Regrettably, after his appearance, he vanished without a trace once more, leaving the authorities once again at a loss to apprehend him. On the other hand, the case of Zhu Laosan, after more than 20 years, finally approached its resolution. The victim's family personally traveled to the city of Shanghai to express their gratitude to the police and the film crew. Had it not been for the crew's involvement that led to Li Ziqing, they might have awaited justice in vain until their dying breath. Although Li Ziqing did not face legal judgment, the knowledge that he had endured a miserable existence over the years, culminating in his eventual murder by others, brought them a sense of closure. Meanwhile, director Ho Rongxuan was nearly beaming with delight, never anticipating such fortuitous events to occur within their crew. He hastily summoned Xiao He back to reshoot, determined to capture a complete resolution to the case. Days later, after completing the reshoots for Killing Life, Xiao He officially joined the crew of the bounty hunter. This project had been recommended to him by the esteemed elder, Zhuo Jianhua. The director and screenwriter were one and the same, and when Xiao He received the script, he met the young man, Lin Yipeng, who appeared to be of a similar age. Lin Yipeng had just graduated from Dongxi Academy last year and currently possessed no noteworthy works to his name, rendering him virtually unknown in the industry. Under normal circumstances, a typical actor would likely refrain from accepting such a project, given the current decline of martial arts films with little market viability. Even if one mustered the resolve to complete it, the film would likely only be released on online platforms, and a director like Lin Yipeng would be considered gamble. However, Xiao He was no ordinary actor. He was willing to embrace the chaos. For him, the ability to portray violence sufficed. Their collaboration was mutually beneficial, with neither party harboring disdain for the other. Furthermore, when viewed from a reader's perspective, The Bounty Hunter was, indeed, a commendable work. The narrative unfolded during the Xuanhe era of the Song dynasty, a time when the emperor's infatuation with the arts rendered him neglectful of governance, allowing corrupt officials to thrive. The economy teetered on the brink of collapse due to war and corruption, with heavy taxation burdening the populace, who lived in dire straits. The protagonist, a bounty hunter of the martial world, survived by capturing thieves for rewards, what is now colloquially known as a bounty hunter. In a fateful pursuit, the protagonist inadvertently became embroiled in a case of official salt smuggling, positioning him at the center of a conflict among various factions. Yet he remained utterly oblivious to the reasons behind the relentless pursuit against him. Thus, the protagonist finds himself perpetually navigating between these factions, evading death while leveraging his connections in the martial world to investigate and unveil the true mastermind behind the government salt smuggling case. The storyline, albeit somewhat cliché, revolves around the noble ideals of chivalry and selflessness for the country and its people. However, The character of the protagonist deviates from the traditional archetype of a righteous hero. Instead, he embodies the persona of a miserly figure, blinded by greed. As the plot unfolds, numerous twists emerge, offering a refreshing perspective. Were it not for Xiao He's awareness of his current lack of martial prowess, he would have boldly sought an audition for the role of Jiang Rushui, a character imbued with personal charm and exceptional skills, possessing both emotional and intellectual intelligence. Despite traversing various factions, he leads a carefree life, epitomizing the essence of leaving behind a legacy while remaining modest about one's achievements. Of course, Jiang Rushui has indeed eliminated a considerable number of foes. Most of those pursuing him have met their demise at his hands. Xiao He can only imagine the joy he would experience if he were capable of such feats. Yet, he is merely a cook. After changing into his costume and makeup, Xiao He sighed heavily, seated at the entrance of the dilapidated inn, observing Lin Yiping directing the crew in their tasks. Lin Yipeng, a slender youth with pale skin, appeared somewhat fragile, yet commanded a significant presence during the shoot, imposing order upon the crew. From their brief conversation during their first meeting, Xiao He discerned that Lin Yiping was a person of strong convictions, not easily swayed by others. Alas, a cook he remains. The character Xiao He portrays, Shunju, is a cook at the Penglai Inn, concealing his true identity as a once-renowned martial artist. He gained notoriety in the martial world solely for his terrifying bone-cutting knife skills, yet chose to live a humble life as an ordinary cook at the inn, assisting the proprietress with various tasks and dealing with unruly patrons. Rest assured, therein does not engage in the macabre trade of human meat buns, but rather cultivates flowers and trees to refine one's spirit. Jiang Rushui is a dear friend Shunju met during his wanderings in the martial world. Whenever Jiang Rushui, in pursuit of glory, passed by Shunju's establishment, he would shamelessly drop in for food and drink, borrowing money from Shunju, money that was never returned. One could say Shunju regarded Jiang Rushui as the best of friends, eschewing any notion of retribution. In the narrative, Jiang Rushui faces relentless pursuit from various factions, with neither the righteous nor the unscrupulous daring to shelter him. Only Shunju offers him refuge, providing Jiang Rushui with a much-needed respite. Ultimately, Shunju wields his bone-cutting knife to carve a path for Jiang Rushui, enabling him to escape with critical evidence. While Shunju's appearances are infrequent, each occurs at pivotal moments, marking him as a character of considerable significance. Xiao He, content with his modest role, was suddenly interrupted by a voice beside him. "You must be Shunju." He looked up to find a young man clad in a heroic outfit, exuding an aura of chivalry. The man's face is chiseled, with sharp angles, and beneath a pair of sword-like brows lie his piercing eyes, exuding an undeniable aura of chivalry typical of a hero from the martial world. This is Pu Rong, the male lead of the current production. According to online searches by Xiao He, it appears that he was once a child star who subsequently withdrew from the spotlight to pursue his education, gradually fading from public view. Reports from paparazzi suggest that Pu Rong did not excel academically and later shifted to a sports major, focusing on martial arts. His participation in this production seems to be an attempt to leverage his strengths and regain public attention, paving his way back into the acting industry. However, Xiao He could not comprehend how Lin Yiping managed to persuade Pu Rong to join this new project, considering that Pu Rong was once a well-known child star with significant national recognition, thus seemingly having no need to join this fresh ensemble. "Hello, Teacher Pu. I am Xiao he said, standing to greet him. "I have seen your knife play videos." In contrast to Xiao He's initial nervousness, Pu Rong appeared composed and even somewhat excited. "How did you manage that? Do you really know the bone-picking knife technique? How many years of practice does it take? Who is your master? Does he still take disciples? You look impressive." Xiao He could only respond to each of his enthusiastic questions. However, Pu Rong's fervor showed no signs of waning. "Is that so? Could you teach me later? I can teach you martial arts. Or do you know how to perform wire work? I can guide you step by step." Xiao He, pleasantly surprised, replied, "That sounds great. The fight scenes in The Thief Catcher are quite numerous. Although the character Shun Ju primarily showcases knife skills and does not engage in acrobatics, wire work is certainly unavoidable." Pu Rong's assistance would significantly alleviate the challenges I might face later on. With this common interest, the two continued their casual conversation, during which Xiao He learned that Pu Rong's current circumstances were not as illustrious as he had initially imagined. What does being a child star amount to? I have long lost any fame. Pu Rong waved his hand dismissively. The industry sees rapid turnover with new talents, and there are many handsome faces around. What advantages do I possess? At most, I might garner some nostalgic points, but there are numerous comments about how I've lost my charm. In childhood, a pleasing visage sufficed to be deemed adorable, but adulthood brought about a stark transformation. As Pu Rong shed the baby fat from his cheeks, his features became more pronounced, imbued with a rugged masculinity that starkly contrasted the obedient child he once was. Moreover, he was not the archetypal handsome man, which led many to feel disillusioned with him, making his attempt to re-enter the industry even more arduous than for ordinary individuals. Do not mock me. I have failed to secure several roles. Fortunately, few people are paying attention to me now, so not many are aware, Pu Rong said with a wry smile. This production is the final male lead opportunity one could grasp. If it does not pan out, I should prepare to withdraw from the industry and open a martial arts school. As Xiao He listened, he offered words of comfort, feeling a profound sense of empathy for Pu Rong's plight. The circumstances of individuals vary immensely. Some toil for the greater part of their lives, yet may not achieve lasting success, while others effortlessly stir the winds of fortune, traversing their paths with ease. The entertainment industry is indeed a fascinating realm. Shinju, Jiang Rushuai, come here. Lin Yipeng called out their character names. Xiao He and Pu Rong hurried over. Due to the modest means of the production, with most of the budget allocated to props and the venue, Lin Yipeng opted against a grand launch ceremony. Instead, a few key members of the crew stood in the lobby of the rented inn, bowing respectfully to the portrait of Guangong that hung in the center, thus marking the completion of their ritual. Subsequently, they commenced preparations for the first scene following the commencement of filming. Chapter 16. The first shoot of the martial arts film Shinju is a character of few words and fierce demeanor. As Xiao He steps before the cutting board, grasping the bone knife, the cold indifference and aloof pride in his eyes perfectly embody Shinju. Lin Yipeng is quite pleased, while Pu Rong is somewhat astonished. Previously, Pu Rong had only seen videos of Xiao He wielding the bone knife, never anticipating that his acting prowess would be commendable as well. This realization heightens Pu Rong's anticipation for the ensuing shoot. In the dimly lit kitchen, a series of subtle knocks echo. The young chef, clad in simple attire, sets down his knife and, with an expressionless face, gazes toward the window, his tone indifferent. Come in. In the next moment, a roguish swordsman clad in black, bearing a smile, adeptly leaps through the window. Brother Shun, it has been a while. With the familiarity of returning home, the young swordsman nonchalantly grabs a piece of fruit and tosses it into his mouth. He deftly hooks a jar of strong liquor from the floor with his foot, collapsing lazily beside Shunju on the wooden table as if he were the master of the abode. This entire sequence flows seamlessly, the swordsman's demeanor exuding charm. Even before Shunju could respond, the intruder has sprawled out, indulging freely, behaving as if he were the host. Shinju finds it hard to express his feelings, but refrains from ejecting the visitor. Instead, he resumes his task with the bone knife, quietly preparing the ingredients on the board. I have heard about your recent troubles. Both the martial world and the court are hunting you down. You ought to be more prudent and not bring me trouble. Jiang Rushu cheerfully gulps down a mouthful of liquor. It's too late for that. Who in the martial world is unaware of our connection? I fear those pursuers are already upon us. Shunju lowers his gaze. Then I shall have to throw you out. Jiang Rushu rolls his eyes and then, with a hint of grievance, replies, But your inn has not been open for several days, has it? The guests who come will surely help the landlady out. Shunju remains silent, merely grabbing Jiang and tossing him out the window. Jiang Rushu lands gracefully, tossing the liquor jar back onto the windowsill, grinning. I understand. Gratitude is unspoken. Shinju rolls his eyes and slams the window shut. Thus concludes the first scene for Xiao He and Pu Rong. One take. Lin Yipeng reviews the footage, offering high praise for their performances. Pu Rong removes the wires from his body, smiling amicably at Xiao He, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed. Your cooperation was excellent. Xiao He gives him a thumbs up. It is thanks to teacher Poo's skill. The action of flipping through the window and hooking the liquor jar with his foot was executed flawlessly by Poo Rong in a single shot, demonstrating remarkable fluidity without a hint of error. Xiao He's action of tossing Poo Rong out was also facilitated by Poo Rong's cooperation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to portray such ease. Reflecting on this, Xiao He feels a tinge of regret. With Poo Rong's capabilities, he ought to shine in action scenes. With the successful completion of the first scene, the spirits of the crew gradually began to rise, as the filming at the end proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. A busy day passed within the cadence of this production. The crew was collectively lodged in a quaint inn adjacent to the film base. After Xiao, he returned to his room and refreshed himself. He prepared to lie down for some rest. Just then his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, one that Xiao He couldn't quite place. However, having interacted with numerous individuals lately, including several agents, he opted to answer the call. "Hello, is this Xiao Ge?" A somewhat familiar voice resonated from the other end. Xiao He pondered briefly before inquiring, "Is this Brother's Song from the Heart of Ashes?" The character from the Heart of Ashes marked his transition from playing minor roles to portraying a villain, a milestone Xiao He would not soon forget. "Yes, indeed. I'm surprised you remember me," came the cheerful response from Xiao Song. "Of course," Xiao He replied, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. "Is there something regarding the filming that requires my attention?" No, Xiao Song interjected. "Our web series is set to launch next week, and we hope you can assist with the promotion." "Is it really happening so soon?" Xiao He was taken aback. It had barely been 2 months since he finished filming, and the rapid progression through the remaining shoots, editing, and review was beyond his expectations. Xiao Song, however, seemed unfazed. "Well, it's a low-budget web series, so this is quite typical. Moreover, we were fortunate as the platform we're collaborating with faced some issues with their original project, freeing up a slot for us to step in. Although the schedule is tight, the current season is relatively quiet, with no other popular series airing concurrently, allowing us smaller productions to seize the opportunity. Thus, the entire crew was quite pleased with this outcome, and as for the rest, they would have to wait and see how things unfolded post-release." "All right, I understand," Xiao He acknowledged, "though I'm also a new account, so I may not be able to assist with much promotion." "That's perfectly fine, Xiao Ge. Just send me your account details, and we'll tag you in the promotional posts," Xiao Song assured him. "Sure, I'll do that." After hanging up, Xiao He promptly created a new account on his phone and sent the details to Xiao Song. Embracing the principle of making the most of the situation, he also decided to check on the status of the trending star, Ran Yunrui, involved in the recent rear-end collision incident. Following a series of tumultuous events, Ran Yunrui had finally been discharged from the hospital and resumed his diligent work, bringing an end to the media frenzy. The fervor surrounding the incident had gradually subsided, with the most liked comment being a statement from one of Ran Yunrui's ardent fans. "For the sake of love." The recent fervor was intentionally subdued by Ran, as he wished to avoid inciting widespread online harassment and monopolizing public resources. He is truly an exceptionally admirable individual. It is my hope that everyone can approach this matter with rationality, resisting the existence of obsessive fans, refraining from pursuing the driver involved in the rear-end collision, and avoiding extensive public commentary. Let us not bring trouble upon Ran, and I appreciate the cooperation of all fans. In the comments section below, many other fans of Ran Yunrui echoed similar sentiments, indicating that the agency behind Ran Yunrui, or perhaps the manager, possesses considerable acumen, adeptly maximizing benefits while leaving a favorable impression on others. It is indeed a masterful balance of gain and goodwill. Xiao He shook her head in a complex manner. They remained oblivious to the fact that all of this was orchestrated by their brother himself. It is truly unfortunate for these young women, whose sincere feelings have been overlooked. Chapter 17. The premiere of Heart of Embers in the days that followed, Xiao He found himself entirely immersed in the film crew's activities. The filming schedule was arduous, with the inn merely serving as their initial location, compounded by tight financial constraints that accelerated their pace. Nevertheless, Lin Yiping's rigorous standards remained unwavering. He insisted on achieving perfection in every shot. Despite Xiao He's proficiency with the bone-slicing technique, he ultimately succumbed to Lin Yiping's demanding expectations, resulting in a case of tendinitis. On the other hand, Pu Rong endured an even greater ordeal, as his action scenes were both numerous and intricate, requiring him to perform aerial stunts daily, akin to a circus performer. Just watching him left Xiao He astounded. Before they knew it, the premiere of Heart of Embers arrived. At noon, in accordance with Xiao Song's previous instructions, Xiao He shared the promotional poster and tagline for the series, garnering, predictably, a grand total of 0 likes and 0 comments. Observing his meager follower count, Xiao He shrugged nonchalantly. He could only conclude that he had done his utmost. Whether the series succeeded or faltered was of little consequence to him. Upon receiving a message of gratitude from Xiao Song, Xiao He refreshed his account, successfully earning a like from the official Heart of Embers account, which alleviated any potential embarrassment. That evening at 8 o'clock, Heart of Embers officially launched on Penguin Video. Xiao He tuned in and was pleasantly surprised to find a modest audience watching the show. The comments suggested that the male lead, Xiao He, possessed a modicum of star power, drawing in fans to support the series. However, after merely watching the first episode, Xiao He's interest waned. The plot could only be described as conventional, adhering to the contemporary trope of romance intertwined with any profession, presenting a rather straightforward detective romance narrative. The story revolved around a rookie female officer and a seasoned male detective captain who, through the course of solving cases, develop a mutual understanding and hidden affection, ultimately culminating in their union. The suspenseful elements were laid out plainly, devoid of surprises. The outcome was predictable. While the two actors were reasonably attractive and their performances were far from cringeworthy, they merely reached a level of delivery that allowed for heartfelt dialogue without breaking the immersion. Xiao He considered it a standard web series, neither outstanding nor lacking, devoid of any explosive highlights. If the subsequent episodes did not present anything particularly remarkable, it would likely remain a modest success, with a conclusion easily foreseen. However, this mattered little to him. The director, producers, and the two lead actors were the ones who should concern themselves with such matters. As a minor supporting character, he deemed it unnecessary to invest further interest. Convinced of his accurate predictions, he ceased to follow the series after turning it off, redirecting his focus entirely to the filming of Thief Catcher. Unbeknownst to him, while the series aired, a segment of edited footage quietly surfaced on Bilibili, spreading with alarming velocity and swiftly becoming one of the platform's trending videos. Xiao Lu is a Bilibili film editing creator. Recently, she has been plagued by headaches as the competitive nature of her industry intensifies. Each day begins with her eyes wide open, frantically searching for material and laboring over videos, yet she still cannot compete with the established studios. The popularity of her videos has been waning, igniting a sense of anxiety that robs her of sleep. The latest dramas are no match for their rivals, and even timeless classics struggle against their predecessors, while niche productions seem to falter tragically. Little Xiao, overwhelmed by the data, finds her hair thinning in clumps. But the more she frets, the worse the numbers become. One day, as usual, she opened her private messages to review fan submissions, hoping to discover new editing material. A particular submission caught her attention. Heart of Embers? The killer? What drama is this? I've never heard of it. Little Xiao murmured softly, clicking on the video stills submitted by a fan. The image revealed a young man clad in a bloodstained shirt, standing amidst a pool of crimson, his posture upright and composed. Even with a few drops of blood on his gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of indifference and coldness, while casually wielding a chainsaw, creating a stark contrast with his elegant attire. Little Xiao swallowed hard. Could such a character exist in the realm of domestic entertainment? This face and demeanor perfectly aligned with her vision of a refined scoundrel. Why has Hannibal become such a phenomenon? Even those who have never watched the original series can readily name this character. This can be attributed, on one hand, to the original character's unique charm, and on the other hand, to the actor's profound embodiment of the role. Some individuals possess an appearance and aura that intrinsically resonate with their characters. Otherwise, one would not frequently hear titles such as the chosen young general, the destined male lead, or the fated white moonlight in domestic entertainment. It is sometimes undeniable that certain faces are inherently captivating, requiring no performance to achieve an unforgettable impact. Even before delving into the character's detailed narrative, inspiration surged within little Xiao, who instinctively envisioned various trending editing, music, and the direction for her next project. With a heart full of excitement, she hurried to Penguin Video to find Heart of Embers, eager to uncover more about this character. Though the killer's appearances were sparse, each was a breathtakingly elegant yet gruesome spectacle. His chainsaw served as his paintbrush, mercilessly extinguishing innocent lives. Due to the constraints of the series' length, the motives behind this killer's actions remain ambiguous. He emerges as a figure of pure evil, perpetually creating dire situations and bestowing death, ultimately meeting his end under the protagonist's gun, leaving the heroine with an everlasting psychological scar. Little Xiao fixed her gaze upon the man's gradually hollow, yet still fierce eyes, suddenly shivering as she comprehended why some individuals are drawn to villainous characters. Xiao, despite her awareness of the malevolence of the murderer, found herself inexplicably drawn to this character, oscillating between fear and fascination. She could not help but replay certain scenes repeatedly, ultimately resolving to focus her next video on this very killer. Thus, at 9 o'clock that evening, she released a video on Bilibili, featuring a cover image of Xiao He portraying the murderer, brandishing a chainsaw amidst the woods, accompanied by the striking crimson characters for cultured scoundrel emblazoned behind him. The video rapidly ascended the charts in an exaggerated fashion, becoming the nightmare that haunted many throughout the night. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao He had become an overnight sensation on Bilibili, emerging as the quintessential actor for the role of the cultured scoundrel and perverse murderer. Chapter 18. What? Overnight wealth? In the morning, Xiao He proceeded to work as he typically would. However, while he was applying his makeup, a call from Xiao Song interrupted him. Xiao He found it rather peculiar. Hello, what is the matter? Xiao Ge. You're trending. You're famous. Really? How so? Xiao He removed the phone from his ear, double-checking to make sure he hadn't misheard. What do you mean I'm famous? Is it possible that Ran Yunrui exposed his face and intends to incite online harassment against me? That seems unlikely. After all, it wasn't Team My Car involved. We merely had a minor altercation. Xiao Ge, it's your character Muze that has gone viral. You can see it on Bilibili right now. Xiao He paused in confusion for a few seconds, realizing that the Muze Xiao Song referred to was the murderous character he portrayed. His astonishment grew. Really? Is this true? He hastily borrowed the makeup artist's phone to access Bilibili. Indeed, as soon as he logged in, he was greeted by the cover video of the murderer. Leave a mark. Watch it daily. Goodbye, sleep. Kill, kill, kill. This pure villainy is exhilarating. After watching it yesterday, I dreamt of being chased by the murderer, terrified I had to wake up and hit all the buttons. Absolutely insane. It's time to give the domestic entertainment industry a little shock. Is this really a newcomer in domestic entertainment? I thought he was an actor from a neighboring country. Does anyone know his name? ISN T at Muze. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, predominantly discussing Xiao He's portrayal of the murderer. He was taken aback by the audience's enthusiasm, following the comments as he watched the entire edited content, feeling quite moved. The video was essentially a compilation of all his scenes from Heart of Ashes, meticulously edited to the rhythm of the music and the flow of action. Thanks to Xiao's extensive experience on Bilibili, he understood the nuances of the review process. The video's graphic content achieved a delicate balance during the black and white transition, ensuring it remained within the review thresholds while enhancing the overall editing rhythm, making it irresistibly captivating. Viewers found themselves drawn into the murderous rhythm, their scalps prickling in anticipation. Particularly striking was the ending. Xiao had ingeniously pieced together fragmented clips, reimagining the original narrative into an alternative conclusion. The protagonist, who had shot the murderer, reappeared in the woods, wielding a chainsaw and humming a tune, as if everything that transpired was merely a game played by the murderer. Tired of his former life, he shed all his shackles and returned to his artistic creation. In the final moments, he turned to face the camera, his deep-set eyes mingling with greed and obsession, as if locking onto the viewer on the other side of the screen, making them his next target. At that moment, anyone who met his gaze at the video's conclusion felt an involuntary shiver run down their spine, a surge of dread rising from within. He truly does not exist. Yet, why does fear still grip us so fiercely? Embracing a mindset free from fear, the viewers who had already watched eagerly shared and recommended the video, intent on drawing others into the experience. This fervent enthusiasm undoubtedly contributed to the video's sudden surge in popularity. One could only conclude that everyone is indeed kind-hearted. With a smile, Xiao He, unable to resist, accidentally clicked the triple engagement button on someone else's phone, only to realize moments later that it was not his own. He hastily canceled the action and returned the device to the makeup artist, apologizing. "My apologies, I inadvertently used your account." "Not a problem." The makeup artist waved dismissively. "By the way, was that you in the video? The editing is superb. You looked quite dashing." Thank you, Xiao He replied. His cheeks slightly flushed as he continued conversing with Xiao Song on his own device. "I've just seen it. It appears to be a recommendation from a popular content creator. I wonder if it has affected the show's viewership." Xiao Song, who had been waiting for Xiao He's response, quickly replied, "Since last night, our show's viewership has skyrocketed, and even user engagement metrics have surged significantly. It seems we are benefiting from your influence." "Please don't say that. It's merely luck," Xiao He modestly responded. "Luck is also a part of skill," Xiao Song retorted cheerfully. "By the way, many fans are inquiring about you, so I tagged your account in the official post. You should see a flurry of new followers. It would be wise to manage your account." "All right, thank you. I will check it out." "Oh, there's one more thing the director asked me to convey to you. Go ahead." "Xiao Ge, your recent momentum is impressive. You might consider seeking representation from an agency for better opportunities ahead. Just be vigilant and avoid pitfalls. If you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out to us." "Understood. I truly appreciate it. It's a stroke of luck to have encountered such a great production team at the start of my journey." "Then I want to take up more of your time." Once the call ended, Xiao He promptly logged into his account. He found himself waiting for a considerable time before he noticed a flurry of notifications. His follower count, which had previously been in the hundreds, was now on the verge of surpassing 10,000. Wait a moment, he refreshed the back end. Indeed, it has crossed 10,000. Yet, that was not the only piece of good news. His system also chimed in with an update. Automatic update completed. Current points, 369. "Oh, the system can upgrade?" Xiao He mused, his points now exceeding 300. "Wait, what? 369? He blinked in disbelief as the points before his eyes suddenly surged to 373. "Am I experiencing a windfall overnight?" Xiao He hurriedly examined the system panel and discovered an update notification from the early hours of that morning. It seemed that the sudden increase in points from the previous night had triggered a system upgrade. But why? Xiao He recalled the video on Bilibili and the previous point allocation rules of the system. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. So that's it. The influence of crime. Previously, he had focused solely on the points generated by the crime itself, almost overlooking the crucial element of influence points. This pertains to the prestige of the crime. He had merely interpreted this prestige as the difficulty and severity of the crime. But now it appeared that it also encompassed whether the criminal could evoke greater fear or attention from the masses. In the past, he played minor roles, never truly stepping into the limelight, and thus his acts of murder garnered little attention. However, this time, portraying the role of a murderer undoubtedly attracted significant scrutiny. Although not all of this attention stemmed from fear and dread, it was reasonable to assume that any emotional response could be converted into points for him. At that moment, Xiao He could hardly contain his eagerness for the film Killing Life to premiere immediately. He was certain that portraying the character of Zhu Laosan would yield him substantial rewards. Chapter 19. The business of photography. Upon arriving at the set after his makeup was completed, Xiao He received congratulations from the other members of the crew. "Teacher Xiao, you've truly made a mark. Future promotions might very well depend on you," Lin Yiping remarked with a smile. Xiao He helplessly responded, "Did you all see that?" Of course, Pu Rong chimed in, draping an arm around Xiao He's neck. "You've gained a bit of fame now. Let us not forget each other when fortune smiles upon you." "What fame is this? It won't last long," Xiao He shrugged. With no agency and no marketing behind him, he feared many still thought his name was Mu Zhe. "You ought to consider seeking out a talent agency," Lin Yipeng offered sagely. Pu Rong nodded in agreement. "Yes, You should take advantage of this wave of attention and explore your options. That way, when the heat returns, you can maximize your benefits. Although Xiao He had garnered some popularity, he understood that such acclaim is fleeting without a solid agency to support his career. Yet, Xiao He wished to find an agency, but the challenge lay in finding one that would accept him. The mere fact that he could only portray characters capable of killing would surely clash with many agencies' profit-driven philosophies. Thus, Xiao He felt it wiser to maintain his current state, at least preserving his freedom. After all, his life was more valuable than the prospect of becoming a superstar. I'll see how it goes, Xiao He replied casually. All right then, Pu Rong patted Xiao He on the shoulder. Just keep your eyes peeled. If you're uncertain about anything, feel free to ask me. I can inquire within the industry. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yiping added, I can also ask around among the elders. Xiao He was genuinely touched. Thank you both. Good brothers. No need for thanks, just stand still. I'll take a few more pictures for you to promote. Lin Yiping raised his DSLR. Take advantage of this momentum to manage your account and help us promote the production as well. We shouldn't waste this opportunity. It might save us on promotional costs. Lin Yiping was determined to utilize funds efficiently. Xiao He did not decline. He wished for more people to see the character he portrayed, and thus cooperated eagerly as Lin Yiping snapped several photographs. One could only admire Lin Yiping, who seamlessly combined the roles of director, screenwriter, photographer, and editor. After quickly taking several shots, he imported them to his computer and efficiently produced a series of images brimming with a heroic aura. In the photos, the young man donned a simple, modest black cloth shirt, casually leaning against an ancient stove, his attire even adorned with a few patches. His long, ebony hair was carelessly tied up with a chopstick, leaving several strands to flutter beside his cheeks. Beneath those wisps, his handsome visage was strikingly refined, his eyes resembling a deep, cold pool, exuding a chilling sense of detachment that added a layer of narrative depth to his unpretentious appearance. Even in an environment where pots and pans were haphazardly arranged, no one would perceive him as merely an ordinary cook. Upon viewing the photos, Xiao He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Dao, your skills are truly remarkable. Basic skills, no need to overdo it. Lin Yiping smiled slightly, then urged Xiao He to release the photos. Xiao He complied eagerly, posting an update from his newly created account. Xiao He, thank you all for your support. Currently filming for Thief Catcher, and I hope to share this new work with you all soon. Thank you for your support. Image collage. Wow, is this Xiao Ji's first post? That's fantastic. I will definitely support you. Boss, you finally remembered you registered an account? I thought your acting was so convincing that you got caught. Xiao, your character Mu Zhe is incredibly handsome. I'm your fan. When will you portray a charming robe again? I can't get enough of it. Is Mu Zhe really dead? Surely not. Can we have a special episode? I'm so sad. Doesn't anyone care about the drama stills Xiao Gu posted? It looks like a martial arts backdrop. I'm already looking forward to it. Is he a cold-blooded killer? With Xiao Ji's looks. It would be a shame not to cast him as a psychopath or a killer. Xiao Gu, please stay in your comfort zone. The entertainment industry truly lacks actors like you. As the post went live, a flood of comments poured in, primarily from those who had followed him from video clips on Bilibili, many still discussing the character Mu Zhe, though some also expressed anticipation and interest in Xiao He's new drama. Frankly, it was the first time so many strangers had conveyed their admiration and affirmation towards him. Xiao He felt a mix of surprise and delight. The previously cold and distant follower count seemed to materialize in that moment. Browsing through the fans' comments, Xiao He selectively replied to a few before finally putting away his phone. All right, time to get to work. Lin Yiping was also waiting for him. Once he had managed the online matters, she called for the others to prepare, and the bustling shoot was about to commence. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Xiao He, another familiar face had seen his video. How an entertainment company. Cheng Hongwen glanced down at his phone, narrowing his eyes slightly. This newcomer exhibited quite impressive acting skills, with related videos on Bilibili surpassing 5 million views and new videos continuously joining the mix. His performance in Heart of Embers had also steadily increased in viewership, transforming into a recent hit drama. According to the post-broadcast data, he had essentially propelled the entire show's promotional momentum, making him one of the most promising newcomers. Chung Hongwen's assistant was diligently reporting beside him how an entertainment company is renowned in the industry as a hub for generating popular stars, with countless celebrities and influencers under its banner, ranking among the top-tier companies in the entertainment realm. As the ace agent here, Chung Hongwen's roster included not only the popular Ran Yunrui, but also a newly crowned actress with a bright developmental trajectory. Even so, they routinely gathered data on emerging talents in the industry, conducting capability analyses to identify and recruit a select number of high-potential newcomers. Unexpectedly, Chung Hongwen found himself encountering a familiar face. The peculiar expression on his countenance was a remnant of the previous rear-end collision incident. At that time, Xiao He had been largely obscured by sunglasses and a mask, rendering him nearly silent, which left Chung with little impression of the young man, save for the formidable aura he exuded, which appeared rather intimidating and did not evoke any association with the realm of acting. However, recognizing the potential value of this emerging talent, Chung resolved to devise a means to secure his involvement. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively concluded, "Then you shall initiate contact." Despite their prior unpleasantness, Chung was confident that Xiao He would not dismiss this opportunity. After all, their illustrious entertainment company was a titan within the industry, who would not aspire to join their ranks. "Very well, Brother Chung." Chapter 20 stood up. The following day, "Is Vast Entertainment looking to sign me?" "Indeed." The assistant on the other end inquired whether a face-to-face meeting might be possible. Xiao He, holding his phone, was taken aback. "If memory serves, this Vast Entertainment is the agency of the former star, Ran Yunrui, is it not?" "It is indeed one of the titans of the entertainment industry." He never anticipated they would reach out to him. Naturally, Xiao He harbored no fondness for a company that primarily operated through manipulating public opinion and controlling traffic. Nevertheless, this presented a rare opportunity to gain insight into the contracts and conditions of such a major corporation, an experience worth having. After scheduling a time over the phone, the call concluded. Lin Yipeng approached and cautioned Xiao He, stating that Vast Entertainment was quite controversial within the industry, urging him to consider carefully before making any hasty decisions. "I understand." Xiao He nodded in response. "It's fine. I merely wish to observe." Thus, the next day, Xiao He, having requested leave from Lin Yipeng in advance, arrived at the CAF ahead of schedule. This CAF, located near the film studio, was one he had frequented with Pu Rong several times, and he was relatively familiar with the owner. Upon entering, he greeted her, "Good afternoon, Sister Zhou." "Good afternoon, Xiao He," the owner replied, a plump middle-aged woman dressed stylishly, her eyes radiating warmth and friendliness. "Is Pu not accompanying you today?" "I have an appointment today to discuss work matters," Xiao He responded with a smile. "I see. Let me find you a quieter spot," she offered. "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Sister Zhou." Sister Zhou led Xiao He to a secluded corner, perfect for conversation. However, after approximately 20 minutes had passed, with most of his coffee consumed, the individual he was expecting had yet to arrive. Xiao He sighed, checking his phone again. He was certain of the details. Were large companies truly this lackadaisical with their time? Or did they simply disregard his presence entirely? A wry smile crossed his lips, a rare surge of irritation washing over him. He decisively dialed the assistant who had contacted him earlier. Meanwhile, the assistant, burdened with items, hurriedly followed Chung Hongwen, his expression fraught with urgency. "Brother Chung, my phone is ringing. It must be Xiao He. Tell him to reschedule." Chung Hongwen replied nonchalantly. "We must rush to pick up Yu. If she gets cornered at the hotel, it will be disastrous." Understood. The assistant struggled to free one hand to answer Xiao He's call, only to be hastily urged on by Chung Hongwen. "Hurry up. Has the driver not arrived yet? I'll call him right away." The assistant had no choice but to temporarily disconnect from Xiao He, redirecting his attention to the driver. On the other end, listening to the busy signal after being abruptly cut off, Xiao He found himself both amused and infuriated. What was this? Had he truly been stood up? Was this how large companies operated, treating him like a mere fool? At that precise moment, a notification banner appeared at the top of his phone. Breaking. National film Queen Su Yu in clandestine rendezvous with her boyfriend. Suspected underground romance exposed. Xiao He narrowed his eyes. Suyo, the film queen? He instinctively clicked on it. In the early hours of today, Su Yuyu was spotted with her secret boyfriend at a hotel within the Shanghai film base. The footage shows Su Yuyu and the man in intimate gestures, fingers intertwined. The account breaking the news was a well-known paparazzi source, and the content pertained to the recent romantic entanglement of the newly crowned film queen Su Yuyu. The cover featured a strikingly pure-looking woman, her gentle and sweet smile captivating. Xiao He astutely noted that this Su Yuyu belonged to Vast Entertainment. Could it be that the people over there were unresponsive due to this romantic revelation? Yet, regardless of the circumstances, it should not have resulted in him being ghosted. At the very least, a call or message would suffice. In essence, it spoke to a lack of regard for him. Xiao He found it rather ironic and reclined back, leisurely scrolling through the comments. Spreading rumors is a crime. Vast Entertainment has issued a statement. Please delete the video and apologize immediately. Haha, before clicking in, I was wondering which film queen it could be. Turns out it's the new Water Lily, so it's no big deal. Talent does not match position. Her downfall is only a matter of time. Careful upstairs. If they come for us, we'll be the first to flee. Indeed, just a fan-only visible debunking announcement. Those photos are practically mouth-to-mouth. Don't tell me they were exchanging bad breath. Forget it. You can never wake someone who is sound asleep. Even if it's true, I find it inconsequential. Yu has always let her talent speak for itself. Actors are not prohibited from falling in love. Nonsense. She is at the onset of her career. Dating is a significant distraction. For heaven's sake, Yu, wake up. The comments varied widely, and trending topics followed one after another. This spectacle could hardly be understated as the most sensational romantic gossip of the latter half of the year. Xiao He, initially unfamiliar with Su Yuyu, came to understand the situation through the comments. Su Yuyu was a newcomer nurtured by Vast Entertainment over the past few years, possessing both beauty and talent. Last year, under the company's guidance, she successfully claimed the Baming Award for Best Actress. Since Su Yuyu had consistently adopted a pure, innocent persona, her films typically portrayed her as the campus belle or the idealized object of affection. Coupled with Vast Entertainment's frequent marketing of her as a gentle and kind-hearted individual, her fans developed a potent sense of possessiveness and control, perceiving anyone as a potential threat to their beloved Yuyu, reminiscent of a mother raising a daughter. Consequently, when news of Su Yuyu's romantic affair emerged, the backlash from her fan base was particularly severe. Many could not accept the reality of their beloved little cabbage being besmirched. Xiao He shook his head with a hint of lamentation. TSK. Thus, this is the price one pays for bearing the weight of attention. To attain it, one must be prepared for the repercussions. Xiao He finished the last sip of his coffee, dismissing the matter from his mind as he tucked away his phone. Ready to depart, he contemplated how to deal with the agent who had stood him up upon his return. A gentle chime echoed at the CAF door as a girl, adorned with a hat and mask, hurried in, brushing past Xiao He and making her way towards the back exit. Xiao He, maintaining his focus, exchanged a brief word with Sister Zhou at the counter before pulling open the door to leave. At that moment, a similarly disguised man slipped through the gap of the door, also heading towards the back exit, brushing past Xiao He. Xiao He paused, his hand lingering on the door. He turned his head, catching only a fleeting glimpse of the man as he darted past the back door. Xiao He narrowed his eyes. There was an unmistakable aura of kinship. Something was amiss. That fellow was decidedly suspicious. Remembering the girl who had hastily passed earlier, Xiao He withdrew his hand and turned to follow her toward the back exit. The CAF's rear door led into a narrow alleyway, relatively secluded, flanked by towering buildings. The ground was cluttered with items from nearby shops, creating a chaotic and constricted atmosphere. Xiao He cautiously navigated around the obstacles, stealthily advancing until he finally spotted the figures of the two individuals ahead. Please, I beg you, do not follow me any longer. Is one exposure not enough? The masked girl could no longer contain herself and turned to scream at the man behind her. Chapter 21. Has Xiao He committed another offense? What more do you want? Su Yuyu exclaimed in despair. Indeed, she had been secretly dating a boyfriend without her fans or agent knowing, exercising great caution to keep their relationship hidden for over 6 months. However, She never anticipated that this time she would be caught off guard and photographed by paparazzi, nearly cornered by frenzied fans at the hotel. To avoid exacerbating the situation, Su Yu had no choice but to separate from her boyfriend and evacuate the hotel, attempting to escape the pursuit of fans and reporters. Yet, to her dismay, she encountered what appeared to be paparazzi shortly after departing. Su Yu felt a surge of panic and frustration, unable to comprehend why such individuals were fixated on her. "Don't cry, Yu. I'm not a paparazzo. I'm a fan who loves you," the man rasped, his gaze lingering on her. Su Yu, on the verge of tears, was momentarily taken aback. You're not a paparazzo?" "Indeed, I'm your fan. I've attended all your events. You even shook my hand last time." The man's face was alight with excitement as he clutched his camera, trembling slightly. "Look, I have so many photos of you on this camera. I haven't washed that hand since I returned home. You see, it still carries your scent." In that instant, Su Yu's face drained of color, turning a ghastly pale. Not a paparazzo, but a stalker. The initial anger evaporated, and Su Yu instinctively took a step back, fearfully gazing at the overly excited man before her. I should go, don't leave." The man reached out, gripping her wrist tightly, causing Su Yu to scream in terror. What are you doing? Let go." Instead of releasing her, he pulled her closer, eyes filled with indignation. "Yu, what is your relationship with that man? Are you really in love? Have you slept together? Didn't you say you wouldn't date and would focus on your career?" Su Yu was terrified, nearly paralyzed with fear as the man removed his mask, intent on smelling her. She felt both disgusted and frightened, trying to break free from his grip, yet it felt as if she were caught in a vice, impossible to escape. Just then, something yanked at the man's neck, pulling him sharply backward. Bang! He was caught off guard, his head crashing against the wall behind him. Ouch! He yelped in agony. Yet, Xiao He did not relent. He released his hold on the man's camera strap and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Ugh! Blood gushed from the man's nose as he staggered, clutching his face in pain. "Who the hell are you? Does it matter who I am?" With that, Xiao He kicked the man hard in the stomach, rendering him curled up on the ground. "Are you all right?" Xiao He inquired, looking up at Su Yu. However, Su Yu screamed, "Be careful, he has a knife." Xiao He felt as though a flash of silver light had darted past him. He instinctively retracted his neck and head, leaning backward just in time to evade the lethal attack from his assailant. "You wish to snatch her away from me?" The man shouted frantically, continuing to swing the small knife in his hand, yelling for everyone to die. Su Yu took several steps back, trembling all over, clearly terrified to the utmost. Yet, Xiao He maintained his composure and calmness, his gaze fixed intently on the man's knife-wielding movements, retreating slowly to keep a relatively safe distance while retrieving a fork from his pocket, the kind used for dessert, one he had casually taken from Sister Zhou's shop. In the next moment, seizing the opportunity, Xiao He wielded the fork as if it were a razor-sharp blade, executing a deft maneuver aimed at the man's wrist holding the knife. If Pu Rong or Lin Yipeng had been present, they would have recognized that Xiao He was employing the bone-picking technique, albeit with an unremarkable fork in his grasp. What difference did it make? The prongs of the fork were exceedingly sharp, swiftly etching numerous fine, crimson lines across the man's wrist. With a swift flick of the fork, blood spurted forth, turning his wrist into a gruesome sight. A scream erupted from the man, coinciding with Su Yu's gasp of shock. At that moment, the knife clattered to the ground. Xiao He kicked the knife aside, his gaze icy as he regarded the howling man, his tone impatient. "Stay still. Wait for the police." Clutching his wrist, the man raised his head to meet Xiao He's gaze, fear flickering in his eyes, rendering him hesitant to move further. Su Yu glanced at the ruthlessly fierce Xiao He and then at the now cowering man, swallowing hard before hastily pulling out her phone. "Teach, thank you. I'll call the police now." "Oh my, both of you look quite dangerous." "Officer, save me." Thus, when the police arrived, they found Xiao He bloodied, alongside the prostrate assailant, and Su Yu curled up in a corner. The officers were puzzled. Wait a minute, weren't we told there was only one suspect? Why is there another? Coincidentally, the familiar faces of Officer Zhang and his apprentice, Officer Li, appeared, surveying the scene, with bloodstains and a bloodied Xiao He. Officer Lee's eyes brimmed with sympathy and regret. Look at this. How is it that you've barely been out for a while and already gotten into trouble again? Xiao He could only respond with silence. Last time, he and team managed to explain clearly, and this time it felt even more challenging. Fortunately, Su Yu promptly clarified the situation for him. Consequently, the assailant was taken to the hospital while they boarded the police car heading to the station. Along the way, Officer Zhang scrutinized Xiao He once more, then inquired, Xiao, how did you manage to inflict such injuries? You nearly severed the tendons. Where did you learn that? Xiao He. Acting requires it, so I casually learned a few things online. Officer Zhang, with a hint of implication, responded, Learned online? You possess quite the discerning intellect. Xiao He chuckled awkwardly, mustering the courage to reply, yes. As his words faded, an oppressive silence enveloped the car. Officer Xiao Li, driving, frequently glanced at Xiao He through the rearview mirror, while Officer Zhang, seated to Xiao He's left, ceased to speak. On Xiao He's other side, Su Yu bowed her head, engrossed in her phone, lost in thought. Thus, each harbored their own contemplations as they returned to the police station to await the outcome. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Hongwen hurriedly arrived. Yu, are you all right? When Cheng Hongwen received the news, his heart nearly leapt from his chest, and only upon confirming Su Yu's safety did he exhale in relief. I'm fine, Su Yu timidly replied, though her gaze instinctively drifted outside. Cheng Hongwen, exasperated, exclaimed, What are you looking at? Surely you wouldn't summon your boyfriend at a time like this? That would spell disaster for both of you. It was only moments ago that Cheng Hongwen learned that Su Yu was romantically involved with someone from within their circle, a top-tier idol no less. If this were to leak, both would face ruin. The fans alone could tear Su Yu apart. Feeling cornered by Cheng Hongwen's words, Su Yu retracted her neck, cautiously acknowledging the individual behind her. This incident was largely thanks to Mr. Xiao. Had it not been for him, I might not be here. It was then that Cheng Hongwen noticed Xiao He, his expression one of surprise. It's you? Xiao He had indeed seen Cheng Hongwen earlier, yet he had little desire to engage with him. What a fateful connection. You know each other? Su Yu asked, astonished. Ahem, just some professional dealings. Cheng Hongwen coughed lightly. Xiao He, with an impassive expression, retrieved his phone, displaying his missed call log. So, this is why you stood me up, completely disregarding my attempts to reach you? Chapter 22. The Romance Trends Online. Is my boyfriend actually myself? Apologies, my sincere apologies. The assistant repeatedly expressed remorse to Xiao He. I did not intend to stand you up. Xiao Tan, it is indeed inappropriate for you to handle matters this way. Regardless of how urgent the situation may be, you must ensure the follow-up work is arranged properly. This cannot happen again. Cheng Hongwen interjected supportively. Xiao He, such blatant deflection. Does he truly believe I am so easily deceived? Xiao He, I understand that our previous encounters have not been pleasant, but it is all a misunderstanding. There is no need to take it to heart. Noticing Xiao He's silence, Cheng Hongwen casually inquired about his willingness to sign a contract. I believe your talents are commendable. What do you think about joining Hao Entertainment? You must be aware of Hao Entertainment's prowess. Once you join us, you are bound to achieve great success. No, I find the alignment between you and Hao Entertainment fundamentally incompatible. Xiao He replied expressionlessly. I have encountered nothing but misfortune. Do not speak so definitively. You should consider it. Cheng Hongwen glanced at Su Yu, remarking, This time you saved Yu again. I can assist in enhancing your contract terms, and then no need. Xiao He continued to decline, stating that assisting others was merely his personal choice. He did not require any form of repayment from them. Meanwhile, Su Yu struggled to interject, observing Cheng Hongwen's attempts to persuade Xiao He, biting her lip and lowering her gaze, seemingly engulfed in some emotional turmoil. Mr. Xiao, just then, Officer Zhang and Officer Li entered, interrupting the dialogue. We have thoroughly investigated the situation. The camera on the suspect's chest was recording at the time and captured the entire ordeal. Officer Zhang looked at Xiao He. Student Xiao, we owe you our gratitude for your timely arrival. However, in future occurrences, please exercise caution. The private individual has already received treatment for his injuries at the hospital and is currently en route to the police station. where he has been vocally accusing you of intentional harm, demanding the police take action against you. Nevertheless, the evidence is clear, and your actions were entirely in self-defense. The police will not acquiesce to his demands. Upon hearing Officer Zhang's words, Xiao He felt a flush of embarrassment. Understood. Seeing Officer Zhang's arrival, Chung Hongwen, who had been focused on Xiao He's contract, immediately shifted his attention, aggressively inquiring about the current status of the private individual, claiming that their lawyer was on the way, insisting they would ensure the private individual faced severe consequences this time. Officer Zhang was inundated with questions. While Officer Li sheepishly approached Xiao He to apologize, "My apologies, Student Xiao. I have misunderstood you on several occasions. This is truly embarrassing." Previously believing Xiao He had surrendered, and now assuming he had committed an offense, he never anticipated he could be so superficial. Officer Li was filled with shame. Xiao He, having grown accustomed to such misunderstandings, casually rubbed his nose and replied, "No worries. However, Officer Li, is this private individual engaging in such behavior for the first time? I have an unsettling feeling that there is a certain sin of blood that only those of the same kind can perceive emanating from him. If it were merely an attempted murder, he might not immediately sense something amiss and would have followed suit. Thus, unless this illegitimate child has other cases." Officer Xiao's expression hardened. "Does classmate Xiao have any additional discoveries? So far, we have not uncovered any prior offenses associated with cumping. Cumping is the name of this illegitimate child. Typically, when such incidents occur, the police would certainly verify the individual's identity and investigate any past criminal records and social connections. Based on the information currently available, this cumping appears to pose no issues." At that moment, he exhibited an unusual agitation concerning Miss Su's romantic involvement. And during the act of violence, he used the word "also," suggesting that Miss Su's relationship may have reminded him of another individual. "I fear there may be other victims involved." "What?" Officer Xiao immediately took this seriously. "We will re-examine those recordings." Due to the camera attached to cumping being unsteady, there was much background noise. Thus, they had only confirmed Xiao He's actions and the situation at the scene, without technically reducing and restoring the audio from the camera. Since Xiao He has raised this suspicion, their subsequent investigation will focus on this aspect. Naturally, they will also prioritize examining the circumstances surrounding cumping's acquaintances. Officer Xiao sincerely thanked Xiao He, saying, "Thank you for your reminder. We will get to the bottom of this." "Yes, thank you, Officer Li." As Officer Xiao went about his duties, Xiao He prepared to leave the police station. However, after taking only a few steps, he received a call from Pu Rong. "Hello, brother. You need to check the trending topics. Is it you alongside Su Yuyu?" "Huh?" For a moment, Xiao He was blank. Quickly looking at the trending topics, Su Yuyu's mysterious boyfriend appears. The two were seen together in a police car. Breaking. Su Yuyu's mysterious boyfriend turns out to be him. In the photo, Su Yuyu had red-rimmed eyes, speaking with a young man wearing sunglasses and a mask. The young man donned a simple white t-shirt and jeans, carrying a black backpack, tall and leggy, exuding a somewhat brooding aura. If only he didn't resemble Xiao He's current attire. Xiao He hesitated to confirm, glancing down at his own outfit once more. White t-shirt. Yes, a gift from my mother of excellent quality, loved it for 2 years. Jeans. Yes, purchased recently on a certain online marketplace, recommended by Pu Rong. Backpack, yes, for carrying my computer. Ever since acquiring hacking skills, having my laptop when I go out gives me an inexplicable sense of security. Xiao He. So the revealed boyfriend of Su Yuyu is actually me? Ah, who? Me? The marketing accounts and those paparazzi have gone mad. For no reason. Don't drag an innocent bystander into this. Is it you? Pu Rong continued on the phone. That outfit. I saw you leave this morning in the same ensemble. It is me, but it has nothing to do with me. Xiao He adjusted his mask, suddenly feeling as though all eyes were upon him. He anxiously curled himself into a corner. At this moment, he could only be thankful for his habit of wearing a mask and sunglasses when venturing outside, as it had successfully concealed his visage from the prying eyes of the paparazzi. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly find himself entangled in trending news alongside Su Yuyu. Having recently gained a modicum of fame on Bilibili, Any association with Su Yu's romantic escapades would spell disaster for his burgeoning career. What on earth is happening? Do you need assistance? Where are you now? Make sure to hide well. You must not let anyone uncover your identity, regardless of whether you are Su Yu's current boyfriend. Her legion of fans would surely tear you to shreds. Pu Rong urged anxiously, while in the background, Lin Yiping's voice could be heard. I'll reach out to the elders at home and ask them to help suppress this trending topic. You need to get in touch with Su Yu's side quickly. Understood. I will handle it. Thank you. Xiao He hastily ended the call, maintaining a composed expression as he sought out Cheng Hongwen. On the other end of the corridor, Cheng Hongwen had also received the news. Observing the current situation online, he momentarily furrowed his brow before quickly relaxing. Thankfully, the paparazzi had misunderstood, believing that the Xiao He they captured was indeed Su Yu's boyfriend. The truth about Su Yu's romantic entanglements could no longer be concealed. He must ensure that the repercussions are minimized. The good news is that the other party is being cautious, as of now. Even the paparazzi remain unaware that Su Yu's partner is none other than the popular idol Su Xingxi. Otherwise, should Su Xingxi's girlfriend fans come after them, both Su Yu and Su Xingxi would face catastrophic repercussions in their careers. At this point, the only apparent solution seems to be to acknowledge that Xiao He is Su Yu's boyfriend. Chapter 23. Let Xiao He take the blame? You must admit your relationship with Xiao He. Cheng Hongwen grasped Su Yu's arm, his tone grave. Su Yu was taken aback, quickly shaking her head. How could that be? My boyfriend is clearly Su Yu. Are you intent on ruining everyone? Cheng Hongwen snapped, his gaze icy, causing Su Yu to shrink back, tears welling in her eyes. Your relationship will never be accepted by the public. You are both at the peak of your careers. Cheng Hongwen took a deep breath. If not for yourself, think of your boyfriend. If Su Yu were merely dating the newcomer Xiao He, the worst she would face would be mockery for her poor judgment, and Xiao He would be labeled a gigolo. However, if it were with Su Xingxi, both would be condemned. At that moment, Su Yu's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly answered. Axie, Yu. Listen to me. The gentle voice on the other end soothed her anxious heart, calming her panic. The purpose of this call was also to urge Su Yu to acknowledge her relationship with Xiao He, diverting public attention towards him. Yu, we have no way out. I truly love you, and I cannot bear to see your relationship with someone else trending online. But we must consider our future. Su Yu, with tears in her eyes, wore a look of confusion and helplessness. Yu. Cheng Hongwen snatched the phone away. I will handle this matter. You just need to keep yourself safe. He hung up abruptly, casting a cold gaze at the indecisive girl before him. You don't need to get involved personally. I will take care of everything. Just wait quietly for the public sentiment to pass. But Xiao He saved me. Su Yu mumut. He should be thanking us for this opportunity. If it weren't for you, would he be so famous? Cheng Hongwen asserted, believing that this incident would benefit Xiao He, allowing him to gain a better foothold in the industry under the guise of being Su Yu's boyfriend. Yu, in matters of romance, the male party suffers the least. As long as it doesn't cross legal boundaries, such affairs are merely romantic escapades for male artists. But for female artists, it is entirely different. After this, climbing the ladder will be 100 times more difficult for you. Your image is already that of a pure flower. When you act love-struck, and Xiao He is not present as a good man, everyone will think you were deceived. If you then play the victim, I will help you transition towards a more assertive, mature persona. They say that after experiencing heartbreak, female artists tend to grow, right? Eventually, everyone will see you in a new light. Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed from behind Cheng Hongwen. Both he and Su Yu jump in surprise. Turning to see Xiao He leaning against the corner, his expression unreadable, his eyes harboring a hint of chill. It is quite commendable that you have arranged everything so clearly for me even before my arrival. Cheng Hongwen was taken aback to be caught off guard by another party involved, leading to a moment of awkwardness. However, recovering swiftly, he began to persuade Xiao He. Xiao He, this presents an extraordinary opportunity for you to skyrocket in popularity. Just consider, if you were to remain a mere actor, how long would it take for you to be seen by the public? With the identity of Su Yu's boyfriend, any endeavor you pursue will inherently attract a substantial audience. His words, though grandiose, were undeniably self-serving. Surely, you cannot suggest that the traffic refers solely to the detractors pursuing me with vitriol? Xiao He coldly exposed Chung Hongwen's facade. Chung Hongwen continued, I can secure you a contract with Xiao Entertainment, along with an A-level agreement. I assure you, if you assist us in navigating this predicament, I can offer you the lead role in a major IP drama, perhaps even several. I reiterate, I am not willing. Xiao He gazed at them with an air of quiet defiance. Miss Su, do you share the sentiment? Su Yu looked at the individuals before her heart torn and conflicted. In truth, she was indifferent to the scorn directed at her. However, what about Axie? He was still transitioning in his career, having promised her a perfect wedding in the future. Yet, Mr. Xiao was clearly innocent in this matter. Su Yu opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, Chung Hongwen forcefully grasped her shoulder. Su Yu, silence. Su Yu trembled slightly, as if all strength had drained from her being. Xiao He observed with a cold, ironic detachment, feeling a sense of both sorrow and ridicule. Whether Su Yu genuinely exhibited timidity or was merely perceived as a delicate flower by online commentators, she had perhaps long forgotten her true self, having worn those labels for too long. If one cannot stand firm, how can one expect life to improve? As Xiao He turned to leave, Chung Hongwen, taken aback by Xiao He's resolute attitude, coldly threatened, we are merely informing you. As an individual without a company or background, do you truly believe you can contend with us? Xiao He said nothing, only letting out a derisive laugh. You may attempt to. He then departed without a backward glance. Chung Hongwen, wanting to retain him, took a step forward but bit back his frustration, beginning to dial for assistance to rally support. Damn stubborn fool. I will make him realize how ridiculous he truly is. Su Yu clenched her fists, ultimately lowering her gaze. Meanwhile, Su Xingxi hung up the phone as his manager entered the room. What's the situation online? He inquired. Essentially, that sudden newcomer has captivated everyone's attention. Currently, no one suspects you. The astute female manager adjusted her glasses, her expression notably serious. Did I not previously warn you that idols should not engage in romantic relationships? Liujia, we are human too. We have desires. A shadow flickered across Su Xingxi's eyes, his handsome face adorned with an expression of pitiful grievance. Dating is certainly preferable to being a mere pest. During his time in the group, Su Xingxi embodied the persona of a gentle prince. However, following the disbandment of the team, he joined Jackson Entertainment, where his striking good looks captivated a significant portion of the fan base. Although he is now labeled as an idol, he is simultaneously venturing into acting and singing, marking a pivotal moment in his transformation. Yet, when faced with the visage that fans have dubbed miraculous, Lu Rulon remained as tranquil as still water, utterly unmoved. If there's a next time, I truly will not concern myself with you. Come on, Lu Jie, I know you're the best. You're my ace manager, Su Xingxi grinned. Lu Rulon, however, lowered her gaze, concealing the impatience in her eyes. Before becoming Su Xingxi's manager, Lu Rulon had already guided numerous award-winning actors and actresses, establishing herself as one of the most seasoned and distinguished managers at Jackson Entertainment, a name well known within the industry. Initially, she believed managing such a popular idol would be a straightforward task, but after enduring the turmoil of recent days, Lu Rulon was genuinely tempted to vent her frustrations. This Su Xingxi seemed incapable of excelling at anything. Even worse, he lacked ambition and struggled to control his desires. If it were feasible, Lu Rulon would have relished the opportunity to ignite public discourse, sending Su Xingxi soaring into the limelight while she gracefully resigned. Alas, the reality remained that she had to continue cleaning up his mess. Chapter 24. Taking the fall? Igniting public opinion. Xiao He did not venture too far. He returned to Sister Zhou's CAF. Finding a quiet corner, he retrieved his laptop from his bag. If he had previously wished to avoid trouble, it was now evident that trouble had sought him out, and Xiao He would not retreat any further. At this moment, the internet was ablaze with discussions sparked by the appearance of the mysterious boyfriend. Is he someone from the industry? Paparazzi. Are you even capable of capturing a full-face shot? If you had rushed over and pulled off his mask, you would have made headlines today. Just a passerby. Based on my years of experience in admiring handsome men, this guy has a great physique and must be quite handsome. Su Yu is indeed well taken care of. Haha. How can you tell he's handsome? Take off the mask, and you might find him hideous. Yu, your mother forbids you from dating. Absolutely not. Even if he is older, it's still a no, despite having mentally prepared himself. The comments made Xiao He realized that his preparation was still insufficient. This generation of netizens, well, the onlookers always seem to outnumber the fans of the main subject. Without hesitation, Xiao He began tracing the IP address, silencing the accounts of Chung Hongwen's online army, including those associated with Haoan Entertainment. Although these accounts could still post related comments and updates, Xiao He utilized technical measures to limit their visibility, causing network lag for others attempting to view them, thereby reducing their exposure. Next, Xiao He opened the previously leaked photo of Su Yu's mysterious boyfriend and commenced coding for a comprehensive online search. According to Chung Hongwen, this individual was likely also from the industry and quite prominent. Revealing his identity would create quite a stir. Xiao He swiftly pinpointed his target. Su Shengxi, a star from Jiaxing Entertainment, a top-tier idol with over 100 million fans online, one of the hottest idols at present. This Su Shengxi, in terms of both status and appearance, fit the description perfectly. Moreover, he was currently in the city, and Xiao He discovered his assistant's hotel check-in record. Indeed, this was a solid lead. Xiao He immediately began drafting an article and disseminated it to the marketing accounts of both Haoan Entertainment and Jiaxing Entertainment. With his hacking skills, he could accurately select these accounts. For the sake of traffic, these marketing accounts would do anything. Once they had a target, even a top-tier star could be scrutinized mercilessly. These marketing accounts had already been quietly following the gossip surrounding Su Yu's romance. Xiao He's anonymous tip-off quickly caught their attention. Some, wary of Su Shengxi, chose to observe from the sidelines, but more marketing accounts surged forth, propelling the romantic saga of Su Shengxi and Su Yu to the top of trending searches. Breaking. Su Yu and Su Shengxi's relationship has been thoroughly exposed. National film queen Su Yu and popular idol Su Shengxi in a romantic entanglement. Su Yu's mysterious boyfriend revealed. Could it be him? Thus, when both parties least expected it, their true story began to spread wildly across the internet. Before clicking in, how is this possible? After clicking in, oh my, even my house is on fire. The contrast in details is striking. As a dedicated fan for 7 years, I almost failed to notice it. As a 5-year fan, this sitting posture seemed somewhat familiar to me. Yet I hesitated to voice my thoughts. My goodness, could it truly be Su Shengxi? To my knowledge, Su Shengxi was indeed filming in the Shanghai market during this period, but I dare not elaborate further. However, it seems incorrect. The previously revealed masked man is evidently taller than Su Shengxi. Upon comparison, Su Yu stands approximately at 1.60 meters, and the individual sitting beside her is only half a head taller, suggesting a height of around 1.78 meters. Yet, the masked gentleman stands a full head above Su Yu, which roughly translates to a height of about 1.83 meters. Clearly, these two are not the same person. It is widely known that Su Shengxi's official height is 1.80 meters, with an actual height of 1.78 meters. So, who is Su Yu's true boyfriend? Oh dear, what a perplexing riddle. I see now. The young man in the mask is merely an innocent scapegoat. How unfortunate. Truly impressive, the discerning netizens. Without you, I might have missed the genuine scoop, and in my next life, I shall aspire to be your online companion. What is happening? Chung Hongwen, with reddened eyes, glared at the computer before him, bewildered by the rapid actions of those marketing accounts. When did their efficiency reach such absurd heights? How could they have uncovered Su Shengxi so swiftly? Quickly clarify and instruct the online army to guide the narrative. Chung Hongwen anxiously directed his assistant. However, the assistant, staring at the chat interface on his phone, began to perspire profusely. No, it's bad. For some reason, the messages from our online team cannot be sent. Their network remains perpetually busy. What? Are you jesting? Chung Hongwen nearly laughed in disbelief. Why was their internet faltering when everyone else's was functioning well? If memory serves, their office building shares a wall with the mobile telecom headquarters. Do not underestimate this group of online operatives. They possess a legitimate studio and even occupy an entire floor in the central office building, neighboring the largest telecommunications provider in Huaxia. So, to claim poor internet connection? Ridiculous. It must be that Yu's adversaries are seizing the opportunity to strike. Cheng Hongwan gritted his teeth, the thought being the only explanation he could fathom, while Xiao He was long forgotten in his mind. Find another online team and contact the relevant platforms to retract the trending search. Understood. The assistant nodded hastily, discreetly exiting before Cheng Hongwan could unleash further fury. Meanwhile, chaos reigned on Su Shengxi's side as Lu Rulon urgently instructed Sculpture+Entertainment to issue a clarification, firmly deciding to deny any allegations. After all, since the paparazzi had failed to capture a clear face, the online rumors were merely speculation. As long as they maintained their denial, there would still be room for reversal. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, the online conjectures stirred up a tempestuous uproar. Su Yu skyrocketed to fame upon her debut, her first film achieving remarkable national acclaim, making her a household name. As for Su Shengxi, his rise from the immensely popular talent show that captivated the nation has garnered him a loyal fan base, many of whom have followed him since that era. His formidable presence has led some fervent fans within the domestic entertainment sphere to dub him the most fervent supporter. The juxtaposition of their names generates a sensation akin to a grand explosion. Meanwhile, the situation surrounding Xiao He has become irrelevant. After all, the main subject has revealed his true colors, and naturally, others have little regard for the identity of a scapegoat. Aside from a few overly curious individuals still inquiring about this young man, the spectators have collectively shifted their attention to the comment sections of the other two. Seizing this opportunity to ignite the century's conflict, Xiao He quietly eliminated all photographs related to him, waving off any lingering clouds of attention. This situation is far too grand, and he chooses not to partake. After tidying up, Xiao He borrowed a light plaid jacket from Sister Zhou, enveloping his attire in black backpack, before discreetly departing the CF. Chapter 25. The instinct of the hound. The following day, the tumult on the internet showed no signs of abating. Despite Su Shengxi's solemn declaration of his single status and Su Yu's denial of any romantic involvement with him, many assumed they had succumbed to external pressures and parted ways. The strength of gossiping netizens is truly unfathomable. With merely a hint of suspicion, they can validate or invalidate rumors from myriad angles and through various means. Even in the absence of genuine intimate photographs of Su Shengxi and Su Yu, the majority of netizens had formed their own conclusions, while only the most fervent fans of both parties continued to struggle in denial. However, none of this concerned Xiao He or the crew of his drama, The Thief Catcher. Upon arriving on set, Xiao He was immediately surrounded. When he recounted the incident of rescuing Su Yu, Pu Rong was taken aback and quickly scrutinized Xiao He, asking, "Are you all right?" Xiao He shrugged, "I'm fine. It was that private student who sustained some injuries." "That's a relief," Pu Rong exhaled, visibly relaxed. "Those paparazzi are utterly unethical, daring to spread such falsehoods just for clicks. It's madness." Lin Yipeng chimed in, "Indeed." Xiao He sighed. "There was quite a commotion at the time, and Su Yu was right beside me. It's only natural they would distort the facts." "You should sue them," Pu Rong asserted indignantly. "Let it go," Xiao He replied, shaking his head in resignation. "That paparazzo probably doesn't even know who I am. The expos didn't reveal my face or any identifying information. If I were to pursue this, there's not much I could do." He continued, "At most, he just compiled the individual as past criminal records and social media blunders, reporting him to the authorities. But, alas, this was done by a well-meaning netizen. What connection does it have with me?" Uninformed, Pu Rong sighed again. "True. It has seemed unfair to that guy. How infuriating. Perhaps Xiao He should refrain from getting involved further. If he gets dragged into this, he might be accused of riding the coattails of the controversy." Lin Yipeng thoughtfully analyzed. Xiao He jestingly turned to Director Lin. "Director, this is a tremendous opportunity for publicity. Why not seize it to promote your film?" Lin Yipeng replied, "I would love to, but to spare you from the backlash, I think it's best to let it be." Xiao He chuckled. Honestly, if he dared to claim that masked figure and simultaneously promote our thief catcher crew, I fear within an hour, No, within 10 minutes. Our entire crew would be lambasted. Best to avoid that. It's for the good of both man and beast. Thus, the matter was dropped, and Xiao He continued filming his scenes with the crew. They had successfully wrapped up the storyline and transitioned to outdoor action sequences. Originally set against the backdrop of Jiangnan's water towns, the crew faced financial constraints that made a trip to Jiangnan impractical. Though Lin Yipeng was dissatisfied with using indoor green screens, they ultimately settled on a lakeside park as the location for the climactic fight scene. In this segment of the narrative, the true mastermind behind the official salt smuggling case, Jiang Rushuai, successfully obtains crucial evidence, yet he is intercepted by several formidable bounty hunters, leading to a fierce confrontation. At this pivotal moment, Jiang Rushuai's close friend, Shunju, arrives just in time to assist him, thwarting the skilled adversaries and allowing Jiang Rushuai to escape unscathed. This action sequence is divided into two parts, one focusing on Jiang Rushuai and the other on Shunju. Jiang Rushuai displays exceptional lightness and agility, deftly maneuvering between various small boats, while Shunju exhibits a grounded approach, engaging in bold and expansive movements as he battles different masters on the ship. These two segments comprise the most significant fight scenes in the entire production, garnering the utmost attention from all involved. Xiao He, gripping his bone-cutting knife tightly, feels a flutter of anxiety and turns to his companion, Pu Rong, portraying Jiang Rushuai. Pu Rong is a master swordsman wielding an exquisitely adorned longsword, elegantly showcasing a flourish before Xiao He. "What's the matter? Feeling nervous?" Xiao He replies, "A little. The crew is so financially constrained that they cannot afford a martial arts director, relying entirely on Pu Rong's expertise. While even the skilled supporting actors have been sourced from Pu Rong's family martial arts school, all of whom have received accolades for their swordsmanship and martial arts. Xiao He stands as the sole amateur among this group of seasoned professionals, which naturally amplifies his apprehension. It's all right, just let loose. My seniors are quite skilled and can adapt to your techniques." Pu Rong reassures him with a smile. Xiao He sighs, "I'll try my best." However, Pu Rong's encouragement only heightens Xiao He's tension. With this thought, Xiao He activates his golden finger system. Since the viral success of the killer video, his points have been gradually accumulating, and he has now amassed over 600 points, sufficient for 6 draws from the low-tier pool. Yet, Xiao He has been saving them and has yet to make any draws. As he contemplates the upcoming shoot, he feels a twinge of impatience. He is most pleased with his bone-cutting technique and basic hacking skills. The former has enabled him to secure acting roles, while the latter has afforded him greater autonomy online, allowing him to evade the fate of online harassment. Now, he harbors hope that he might draw a skill akin to lightness, which would be ideal. However, given that it is a criminal golden finger, he is uncertain about the peculiarities that might await him within. Never mind, he thinks, let us give it a shot. Perhaps there's a skill that could prove useful shortly. Unable to resist, Xiao He extends his hand towards the draw button. Congratulations, you have gained 30 days of lifespan. Automatically redeemed. Congratulations, you have gained 7 days of lifespan. Automatically redeemed. Congratulations, you have gained 60 days of lifespan. Automatically redeemed. Congratulations, you have acquired Hunter's Intuition. Automatically learned. Details of Hunter's Intuition. Born criminals can instinctively sense nearby undercover hunters. From this moment onward, you will keenly perceive concealed hunters in your vicinity. It is uncertain whether the first 2 skills have exhausted Xiao He's fortune, but this time, all 6 attempts yielded nothing but lifespan points. Only one was somewhat exceptional, resembling a skill he already possessed, akin to a sensory enhancement. As for what the system referred to as a hound, it was of course a police officer. Xiao He was rendered speechless. Well, it seems I have everything now. One ability to automatically identify nearby criminals and another to automatically recognize the surrounding police. Am I to become a human identification machine? This is utterly of no use whatsoever. Initially, he had hoped to draw some skills to bolster his confidence, but after this round of draws, Xiao He felt as though his luck had nearly run dry. Meanwhile, Lin Yipeng was already calling for him. "Shunju, hurry over. The weather is splendid. We are about to start filming." As Xiao He approached, Lin Yipeng pulled him aside and whispered, "Many of the props this time are single-use, so try to conserve them. Let us aim to get it right in one take. Xiao He felt his vision darken once more. Director Lin, are you treating me like a mere child? Chapter 26. The Bone-Cutting Knife, Shunju. On the serene lake, 3 dilapidated boats floated quietly. Each vessel measured approximately 3 meters in length, exhibiting an extraordinarily primitive design, adorned with a few wisps of reeds fluttering atop the canopy. The entire structure swayed gently with the breeze, appearing as though it could disintegrate at any moment. Gazing at the boats, Xiao He felt that if he were to step aboard, he could effortlessly break into a rendition of the Ballad of the Raftsmen, paddling in circles at the center of the lake. It was hard to fathom that soon, their group of 6 would be distributed among these 3 frail boats, engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Xiao He was already concerned that without even starting to shoot, the boats might crack beneath their weight. Soon after, he heard Director Lin earnestly advising the staff beside the actress, Livia. These canopies cannot withstand any pressure. When the actors step aboard, you must ensure they apply minimal force. We cannot afford to have the canopy trampled, as we need to return it afterward. The staff nodded attentively, responding, "Understood, Director Lin." Xiao He thought to himself, indeed, observing this makeshift and rudimentary setup, he often felt a sense of lamentation. This production team was, without a doubt, the least theatrical he had ever encountered. Director Lin Yipeng was truly a remarkable presence. It seems quite fortunate that Chai has deemed me worthy, gathering you bunch of rascals, Jiang Rushu remarked casually, leaning languidly against the boat's railing, his eyes wandering indifferently towards the small vessel approaching him. From the boat, a group of bandits, clad in diverse attire and wielding various weapons, emerged from the canopy, exuding an imposing presence as they regarded Jiang Rushu. "Jiang Rushu, if you wish to avoid death, relinquish your possessions. Otherwise, do not expect us to show mercy, despite our past camaraderie. You once captured thieves for the sake of peace in the martial world, driven by a sense of justice. Yet now, knowing full well what I possess, you dare to obstruct me. Spare me the pretense of friendship. Are you not merely beasts driven by profit, devoid of any dignity?" Jiang Rushu declared, drawing his sword with a glint of sharpness that was irresistible. "If it is battle you seek, then let us fight. Do not feign civility." As his words fell, the dark-clad swordsman leaped into action, his sword gleaming like a piercing ray, darting toward a burly man wielding a hammer in the center. The burly man staggered back, swinging his hammer to deflect the swordsman's attack, while a warrior beside him, with his hair tied back, unsheathed his sword and slashed horizontally, bellowing, "Jiang Rushu, do not speak so sanctimoniously. Who in the martial world does not know that you serve greed? In this conflict, you and I are mere pawns. You are but a dog under the command of the powerful, no better than us." A colder glint flashed in Jiang Rushu's eyes, yet he remained silent, focusing solely on his strikes as the 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. For bandits had arrived, each renowned masters, with some of their reputations rivaling that of Jiang Rushu. Even with prior preparation, he soon found himself struggling amidst the fierce exchanges. Just then, another small boat silently approached the 2 vessels, a shadow infused with a bloody wind quietly entering the fray. The warrior, wielding a blade, sidestepped to intercept the assault of a mysterious figure, only to suddenly feel a chilling sensation in his wrist. The expressionless, cold-blooded assassin, without a flicker of an eye, twisted his wrists, sending blood and fragments of clothing scattering in disarray, accompanied by the warrior's agonized screams. The onlookers turned their gazes towards the sound, only to witness the warrior's exposed, ghastly white bones. His once wielding right arm had, in an instant, morphed into a horrific sight. The elder thief in black gasped sharply, instantly recognizing the handiwork behind this gruesome display. It was the infamous bone-cutting knife of Shunju. How could he possibly be here? Hadn't Shunju withdrawn from the world of martial arts for many years? Why? The whispers of rumors circulating in the martial world sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Yet, before they could utter another word, the merciless killer had already spun the knife's handle and severed the flesh from the warrior's neck. In the blink of an eye, a living man was transformed into a grotesque figure, half flesh and half bone. Such a jarring spectacle was enough to leave the others in a state of shock. Only Jiang Rushui laughed heartily, his tone carefree and unrestrained. I knew you would come. It all hinges on you. Shenju waved the bone-cutting knife in his hand, allowing the blood to splatter upon the nearby water surface. His gaze calm as he regarded the thieves, as though observing livestock awaiting slaughter, his voice devoid of any tremor. Indeed. The two then exchanged positions. Shenju leaped boldly into the center of the encircled thieves, causing the small boat to sway violently, splashing a torrent of water. Jiang Rushui, however, lightly touched the tips of his toes, as if dancing upon the droplets, gracefully landing on the small boat Shenju had just arrived on, drifting a few paces away in an instant. Do not let them escape. The elder thief attempted to pursue, but in the next moment, Shenju blocked his path. Your adversary is now me. With the bone-cutting knife brandished, he stood resolutely, preventing the remaining three from leaving the vessel. Watching Jiang Rushui gradually fade into the distance aboard the small boat, the elder thief clenched his teeth and addressed the other two. We must eliminate Shenju first. Otherwise, none of us shall escape. The trio exchanged determined glances and unleashed their lethal moves toward Shenju. Yet, he displayed no sign of trepidation, the knife in his hand, true to its name, emerged repeatedly stained with blood and flesh. The once steady small boat began to rock violently, the water's surface disturbed, gradually tinged with crimson. As large ripples expanded outward, after a brief interval, the lake returned to its tranquil state. A bloodied young assistant emerged from the cabin, leaped to the bow, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate, allowing the small boat to drift along with the current. Following the direction of the boat's drift, several stark white bones briefly surfaced before slowly sinking to the lake's bottom, fading from memory. The filming concluded, and the small boat gently swayed to the shore. Xiao He, suspended by wires, gracefully leaped from the vessel until his feet firmly touched the ground, at which point his taut nerves began to relax. It's finally over. Xiao He had never suffered from seasickness before. However, his recent experience aboard the ship as an aerial performer has once again acquainted him with the essence of supreme torment. Indeed, the past few days have been arduous. Lin Yipeng patted Xiao He's shoulder with a relaxed expression. Once they get through this scene, the subsequent work will be considerably easier for everyone. Xiao He exhaled deeply, remarking, I believe I shall have no desire to board a ship for quite some time. Lin Yipeng shrugged, Oh, please don't say that. I still hope to collaborate with you again in the future. Xiao He paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly, not taking Lin Yipeng's words to heart, simply responding, All right, I shall await that. Chapter 27. Could he be a martial arts prodigy? Upon confirming the conclusion of the filming, Xiao He and Pu Rong walked back to their temporarily rented dressing room, exchanging laughter along the way. Pu Rong, a robust voice called out to him. Startled, Pu Rong turned around and was greeted by the sight of his granduncle. Granduncle, you have worked hard today as well. Pu Rong immediately donned a fawning smile. Greetings, Senior Ma, Xiao He chimed in. The visitor was an elderly gentleman, his hair a mix of gray and white, appearing to be in his 70s. He wore a rather plain t-shirt and practice pants, resembling an elderly man on a leisurely stroll in the park, yet he radiated an impressive vitality, devoid of any signs of aging fatigue. Ma Han-Wu, who had portrayed the older bandit in the recent scene, was not merely an actor. He was a true martial arts master with his own dojo in the country. By lineage, he was Pu Rong's granduncle. Xiao He had previously heard Pu Rong mention that this esteemed senior, Ma, held a significant reputation in martial arts. Having served as a member of the Chinese Sports Association and the president of the Chinese Martial Arts Association, he had taught in numerous locations, with students scattered across more than 20 provinces and cities, and was internationally renowned, earning the respect of all in his field. However, approximately a decade ago, the elder gradually stepped back from public life, dedicating his time to managing his dojo and rarely participating in martial arts competitions or events. Even Pu Rong had limited interactions with the venerable master. It was thus quite perplexing when the old gentleman suddenly expressed a desire to join their small production as a supporting character. When this news broke, not only was the crew astonished, but even other members of Pu Rong's martial arts school were taken aback. Such a figure, akin to a national treasure of martial arts, Willingly stepping down to play a minor role was almost like a ghost story. Yet, it indeed transpired right before their eyes. Pu Rong was uncertain of his grand uncle's reasoning, yet he dared not inquire, approaching Ma Hongwu with trepidation, carefully greeting him, fearful of incurring any dissatisfaction that might lead to repercussions from his master. That would spell disaster for Pu Rong. However, regardless of Pu Rong's efforts, it seemed Ma Hongwu remained unsatisfied, casting an exasperated glance at him, causing Pu Rong to instinctively retract his neck. "Granduncle?" he stammered, bewildered at what had provoked the elder's ire. "Umph," Ma Hongwu snorted, then turned his attention to Xiao He. "Xiao He, your bone-slicing technique is truly remarkable. Would it be too inconvenient to disclose your lineage to this old man?" Xiao He sighed in resignation. "I'm sorry, Senior Ma, but I genuinely cannot reveal that." The expedited mastery of his skills made it impossible to identify a master to present. The elder had been persistently pursuing this inquiry, which had become quite a source of frustration. Fortunately, today marked the end of filming, and he would soon depart, sparing him further encounters. "Granduncle, please do not make things difficult for Xiao He," Pu Rong interjected. "Is it not quite normal for such a rare technique to remain concealed in terms of its lineage? Master Su Gong does not genuinely aspire to learn. Why delve into the depths of inquiry?" Ma Hongwu cast a sidelong glance at the youth, disdainfully snorting. The current generation of martial arts practitioners is truly declining. They cannot even discern a life-threatening blade technique. It's as if their years of study have been in vain. What neither Xiao He nor Pu Rong realized was that Ma Hongwu had come to the film crew specifically because of Xiao He. When Pu Rong was scouting for actors at the martial arts school, Ma Hongwu happened to be present and inadvertently witnessed Xiao He's adept bone-slicing technique, which left him profoundly astonished. As a prominent figure in the martial arts community, his discerning eye could not be mistaken. This technique was not mere showmanship, but a genuine method capable of taking lives. It could essentially only be perfected through rigorous practice. Given the prowess Xiao He exhibited, it was evident that such a lethal technique could not have been honed without countless lives being at stake. Thus, Xiao He surely harbors a significant secret. Contemplating the emergence of such a disgrace in this new society, Ma Hongwu could not remain seated for even a moment longer. He promptly summoned Pu Rong and ventured to this small film crew, prepared to take on a minor role. However, after observing for some time, Ma Hongwu found no faults in Xiao He. On the contrary, he had heard that Xiao He had recently acted heroically, rescuing a young girl, and the police were even planning to award him a certificate. This revelation left the once resolute Ma Hongwu in a state of confusion. How had this young man managed such a feat? Could it be that he was indeed a martial arts prodigy, effortlessly mastering techniques seemingly out of thin air? Ma Hongwu fell into a long silence. Noticing the elder's unwavering gaze upon him, Xiao He turned to Pu Rong, puzzled. Pu Rong gestured subtly to Xiao He, urging him to leave. "Is that appropriate?" Xiao He asked. "It's fine," came to reassurance. Just then, Xiao He received a call from Officer Li, informing him that his certificate for bravery had been approved and was ready for collection. After hanging up, Xiao He seized the opportunity to excuse himself, saying, "I apologize, but I must take my leave to pick up my certificate." "Go ahead," Pu Rong quickly replied. Once Xiao He departed, Pu Rong continued to persuade the elder, "Master Su, I truly do not comprehend your relentless inquiries into Xiao He's lineage. He had previously agreed to teach you, yet you remain preoccupied with his master." Ma Hongwu irked, gave Pu Rong a hefty thump on the head. "Do not call me Master Su. I cannot bear such shame." As they had relocated to a different filming location, which was quite distant from the police station near the film base, Xiao He decided not to skimp on his comfort and hailed a taxi. It was around 4 in the afternoon, not yet peak commuting time, yet the route to the film base remained congested. Peering out the window, Xiao He remarked on the stagnant traffic. "Why is it so jammed up?" The driver, evidently well acquainted with the situation, replied, "It seems several celebrities are currently filming at this film base, and their fans have flocked here." "This is rather exaggerated," sighed Xiao He. "Alas, who could disagree?" The driver, evidently harboring grievances against these fans for quite some time, lamented, "That's why we generally dislike accepting rides from this area. The earnings are meager, and the experience is taxing." Today, You are merely fortunate. I seldom operate in this vicinity. Observing the conversation veering towards the hardships faced by drivers, Xiao He wisely chose to remain silent. Soon, the interior of the vehicle was filled solely with the driver's mutterings. 20 minutes elapsed, yet the vehicle remained immobile. The driver, now genuinely incensed, picked up his mobile device to inquire about the road conditions ahead. Drivers possess their own communication networks, and information regarding traffic circulates swiftly. It wasn't long before the driver received the latest update. What? Fans ahead are fighting, causing a complete blockade? He exclaimed incredulously. Xiao He could not help but lean in to listen. Which fans could be so fervently unruly? No further confirmation from the driver was necessary from a distance. They could already hear the wail of police sirens. Moments later, Xiao He observed several police motorcycles whizzing past them, heading towards the film studio. Xiao He blinked. My good sir, I believe you've heard. It seems we shan't be moving forward. The driver turned, his expression pained. Perhaps you might consider walking a few steps? Xiao He replied. All right then, let us go and witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 28. Oh dear, my phone is gone while enjoying a snack. However, this incident stems from a misunderstanding. The cause was not a fan, but rather a thief. Xiao Yun, a recently released convict, was determined to revive and expand his nefarious enterprise. After a lengthy period of surveillance, he set his sights on the throngs of fans near the film studio. This location attracted a dense crowd, making it easy for onlookers to focus on the arriving celebrities while becoming oblivious to their surroundings. Moreover, most fans who frequented this place were relatively affluent, often carrying numerous electronic devices such as spare phones, cameras, tablets, and headphones. Items Zhao Jun could easily identify at a glance, ready for his swift acquisition. With a recent surge in fans visiting the studio, Zhao Jun seized the opportunity to profit immensely, thriving in this environment. However, due to Zhao Jun's brazen actions, an increasing number of undercover police officers began to patrol the area, prompting fans to secure their belongings and remain vigilant against unfamiliar faces. But who was Zhao Jun? Would he be deterred by such laughable tactics? Certainly not. It was merely a matter of wielding a blade. Thus, after effortlessly acquiring another phone, he cast a sidelong glance at the crowd, noting the disguised undercover officers, and could not help but smirk derisively. What pathetic disguises, he thought mockingly. In his glory days, Zhao Jun had successfully committed crimes even under the watchful eyes of numerous officers. In fact, to taunt the police, he once pilfered a wallet and a Nokia from one of their own. Had he not been betrayed by a fellow criminal, he might still be at large. Unbeknownst to the authorities, upon his release, he found that the once popular Nokia had become obsolete, replaced by smartphones that facilitated cashless transactions, prompting a shift in his targets from cash to mobile devices. Yet his prowess remained unaffected. Even with several undercover officers patrolling the vicinity, Zhao Jun continued his thievery unabated. He even focused on a particularly youthful officer, whose phone appeared remarkably easy to snatch. So easy that Zhao Jun began to suspect it might be a baiting tactic. However, before he could take a few more steps, the girl from whom he had just stolen the phone had already realized the situation and astutely pointed to another girl behind her, exclaiming, "My phone has been stolen. Was it you?" The girl, looking utterly bewildered, retorted, "No. What does this have to do with me? Are you out of your mind? You were the one pushing against me. Besides, I heard you and your companion making a fuss all the way." It turned out that these two girls had long-standing grievances, and now, with the phone theft at hand, the victim instinctively directed her accusations at the other girl. Naturally, the innocent party protested her innocence, growing increasingly agitated and demanding an apology for the baseless accusation. Thus, the unfolding events began to take on a surreal quality. Witnesses observed Zhao Jun's hand reaching for a phone, but due to a misperception, she instinctively mistook that hand for that of another girl. Consequently, she stepped forward to assist in identifying the perpetrator. However, since both parties involved were fervent supporters of opposing figures, this act unexpectedly escalated into a fierce contest of honor between the respective factions. I remarked, "Your Su Biao remains unchanged after all these years. Even after the scandal, she resorts to stealing from others. Truly, you are a devoted follower of your idol. She steals the Best Actress award, and you steal a phone. both equally shameless. I exclaimed, "I swear I did not take your phone. On what grounds do you accuse our Yu? Do you genuinely believe your idol's surgically enhanced visage could have achieved the title of Best Actress without her? You are as deluded as your idol, lost in a daydream of imagining others pilfering your possessions. How absurd! How dare you, you vile creature? What do you mean by that? Get lost. Mind your language." The girl whose phone was stolen, infuriated, seized her opponent's hair, while the latter retaliated by grabbing at her clothing. Others quickly intervened to assist. Thus, the incident morphed from a mere altercation between a few individuals into a chaotic melee involving numerous onlookers. Due to the overwhelming disorder, many fans were swept up in the turmoil before they even grasped what was unfolding. Everyone calm down. Separate. Do not exacerbate the situation. Disperse. Initially, the fans occupied distinct areas, minding their own affairs, but the circumstances spiraled out of control, rapidly spreading confusion. Despite the efforts of organized fan leaders attempting to restore order, the situation had devolved into utter chaos, making it impossible to discern friend from foe. Inevitably, the arrival of the police was required to disentangle the tumultuous crowd. By the time Xiao He reached the outskirts of the gathering, the chaos had subsided, with officers guiding the various factions of fans away. Despite their lamentations, the crowd complied with the authorities, gradually dispersing. I am truly astonished. Ordinarily, these groups coexist harmoniously, yet the presence of a few individuals has soured the atmosphere entirely. A group of girls departed together, grumbling about the fans from those factions. Xiao He perked his ears to listen, gaining insight into the ongoing saga surrounding Su Yuyu and Su Xingxi's rumored romance. Although many were aware that the two were likely involved, neither party had confirmed the relationship, thus rendering it a non-issue. However, fans had unearthed that both were currently filming at the same location, which ignited a fervor among online supporters, who then sought to monitor their every move in person. The situation intensified further, as the filming also included rising star Ran Yunrui and the popular actress inhumane. Notably, inhumane and Su Yuyu were rivals, with their respective fan bases fiercely contesting the title of Best Actress, ultimately claimed by Su Yuyu. Additionally, Ran Yunrui shared the same agency and agent as Su Yuyu, leading to resentment among Su Yuyu's fans, who disapproved of the support she provided to Ran Yunrui. The intricate web of relationships and historical grievances is far too convoluted to fully articulate in a single breath. As the fans from various factions converged, the atmosphere was charged with palpable animosity, akin to adversaries meeting face to face. Even the mere sound of it sent a chill down Xiao He's spine. Who, pray tell, was the mastermind behind gathering these individuals in one location? Fortuitously, they were not assembled within the same production team. Otherwise, he feared the film studio would ultimately be laid to waste by the frenzied fans. Suddenly, a person collided with Xiao He, jolting him from his reverie. His keen instincts prompted him to instinctively check his pocket. Goodness! In the midst of this chaos, his phone had vanished. Was this not a profound humiliation? Swiftly, he turned around, but all he could see was the throng of people. The individual who had bumped into him had long since dissolved into the vast sea of humanity. Yet in the next moment, Xiao He's gaze was sharply drawn to a woman slightly ahead to his right. She was clad in a black chiffon dress, adorned with a wide-brimmed sun hat and tinted sunglasses, obscuring her features. Only a few delicate curls of hair peeked out from beneath the brim. Her movements were composed and graceful, advancing leisurely with the flow of the crowd. Compared to the other girls nearby, she exuded an aura of unique charm and allure. No one could possibly associate her with theft. However, Xiao He approached the woman directly, seizing her wrist with determination, his tone resolute and grave. "Return my phone at once." Chapter 29. Catch the Thief. Return what belongs to me. As Xiao He moved and raised his voice, the crowd that had begun to disperse paused once more. "What are you doing?" exclaimed the woman in the black dress, startled by Xiao He's actions. She twisted her wrist slightly, her tone filled with terror. "Are you trying to be a rogue?" However, Xiao He showed no mercy, firmly gripping her wrist as he opened his palm. "My phone. The moment you bumped into me, you stole my phone." He found it amusing. He had no intention of considering her gender. What if she managed to escape or harm someone else? I don't know where your phone is. The woman in the black dress trembled as she raised her other hand, revealing her own phone. Look, I don't have a bag. All I have is my phone. How could I possibly steal yours? Please, let me go. Xiao He hesitated for a moment, beginning to scrutinize the woman seriously. She indeed bore no bag, and her dress had no pockets, seemingly providing no place to conceal anything. Yet, he was certain, among the crowd, he had only sensed a similar aura emanating from her. The absence of a bloody scent indicated she had not committed murder, aligning with the profile he sought. Regardless, Xiao He was unwilling to believe that this individual could have touched his phone and then sprinted off several miles away. This person was the most suspicious of all. Help! In the moment Xiao He was distracted, the woman had begun to seek assistance from others. The onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain of the situation. Without offering further explanation, Xiao He turned to a few nearby girls, requesting, "Could you please call over those officers over there? I suspect this individual is a habitual thief." The girls, who had been gossiping beside Xiao He moments earlier, exchanged determined looks and promptly approached the police. Seeing that Xiao He was resolute in his accusation, the woman in the black dress finally grew anxious. A blade slipped from her sleeve, and with a flick of her wrist, she attempted to slice at Xiao He's hand to free herself. Yet, Xiao He was quicker. Sensing her intention, he released his grip just in time, striking her wrist with his palm, which he had sharpened like a blade. The blow landed precisely on a nerve point, rendering the woman's hand almost incapacitated, and the blade slipped from her grip. A keen-eyed passerby noticed the blade and exclaimed, "She really had a knife." Instantly, everyone retreated, calling out for the distant police. However, Xiao He, being closer, caught the muffled groan that escaped the woman earlier. His brow furrowed tightly as he fixed his gaze on her. "Are you a man?" Despite the surrounding clamor, Xiao He was certain he had not misheard. The woman had instinctively emitted a masculine sound. "Damn little brat." The woman in black, realizing her disguise had been uncovered, gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Xiao He. "Just wait." With that, she flipped her hat towards his face and turned to flee. The broad sun hat was, in fact, intricately connected to a wig, creating a substantial mass that temporarily obscured Xiao He's line of sight. However, he was no longer anxious. Instead, he shouted toward the crowd, "Quick, apprehend him." Almost immediately, the woman in the black dress was intercepted by an undercover officer who sprang forth from the side. Witnessing this scene, many onlookers were left bewildered, while Xiao He exhaled a sigh of relief. It was no wonder he had noticed several plainclothes officers mingling within the crowd. They were specifically on the lookout for this individual. "Behave yourself." Officer L, the leader, commanded sternly, decisively handcuffing the suspect before positioning him properly. The woman in the black dress, her hair bound in a net, stood there listlessly before the officers. It's old L, Officer Zhang, summoned by the girls, approached to greet him, simultaneously expressing surprise at seeing Xiao He again. "Xiao, what a coincidence." Xiao He replied, "It's Officer Zhang and Officer Li." Officer Li tilted his head. "What a remarkable fate indeed. You know each other?" Officer L remarked, scrutinizing the young man discreetly, a sense of the same skepticism rising within him that Officer Zhang had experienced upon their first encounter with Xiao He. This young man was not to be underestimated. The ability to discern the presence of a pickpocket amidst the throng was impressive, especially after they had spent days monitoring without success. With this contemplation, Officer L shot a glare at the man in the black dress beside him. "You've certainly made us work for it." Who could have imagined that the elusive figure they had been tracking was, in fact, a man adept at cross-dressing and even altering his voice? That said, the disguise was so ambiguous that it genuinely broadened one's horizons. Officer L unceremoniously grabbed the man by the collar for a closer inspection and began leading him towards the police vehicle. "Come on, empty your pockets." It would be prudent to conduct a thorough search. "I suspect he may have concealed even more items," Officer Zhang added. "At least a dozen people have reported incidents to me. Is it really possible to hide that much?" murmured an onlooker. Xiao He felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, his gaze falling upon the suspect's ample bosom and pert rear, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. His phone. It seemed to be tainted. Oh no, his phone was indeed soiled. There was no turning back now. It had become utterly compromised. Xiao He's expression fell in dismay. This was no trivial matter of simply changing a phone case or screen protector. What he needed was to sanitize his phone and procure a new one. Ah, speaking of replacing phones. He chuckled ruefully, finding humor in his plight. Soon, the individual showcased an astonishing array of stolen goods. 16 mobile phones, 3 tablets, numerous pairs of headphones, 5 power banks, and even a gaming console. Additionally, there were various other electronic devices he could not fully identify, leaving Xiao He profoundly astonished. Oh, what a remarkable thief. Just how many items are concealed beneath this person's skirt? In merely a few hours, you have pilfered so much? Officer L couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Zhao Jun cast a sidelong glance at Officer L and quietly defended himself. Just a little, merely a trifle. Haha. Officer L turned to Xiao He. Young man, can you point out which one is your mobile phone? Xiao He indicated the one at the far end. Very well. After confirming that Xiao He was indeed the owner, Officer L maintained a serious demeanor and inquired, fixating on Xiao He. May I ask how you discovered him? Xiao He responded. Here it comes. That familiar interrogation sensation. Along with Officer L's questioning, Zhao Jun eagerly raised his head, his face etched with indignation. Indeed. How did you discern that? I pride myself on being among the elite in the art of disguise. Previously, I could saunter in front of these officers without detection. How is it that you immediately insisted I was a thief? This question held immense significance for him. The last time Zhao Jun was incarcerated, it was due to betrayal by a fellow criminal, not because of a lack of skill. Yet this time, he was apprehended on the spot, leading him to doubt his own mastery of disguise. Faced with the inquiries from both the police and the suspect, Xiao He could offer no explanation, merely smiling. Perhaps. It was just an instinct? Huh? Zhao Jun heard the sound of his own heart shattering. Chapter 30. Trending searches come and go at will. In the end, Xiao He firmly asserted that it was merely his intuition. Officer Liu, having inquired for quite some time without uncovering the reason, could only attribute this feeling to innate talent. However, after Officer Zhang, Officer Liu's expression toward Xiao He grew more complex. He placed a hand on Xiao He's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. We will help you apply for a certificate. Without Xiao He's input, they would likely have spent considerably more time on this case. Xiao He could only smile and reply, All right, thank you, Officer Liu. Subsequently, Officer Liu did not linger, hastily departing the scene with the suspect and the stolen goods. Xiao He then joined Officer Zhang and Officer Li in their vehicle. During the journey, Xiao He casually inquired about the previous case involving the illegitimate child, specifically the one who had stabbed Su Yuyu. He remembered that the individual was named Kuan Ping. Officer Li remarked, Speaking of this matter, we are indeed indebted to your alertness, Xiao. Upon further investigation, we discovered that this fellow had an infatuation with a particular streamer who mysteriously vanished some time ago. Xiao He paused, instantly deducing the unspoken words of Officer Li. She is dead? Yes. Officer Li recalled the scene, his expression twisting with revulsion. She was dismembered by that individual. Xiao He gasped. Ah, that is truly horrific. Wait. Something seems amiss. If I heard correctly, your tone appears to be inaccurate. Are you certain you meant dismembered and not merely divided? Xiao He's countenance turned rigid. Ahem. Officer Zhang interjected with a timely cough, gently reminding Officer Li. This case has already proceeded to court. Perhaps you should refrain from elaborating. Officer Li immediately recoiled, understood. Xiao He hastily apologized. I'm sorry. I merely wish to comprehend the aftermath. That fellow will most likely face the death penalty, so rest assured, we will ensure he faces justice. Officer Zhang responded, casting a glance at Xiao He. By the way, Xiao has already assisted our police force twice. We should reach out to your school to commend you. Please, no need. Xiao He awkwardly waved his hands. He was not inclined to receive public commendation, as that would indeed be quite embarrassing. However, considering the earlier case of Zhu Lao-san, he had inadvertently aided the police in solving 3 cases. Each time, it was merely coincidental, as the criminals had unwittingly crossed paths with him, and Xiao He had never contemplated that his fortuitous talents could serve such a purpose. Nevertheless, it was rather nice, serving as a modest contribution on his part. Upon arriving at the police station, Xiao He finally received his certificate of bravery. Gazing at the small crimson booklet, that symbolized honor. A smile spread across his face. "Thank you." "No problem." Officer Lee waved dismissively, then invited Xiao He to pose for a photograph together. After bidding farewell to Xiao He, Officer Lee remarked with a sense of nostalgia, "Xiao is truly a remarkable individual. I previously harbored biases against him. How foolish I was." Officer Zhang, upon hearing his words, leisurely blew on his teacup and remarked in a nonchalant tone, "Thus, one must not merely observe the surface. It is imperative to consider one's actions and words. Only through genuine interaction can one discern the true nature of a person." Officer Lee, perplexed, turned back and asked, "But master, did you not initially harbor suspicions about classmate Xiao?" A sudden fit of coughing erupted from Officer Zhang, startlingly into a hurried gesture of support. "Master, please be careful. Here, take this tissue." After wiping his mouth, Officer Zhang shot a stern glare at Officer Lee and declared earnestly, "I have never doubted classmate Xiao. My suggestion for you to pay particular attention to him was a test to assess your ability to discern virtue from vice. It appears, however, that—" Officer Zhang shook his head sagely, adopting a demeanor of disappointment. "Comrade Lee, you still have much to learn." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Officer Lee scratched his head. "Ah? So that was it? I understand now." He then gazed at Officer Zhang with admiration. "Truly, master, your skill in reading people is remarkable. I shall continue to learn from you." Cough, cough, go contact old Liu. Have them match the confiscated items with our reported losses, and then reach out to each owner individually. "Understood, master." Returning to the set in high spirits, Xiao He soon discovered that he had inadvertently trended once again. "Stand still, don't move," Pu Rong exclaimed, pointing his phone at Xiao He, his gaze darting between the screen and the man before him. As he scrutinized the identical attire in the photograph, a complex expression emerged on his face. "This t-shirt, I recall you just bought a few days ago, right? And these pants, you asked me for the link. And those shoes, I want to even comment on. You were the same pair during the last trending topic." He paused, adding, "Well, at least he didn't bring that dreadful bag this time." Sighing, Pu Rong lowered his phone and looked at Xiao He, his expression filled with a sense of weariness. "Brother Xiao, could you enlighten me on how you managed to trend each time from such a unique angle?" Xiao He replied, "Huh." He pulled out his phone to take a glance, only to be bemused. A cross-dressing sensation appears at the fan fight scene. It turns out he is fan fight. A rapid arrest unfolds live. The titles are truly sensational. It was a similar scenario to the last time when Xiao He was inadvertently swept into the trending topic due to Su Yuyu's romantic entanglement. This time, however, the fan altercation had inadvertently brought Xiao He into the limelight, as footage of him apprehending a cross-dressing thief also rode the coattails of the trending topic. Xiao He found himself speechless. Is it really this easy to trend nowadays? How does one simply ascend to the top? The most astonishing part is that it's in real time, and the comment section is abuzz with laughter. "Haha, this is hilarious. I never anticipated it would be this amusing before opening this trending topic. Am I the only one curious about what this cross-dressing sensation looks like? Did anyone manage to snap a photo at the scene? I find myself genuinely curious about his appearance. I seek photographs of cross-dressing masters, and I'm willing to compensate for them. Is it permissible to share personal cross-dressing photos instead? I was present at the scene but failed to capture any images. However, I must say that the thief possesses an undeniable charm, one that compels me to glance back as I walk by. Truly, he is remarkable and exhibits a commendable dedication to his craft. Am I the only one who finds the young man apprehending the thief strikingly familiar? The combination of his attire, complemented by a recognizable hat and mask, resonates with me. Observing the oblivious netizens, Xiao He felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He lowered his gaze, contemplating the outfit he had recently exchanged for the one exposed in the previous incident, and with a hint of melancholy, he raised his head. If all goes as expected, he would soon render another set of clothing obsolete. But truly, who understands? He simply enjoys alternating between these few identical outfits. They are a staple for a lazy person venturing out, with no need for deliberation when purchasing clothes. It is disheartening that this sharp-eyed group of netizens has already diminished half of his wardrobe. He feels a surge of frustration. Chapter 31. The fortunes of a fated new casting crew Pu Rong was entirely oblivious to Xiao He's current thoughts and remained intrigued by the incident of Xiao He apprehending a thief. So, old Xiao, did you really catch a crossdresser on the scene? Xiao He replied, shouldn't the focus be on the thief? With a playful slap on Xiao He's back, Pu Rong exclaimed, oh, it's all the same. Hurry up and tell me what happened. Xiao He could only share the main points of the incident. Pu Rong gave him a thumbs up, saying, brother, you're truly something. At that moment, Xiao He himself might not have been entirely sure that the person was indeed the one who stole his phone. He had not expected Xiao He to be so resolute and steadfast in his beliefs. From this alone, Pu Rong felt a twinge of inferiority. It's merely luck. Xiao He shrugged. I seem to hear someone indulging in self-praise. Lin Yiping teased as he approached. Xiao He blinked innocently, huh? Who? I have no idea. Rolling her eyes, Lin Yiping said, all right, let us get down to business. I have news about an audition for a major production, and I suspect you might be interested. You happen to be finishing your current project tomorrow, so you could take a look. Xiao He pointed at himself. Me? Lin Yiping nodded, yes. That role doesn't quite suit Pu Rong. Pu Rong interjected, hey, I'm still here. What do you mean it doesn't suit me? Lin Yiping gave him a sidelong glance. They're looking for a shadowy and ruthless villain. Are you sure you can handle it? The upright-looking Pu Rong replied. Never mind what I said. Xiao He, intrigued, asked, what kind of role is it? A spy thriller, the leader of a fake party-s special agent team. One of the key antagonists in the entire production, Lin Yiping explained. Although by ranking, he is only considered the fourth male lead. He has quite a bit of screen time. A spy thriller. Xiao He pondered for a moment. That era was undoubtedly rife with bloodshed, tragedy, and intensity. He knew without asking that such a villainous character would not be devoid of blood on their hands. However, even if he went, there was no guarantee he would be selected. Moreover, it sounded like a major production. Curiously, Xiao He inquired, with such a grand opportunity, why hasn't anyone else tried to seize it? The competition within the entertainment industry was naturally fierce. Had Xiao He not relied on sheer luck, he would have made it into 3 productions. It was undoubtedly a frenzied scramble. Lin Yiping cleared his throat and wore a peculiar smile. Well, the few actors who were pre-selected for auditions became overly competitive, and currently, none of them can make it. Xiao He responded, wait a minute. Isn't that a bit too much information? Swallowing hard, Xiao He suddenly felt averse to wading into such murky waters. However, Lin Yiping held an inexplicable confidence in Xiao He. Don't worry, after 5 rounds of actor changes, the production team's only requirement for this role now is acting ability, alignment with the character's persona, and no unnecessary antics. I believe you can definitely handle it. Wait, how many times did you say? Xiao He asked. What kind of character is it that they haven't given up after 5 attempts? Xiao He thought that sometimes it was worthwhile to believe in a bit of mysticism. If they had failed 5 times, surely the character was destined for failure as well. Isn't it said that individuals in the entertainment industry are quite superstitious? Lin Yiping raised a finger and earnestly assisted Xiao He in analyzing the situation. The first actor was sent over by the investors. The director initially had reservations, but begrudgingly accepted him. Unfortunately, the actor was caught straddling 2 boats, leading to his exposure by the original partner from the financial backers, which naturally resulted in his expulsion from the production. Xiao He remarked, well, that is indeed deserved. The second actor was all set to join, but the first actor suspected that he was the one who had leaked information, and, as he was leaving, he met with an unfortunate accident and was struck by a car, currently recuperating in the hospital. Xiao He responded, you needn't worry about that. The first actor has already been dealt with and poses no threat to you. As time passed, the director's favored third reserve actor had already committed to another project and could not be available, thus rendering the third option void as well. Xiao He inquired, isn't there anyone in the production team who could consult a master for insight? Lin Yiping clapped his hands together, stating the producer thought the same. They sought out a master to assess the fortune of the fourth actor. However, it turned out that the fourth actor was ill-fated, not cut out for stardom, and even clashed with the production's financial prospects, leading to his dismissal. Xiao He remarked, cough, cough. Here comes the final twist. Observing Xiao He's perplexed expression, Lin Yiping revealed the latest development. The fifth actor, despite lacking in acting prowess, was deemed to have a favorable fortune that aligned well with the production. They had already begun filming for a while when the producer discovered that the master they consulted had colluded with this fifth actor to deliberately undermine the fourth, and subsequently, the master exploited the situation to swindle the producer, prompting him to report the master to the authorities and also expel the fifth actor. Xiao He exclaimed, "What a crude method of competition. While others engage in business warfare by watering their money trees, here they simply bribe a master to claim it affects their fortunes. Who can withstand such tactics? It's truly appalling." Xiao He pondered the fate of the fourth actor, who believed the master's words and had since withdrawn from the industry to inherit his family business. Xiao He mused, the young master has descended to experience life. Yet, he couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Yipeng. How do you know so much? This must be insider information from the production team. It can't possibly have leaked outside. How did you come by this knowledge? Lin Yipeng simply crossed his arms and arrogantly tilted his head, yes. Xiao He replied, no, I won't. He had already suspected that this young man was not of ordinary origin since the moment the esteemed Jianhua recommended him the script. However, it mattered little. If the other party chose to remain coy, he had no qualms about playing along. How dull. Lin Yipeng pouted. However, there is one more thing I must caution you about. Speak, Xiao He urged. This is the production team that Su Shengxi is currently involved with. Su Shengxi? The partner of Su Yuyu? Xiao He earnestly inquired. Have I not performed quite admirably of late? Do you truly wish for my demise? He pondered the ramifications should his identity be unearthed by netizens. Would it not result in a sensational scenario of Su Yuyu's genuine and counterfeit suitors sharing the same production? The thought was almost too dramatic for him to fathom. Lin Yipeng replied, what does it matter? You are completely innocent regarding Su Yuyu's affairs. Surely, you cannot forego this opportunity merely out of fear of online criticism. This chance is genuinely exceptional. Are you certain you wish to decline? I do not. That would indeed be a pity. This role is exceedingly villainous, having caused the demise of many. It is a challenge that most actors would struggle to meet. Of course, I must participate. Xiao He rose, his gaze resolute and earnest. I merely wish for more people to comprehend that past and to aid in commemorating history. Chapter 32. Auditions for The Shining stars. Lin Yipeng acted swiftly, arranging for Xiao He to attend the audition in the morning and return to the crew in the afternoon to film the final scene. As the production was already in the shooting phase, Xiao He made his way directly to the film base, arriving at the set of the audition. The area was entirely adorned in the architectural style of that era, showcasing a unique blend of Eastern and Western influences, making it a favored location for filming Republic of China dramas and spy thrillers. According to Xiao He's understanding, this venue had recently been reserved in its entirety by the lavishly funded crew of the Shining Stars, the very production for which he was auditioning. Set against the backdrop of a war-torn era, where puppet regimes collaborated with enemies to oppress and control the populace of occupied territories. The narrative unfolds amidst a past filled with humiliation and suffering. Yet, within this darkness, there existed a group of individuals who persevered, driven by their ideals, often sacrificing their very lives. They shone like brilliant stars, radiating an indelible light even amidst the shadows, and stand as great heroes to be remembered by future generations. Xiao He was auditioning for the role of Meng Zetian, the antagonist, who naturally aligned with the oppressive forces. As the captain of a covert team, his character was responsible for capturing the protagonist and other intelligence operatives in hiding, with the storyline primarily revolving around the mutual testing, suspicion, and scheming between him and the protagonists. Overall, it was a relatively significant role. Upon arriving at the audition venue, Xiao He quickly realized that the number of individuals auditioning today was exceptionally high. The crew had not provided them with a separate space. Instead, the auditions were set to take place within the theater, which had been meticulously decorated to reflect the authentic style of that bygone era, evoking a sense of time travel. The corridor was filled with many people, primarily in their 20s and 30s, most attired quite formally, indicating their earnestness regarding this audition. Xiao He even spotted someone donning a military uniform to enhance their character portrayal. However, as he scanned the crowd, he did not recognize anyone familiar. The faces were predominantly those of lesser-known actors. This realization somewhat eased his nerves. While he might not rival the established stars in terms of fame, he felt confident among the crowd present, and at least he could perform authentically. Surely, it wouldn't be too difficult, would it? Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the other end of the corridor, and Xiao He noticed a young man wearing sunglasses arriving with two companions. As he took a seat in an empty chair, the previously noisy corridor fell silent for a moment. How'd he show up here? Someone murmured in a hushed tone. Xiao He squinted, discreetly assessing the newcomer. This was troubling. He was not within the familiar circle of individuals Xiao He had recently come to know. Xiao He quickly strained to eavesdrop, attempting to glean the name of this person from those nearby. Chen Yulin? How could he be here? Did he not have enough resources? Why did he have to vie for roles here? Hush, keep your voice down. We don't want to offend them and ruin our chances. Oh no, now that he is here, do we still stand a chance? No worries. According to whispers, the director will only select the one with the best acting skills. I believe we can still strive to salvage the situation. So, his name is Chen Yulin. Xiao He, realizing the significance, quickly pulled out his phone to gather more information. Chen Yulin is also an artist from Vast Entertainment, slightly less renowned than Ran Yunrui, with no standout works to date. However, he has made a familiar impression in several popular dramas, with a few roles that audiences can recognize. He is currently in a rising phase. Yet many assumed he would soon star in a leading role. Surprisingly, he chose to audition here for the fourth male lead. On the surface, this seems like a step back. Nevertheless, the production team of Shining Stars is undoubtedly one of the largest projects this year, firmly securing resources. Even as the fourth male lead, he is guaranteed substantial exposure and buzz. In this light, Chen Yulin's decision to compete for this role is indeed more advantageous than taking on a leading role in another project. Additionally, his luck is remarkable. He missed the initial auditions due to filming another project, and fate has kept this role open until after he wrapped his previous shoot. Thus, such an opportunity is not one Chen Yulin will let slip away again. Xiao He conducted thorough research online and gained a general understanding of Chen Yulin. He recognized him as a formidable competitor. With a serious expression, Xiao He's gaze settled on the script in his hands as he took a deep breath. It's all right. He has been continuously learning and improving during this time. In a direct confrontation of acting prowess, he is not intimidated by this fellow. Following Chen Yulin, several other notable actors arrived, but in comparison to him, their prominence was significantly lesser. As everyone awaited their turn, they whispered among themselves, unaware of Xiao He in the corner. After a while, the auditions officially commenced. Unfortunately for Xiao He, he drew a later number. Conversely, several more popular competitors were fortunate enough to secure earlier positions. Xiao He began to doubt the integrity of the selection process. Could it be predetermined? However, he quickly dismissed this suspicion. If there had been prior arrangements, Lin Yiping, given his connections, would have certainly informed him. Having spent time together, Xiao He had come to trust Lin Yiping. Thus, the wait stretched on. On the 21st, Xiao He finally heard his number called. He stood up, removing his mask, hat, and sunglasses before following the staff into the venue. As he entered, a nearby actor muttered in surprise. "What's wrong?" Someone inquired softly. "That was Mu Ze." The actor replied quietly. "Huh, Mu Ze, are you serious? I didn't even notice. He had been wearing a mask and a hat earlier, so I failed to recognize him. I never anticipated his presence." Xiao He has indeed underestimated the influence of his sudden rise to fame on Bilibili. Despite currently having only one character to his credit, he has unexpectedly garnered immense popularity on the platform. Not only does he feature in a myriad of bizarre meme templates, but he has also carved out a niche for himself in various compilations by certain content creators. Remarkably, there exists a dedicated thread for Mu Ze on Weibo, which has remained active and regularly updated even after a considerable passage of time, with fan-created works exceeding many people's imaginations. Thus, it is evident that Xiao He's notoriety is quite substantial at present. However, it is worth noting that many still mistakenly believe his name to be Mu Ze. Chapter 33. Audition results. The audition venue was situated on the stage. Following the staff's instructions, Xiao He ascended the stage and was the first to behold the four individuals seated in the front row of the audience. These four were the director Wen Hongyuan, the screenwriter Tan Yuan, the producer Ma Qianyu, and the leading male actor of their play. Zhang Mo Wen Hongyuan and Tan Yuan were a renowned couple in the industry, with one crafting the script and the other directing, exemplifying a harmonious partnership. Their works had gained considerable acclaim, with an early palace intrigue drama becoming a classic for an entire generation. The script for Canxing Shanyao was the result of 2 years of Tan Yuan's dedicated effort. As for producer Ma Qianyu, he was somewhat of a source of amusement. Much of the gossip surrounding him, as previously mentioned by Lin Yipeng, was rather scandalous. Initially, under pressure from investors, he had included a mere pretty face as the fourth male role, inciting the strong discontent of director Wen Hongyuan. It was only when the original partner of the investor approached him that Ma Qianyu discovered that this pretty boy had relied on dubious means to secure his position, prompting him to swiftly remove the individual from the production while the investors were otherwise occupied. Subsequently, he sought the counsel of a master to assess the troupe's fortune, only to unwittingly encounter an actor who would bring misfortune upon him. Once again, he hurriedly dismissed this actor and invited the master to his home to evaluate the feng shui, hoping for guidance in wealth accumulation. Ultimately, he lost both newly recruited actors and was swindled out of over 100,000. After learning of these past events, Xiao He felt that Ma Qianyu might very well be the greatest calamity facing their production. Greetings, everyone. I am Xiao He. With a composed demeanor, Xiao He bowed and introduced himself to the quartet. Upon meeting his gaze, Tan Yuan's eyes sparkled with recognition, and she nudged Wen Hongyuan with her elbow, exclaiming, "It's Mu Zhe." Wen Hongyuan, taken aback, responded, "Is he the young man you mentioned before?" "Indeed. Who would have thought we would meet again?" Tan Yuan nodded, contemplatively realizing that his name was Xiao He. Wen Hongyuan teasingly remarked, "So you spent all that time looking at him and didn't even remember his name?" Tan Yuan shot him a playful glare. "I wasn't thinking about that at the time." Despite being a highly regarded screenwriter with an impressive portfolio of original scripts, Tan Yuan was, in fact, an avid drama enthusiast. For instance, the character Mu Zhe was the most memorable role she had encountered in all the dramas she had recently followed. However, since they had already cast an actor, she had never considered Xiao He for the role of the antagonist in their production. Now, seeing him in person, it was undeniable that their temperaments bore a striking resemblance. Yet, Tan Yuan harbored concerns regarding Xiao He. No, it should be Xiao He. She worried that he might overexert himself in portraying Meng Zetian. This was because Mu Zhe and Meng Zetian were fundamentally different. Mu Zhe embodied a neurotic madness and a certain morbidity, whereas Meng Zetian was characterized by a sharp clarity coupled with ruthless malevolence. One is an artist immersed in his own creations, blissfully unaware of morality, solely focused on pursuing what he deems right, while the other is a traitor who, despite possessing a clear understanding of right and wrong, chooses to aid in heinous acts. The contrasting implications of these two archetypes distinctly delineate two disparate types of individuals. Tan Yuan harbored both anticipation and regret. This Xiao He is still rather young, and his acting skills may fall short. When Han Yuan glanced at Tan Yuan, whose thoughts were plainly etched on her face, and shook his head inwardly in resignation. He then produced a script fragment and handed it to the assistant beside him. "Let him perform this." The assistant accepted the script and swiftly delivered it into Xiao He's hands. Perhaps influenced by a glimpse of Xiao He's portrayal of Mu Zhe, when Han Yuan deliberately selected a scene that steered clear of Meng Zetian's more aggressive and dominant moments, opting instead for the poignant segment where Meng Zetian seeks redemption in a confessional manner before the second male lead. This particular scene represents one of the most challenging parts of the entire narrative. In this scene, Meng Zetian confronts by Ming Chuan, who has the upper hand, and is about to be executed under the charge of treason. In a desperate bid for survival and to deceive by Ming Chuan, Meng Zetian begins to feign misery, even going so far as to kneel in apology, articulating his helplessness and anguish, and fabricating an array of justifications for his actions that nearly beguile by Ming Chuan. Fortunately, the protagonist, Li Shuo, arrives just in time to shoot Meng Zetian, averting the possibility of by Ming Chuan being betrayed. This scene demands the actor to convey Meng Zetian's terror of death and his frantic will to live, while simultaneously revealing his hypocrisy and cunning. The performance must reflect his duplicitous state, showcasing a blend of cowardice and pleading in his gaze, intertwined with a mocking hint of impending treachery and malice. Undoubtedly, this is a formidable test for any actor. Xiao He regarded the scene and let out a bitter laugh inwardly. Alas, this truly is a moment that will challenge his acting prowess. Are you ready? When Hong Yuan inquired after a few minutes had passed. I am ready, Xiao He replied, steeling himself and closing his eyes. All right, let us begin. As when Hong Yuan's words echoed, the youth opened his eyes on stage, transformed into the facade of Meng Zetian. Cloaked in fear, yet harboring deep-seated resentment. Merely meeting his gaze compelled when Hong Yuan to sit up straight, his eyes brimming with intrigue. This young man possesses something unique. Meanwhile, Chun Yulin, who had completed his audition, settled into the company's van, brimming with confidence. He glanced at his manager beside him, his smile still unabated, and casually inquired, were those the only participants today? The individuals from earlier had been surreptitiously observing Chun Yulin, yet he too had been discreetly assessing the other auditionees. However, upon realizing they were all minor players, he completely relaxed his guard. In terms of acting, he considered himself quite capable. Regarding popularity, he was undoubtedly the most favored among the day's auditioners, convinced that the director, provided he was not blind to talent, would undoubtedly select him. The agent nodded in agreement. This audition was rather rushed, and only a few were able to rearrange their schedules to attend, which gives us a distinct advantage. Chun Yulin let out a cold laugh internally, lazily stifling yawn. Then let us return and prepare to join the production. The agent replied affirmatively. However, just as they began to strategize the upcoming schedule and filming process, the agent received a phone call from the producer, Ma Qianyu. Hello, producer Ma. The agent's heart leapt with joy, thinking that this matter had been settled so swiftly, only to be met with devastating news. What? It has already been decided? I wasn't selected? The agent's voice, tinged with panic, caused Chun Yulin's previously cheerful demeanor to plummet. May I inquire who was chosen? Huh? Xiao He? Who is that? Understood. Thank you, producer Ma. Once the call ended, Chun Yulin hurriedly inquired, who is this Xiao He? The agent, maintaining a composed facade, shook his head. Not quite sure. Seems to be an obscure newcomer. Damn it, Chun Yulin muttered under his breath. The assistant, who had remained silent until now, timidly raised his hand. I think I know him. Both their gazes swiftly turned to the assistant. He seems to be the actor who played Muze. The assistant withdrew his hand, cautiously observing their expressions. He's the one who recently gained notoriety on Bilibili for being a notorious killer. What? Just some random nobody. Chun Yulin chuckled in disbelief. All right. I'll note him down. Xiao He. Chapter 34. The final scene of The Thief Hunter. The young man was struck by a bullet from another direction, staggering and collapsing to the ground. He coughed, clutching his pierced chest, gasping for breath. Even in the face of impending death, his expression bore resentment and unwillingness, as if destined to transform into a vengeful spirit, fixating intently on the figure across from him. You will not succeed. An idealist, shrouded in darkness and devoid of hope, shall inevitably be engulfed by the relentless tide of time. The efforts of countless souls ultimately succumb to the bitter conclusion of failure. Yet, all he desired was to survive in this era. We will prevail, we will succeed. Moreover, we shall sow the seeds of hope across the soil of our homeland, allowing countless citizens to lead lives of happiness and abundance in the future. The protagonist, Li Shuo, remained untouched by the young man's final words, his voice resolute and commanding, as if he had already glimpsed that beautiful future. He looked down upon the fallen figure with disdain. And you are unworthy of witnessing it. The young man widened his eyes, seemingly stung by Li Shuo's words, his body trembling slightly from the fear of death. Yet, he uttered no further words, instead glaring at Li Shuo with a mix of hatred, the light in his eyes gradually fading as his hands fell limply to the ground. In that space, only his labored and irregular breaths could be heard, which soon faded into silence. His face remained handsome, but the shadows and contorted expressions marred that allure. rendering him terrifying instead. Until his last breath, he did not close his eyes, as if doing so would refute Li Shua's claims. A tragic and contemptible character born of his time quietly drew the curtain on his life. However, no one would mourn his passing. Even the few spectators below merely nodded in silent acknowledgement. Director Wen Hongyuan and screenwriter Tan Yuan exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's sentiments. Clearly, they were thoroughly impressed with Xiao He's performance, although there was still some awkwardness in his acting expressions. The richness of his eye movements and his unique aura still warranted a high score for his portrayal. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the best performer among the actors recently auditioned. Many portrayed the ruthlessness of Meng Zetian superficially, but Xiao He concealed that cruelty, harboring a latent menace within his restraint. This even sparked new inspiration for Tan Yuan. Zhang Yimou, who shared the stage with Xiao He, also descended from the stage, giving a slight nod to Wen Hongyuan and Tan Yuan. As the male lead of the play, Zhang Yimou had little choice in the matter, yet he was left with a very favorable impression of Xiao He from the earlier performance. Observing this, Wen Hongyuan had already formed a rough conclusion in his mind. Thus, upon Xiao He's return to the Thief Hunter crew, he received news of his successful audition for the Shining Stars. He was notified to come in tomorrow to sign the contract and immediately join the crew, reading through the complete script while filming. There was no alternative. The character of Meng Zetian had been delayed for too long, while other progress had already surged ahead, leaving this particular storyline stuck in limbo, much to the crew's impatience. The seamless integration into the group has indeed left one feeling weary. Xiao He glanced at the rough schedule and realized he would likely be spending the new year with the cast of Shining Stars. The character Meng Zetian has a considerable amount of screen time, and it remains uncertain whether the filming can be completed before the Spring Festival. At that moment, Lin Yipeng was quick to receive the news and sought out Xiao He to extend his congratulations. Congratulations! Xiao He replied, Director Lin, your sources of information are rather astute. To this day, they remain unaware of the intricate network of connections that Director Lin possesses. Lin Yipeng waved his hand dismissively, urging Xiao He, hurry up, get ready for the final scene, and then make a swift exit. Understood, understood, Xiao He responded while taking a seat for the makeup artist to prepare his look. The scene he was about to film was the last of his role in Thief Catcher, and concurrently the final moment of the show. At this juncture, Jiang Rushuai had successfully utilized the evidence in his possession to instigate mutual suspicion and conflict among various factions, leading them to a fierce struggle that resulted in devastating losses on both sides. No one paid attention to a pawn navigating through their power plays. In fact, until the very last moment, they believed Jiang Rushuai was affiliated with the opposing faction. To avoid being caught off guard by their rivals, they let slip more information. And thus Jiang Rushuai's bounty notice quietly vanished. Everything seemed to revert to its previous state. The populace, long plagued by exorbitant prices for illicit salt, finally regained access to salt at normal prices. Although many were aware that this reprieve was not permanent, as the authorities had never regarded their lives with any concern, the salt traffickers would inevitably resurface. Nonetheless, this brief respite allowed many to survive and brought smiles to numerous faces. For them, simply living meant that life could continue. Days must go on. As the sun set, Jiang Rushuai rode leisurely, idly playing with a copper coin in his hand, tossing it lightly before letting it fall back into his palm. Shen Ju glanced at him, his gaze resting on Jiang Rushuai's coin before calmly shifting away. Is it truly worth it? Jiang Rushuai, deftly manipulating the coin between his fingers, proudly shook it. Why wouldn't it be? As a thief catcher, I thrive on tearing down the lists and acquiring wealth, both riches and reputation. Everyone speculated about which powerful faction had the means to hire Jiang Rushuai, yet none could fathom that the financially savvy Jiang Rushuai had willingly immersed himself in the fray, serving as both a catalyst for chaos and bait for fishing, narrowly escaping death multiple times and unsettling various factions, all for the sake of a single copper coin. It all stemmed from a child's desperate plea. Although Shanju had been friends with Jiang Rushuai for many years and felt particularly familiar with him, moments like this left him feeling that he could never fully comprehend the man I do not understand. How can you not understand? This constitutes the entirety of the child's possessions. It is her most treasured belonging. Jiang Rushui remarked, tossing a coin once more, likening it to how dear Shun. Despite possessing a plethora of exquisite wines, you choose to offer me only the latest batch of peach blossom wine. The value of cherished items naturally varies with their significance. If you desire to drink, simply state your intentions. Shunju fell silent, urging his horse onward at a leisurely pace, eschewing any convoluted dialogue. Haha, Jiang Rushui laughed heartily, adding, of course, if Brother Shun is willing to part with that cherished bottle of Cheongqing wine you've kept for years, I might consider selling my life to you. When you repay my debts, then you may have your drink. Oh, is that for real? Yet Shinju had already galloped far ahead. Jiang Rushui's eyes sparkled as he strung the coin onto his waist, where dozens of similar coins had already been threaded, gleaming brilliantly in the twilight sun. Wait for me. Jiang Rushui spurred his horse in pursuit, and the two gradually faded into the horizon of the overgrown path. Thus, the final scene of The Thief Hunter draws to a close. Chapter 35. The roommate's deception. Xiao He's role in Thief Catcher has officially concluded. Pu Rong gazed at Xiao He, a hint of reluctance evident in his eyes. Old Xiao, if you leave, who will endure Director Lin's scolding with me in the future? Xiao He replied, I rarely face Director Lin's wrath. Ugh, what are you saying? You truly lack romantic sensibility. Pu Rong feigned, wiping non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Once you achieve success, do not forget us. When you visit our martial arts school, I shall give you a substantial discount. Xiao He chuckled. That's a real fracture. How about a fake discount instead? Having become familiar with each other, he noticed that Pu Rong and Jiang Rushi were remarkably alike, especially in their seemingly upright and reliable demeanor, which masked a rather eccentric personality. Pu Rong's portrayal of Jiang Rushi was indeed a perfect match. Cough, cough. This reminds me that there is indeed a relevant rule in Pu Rong's school. If one successfully challenges the master, they can use the facilities free of charge for life. At this moment, Lin Yipring interjected. Xiao He responded, so if you want to beat me, just say it outright. Laughter erupted among them. Despite the crew's financial constraints, the atmosphere remained delightful. They were all young, united in their efforts, diligently refining their craft. Progressing alongside like-minded companions truly brought joy. Reluctantly bidding farewell to everyone from Thief Catcher, Xiao He returned to his school. To his surprise, there was someone in their dormitory. Oh! Xiao He exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the person seated in the room. Well, ISNT this our big star? He Juanhao strode forward and playfully thumped Xiao He on the shoulder. I can't believe you actually came back. Xiao He winced, clutching his shoulder. Who has the big star? No one recognizes me when I step outside. Don't exaggerate. He Juanhao widened his eyes after such a long absence. Have you truly reached this level of humble bragging? Xiao He displayed a look of exasperation, setting down his backpack and luggage before inquiring, how can you criticize me? Haven't you also been absent from the dorm for quite some time? What brings you back now? He Juanhao, the one who previously dragged Xiao He for small roles and lent him a GoPro, was currently a lifestyle and food vlogger on Bilibili, boasting nearly 1 million followers. He was also one of the first to move out of the dormitory. As a food blogger, He Juanhao frequently prepared meals or purchased food, often receiving snacks for brands, which meant that during their university years, the dormitory residents enjoyed many culinary delights from him, fostering a close-knit relationship among them. However, Xiao He sensed something amiss. What could possibly compel He Juanhao to suddenly return to the dormitory? His gaze swept over the instant noodles placed beside the trash can, calculating in his mind that his friend had been back for quite some time. It was known that He Juanhao often rented high-end, semi-open kitchens at a premium to provide his followers with the best viewing experience while shooting videos. However, now, He Juanhao has returned to his dormitory. What will happen to his videos? Observing the sudden silence enveloping He Juanhao, Xiao He furrowed his brow. Given his penchant for culinary pursuits and a disinclination for physical exercise, He Juanhao had indeed acquired a slight pudginess. Nevertheless, his facial features were quite well-proportioned, and despite his fuller figure, he did not exude an oily appearance. Rather, he possessed a refreshing charm that was quite endearing. Yet upon this encounter, Xiao He realized that this fellow had lost a considerable amount of weight. While his face had undeniably become more refined and handsome, his overall condition was anything but favorable, appearing rather haggard. What has transpired? Xiao He inquired gravely. Woo woo woo, Xiao Gu, woo woo woo. Suddenly, the individual before him burst into tears. The intensity of his sobbing startling Xiao He greatly. What's wrong? Xiao He hastily fumbled for tissues on his desk and handed them to He Juanhao. Xia Yi. My account is gone. He Juanhao managed to choke out amidst his sobs before dissolving into tears once more. It was evident that He Juanhao had been enduring considerable distress recently, having revealed none of it in their group conversations. Now, faced with a familiar person's inquiry, all his sorrow and grievances erupted uncontrollably. What? How could it be gone? Xiao He urged him to sit down, his expression unusually grave. As He Juanhao wept and spoke in broken phrases, Xiao He gradually pieced together the situation. It turned out that He Juanhao had been stuck around 900,000 followers for some time, and he had been striving to surpass 1 million by the end of the year. In his impatience, he inadvertently provided others with an opportunity. An MCN agency, claiming to be remarkably proficient, approached He Juanhao with a proposal to sign a contract, assuring him they could assist in promotion, manage traffic, and help him discover more commercial opportunities to elevate his career. Initially, He Juanhao was skeptical. However, the agency's persistence led him to inquire within the industry, where he discovered that the agency was indeed legitimate, having successfully nurtured several top-tier influencers with millions of followers across various platforms. He even conducted an on-site investigation at the agency's office, dedicating over a week to meticulous research before deciding to sign the contract. Unfortunately, he did not anticipate falling into a trap. At first, the agency genuinely provided He Juanhao with promotional support, but soon he realized that a significant number of his past videos had been subjected to technical manipulation, a malicious form of inflating views that few were aware of. Through the use of bots or compromised accounts, they artificially inflated his viewership and engagement metrics, leading to abnormal fluctuations that exceeded the platform's hidden regulations, ultimately triggering the detection mechanisms that deemed his data fraudulent. The consequence of this situation is that all of He Juanhao's videos began to experience a decline in ranking, resulting in reduced traffic and visibility. Currently, He Juanhao's Bilibili account is under a state of soft ban, meaning that unless one actively searches for him, his content will not be encountered by other viewers, rendering it impossible for him to appear on the platform's homepage. All subsequent videos he publishes will be subjected to neglect. In other words, He Juanhao's account has been effectively silenced. Simultaneously, the MCN organization swiftly adopted a different demeanor, claiming that issues with He Juanhao's past videos were adversely affecting their current streaming collaboration and demanded compensation for breach of contract. It was at this moment that He Juanhao realized that this organization was, in fact, a subsidiary of a major corporation, essentially a FAAD designed to deceive individuals like him. Although the contract he signed appeared to pose no immediate problems, suggesting that if He Juanhao diligently created content, improved video quality, garnered 1 million followers, and secured sponsorships, all would proceed smoothly. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the organization had already laid traps, awaiting his misstep. Moreover, under the terms of this contract, should the platform seek accountability for data falsification, He Juanhao would undoubtedly be regarded as the primary responsible party. This situation could potentially lead him to face serious legal consequences. Consequently, He Juanhao found himself irrevocably ensnared in a trap. Upon realizing the full extent of the situation, He Juanhao was infuriated to the point of near collapse. He immediately sought to contest the MCN organization, gathering evidence and consulting a lawyer to pursue legal action. However, such traps ensnare more than just He Juanhao. The organization is seasoned and unperturbed by his efforts. In the end, He Juanhao not only lost the account he had painstakingly built over the years, but now also bears the weight of a formidable lawsuit, threatening to lead him to financial ruin. Chapter 36. Xiao He takes action. After listening to He Juanhao's experiences, Xiao He found himself unusually silent. The boy had truly endured much suffering, leaving him a loss for words of comfort. So, what are your plans moving forward? Xiao He inquired. He Juanhao sighed deeply at this juncture. His mood considerably improved compared to earlier. I suppose I'll start over. Recently, the momentum on Yinfis has been quite promising, and my new account can simultaneously post on both Yinfis and Bilibili. Xiao He pondered this and deemed it a sound idea. Do you need any assistance? He offered, although he was unsure how much help he could provide, but he could at least show his support. Absolutely. Of course. He Juanhao exclaimed, clinging to Xiao He's arm, tears streaming down his face. You truly are my good brother. You have no idea how popular you are on Bilibili. If I could ride on that wave of traffic, you would be my living benefactor. However, would this impact you in any way? Xiao He asked, a hint of concern crossing his expression. All right, he conceded. I currently have no corporate constraints, and I can't possibly absorb all that traffic myself, so you can share some with me. The truth was he was exceedingly busy, constantly engaged in seamless transitions to new projects. Even when he thought about occasionally taking photos for his loyal fans, opportunities were scarce. Those few instances of promotional images were solely handled by Lin Yipeng, just to promote their work on The Thief Hunter. Thus, in a certain sense, this marked Xiao He's inaugural formal appearance on Bilibili after gaining fame. Of course, he had made previous appearances, particularly in He Juanhao's videos, but at that time, his mind was far from such matters. Therefore, He Juanhao had been quite restrained in featuring him, resulting in no one having discovered that Xiao He and He Juanhao were roommates. This is truly wonderful. He Juanhao expressed his profound gratitude, repeatedly thanking Xiao He. I genuinely don't know how to convey my appreciation. Thank you so much. Recently, He Juanhao had experienced extreme highs and lows. He had once fantasized about surpassing 1 million followers and welcoming an influx of sponsorships and wealth, only to find himself reduced to a complete novice, starting anew from scratch. He bore these sorrows and struggles in silence, even refraining from sharing them with his family for fear of causing them concern. Fortunately, his family was not particularly fond of Bilibili, and his close friends were preoccupied with their own lives. Otherwise, He Juanhao would have been at a loss as to how to explain his situation to them. However, Xiao Ge, I may not be able to manage for a while. I need some time, He Juanhao said, his expression troubled. I have to change my accommodation, but I'm still searching for a new place, so I can't film videos for the time being. Xiao He contemplated for a moment before responding, no worries. There's no rush. I will be joining a film crew tomorrow and maybe at the film base for an extended period. Once you've settled things on your end, just let me know in advance, and I will come and find you. Sounds good. After finalizing their plans, He Juanhao regained his enthusiasm, filled with determination as he began preparing for his upcoming video projects. Xiao He finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to open his computer. As the computer illuminated with the boot symbol, the young man's frigid gaze was reflected upon the pitch-black screen. What was the name of that organization again? Chuangxing? Huh. Let me see if I can bring you to ruin at a prominent building in Shanghai. What? How could this happen? Manager Yu exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. I hired you to inform me about a virus infecting my computer? The employees exchanged glances, their expressions laden with helplessness. Manager Yu, this incident is indeed too sudden. We are at a loss, one programmer lamented. This virus is entirely unlike any we have encountered on the market. I suspect it is a foreign hacker's attack. Such a virus has never been reported domestically. What? Then call the police. I refuse to believe this. If you cannot handle this, then surely the authorities can. A junior assistant awkwardly interrupted Manager Yu. Manager, that may not be feasible. How can it not be feasible if this is not workable? What do you think the delay is costing us? Manager Yu bellowed, call immediately. One programmer discreetly rolled his eyes. Honestly, the junior assistant suggested, perhaps you should take a look first. Furious, Manager Yu approached the computer. Upon reading the text on the screen, his expression transformed in an instant. This, displayed before them, were nearly 5 years of the organization's financial statements and tax declarations, as well as recent bank transaction details. It was as if they had stripped their company bare, exposing everything to the world. Manager Yu stared at the flashing, deathly data on the screen and demanded of the assistant, is this the case for all the computers in the company? The assistant, glancing at the scrolling data tables, sighed, "Yes, Manager Yu. Then why are we not shutting them down at once?" Manager Yu barked, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "This cannot get out. If it does, we are finished." "That's impossible," the assistant replied innocently. "The programmer just mentioned that if we cut the power, the infected computers will become irreparably damaged." "Didn't you just instruct us not to cut the power?" The assistant continued. "All the computers in the company are infected, including the routers and some servers in the server room. If we force a shutdown, we will face immeasurable losses." Manager Yu hesitated, his lips trembling, reluctant to assume responsibility. Ultimately, he could only urge the programmers in frustration. "Then you must think of a way to resolve this. These losses are borne by the company. Can you afford to compensate?" At Manager Yu's insistence, the lead programmer scoffed, arms crossed, nonchalantly replying, "We cannot save it. I suggest you call the police directly. We are merely code monkeys. We cannot resolve these issues nor accept blame. Do not attempt to intimidate us with such rhetoric." Manager Yu was left speechless. The accolades were attributed to the company's excessive overtime exploitation. At that moment, many employees in the office had yet to leave. Upon witnessing the openly displayed data, some young individuals instinctively took out their phones to record, simultaneously cursing the unscrupulous company. They swiftly dialed the whistleblower hotline, determined to ensure that such an establishment would meet its demise. By the time the relevant authorities arrived at the company, the evidence had long since vanished without a trace. Only the recordings on the employees' phones bore testament to its previous existence. However, this was of little consequence now. The subsidiary, known as Chuangxing, had been engaged in tax evasion for years and had participated in numerous instances of fraudulent contracts and data manipulation. The evidence was irrefutable, and that very day, the company was officially shut down. Several leaders, including Manager Yu, were summoned for a chat. Given the circumstances, their chances of being released were slim. It was likely that they were headed for imprisonment. Chapter 37, officially joining the cast of Shining Stars in the morning. Xiao He was packing his belongings in preparation for departure when he suddenly heard He Juanhao's jubilant exclamation. "Ah, this is fantastic. Instant calma. Brother Xiao, the company that scammed me has been investigated. That Manager Yu, who tricked me into signing the contract, was even taken away in handcuffs." "Huh, what a delightful turn of events." Xiao He paused in his packing, turned to glance at the elated He Juanhao, and smiled gently. "Indeed, that is wonderful news. It brings immense joy to see those who exploit others face consequences." As He Juanhao continued to curse Manager Yu, it was evident that many believed this situation had been orchestrated by one of Yu's programmers, highlighting the company's notorious reputation for wrongdoing. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Xiao He, merely smiled, not intending to claim any credit for the unfolding events. After exchanging a few words of agreement with He Juanhao, he bid farewell and departed. Upon arriving at the Shining Stars production team, Xiao He reported for duty. The show, produced in collaboration with multiple companies including Fruit Video, Jiaxing Entertainment, and Taidong Entertainment, boasts an impressive investment of $140 million, showcasing an S-caliber ensemble. Directed by Wenhan Yuan and penned by Tan Yuan, the narrative primarily revolves around the characters portrayed by the lead male actors, Zhang Mo from Taidong Entertainment and Su Xingxi from Jiaxing Entertainment. The current trend of established actors mentoring rising stars has become a hallmark of contemporary productions, and this drama exemplifies that classic configuration. The lead, Zhang Mo, now at the age of 42, is a celebrated actor recognized for his remarkable skills, having previously received the prestigious Baimulian Best Actor Award. In contrast, the second male lead, Su Xingxi, is a popular idol transitioning into the realms of acting and singing, bringing with him a vast fan base yet lacking a notable body of work, currently navigating the challenging waters of his transformation and eager to prove himself through this spy thriller. The leading female role is played by Yimane, a fellow company artist who, in the storyline, forms a romantic pair with Su Xingxi. However, the most intriguing twist lies in the fact that, according to Xiao He's prior knowledge, Yimane and Su Yuyu are rivals, with Su Yuyu secretly dating Su Xingxi. Yet, in the drama, Yimane is set to portray Su Xingxi's girlfriend. Xiao He mused, "Do you see this tangle mess? One must take advantage of the chaos. He admitted that, upon recognizing the situation, he felt a certain voyeuristic thrill. After all, it is in human nature to revel in the spectacle of drama. Once Xiao He completed his contract signing with producer Ma and tidied up his appearance in the makeup room, he emerged to encounter a rather tense atmosphere. Su Shengxi and Yiminair were seated at opposite corners of the set, their expressions icy as they studied their scripts. The crew moved with distinct caution, almost tiptoeing around the tension, while director Wen Hongyuan was the sole figure engaged in earnest discussion with Zhang Yimou, embodying the spirit of dedicated work. Xiao He glanced around, unable to suppress a shiver. "Beer, it's so cold. No wonder winter is approaching. The air feels frigid. Xiao He, you've arrived? Come, let me introduce you to everyone." At that moment, director Wen called out to Xiao He, gesturing for him to come over. Xiao He obediently stepped forward. "Ahem, allow me to introduce our new actor, Xiao He, who will portray the character Meng Zetian." As the director spoke, the audience graciously erupted into applause. Xiao He scanned the room, recognizing no one, and could only nod politely with a smile. Su Shengxi, dismissive of the newcomer, clapped amicably, but soon excused himself under the pretense of a phone call. Meanwhile, Lu Rilan beside him scrutinized Xiao He with a contemplative expression. The actors from Taidong Entertainment were notably cordial toward Xiao He. "I have heard Lu Zhang mention you before." Contrary to Xiao He's expectations, Yiminair, in reality, was not as aloof as she had appeared moments ago. She even initiated a conversation with him. Upon hearing her words, Xiao He quickly made the connection. The Lu Zhang he had known from Shisheng was indeed affiliated with Taidong Entertainment, although Lu had moved on to another production. Xiao He maintained contact with several members of the Shisheng crew and had even joined a small group chat. Just yesterday, Lu Zhang had informed him that the filming of Shisheng was complete and the project was now in post-production. However, due to the unfortunate discovery of the death of the case's real-life inspiration, Li Ziqing, the police had reopened the investigation, leaving the project in a precarious state. The director was deeply concerned that their film might be abruptly halted before completion. Hence, the team was working tirelessly to finish it before any potential intervention. Upon hearing this news, Xiao He felt a chill of apprehension. He had been relying on his role as Mu Zhe for sustenance. Yet he eagerly anticipated the official debut of Zhu Lao-san. Should the project be abruptly halted, his 2 months of effort would be in vain. Lu Zhang evidently shared these concerns, yet the team continued to encourage one another, hoping for a smooth release of the new film. During this exchange, Xiao He casually mentioned his intention to rejoin a cast, and to his surprise, Lu Zhang remembered and had already put in a good word for him. Touched by this gesture, Xiao He resolved to express his gratitude to Lu Zhang in due course, while politely responding to Yiminair. "Thank you. I'm new here, and I look forward to learning from you. Teacher E. I appreciate your guidance during this time." "Ah, there's no need for such formality. You may simply call me E. Jia," she replied. In contrast to Su Yuyu's delicate flower-like demeanor, Yiminair possessed a vibrant and striking appearance. With deeply defined features complemented by elegantly arched willow-like eyebrows and the era's signature wavy hair, all harmonizing with her chic Western-style dress, exuding both intellect and grace. Xiao He couldn't help but recall the adoring descriptions fans had for her. A stunning red rose, eternally classic and brilliantly radiant. It must be said that this praise was not merely the result of fan bias. Yiminair truly was among the most captivating actresses he had encountered recently, both in presence and appearance. As they chatted, Yiminair introduced Xiao He to the other members of the crew. With her as an intermediary, the gaze of the crew members toward Xiao He became significantly more respectful, no longer viewing him as just a newcomer without a company or background. Xiao He chuckled softly, marveling inwardly. Previously, he had navigated the film crew alone, managing his affairs adeptly even without an agent or assistant. In earlier productions, renowned actors maintained a low profile. Veterans like Zhuo Jianhua and Bao Wei often handled their own tasks, and aside from Lu Zhang, who had a small assistant. Former child star Pu Rong had long since embarked on a solo career. Consequently, Xiao He had never encountered such an elaborate setup. In this grand production, irrespective of their status or fame, nearly all actors were accompanied by personnel. Those with lesser renown brought along a single assistant, while the more prominent figures, such as Su Shengxi and Yiminer, arrived with an entire entourage, over a dozen individuals, each occupying specific roles, wholly dedicated to serving their employer. In stark contrast, Xiao He, an inexperienced newcomer without an agency, felt distinctly out of place. However, accepting his circumstances, Xiao He was there to act and saw no necessity to ingratiate himself with everyone present. After accompanying Yiminer on a brief tour, he graciously declined her invitation and settled into a quiet corner, content to observe. Chapter 38. The agent's invitation on the other side. Lu Rulan approached Su Shengxi and said, "In a moment, you should greet Xiao He." Su Shengxi looked up, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Sister Lu, I'm about to shoot a scene shortly, and I truly have no time. My apologies." Lu Rulan cast him a glance, but ultimately chose not to expose his feeble deceit. It was of little consequence now. Reflecting on her forthcoming plans, her patience waned. "Very well, do as you wish. I shall take my leave. During this period, keep a low profile. There are eyes watching you everywhere." "Understood, Sister Liu," Su Shengxi replied obediently. Once Lu Rulan had departed, Su Shengxi's countenance shifted. What a meddlesome person she was, always stirring up trivial matters. He set aside the script in his hand, reclined against the soft sofa, and busied himself with his phone. "Mr. Xiao, greetings." An unfamiliar woman suddenly stood before Xiao He. He looked up, somewhat perplexed by her presence. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, sported a neat bob and wore a black tailored suit. Her demeanor was serious and cold, exuding an authority reminiscent of a school principal, prompting Xiao He to instinctively sit up straighter. "I am Lu Rulan, currently an agent at Jiaxing." As she spoke, Lu Rulan extended a business card toward Xiao He. "I hold great promise for your forthcoming development. If you would consider it, I hope you might take me on as your future agent." Xiao He was taken aback. He accepted Lu Rulan's card, still adjusting to the social interaction when she continued. "You may take your time to review my credentials and ponder over it for a few days. I shall not intrude further. I hope to receive your response when we meet next. Farewell." With that, the woman departed briskly, her high heels clicking with purpose. Xiao He hardly had a chance to utter a word before she vanished from sight. Her efficiency was indeed remarkable, devoid of any superfluous chatter. Nevertheless, she embodied the type of agent he preferred, direct and easy to communicate with. As he flipped the business card, his expression shifted to one of mild surprise upon reading the text. This was not a card affiliated with Sculpture Entertainment, but rather one solely introducing Lu Rulan herself. This indicated that the invitation was personally extended by Lu Rulan, not as a representative of the agency. Recalling how she had emphasized her current status, Xiao He began to piece together her intentions. This Lu agent seeks to venture independently. That is rather intriguing. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to place the card into his bag. At the filming location, this phone call. "Only you were in contact yesterday, and now the mission on Li Shua's Inn has failed precisely. Our undercover agents and informants have all gone missing." Isn't that a curious coincidence? Meng Zetian suddenly closed the distance between them, his icy gaze harboring both mockery and a subtle undertone of probing. The young man, being pulled along, was slender and refined, sporting a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles. Beneath those glasses, his eyes flickered slightly as he clenched his fists in silence. "I do not comprehend your meaning, Captain Meng. If you harbor suspicions, you may well report me directly." Meng Zetian narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the individual before him. After a prolonged silence, a sudden smile broke across his face as he patted the other's shoulder. "Ha, reporter Bai, you remain as timid as ever. This won't do. Should a conflict arise in the future, you would lack the qualifications to be a war correspondent." Bai Mingchuan adjusted his glasses, tugging at the corners of his mouth with a forced smile as he replied, "That is not a concern of mine, for we are in Shanghai. If any hostilities were to occur, I doubt I would be involved." "Ha, indeed." Meng Zetian laughed heartily, their gazes meeting, yet the mirth in their expressions failed to reach their eyes. Click! When Han Yuan called out, his expression shifting from serious to more relaxed. "All right, that is settled." Instantly, the once quiet office buzzed with activity as staff approached to tidy up the desks, preparing for the next scene setup. Xiao He released his hold on Su Shengxi and gave him a slight nod before turning to fetch some water. Su Shengxi stared at Xiao He's departing figure, his expression notably grave. Xiao Su and Hong Yuan called out to him. Su Shengxi quickly donned a smile and approached Wen Hong Yuan. Look at your situation here. When Hong Yuan launched into an animated discussion about the play, Xiao He stepped aside, and Yiminer proactively offered a bottle of mineral water. Thank you, Sister E. Xiao He accepted gratefully. Yet a hint of concern crossed Yiminer's face. You have truly offended Su Shengxi these past few days. You offended Su Shens? Xiao He, while drinking water, pondered, it seems. Not at all. Wasn't it merely standard acting? Could it be that he had inadvertently invoked the character's emotions and earned Su Shengxi's ire? During this period, he had indeed shared more scenes with Su Shengxi, portraying Meng Ziqian, who was filled with suspicion towards Su Shengxi's by Meng Chuan, relentlessly pursuing him and even setting traps for him, causing the inexperienced by Meng Chuan considerable distress, necessitating multiple rescues from the lead, Li Shua. If Su Shengxi were to channel by Meng Chuan's sentiments, it would be quite natural for him to harbor resentment. Of course not. Your performance remains superficial. How could you empathize with a character? Yimane Shulgit. However, since you joined the cast, he has frequently flubbed his lines when acting with you, which has diminished his stature. Xiao He widened his eyes in disbelief. Really? But he had more NGs when acting with Teacher Zhang. That is an established senior. Can you compare yourself to them? Yiminer spoke plainly, noting that Su Shengxi held the highest status in this production, backed by significant capital. Aside from a few veteran actors, the rest of the cast tended to accommodate him, a practice that had nearly become an unspoken rule. Xiao He had not anticipated such a scenario. As a complete newcomer, he was utterly unaware of this dynamic. It appears you truly know nothing at all. The monarch gazed at Xiao He with a mixture of pity and understanding. After all, without an agent to guide him, it was likely that he had never encountered such a situation in previous productions, and no one had alerted him. Currently, Imaner was assigned to Group B, where she was being filmed by the assistant director, and was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Group A. She had only heard about them from the makeup artist during her recent session. Xiao He, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, well, it hardly matters. Can he really expel me? To be frank, Xiao He felt no fear of Su Shengxi at all. After all, he was the one who had exposed the scandal of Su Shengxi and Su Yu's relationship. So why should he fear a spineless man devoid of responsibility? Imaner was taken aback by Xiao He's confidence, scrutinizing him from head to toe, momentarily unsure of the source of his audacity. Just be cautious, she advised, feeling she had done her part in warning him. In the days that followed, Xiao He did not perceive any evident signs of trouble. The filming schedule was particularly tight, and the intensity of work had escalated compared to previous experiences. After being vigilant for several days, Xiao He found no indication that Su Shengxi intended to undermine him. Rather, Su Shengxi seemed to leave promptly after filming, preoccupied with other matters. Puzzled, yet maintaining his guard, Xiao He decided to activate his special abilities panel after one of the filming sessions. The long-tail effect of Mu Zhe still persisted, and after this period of accumulation, he found himself with 5 opportunities for a draw. Reflecting on the recent depletion of his lifespan values due to the absence of killers, he felt a pang of regret, but ultimately went all in. He harbored no illusions of acquiring new criminal skills, as he held little interest in criminality, if possible. He merely wished for an increase in lifespan values. O divine arbiter of fate, look upon this child. Chapter 39, New Year's Eve Dinner Vlog. 1. Congratulations on gaining an additional 60 days of life. Automatically redeemed. Congratulations on acquiring a memory recollection capsule 1. Automatically stored. Congratulations on mastering exceptional climbing. Automatically learned. Memory recollection capsule details. An impressive first crime scene. Vividly remembered regardless of the passage of time. It even aids in recalling minute details of the crime, allowing you to construct your lies and testimonies with greater precision. Exceptional climbing details. The ultimate choice for a flawless escape. An ideal companion for heinous acts, enabling you to infiltrate a scene undetected or flee with remarkable speed. Fortune smiled upon Xiao He this time, as he amassed a total of 100 days of life value, alongside a tool and a skill. To be candid, He was somewhat astonished to discover that there were still items available in the prize pool. This lottery was more intricate than he had anticipated. However, the nature of these rewards left much to be desired. The memory recollection capsule, upon consumption, could assist in recalling subtle details from the past, such as the arrangement of shoes in the cabinet on a particular day, or even which hand one used for personal hygiene. Though typically, we would use paper for such purposes. If a student were to obtain this capsule, it would undoubtedly be cherished like a treasure, eagerly awaited for the time of college entrance examinations. Yet for Xiao He, it held little utility. His memory was already quite sharp, and his daily rehearsals had conditioned him to retain scripts effortlessly. He had no pressing need to meticulously recall specific events. This disposable item was of no immediate value to him, and he preferred to stockpile it instead. As for the exceptional climbing skill, it might prove useful during filming, perhaps. He could consider auditioning for a crime action film, listing his ability to climb without assistance on his resume, which might pique the director's interest. Xiao He rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the feasibility of this notion. Before long, the year drew to a close. On the 31st, the production team granted a half-day break, allowing everyone the opportunity to revel in the New Year's Eve festivities. Coincidentally, Xiao He's roommate, He Junhao, had recently moved into a new residence and invited Xiao He to join him for the New Year's dinner. Consequently, Xiao He declined other invitations from the crew and prepared to meet He Junhao. After giving the director a heads-up, he discreetly exited the production team. However, shortly after departing the rented set in the Republican-era district, Xiao He encountered an unexpected figure, Su Yuyu. Although they had been filming at the same studio, Xiao He had not seen her since the last incident. Perhaps the previous encounter had been too alarming, for Su Yuyu was accompanied by two burly men in black, resembling bodyguards. Due to Xiao He's sunglasses and mask, Su Yuyu did not recognize him. Instead, one of the black-clad bodyguards caught sight of him and regarded him with suspicion. Surprised, Xiao He quickly averted his gaze and nonchalantly walked past. There was an unmistakable aura of kinship. The bodyguard appears rather unkempt. A sleek black Bentley glided slowly past, coming to a halt before Su Yuyu. As the window descended gradually, Su Yuyu discerned the occupant within, managing a strained smile as she leaned closer to converse quietly with the individual inside. Shortly thereafter, a hand emerged from the vehicle, gently adjusting Su Yuyu's hat and tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. For a fleeting moment, her smile faltered, yet she did not shy away from the touch. Instead, she opened the car door and stepped inside. Almost simultaneously, two bodyguards entered the vehicle, and it gradually pulled away from the scene. Xiao He let out a soft hiss, deep in contemplation. Was the person in the car Su Xingxi? It seemed unlikely. Yet it did not appear to be Su Yuyu's own vehicle. How curious. Xiao Ge. At that moment, He Junhao, standing at the intersection ahead, waved excitedly at Xiao He. Xiao He shifted his gaze, raising his head to see He Junhao jogging towards him, camera in hand, somewhat surprised. What brings you here directly? With a beaming smile, He Junhao replied, I just happened to arrive early to capture some footage. Xiao He glanced at his camera. Are you recording? Indeed. Do you mind? Not all. Xiao He had grown accustomed to the camera, even greeting it warmly. Hello everyone, I'm actor Xiao He, and this is my dear friend, my college roommate for 3 years. He Junhao proudly draped an arm around Xiao He's shoulder, grinning widely. Xiao He blushed slightly. Who shared a bed with you? We were merely foot to foot. Let's not make it sound so distasteful. He Junhao, with mock seriousness, countered. Then let me ask you, do we not use the same ladder to get in and out of bed? When you move, do I not feel it too? Xiao He, taken aback, retorted. Is there a wheel passing over us? Scram, immediately, before you tarnish my image. He Junhao clutched his chest dramatically. Oh, Xiao Ge, you have changed. You are indeed a cold-hearted and ungrateful person. Xiao He feigned a thoughtful pose, stroking his chin. Since you have brought it up, should we not discuss my appearance fee? Please, dear father. He Junhao immediately adopted a different demeanor. How could mere money ever shake the bond between us? I implore you to reconsider. Do not let wealth corrode our father-son relationship. Xiao He scoffed. Let us see how you perform. I'm hungry. Let us hurry and get something to eat. Very well. Dear father, this way please. He Junhao, servile and eager, led Xiao He like a dutiful attendant. As they were filming, Xiao He endeavored to engage with He Junhao's banter, and fortunately, their chemistry ensured the conversation flowed smoothly without a lull. Thus, they chatted amiably as they made their way to the residential complex where He Junhao currently resided. He Junhao's rented apartment is situated in a relatively new residential complex, conveniently close to the subway, yet distanced from the bustling commercial areas. Most residents are ordinary middle-class families, who typically spend their days at work and return home in the evening to rest. He Junhao was particularly drawn to the semi-open kitchen layout of this unit, as well as the tranquil filming environment that is devoid of excessive noise. Additionally, the complex and the entrance of the building are secured with access control, ensuring safety and privacy for its inhabitants. The only drawback is that delivery personnel are not allowed entry, necessitating a personal trip to the main entrance for food pickups. Please, make yourself comfortable. He Junhao gestured for Xiao He to find a seat as he opened the door. Xiao He took off his hat and mask, beginning to examine the room's decor with keen interest. This apartment features 3 bedrooms and a spacious semi-open kitchen, with a layout that is strikingly minimalist. Save for the pile of delivery boxes at the entrance that adds a touch of disarray to its simplicity. On the small table in the living room, everything needed for a hot pot meal was already prepared, requiring only the igniting of the stove to commence dining. However, before they began, He Junhao presented a remarkably well-preserved skull, placing it on the table. This time, I not only prepared hot pot, but also this, he announced. Xiao He was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth is this? I came over as a guest, and you present me with a skull?" Chapter 40, New Year's Feast Vlog 2. Behold, this is crafted from Altos. Do you find it quite vivid? He Junhao proudly rotated the plate in his hands, aligning the hollow eye sockets of the skull toward Xiao He. Xiao He exchanged an incredulous glance with the skull, stepping back in exasperation. Whose brain conceived this? I genuinely feel inclined to report you. What kind-hearted individual would create such a thing? He was utterly astounded. Yet, He Junhao puffed out his chest and earnestly declared, "Brother Xiao, this inspiration struck me after watching your portrayal of that murderer." Xiao He, just ponder this. After a day of aesthetic creation, the murderer sits elegantly at the dining table, indulging in the culinary delights before him. As He Junhao animatedly spoke, he placed the item on the table and insisted on seating Xiao He before it, his face brimming with anticipation. Then he savors his creation, revealing a perverse and chilling smile to the unseen audience behind the camera. Xiao He, you truly are something else. This director role suits you perfectly. I even prepared this. He Junhao pulled out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, forcing them onto Xiao He. He scrutinized Xiao He with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Splendid, splendid. Paired with your attire today, it is simply impeccable." Xiao He glanced down at the rare choice of a black shirt he had selected, his eyes dull as a dead fish. No wonder someone was so insistent yesterday, urging me to wear a black shirt. It seems this is a direct homage to Muze. Well, since I'm here, I might as well give it a try. He Junhao wore an oddly mischievous grin that sent chills down Xiao He's spine. With arms crossed and a wary expression, he regarded He Junhao. This is already the limit. Do not expect any further concessions. Brother Xiao, if it's a no, then it's a no. All right. Seeing Xiao He's resolute demeanor, He Junhao wisely decided to retreat gracefully, pulling Xiao He to sit at the table, preparing the dipping sauce, and getting ready to film the video. Hello. Welcome back to He Xiaoshuai's culinary channel. Today, I present to you a mysterious old friend. Tada! Please welcome the actor portraying Muze, Xiao He. Hello, everyone. For reasons unknown, there was a persistent commotion outside today. He Junhao's residence was on the 12th floor, which was not particularly low, yet during their video shoot, they could still faintly hear the clamor from below. He Junhao discreetly glanced at the time, realizing it was only around 6 in the evening. This shouldn't be the case. Although it was peak commuting time, such a significant noise was unusual for this hour. What do you think? Is the material usable? Xiao He had noticed the noise as well, but paid it little mind, instead focusing on the footage in He Junhao's camera. It's usable. He Junhao nodded, then picked up another DSLR camera, addressing Xiao He. Perfect timing. Why don't you have some cake while I record a video and take some photos? All right. Xiao He lifted the skull before him, first examining it with great seriousness, then sincerely complimenting. This skull's skeletal reconstruction is remarkably well done. Have you studied this thoroughly? He. I borrowed a real skull from the esteemed individuals at the neighboring medical school for some research. He Juanhao replied, somewhat embarrassed. No wonder, Xiao He remarked. I must say, He Juanhao, you truly excel in this field. For an outsider to reconstruct a human skull to such a degree is indeed an extraordinary accomplishment. Moreover, you've utilized maltose. No less. Am I really going to indulge? Xiao He inquired uncertainly. The depiction was so vivid that he found himself somewhat reluctant to partake. Rest assured, Brother Xiao. Feel free to enjoy. With He Juanhao's encouragement, Xiao He took a deep breath and reached to remove the frontal bone of the skull. To his astonishment, upon prying it open, he discovered a layer of red filling within. As the filling threatened to spill onto the table, he quickly slurped it up, only to realize it was strawberry jam. Xiao He was taken aback, watching the red viscous liquid flow over his hands. He genuinely wanted to pry open He Juanhao's skull to discern what bizarre concoctions occupied his mind daily. Meanwhile, He Juanhao, reveling in the spectacle, animatedly directed, Hey, perfect. Lift your gaze. We need that sense of bloodstain at the lip with a shadowy intensity in the eyes. Oh, how delightfully twisted, simply perfect. Xiao He sighed, well, as long as you're happy. Upholding his professionalism as an actor, he proceeded to enact a dramatic moment from the script. He leisurely tasted the red jam from the web of his right hand, slightly raising his gaze. His deep, dark eyes resembled an ancient well, calm, yet concealing a latent menace, as if he were about to consume everything before the camera. He Juanhao did not anticipate Xiao He's cooperation to such an extent, but it was almost overwhelming. As the cinematographer, he felt an uncanny sensation of being watched by something terrifying, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end and involuntarily shudder. In that moment, He Juanhao profoundly realized that the person before him was markedly different from the Xiao He had known for 4 years. This version of Xiao He was strikingly unfamiliar, a bizarre sense of estrangement lurking beneath a familiar facade. He Juanhao promptly set down the camera. As the lens withdrew, Xiao He reverted to his previous tranquil demeanor. Outside the frame, he was still the same old friend that He Juanhao had known for years. The chilling aura seemed to dissipate, as if it had merely been a figment of He Juanhao's imagination. However, upon reviewing the footage he had just captured, he fell into an eerie silence. What had transpired was not an illusion. The figure in the frame was not Xiao He, but Mu Ze, the very embodiment of the refined yet nefarious killer archetype. Even if he existed solely within Bilibili's edited shorts. Brother Xiao, you are destined to become a sensation, He Juanhao stated with unprecedented seriousness. Xiao He found He Juanhao's unexpected declaration amusing and replied, Well, I appreciate your kind words. At first, he merely sought to preserve his own life. However, upon encountering a myriad of individuals within the entertainment industry, Xiao He experienced a shift in perspective, since he was already present. And if those individuals could achieve stardom and idolization, why should he not? After all, he possessed a unique talent. After completing this set of photographs, Xiao He proceeded to the restroom to wash his hands. Meanwhile, He Juanhao noticed the commotion from downstairs growing increasingly louder. Puzzled, he approached the balcony, opened the window, and leaned over to glance down, only to find a throng of people gathered below, densely encircling the area, all gazing upward in their direction. What were they watching? He Juanhao wondered, instinctively sensing that their attention was not directed at him. He instinctively tilted his head back, only to behold thick plumes of smoke billowing from a certain floor above. Wow! He Juanhao exclaimed in astonishment, hastily retrieving his phone. It was then he realized that the owner's group chat he had joined was already abuzz with activity. Earlier, while he and Xiao He were filming, his phone had been on silent mode, causing him to overlook the unfolding events. He promptly sought information in the chat. Numerous messages flooded in, predominantly comprising videos and photographs taken from downstairs. He Juanhao randomly clicked on the latest video, his eyes widening in shock. In the footage, a little girl was seen hanging precariously from the balcony of the room, engulfed in flames. Chapter 41. Oh my goodness, Spider-Man. What happened? Xiao He flicked the water droplets from his fingers, having just stepped outside when he heard He Juanhao's exclamation. Xiao, brother Xiao, there's a fire upstairs. A small child is trapped up there. What? Xiao He furrowed his brow and hurried to the balcony. Leaning out to gaze upwards, approximately the 16th or 17th floor was engulfed in thick smoke. Below the smoke, a little girl clad in pajamas was helplessly clinging to the outer edge of the balcony, peering down at the people below. The girl appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, and the only thing she could manage was to escape the balcony railing. Faced with the rising temperature and encroaching flames, she neither cried nor screamed, simply holding onto the railing with both hands, standing there in silence. Heavens! Where's the fire truck? Why hasn't it arrived yet? He Juanhao, in a state of urgency, leaned over the railing to look into the distance. Meanwhile, residents upstairs were attempting to rescue her, but regrettably, the occupants of the unit below were not home, and the 2 neighboring apartments were too far away to reach her. The 12th floor, where Xiao He and his companions were located, was simply too distant to offer any assistance. Seeing the little girl's tear-filled eyes, Xiao He felt his heart race with anxiety and inquired of He Juanhao, "Where are the firefighters?" He Juanhao looked at his phone and exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh no, the fire truck is blocked outside the community. My goodness, is the security guard an imbecile? What were they thinking? This is clearly a death trap." Xiao He was equally astonished. Is such incompetence truly possible? Those people deserve severe consequences. As He Juanhao spoke, the crowd below suddenly gasped, prompting him to lean out again. He discovered that the little girl was now completely hanging outside the building, with only her hands desperately clinging to a column beneath the railing. Her body swayed precariously, as if she could fall at any moment. "Oh no, Brother Xiao, what should we do? I don't know if we can help." However, his words went unanswered. Turning to look, He Juanhao saw that Xiao He had already crouched on the edge of the balcony railing, his gaze resolutely fixed upwards. "Oh no, Brother Xiao!" He Juanhao screamed, but it was too late to stop Xiao He. The young man leaped forth like a nimble leopard, climbing the edge of the building. He Juanhao stood there, stunned, unable to believe his eyes, even questioning if he was dreaming. But Xiao He had no time to ponder He Juanhao's thoughts. The only sounds behind him were the rustling wind and the astonished cries of the crowd below. Yet upon witnessing the little girl's precarious and helpless form, Xiao He's mind was singularly focused, saving her. Unbeknownst to him, the system seemed to act with foresight. The new skill he had acquired was perfect for climbing. As long as there was a protruding edge on the wall, he could ascend to any place he desired. On the edge of the balcony above, in the recess of the window frame, and within the cracks between the building's bricks. In the fleeting moment that Xiao He leaped forth, his mind had already mapped out every conceivable route, rendering his movements remarkably fluid, devoid of any hesitation. Those who witnessed the spectacle below could not help but break into a cold sweat, instinctively holding their breath. Fortunately, despite the audacity and peril of the young man's actions, each movement was executed with precision, landing accurately upon his intended targets. At a height of 5 stories, a typical person would require 40 to 60 seconds to traverse such a distance. Yet Xiao He accomplished a series of agile climbs in merely about 15 seconds. Utilizing the railing of the balcony below, he leaped, effortlessly suspending himself with one hand from the edge of the upper balcony. At that precise moment, the little girl, exhausted, had relinquished her grip, and Xiao He seized her waist just as she began to fall, cradling her in his arm. With a powerful thrust of his waist, he brought both himself and the girl back to the balcony of the currently ablaze floor. The railing was already scalding hot. Upon touching it, Xiao He nearly released his grip from the searing heat. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured, peering inside and then asking the little girl, "Is there anyone else at home?" The girl gazed at the suddenly appearing older brother with confusion, sluggishly shaking her head. Her eyes seemed weary, barely able to remain open. Yet she raised her bloodied hand, struggling to gesture towards Xiao He. In that moment, Xiao He fell silent. No wonder the child had not been crying or making a fuss. She was unable to speak. "I understand now." Subsequently, Xiao He carried the little girl, opting not to retrace his steps, but instead maneuvering sideways along the edge of the windowsill, reaching the neighboring window. The neighbor had been waiting eagerly. The male homeowner reached out to grasp the girl while Xiao He supported her from below, allowing her to step onto his shoulder and pivot into the neighbor's embrace. Once the girl was safely inside the room, Xiao He gracefully leaped, landing effortlessly at the edge of the window and then descending with poise. As both individuals found refuge in the adjacent room, a thunderous round of applause erupted from below. "Bro, you're incredible," someone shouted from the crowd. Others, exhilarated, exclaimed, "Wow, we just witnessed a real-life Spider-Man." Forget Spider-Man. This guy climbed up with his bare hands. Absolutely stunning. Did anyone record that? I need the video. I want to showcase this online. It's more exhilarating than a movie. Inside the room, the female homeowner cradled the little girl, softly soothing her while retrieving a first aid kit to tend to the girl's injured hand. The male homeowner gave Xiao He a thumbs up, saying, "Brother, you're amazing. I rarely admire anyone in my life, but you are one of them." Xiao He, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, "It's nothing. I merely did what was within my capabilities." The female homeowner then looked up at Xiao He and exclaimed, "Muze?" Xiao He, as he had rushed out in haste, he had neglected to don a mask or hat for concealment, and he was still wearing the glasses that Jiunhao had given him. With today's attire, it is indeed quite easy to be recognized. "Are you Muze?" The mistress's expression was a mix of excitement and peculiarity, her gaze fixed on Xiao He with an intensity that seemed as though she might bore a hole through him. Xiao He could only respond, "Yes, I'm the performer of Muze. My real name is Xiao He." "Oh, my apologies. So your name is Xiao He. I absolutely adore your portrayal of Muze. I never expected to meet you in person." The mistress appeared to be around 26 or 27 years of age, and at that moment, she resembled a starstruck fan encountering her idol. Despite Xiao He's somewhat unapproachable demeanor, he had just bravely saved a life in front of many witnesses. Oh, how thrilling. The mistress was so flustered that she fumbled about, even requesting Xiao He's autograph and a photograph. Observing the chaos around him, Xiao He sought to redirect the conversation. May I borrow your wash basin for a moment? I would like to wash my hands." "Of course. Right here." "Oh dear, your hand is bleeding." Only then did the mistress notice the blood on Xiao He's hand. Xiao He glanced down nonchalantly and shook his hand. "It's nothing, just a few scrapes." Chapter 42. The Rescue Farce 1. After Xiao He utilized his family's wash basin to tend to the wound on his finger, the sound of an approaching fire truck echoed from downstairs. As the firefighters hurried about, the heart-wrenching fire that had captivated the attention of many finally drew to a close. Soon, an ambulance arrived, accompanied by the parents of the little girl who rushed to the scene. "Xiao Xian, my little Xiao Xian." Yu Mingjin squeezed through the crowd. Upon seeing her daughter standing there unharmed, her voice trembled with emotion as she rushed forward and embraced the little girl tightly. The once resilient child, upon reuniting with her family, shed her earlier calm demeanor, curling up in her mother's arms, silently weeping and trembling slightly. It's all right. Mommy is here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Yu Mingjin gently stroked her daughter's back, trying to comfort her, yet her own tears flowed uncontrollably, her voice hoarse and quivering. Earlier, Yu Mingjin had returned home from work as usual, only to be struck with the horrifying news that their house was on fire. Panic seized her, rendering her legs weak as she dropped everything and rushed over, fearing the worst. Thankfully, her precious child was alive. Everything had turned out all right. It was truly a relief. "Excuse me, are you the owner of this residence?" A firefighter approached after concluding the firefighting efforts. Yu Mingjin quickly wiped her tears and looked up at the firefighter, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for saving my daughter. I am eternally grateful." The firefighter blushed slightly, feeling a bit bashful as he replied, It wasn't T.S. who saved her. It was a young man from your building." He climbed up the exterior of the building with his bare hands, scaling 4 or 5 levels in one breath. Truly remarkable. What? Yu Mingjin momentarily felt lost. For a fleeting moment, she doubted her own hearing. A young man, from the outside, climbed 4 or 5 stories to rescue someone. If it weren't for the firefighter's earnest expression, she might have thought he was jesting. "The young man is right over there." The firefighter gestured towards 2 young individuals standing nearby. At that moment, Jiunhao was still engulfed in shock of what he had just witnessed, circling around Xiao He, his expression a mixture of complexity and disbelief. "Siya Yi, Where did you train for this? Xiao He shrugged and replied earnestly, me? I actually have a golden finger. I learned it all in one go. Ha ha ha. He was utterly unconvinced, thinking Xiao He was joking. He playfully punched Xiao He's arm, exclaiming, as expected of my Xiao Ge, only you could pull off such realism. Xiao He replied, the world is declining. Even when one speaks the truth, no one believes it. At that moment, Yumingjian approached, bowing in gratitude towards Xiao He. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you as she spoke, her eyes brimmed once more with tears. Xiao Xian is her very existence, her everything. She cannot fathom the transformation her life would undergo should Xiao Xian perish. It is nothing, merely a trivial matter. Xiao He waved his hand dismissively, preparing to offer a modest retort when suddenly, a woman burst into the scene, wailing loudly. A middle-aged woman, perhaps in her 50s or 60s, rushed in, glanced at the charred remnants of the home, and then shrieked, lunging toward the child in Yumingjian's arms. You worthless little wretch. You unruly child. You couldn't even stay still at home and ended up setting the house ablaze. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. What on earth is happening? A nearby firefighter reprimanded, swiftly intervening to halt the woman's aggression. However, she collapsed to the ground, wailing, why is my life so wretched? This foolish woman gave birth to an uncommunicative little imbecile, and now she has reduced my son as hard-earned home to ashes. Oh my heavens! Open your eyes and witness this. Life has become unbearable. Yumingjian held the little girl tightly in her embrace, her expression darkening. Mother, is this really the time to discuss the house? Xiao Xian nearly lost her life. She ought to have perished. That wretched child should have met her end. Who was the scoundrel that saved her? Truly, what foolishness. Xiao He, at that moment, felt akin to a dog observing a street performance, suddenly receiving an unexpected kick. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are we at fault for saving lives? He Juanhao immediately interjected, questioning her. The woman, mistaking He Juanhao as one of the rescuers, surveyed him and recognized him as a university student, someone she perceived as easy to bully. She placed her hands on her hips and retorted, Oh really? What kind of rescue is that? Did you barge into our home? Did you take the opportunity to steal from us amidst the chaos? And that door, was it you who kicked it? No way, you owe us for that door. He Juanhao, incredulous, laughed in disbelief. What? Ma'am, are you attempting to be humorous? Is there a fault in saving lives? Perhaps we should have just set your house ablaze completely. Several firefighters nearby also expressed their displeasure. We kicked the door down. So what? You, an adult, left the child alone at home despite our repeated warnings against charging batteries indoors. Yet you not only brought the battery back, but also locked the door behind you. The child was nearly trapped and perished, and now you seek to blame others? As the firefighters spoke, Yumingjian's expression shifted dramatically. Mother, did I not warn you against bringing the battery back? It poses a significant safety risk. Usually, you are home at this time. Where were you today? Xiao Xian needs care, and in such a situation, she couldn't even call for help. You nearly caused her death. The woman, confronted by Yumingjian, momentarily faltered, but quickly regained her composure, defiantly stating, What? Am I to be a servant to you both? To toil away daily in the house? Am I not entitled to my own time to rest? You think it's my responsibility to ensure that little fool knows how to handle a fire? Truly, she is useless. Truly, you are the offspring of your mother, utterly devoid of any capability. The aunt then began to enumerate the alleged transgressions of Yumingjian with relentless fervor. Her choice of words and demeanor caused discomfort among those present. He Juanhao, after listening for a brief moment, rolled his eyes in exasperation. So, you are indeed one who favors sons over daughters, wishing for a grandson while mercilessly tormenting your granddaughter. You hardly seem human. The aunt was instantly incensed, pointing an accusatory finger at He Juanhao. What nonsense are you spouting, you bastard? You are a wretch born of a mother who never raised you. Such direct insults and unadulterated attacks sent one's blood pressure soaring, gradually flushing their cheeks. How could one's language be so foul? He Juanhao felt as if he might choke on his indignation, yet he prided himself on being a cultured university student. To retaliate with crude words felt beneath him. However, employing sarcasm would likely go over her head, leaving him with a sense of having struck a punch into excrement, only to be splattered in return. Just as He Juanhao pondered a retort, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder from Xiao He. He turned his head. Brother Xiao? With an impassive expression. Xiao He fixated on the ant, his tone frigid. Initially, I sought to confirm something, but it seems that is no longer necessary. He then promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the police. Hello? Officer, I suspect that there is child abuse occurring here. Please do come quickly. Chapter 43. The Rescue Farce to Everyone gasped in astonishment. Huh? Child abuse? Hao was taken aback, bewildered. Who? Xiao He put away his phone, leisurely lifting his gaze to the middle-aged woman before him. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke in a calm tone. Naturally, it is her. All eyes turned towards the woman. Her expression twisted momentarily, and she attempted to lunge at Xiao He. What are you saying? You bastard! The firefighters nearby were caught off guard by her sudden movement, unable to intervene in time. However, Xiao He deftly pivoted, subtly tripping the woman. In the next instant, she crashed on the ground with a thud. Ouch! The woman cried out like a wounded animal. You did that on purpose. Xiao He feigned innocence. Am I at fault for dodging? His series of actions had been flawless. To the onlookers, it appeared as if the woman had tried to claw at Xiao He but had miscalculated her force, resulting in her own embarrassing fall. I'll call the police on you. Ouch! It hurts. The woman lamented, wailing dramatically, while Xiao He merely shrugged. Accuse me as you wish, for everyone here possesses clear sight. They all witnessed the events unfold and can attest to my truth. Indeed, others nodded in agreement. Hao seized the opportunity to interject with a sarcastic tone. How amusing. You were just aiming to extort us, and now you've bypassed the act entirely, resorting to a shameless ploy. Jin trembled with rage. Mother, what on earth do you intend to accomplish? Do you truly wish to harm Xiao Xian? Faced with such a situation, her mother-in-law displayed no concern for the child, solely seeking to evade responsibility while unjustly attacking their benefactor. Jin felt a surge of embarrassment and fury, and the thought that had earlier crossed her mind resurfaced uncontrollably. Perhaps it was indeed time for her to consider divorce. Although her husband was generally kind, marriage was not merely a matter of two individuals. A tedious endurance would only lead to a life strewn with chaos. Soon, the police car arrived. Due to jurisdictional differences, the officers who came were unfamiliar to Xiao He. However, this did not impede matters. Xiao He directly addressed one of the officers. Hello, I'm the one who reported the incident. Upon seeing Xiao He, the leading officer Yin furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed. We have received the relevant calls. You are the young man who performed the rescue, correct? On their way, the officers had gathered some information, particularly regarding the young man who had rescued someone. Everyone spoke highly of him, claiming he had scaled 5 stories of the apartment building unassisted to effect the rescue. Thus, the officers were already curious about this legendary figure. Now, seeing him in person, it was evident that he was indeed a remarkable young man. That's me. Xiao He nodded in affirmation. Yes, officer. After rescuing the child, she succumbed to severe coughing that led to vomiting. In the aftermath, we discovered undigested white pills amidst her vomit, coupled with the child's current lethargic demeanor. I suspect that she may have been administered sleeping pills or something similar. What? You must be joking. The voices of Jin and the elderly woman echoed simultaneously. Jin, astonished, gazed at the child who had been curled up in her embrace, despondent since her earlier tears, and turned to the elderly woman, questioning with urgency. Xiao Xian has not been ill recently. Why are there pills in her stomach? Did you not claim to have purchased sleeping pills for your own insomnia? Do you regularly give my daughter such medication? The elderly woman immediately averted her gaze. I did not. This young man is speaking nonsense. Those are vitamins. How did it turn into a matter of sleeping pills? He is simply spouting absurdities. Jin scoffed. Guarantee those vitamins you previously consumed in secret? Would you be so benevolent as to feed my daughter those? Indeed, she had purchased some vitamins, but they had all been consumed by the elderly woman herself. When Jin attempted to debate this, the woman would dismiss her, claiming that Xiaoshuan's consumption of such items was a waste, asserting that children grew up fine without any vitamins in the past, leading Jin to cease purchasing them altogether. Now, however, the elderly woman was putting on an act. Officer Yin scrutinized both the elderly woman and Jin's expressions and formed a preliminary conclusion, subsequently addressing Xiao He. You have quite the keen eye. Xiao He merely smiled. I am not well versed in pills. However, Our neighbor happens to be a nurse, making me particularly sensitive to such medications. During the rescue, Xiao He found it odd that the child seemed somewhat sluggish and lacked spirit, appearing rather dazed. He initially assumed that the child might have inherent mental issues until the neighbor discovered the pills in the vomit, revealing that the child was not dull, but rather under the influence of the medication, causing her to be somewhat disoriented. Initially, Xiao He had not given it much thought. It seemed relatively normal for adults to administer medications to children. However, after witnessing the elderly woman's behavior and demeanor, his suspicions were rekindled. As the saying goes, a villain's convoluted schemes are no match for the ingenuity of a fool. Xiao He even had reason to suspect that the elderly woman had acted with malicious intent, perhaps even plotting murder. Yet her apparent concern for the house suggested otherwise. This reminded Xiao He of a news story he had encountered, where a nanny, seeking to ease her burden, deliberately administered vitamin B1 and melatonin to a child, keeping them in a perpetually drowsy state throughout the day, which could even save on lunch expenses, as children often lack the discernment to recognize what is amiss, and parents would remain oblivious for some time. However, this was her own granddaughter. Such actions were indeed monstrous. Xiao He's reasoning, supported by evidence, and the elderly woman's seemingly genuine reactions heightened the police's vigilance, while Yuminjin remained resolute in her quest for the truth. However, due to Xiaoshuan's inability to speak and the inconvenience of communicating through sign language caused by her previous burns, the police could only allow Yuminzhen to take care of Xiaoxian in the hospital. They collected the contents from Xiaoshuan's vomit and conducted an investigation in the room where the fire had occurred. The subsequent events were recounted to Xiao by He Junhao. The security personnel of their residential community had delayed the rescue by intercepting the ambulance, which led to compensation from the property management company afterward. Nevertheless, the homeowners were furious and resolute, ultimately succeeding in replacing the property management company. At last, He Junhao could have food delivered right to his doorstep. Upon investigation, it was indeed confirmed that the aunt harbored no intentions of seriously harming Xiaoxian, yet her abusive behavior was unequivocally established. She not only secretly starved Xiaoxian by withholding meals at noon, but also regularly administered her own sleeping pills to the girl, all while sneaking out to play cards with her friends. The absurdity of bringing home batteries for recharging was utterly foolish, and she had not anticipated the disastrous outcome that ensued, resulting in the loss of her home and nearly endangering her granddaughter's life. Upon learning the entire truth, Ms. Yu decisively filed for divorce from her husband, who, after futile attempts to reconcile, reluctantly agreed to the separation. Xiaoxian would henceforth be raised by Yuminzhen. As for the aunt, she would face criminal charges for abuse and arson, likely resulting in a sentence of 1 to 3 years. Upon hearing this verdict, Xiao could only exclaim, deserved. Chapter 44. Trending again, returning to the present moment, Xiao He observed the situation gradually clarifying and exchanged a subtle gesture with He Junhao, prompting their discreet withdrawal from the scene. Upon arriving at He Junhao's apartment, they both exhaled a sigh of relief in unison. Today had been exceedingly thrilling. He Junhao patted his chest, full of emotion, lamenting the irksome old woman. If it weren't for you, Xiao Ge, I would have genuinely desired to send her back to kindergarten with a punch. Xiao He, slightly embarrassed, replied, surely it wasn't that extreme. Suddenly, He Junhao exclaimed, oh no, my hot pot. He glanced at the nearly dried-up dish and hurriedly scrambled to salvage it. I left the fire on in my haste to leave. Fortunately, they returned just in time. Otherwise, they would have had to summon the firefighters for assistance once again. Xiao He quickly made his way to the kitchen and brought over a kettle to replenish the water. The two of them tidied the table and brought the hot pot back to a boil, preparing to continue their earlier filming. Meanwhile, on the internet, Xiao He's heroic act was just beginning to create ripples. Initially, a video capturing the rescue had gone viral online, drawing a multitude of viewers. The video was filmed from below the apartment building, clearly depicting a fire erupting on the 16th or 17th floor, with white smoke billowing from the balcony. A young girl, clad in a floral nightgown, stood helplessly on the balcony's edge, clutching the railing as she peered down at the crowd below. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a pang of anxiety, sharing the concern of the videographer for the girl's safety. However, a distressing turn of events unfolded as the girl slowly crouched down, appearing to lose her strength. In the next moment, she slipped, her body teetering perilously over the edge, with only her hands gripping the railing. A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. Oh heavens, who can save her? Amidst the cries of alarm from those in the video, a figure suddenly emerged. A young man dressed in a casual black shirt leaped from several floors below. With remarkable agility and speed, he ascended to the girl's floor, relying solely on his own strength. Just before the girl succumbed to exhaustion, he successfully rescued her. As the viewers saw the young man carrying the girl safely into a neighboring apartment, they could not contain their exhilaration, echoing the sentiments of those in the video. Wow, that was incredible. Mom, I think I just saw a superhero. Seriously, man, you are unbelievably handsome. How on earth did he accomplish that? I can't believe my eyes. It can't be staged. The official account from the neighboring building has confirmed it. This is no act. It's a real-life event. The homeowners groups in our vicinity are buzzing with his video. Let us applaud the young man who saved her. Hats off to the hero. Am I the only one who thinks this guy is really handsome? It seems somewhat familiar, as if I have encountered it before. I believe it resembles someone, but I cannot be entirely certain. It's Muse. My goodness, could it really be him? The attire and those gold-rimmed glasses almost made me think I was dreaming. Who is Muse? Muse, the notorious serial killer. What? The one saving people is the serial killer? What nonsense is this? Aren't we discussing a heroic rescuer? You all are spreading rumors, which is rather amusing, don't you think? It appears to be a celebrity from the entertainment industry. This is quite ridiculous. This is a social news piece. So I kindly ask certain fans not to project their biases onto their idol. No, this individual is genuinely the actor portraying Muse. You must watch the video by Xiao He Did Not Sleep. She captured the entire event from her perspective, and even the actor himself has acknowledged it. What? As the controversy surrounding Xiao He, who is suspected to be Muse himself, unfolded, more people flocked to Xiao Yu's account to view the video. Xiao Yu, who was the homeowner and neighbor present at the scene, recorded the entire rescue process from a different angle, later sharing photos of herself with Xiao He and his autograph. Xiao Yu wrote, "Dear friends, I have captured the real Muse. His name is Xiao He. He is incredibly handsome and just saved a child. He is a truly wonderful person, completely unlike Muse." The photograph features a young woman alongside a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his features striking and composed, with a hint of Muse's distinct, chilling aura. The comments section erupted. Wow, it is truly Muse. Should I help you report this? Haha, this is bad. The way you took the photo makes you seem rather dangerous. Help. Haha. It feels like after the photo, Muse is going to chase you down with a chainsaw. So it was indeed Muse who rescued someone? It feels so unreal. Please, do not call him Muse. He has a name, Xiao He, a rather impressive actor. I invite everyone to follow his upcoming work, The Thief Hunter. So his name is Xiao He? I always thought he was called Muse. That is the character's name. Due to the convergence of topics, such as positive energy, acting, and heroism, when Xiao He received the call, this matter had once again trended on social media. What? I'm trending again? Xiao He slurped the meatballs from his bowl, and at Pu Rong's urging, he opened the trending list. Indeed, his name had made its way onto the list. Since Xiao He's act of heroism was entirely unmasked, this time his name appeared on the trending list, along with Muse's name. Xiao He felt a sense of resignation as he clicked on a few videos to take a glance, only to quickly exit. Oh my, Xiao He, you've been hiding your talents from me all this time, haven't you? Pu Rong exclaimed indignantly over the phone. You're nearly rivaling Spider-Man. When there's a wall, just climb it. I had previously been oblivious to your extraordinary capabilities. Xiao He innocently remarked, you never inquired about it before. Since you did not ask, I shall adamantly refuse to acknowledge it. Pu Rong, feeling somewhat speechless, then posed a question. By the way, I noticed your hand seemed injured in the video. Are you all right? It's nothing, Xiao He replied, glancing down his fingers, which bore minor abrasions that would heal in a few days. That's good to hear. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Pu Rong prepared to end the call. Just before disconnecting, he recalled something and reminded Xiao He. Oh. The director asked you to seize the opportunity to post an update and promote our project, The Thief Catcher, which is just wrapped filming. Xiao He expressed surprise. Have you truly finished filming? I heard Director Lin pulled you back for additional shoots. Pu Rong chuckled. We declared it wrapped, so it is. After all, the date was chosen by the director himself. This is the perfect chance to capitalize on your popularity. Xiao He understood. All right, I shall post right away. This momentum should not be wasted. Chapter 45. Unseen Gazes After Purong. Xiao He received a series of messages from Lu Zheong, Li Hanyue, and Yiminer, among others. What surprised Xiao He the most was a message from Lu Rulon. Unlike the others, this esteemed manager not only extended her greetings, but also offered several suggestions regarding fan conversion and maintaining popularity, each one sincere and practical, leaving Xiao He with an enlightening sense of clarity. However, Lu Rulon had not been present on set for quite some time, with only an assistant accompanying Su Xingxi, leading Xiao He to believe she had forgotten about him. It was unexpected for her to reach out and provide professional advice. Xiao He, thank you. The response came swiftly, as if she had been eagerly awaiting his reply. Lu Rulon, if you would allow me to be your manager, I will take care of this matter and future endeavors for you. Xiao He blinked in surprise. Such directness? It was rather endearing. Xiao He, are you planning to go independent? The reply was not straightforward. Lu Rulon, can we arrange a meeting after the new year? Xiao He, sure. After setting a time, Xiao He put down his phone and resumed his meal. However, He Juanhao was already too excited to eat. Wow, Xiao Ge, you have truly become famous. So many people. Xiao He replied casually, it's all right. The beef is a bit tough today. How can you be so composed? I can't wait for you to go live. This is all about popularity and traffic. He exclaimed, taking a sip of hot duck blood. Xiaoye. Delicious. He Juanhao, abandoning his struggles, propped his chin up with his hand, watching Xiao He enjoy the hot pot. Only you could remain so calm in such a situation. Xiao He shrugged and, in a rather nonchalant manner, remarked, you get used to it. Yet, in a swift turn of fate, the very next moment, the self-assured demeanor was interrupted. Seeing his mother's name flashing on the phone screen made Xiao He gulp nervously. He Juanhao leaned over to take a look, his face filled with sympathy. Xiao Ge, don't blame me for not being loyal. Be brave and face it alone. I can't help you. Xiao He. The hot pot suddenly lost its appeal. Zhao's parents, one a government official and the other a high school language teacher, though not wealthy, had fostered a harmonious family atmosphere over the years, deeply loving and respecting Xiao He, supporting his decision to study computer science in the city. Xiao He had always been a well-behaved child, a source of comfort for his parents. If there was a single act of rebellion, it was undoubtedly his sudden choice to pursue an acting career. Imagine a good child, having studied computer science for 4 years, on the brink of graduation, suddenly deciding to become a star. Who could accept such a turn of events? When Xiao He first learned of the matter from Xiao He's mother, she nearly took a leave of absence to fly over. It was only through Xiao He's earnest explanations and persuasion that the two could temporarily accept the situation. However, given the magnitude of Xiao He's heroic act, it was likely that his parents would see it and admonish him yet again. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao He answered the phone, he was met with his mother's thunderous admonishment. Xiao He, have you lost your mind? Do you not value your life? That was an incredibly high building. Falling from such a height, you wouldn't even be able to recover. Do you think you're some sort of flying acrobat? Are you tired of living comfortably? Just wait. I'll come over and set you straight. Mom, please. I was wrong. It was a life at stake. I promise I won't do it again. Xiao He pleaded softly, covering the phone, while He Juanhao stifled a laugh and discreetly made his way to the kitchen to tidy up. Although Xiao He's mother was a language teacher, her temper was rather explosive, and she usually played the role of the strict parent at home, with his father providing support from the sidelines. Thus, Xiao He harbored a genuine fear of his mother. Even during her lecture over the phone, he remained meek and did not dare to retort. It was quite amusing. While he could still enjoy some peace and quiet by sliding down on his knees, a retort would surely provoke his mother to come charging to Shanghai. To ensure a pleasant New Year's Eve for both, Xiao He chose to avoid confrontation. Fortunately, after 20 minutes of her incessant chatter, his mother finally paused. Who will you be spending New Year's Eve with? I hope your crew isn't working through the holiday, she inquired stiffly, seizing the opportunity to appease her. Xiao He replied, Mom, we have a holiday. I'm just having dinner with He Juanhao. He quickly signaled to He Juanhao. He Juanhao responded with an okay gesture and seamlessly took over the conversation. Good evening, Annie. Happy New Year in advance. Upon hearing He Juanhao's voice, Xiao He's mother's tones softened considerably. Ah, Xiao He. Long time no see. Happy New Year. Auntie, how have you been? Is everything well? Xiao Ge mentioned you recently. He originally planned to come back to see you, but I had some issues, so he stayed behind to accompany me. Trudisore. Please don't be upset with Xiao Ge. He Juanhao, true to his charming nature, skillfully managed to win over Xiao He's mother in no time. Xiao He was in awe and silently gave him a thumbs up. Brother, I shall remember your kindness. Thus, when Xiao He took back the phone, his mother's attitude had noticeably improved. How have you been lately? Is anyone in the crew giving you a hard time? Please don't keep sending money to us. We have salaries now and we'll have pensions in the future. Just take care of yourself and don't go climbing around and falling again. Your father and I want to be responsible for you. Listening to his mother's awkward concern, Xiao He couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart, followed by a light chuckle. Don't worry, Mom. I'm doing quite well now. I've been consistently working on projects, and the directors say I have talent. Furthermore, I even met Bao Wei on my previous set, and I managed to get his autograph for you. Oh, really? After a moment of silence, Zhao's mother raised her voice in disbelief. You little rascal actually got to meet Bao Wei. In her mind, Bao Wei was a prominent figure frequently seen on television and in films, undoubtedly of considerable stature. How could an unknown like Xiao He have a conversation with someone of his caliber? Xiao He laughed softly. I have plenty of photos on my phone. If you don't believe me, I can video call him later. Is that true? His mother exclaimed with delight. No need for a video call. Just hurry and send me that autograph. I want to display it when I get back. All right, Mom, Xiao He replied, somewhat resigned. Thus, a sudden family crisis was silently resolved by the mere presence of Bao Wei's autograph. At that moment, Xiao He realized that his mother seemed to genuinely admire Bao Wei, more than just a casual fan, in fact. Oh, how grateful he was to teacher Bao for saving his skin. As the buzz online continued to grow, Xiao He indeed felt a sense of becoming a familiar face nationwide. However, due to the expanding reach of the video, someone in a rented room also caught sight of Xiao He. Xiao He, acting heroically. The person murmured, their hand gripping the mouse, trembling slightly from pain. The dominant right hand was in a swollen, inflamed state with a long, gruesome scar running from the back of the hand to the wrist, seeping a mixture of red and yellow fluid that appeared grotesque. From such a wound, it was easy to deduce the nature of the incident. A knife had sliced through, penetrating from the web of the hand directly to the ulnar styloid, nearly severing most of the palm, held together by only a thin layer of flesh. The intense pain from that night was something he could never forget. Yet, the person who inflicted such lasting harm remained elusive, even evading the police. The primary suspect at the time, gazing at the screen, the individual's expression grew colder as they observed the young man with an icy demeanor devoid of warmth. Was it you? The person from that night? Was it truly you? Chapter 46. The signed agent after the new year. Xiao He returned to the film crew. Predictably, he once again became the center of attention among his colleagues. Inhumane, in particular, was direct. She grasped Xiao He's shoulders and scrutinized him, her expression filled with bewilderment. How on earth did you manage that? Xiao He, who usually busied himself with filming, had little time for exercise. Although he did work out, he lacked the exaggerated muscle mass, instead possessing a well-proportioned physique that suited fashionable attire. Inhumane simply could not fathom that this individual was an avid rock climber. Xiao He shrugged. Perhaps saving someone awakened my latent potential. Inhumane responded. I'll give you that. Following this incident, the rapport between Xiao He and the other crew members improved significantly, save for one exception. Naturally, that would be Su Xingxi. At times, Xiao He truly felt that, as an ordinary person, he could not comprehend the mindset of someone like Su Xingxi. Was it really necessary to harbor a grudge over a few additional NGs? Observing Su Xingxi's cold demeanor towards him, Xiao He merely shrugged it off. I couldn't care less. After all, your agent will soon be leaving you. In the afternoon, Xiao He officially met Lu Rulan at a CAF to discuss the upcoming signing. As he had suspected, Lu Rulan was indeed preparing to venture out on her own. Currently, our newly established studio has no other artists. If you are willing to join us, you will be our first artist, and all our focus and resources will be directed towards you. Lu Rulan stated earnestly, you need not worry about resources. I have cultivated a network and resource channels in the entertainment industry over the years. Your future resources and treatment will certainly not be inferior to those of artists from other companies. Lu Rulan spoke at length, and Xiao He listened intently, having already made his decision in his heart. It must be said that Lu Rulan was undoubtedly his best choice at present. Having conducted thorough research on Lu Rulan's background online, Xiao He learned that prior to managing Su Xingxi, she had consistently represented actors renowned for their acting prowess, with several of her clients having received significant industry accolades. He had complete faith in Lu Rulan's capabilities, especially regarding Su Shengxi's romantic entanglements. Although previous revelations had caused considerable impact, upon observing Su Shengxi's career now, Xiao He realized that it had truly remained unaffected. The fans continued to dote on him, and he remained a top-tier star, with endorsements and engagements unchanged. Xiao He was certainly unconvinced that Lu Rulan had not exerted effort behind the scenes. However, one question lingered in his mind. "Why did you choose me?" Xiao He inquired. This was what he found most perplexing. As a newcomer, Lu Rulan had shown him remarkable enthusiasm from the very beginning, frequently extending olive branches. While he felt flattered, he was also somewhat puzzled. Before Lu Rulan, there were indeed other prominent companies and agents who approached him. However, these individuals regarded him as a newcomer lacking formal training, imposing exceedingly stringent demands. The contracts they offered were heavily skewed, typically favoring an 80-20 split, devoid of any script selection rights, enforcing strict compliance with company arrangements, and binding him for a decade. In contrast, the contract presented by Lu Rulan offered a more equitable 60-40 division, prioritizing script selection in accordance with the artist's preferences and a commitment of merely 3 years. The superiority of this arrangement was patently clear. Lu Rulan did not conceal her intentions, candidly stating, "Signing you is undeniably the most optimal choice among all my options." From the moment Su Shengxi's romantic involvement became public, Lu Rulan had been attentive to this newcomer. Though lacking formal training, his acting skills were on par with other stars in the entertainment industry. Moreover, he maintained a low profile, diligently navigating various production sets without solely pursuing fame and popularity. Lu Rulan leveraged her connections to gather insights, discovering that the general consensus regarding Xiao He was quite positive. Here was a talented, ambitious newcomer who did not blindly chase after trends, possessed commendable character, already had a foundation of work, enjoyed a modest fan base, had never signed with a company, and was free from any contractual disputes. Lu Rulan simply could not envision a better choice than Xiao He. Upon hearing Lu Rulan's words, Xiao He paused for a moment before nodding. "All right, I look forward to our collaboration." After signing the contract, Lu Rulan promptly commenced her duties, overseeing all of Xiao He's business affairs, though thus far, he had not yet accepted any commercial engagements. "From now on, I shall call you Sister Lu," Xiao He inquired. "That is acceptable," Lu Rulan replied as she reviewed Xiao He's platform account, nodding in approval. "Currently, there are no significant issues with your account. Just remember to switch to your secondary account when logging in." "Understood, Sister Lu." "You haven't posted anything inappropriate on your secondary account, have you?" "No." "Have you ever been in a romantic relationship? Are you currently single?" "I have never dated. I have always been single." "Have you engaged in any illicit activities or experienced gambling or drug use? Were you ever involved in bullying during your school years? Do you have any questionable pasts or principal mistakes? Any criminal record? What is your family background like? Are there any individuals with a history of dishonesty in your family?" Lu Rulan proceeded to bombard Xiao He with a barrage of questions, leaving him somewhat bewildered. However, considering the current prevalence of scandals in the entertainment industry, he found solace in responding earnestly and sincerely to each inquiry posed by Lu Rulan. After confirming Xiao He's basic circumstances, Lu Rulan nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. There is no need to continue cleaning up after others. All right, I have a general understanding of your situation. I hope you take responsibility for what you just said. Otherwise, should any issues arise, I may not be able to cover for you." Lu Rulan clasped her hands on the table, fixing her gaze on Xiao He. "You may take a moment to recall if there is anything else you have not disclosed to me." Xiao He indeed took a moment to reflect, then remembered another detail. "Oh, by the way, I have appeared on trending searches a few times, though I never show my face. I am aware of the incident involving Su Xingxi." Lu Rulan interjected. "You saved Su Yuyu at that time, but were photographed by paparazzi and labeled as her secret boyfriend. Rest assured, I will handle this matter for you. Indeed, Xiao He nodded, recalling an incident involving Ranyan Rui's car accident, during which I was seated in the very vehicle of the driver. Although I remained unseen, I could be considered a partial witness and informed party, as Chung Hong-won had even provided a hush money at that time. On another occasion, I was featured in a trending online incident where a young man apprehended a thief disguised in women's clothing. And now, there is this episode from New Year's Eve when Mu Zhe came to the rescue. Lu Rulan. Wait, are newcomers this formidable nowadays? Fortunately, Lu Rulan, being a consummate professional, quickly gathered her composure. I understand. You need not concern yourself with these matters. I shall take care of everything. All right. Thank you, Sister Lu. Once the discussions concluded, Xiao He returned to the set feeling unburdened. The following day, Lu Rulan arrived at the crew with an array of items and distributed them on behalf of Xiao He to the others. Within an hour, everyone in the crew was aware that Lu Rulan had now taken on the role of Xiao He's manager. What's going on? Inhumane regarded Xiao He with astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom that he had such prowess to recruit Su Xingxi's manager. Xiao He appeared quite innocent. It has nothing to do with me. It was Sister Lu who sought me out. Thank you, Teacher E, for your care towards Xiao He during this time. Lu Rulan smiled warmly as she greeted Inhumane, indicating that in the days to come, Xiao He would be relying more on Teacher E and the rest. Inhumane, somewhat flattered, accepted the coffee offered by Lu Rulan with both hands. No, it's nothing. Though Lu Rulan may seem like a mere junior manager, her reputation and standing within the industry wield significant influence. Even someone as proud as Inhumane would not dare to offend Lu Rulan lightly. Taking a cautious sip of the coffee in her hand, she inquired delicately, Sister Lu, have you parted ways with Sculpture+Entertainment? Yes, I have some new plans in mind, Lu Rulan explained with an air of nonchalance. Ich meine unterstützt. Coincidentally, shortly after Lu Rulan's arrival at the set, Su Xingxi's new manager made an entrance, heading straight for Lu Rulan and Xiao He. Chapter 47. Sudden fan visit. I initially assumed it was some formidable character capable of prompting Sister Lu to leave Jayastar. It turns out to be a heroic savior. The man appeared to be in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit, yet his words carried an unsettling tone. Xiao He raised an eyebrow slightly. Lu Rulan also suppressed her earlier smile, remarking, I was curious about who would take over my responsibilities next. It turns out to be you. Tian Hung, one of Jayastar Entertainment's premier agents and Lu Rulan's long-standing rival, was known for their confrontational encounters. Tian Hung chuckled lightly. You truly haven't changed. After all these years, you're still so impatient, leaving without a word. Such routine shifts in work do not necessitate widespread announcements, do they? Lu Rulan retorted with a cold laugh. Unlike some, I offer a piece of advice. Be cautious when grasping for golden bricks, lest you touch something unpleasant. Xiao He couldn't help but chuckle at Sister Lu's sharp wit. It was indeed a twofold strike. However, Tian Hung remained unfazed, casting a cryptic glance at Xiao He before addressing Lu Rulan. I sincerely hope you and your golden bricks flourish in the future. He then proceeded, along with his assistant, to distribute refreshments and snacks to the crew, seemingly intent on clashing with Lu Rulan. Xiao He inquired of Lu Rulan, Sister Lu, are you all right? Do you need me to do anything? Lu Rulan shot him a glance. What could possibly be wrong? My departure from Jayastar was amicable. Tian Hung is merely a petty mind. Focus on your filming. Xiao He replied. All right. Not long after Tian Hung departed, producer Ma Qianyu approached to inform them, this afternoon, fans will be visiting the set, so please prepare in advance. Xiao He frowned. A fan visit? He hadn't been informed beforehand. Lu Rulan raised her eyebrows, looking at Ma Qianyu. Fan visit? When did this happen? We received no notification. Ma Qianyu appeared surprised. We dispatched someone yesterday to inform you. Lu Rulan turned to Xiao He, who shook his head slightly. With a plan forming in her mind, Lu Rulan refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead smiling and nodding at Ma Qianyu. Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Producer Ma. Ma Qianyu glanced at the two, suspecting one of them was obstructing communication, but as long as it did not affect the interests of their production, he chose to remain uninvolved, feigning ignorance as he turned to leave. Once Ma Qianyu had departed, Lu Rulon questioned Xiao He. Are you certain no one notified you about this? Xiao He took out his phone to check the group messages, shaking his head. No one informed me. And there were no announcements in the group. Lu Rulon scoffed. It seems they only excel at such petty schemes. She turned to grasp the script beside Xiao He. What scenes do you have this afternoon? Xiao He pondered for a moment before responding. It's the scene where Meng Zetian captures by Ming Chuan. Then a case will be solved. Lu Rulon casually glanced through the script, her expression composed. Most fans come here merely to observe your performance. This script is filled with kicking and fighting. If you excel, you might find yourself trending on the dark side of social media. Conversely, if your performance falters, you will still make headlines. Xiao He stared in disbelief. Really? Is it possible to be this dramatic? Lu Rulon regarded him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This is the entertainment industry, where even dedication can become a selling point. If someone is willing to promote you, it signifies their respect. After all, they have invested their money. Xiao He responded, all right. If someone is willing to invest thought into my career, that is at least a positive sign. Should we consider changing the shooting schedule for this afternoon? That is absolutely out of the question. These filming plans are meticulously arranged in advance. Any attempt to alter them could land you in the trending searches immediately. Is that really true? Is it that exaggerated? Xiao He, perplexed and astonished, humbly inquired, what should we do then? How can we proceed? Just perform your role normally. Leave the rest to me. Lu's manager subtly tugged at the corner of her mouth, her gaze more menacing than Xiao He's. These trivial tactics are old hat for me. Xiao He averted his eyes, sensing an undercurrent of resentment from Lu. Ahem, let us light a candle for those over there. Meanwhile, as Lu had anticipated, Tian Heng returned to Su Xingxi's side, speaking earnestly. I prepared everything for this afternoon. You just need to act well and refrain from unnecessary actions. Su Xingxi nodded. I understand, but what about Lu? Tian Heng snorted dismissively. What? Still worried about your former manager? Not at all, Su Xingxi scoffed. I merely wish to convey that she is no lightweight. Since you've taken on a role of my manager, I presume you possess greater capabilities and will not involve me in her affairs, correct? Naturally, Tian Heng crossed his arms, a glint of coldness in his eyes. You know Tong Junhui, right? His exit from the industry owes half of its success to me. Tong Junhui, the former best actor that Lu managed? Su Xingxi paused, scrutinizing his new manager. Is that your doing? Tian Heng, recalling past events, pressed his lips together. That was not something I orchestrated, but let's not dwell on that. My point is, you can rest assured, Lu Rulon is no match for me. Su Xingxi stared at Tian Heng in silence for a long while before finally averting his gaze. Understood. In the afternoon, fans began to visit the set. As a production featuring the top idol Su Xingxi and the rising star Amonor, it was destined to attract considerable attention from the public. Most of the fans arriving at the set were there specifically for Su Xingxi and Amonor. However, as the fourth male lead, Xiao He was also expected to welcome the fans, and he had mentally prepared himself to be a mere supporting character. To his surprise, among the visitors, there were indeed several fans who had come specifically to see him. Upon encountering fans who approached him for photographs and autographs, Xiao He experienced a momentary pause. Hello, Xiao He. We are all your fans. We absolutely adore your portrayal of Mu Ze. Furthermore, your heroic act on New Year's Day was incredibly impressive. One young girl, clad in a charming floral dress and radiating excitement, looked at Xiao He with bright eyes. May I take a photo with you? Of course. Xiao He stammered for a moment before swiftly regaining his composure, bending down to capture a selfie with the young girl. There were 5 fans who had specially come to see Xiao He, all youthful maidens, the eldest being 23 and the youngest merely 17. Xiao He felt a twinge of curiosity regarding how they had learned about this visit, considering he himself had only been informed that very morning. After fulfilling all the requests of the 5 young ladies, Xiao He inquired, how did you come to know about this visit? Actually, the news was shared in the Su Xingxi fan group. One girl, adorned with a white plush hairpin, shyly confessed. Coincidentally, we were all in the city and are your fans, so we formed a small group to come over alongside the fans of Su Xingxi. Xiao He nodded in understanding, then chuckled softly, expressing earnestly, I am truly grateful that you made the effort to come see me. It brings me immense joy. I initially thought no one would show up. Not at all, Xiao Ge. You are incredibly popular now. Many in the fan group wished to come see you, a girl exclaimed. However, due to the short notice of this visit, many were unable to arrange their schedules, which is why we came as representatives. Is that so? Xiao He replied, still somewhat incredulous, realizing that he had quietly garnered so many genuine admirers. Do you not think I seem intimidating, like a villain? Ever since he had adopted a more enigmatic persona, people's first impressions of him had often not been favorable. Many had only begun to change their opinions after getting to know him better. Yet, these fans had never encountered the true him or exchanged words with him. How could they so sincerely cherish a stranger? Chapter 48. Fan visit. Xiao He had just been exceptionally accommodating to our requests, showing no signs of hostility, and could hardly be deemed a villain. Just for the fact that he selflessly saved someone, we shall forever stand by you. The eldest among the girls spoke earnestly, asserting that one's performance and outward appearance do not truly reflect the depths of one's character. Yet instinctive actions in critical moments are unmistakable. How could someone willing to risk their life in a dire situation possess malevolence? Indeed, the other girls chimed in, peering curiously at Xiao He's fingers. They had heard from those present that Xiao He had sustained an injury to his hand at that moment. Is it all right now? Xiao He curled his fingers slightly, concealing his inner emotion, before slowly revealing them to a few individuals. It's fine. It is already scabbed over. Fortunately, the character he portrayed had always worn leather gloves, so the injury did not hinder the filming process. However, the ability to save a precious life and earn the admiration and affection of a group of strangers made Xiao He feel that everything was worthwhile. Ah, Xiao He, you must take good care of yourself and avoid scarring. One girl rummaged through her bag and handed Xiao He a box of ointment. This is a gift from a fan in our group who asked me to bring it for you, claiming it can help reduce scars. If you don't mind, you could give it a try. Xiao He accepted the ointment, solemnly tucking it into his pocket. Thank you. I appreciate her thoughtfulness. No, it's all voluntary. We are all so delighted to have the opportunity to meet you in person. Xiao He smiled, his eyes crescent-shaped. Please be sure to convey my gratitude to her. We will indeed, the girls replied in unison. After chatting a bit longer, Lu Rulon approached, carrying several bags, and began distributing them among the girls. These are beverages and snacks that Xiao He prepared for you all. Please take extra to take home. This was something Lu Rulon had organized after observing the fan situation. Wow, thank you. Thank you, Xiao He. Thank you, Sister Manager. One of the fans gazed at Lu Rulon with increasing curiosity, her expression turning to astonishment. You are Sister Lu? Aren't you Su Xingxi's manager? Lu Rulon has represented several award-winning actors and later took on the management of Su Xingxi, frequently accompanying him to various events, making her a familiar face in fan circles. Lu Rulon smiled and nodded. I will be managing Xiao He from now on. The fans looked puzzled, but in such a setting, they felt it inappropriate to inquire further. So they simply smiled and happily accepted their gifts. Amidst the laughter and joy surrounding them, a man wearing a mask and hat, with his hands tucked in his pockets, slowly lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently on the young man encircled by several girls, as if striving to discern something from his face. Upon encountering this individual, Zhu Laosan abruptly altered his plans. That night, was the person truly, "Oh, aren't you going to see Sister Manu?" A fan stood beside the man, perplexed. The man then withdrew his gaze, turning away and merging into another throng, disregarding the fan's amiable suggestion. The fan muttered, "Is something wrong with this person?" In the crowd, Xiao He furrowed his brows and glanced at the distant group, only to see another cluster of young girls animatedly surrounding Su Xingxi, engaging in conversation. The peculiar scrutiny from earlier had vanished. How strange. Ahem. It's time to leave. At this moment, someone approached to inform everyone. Their brief encounter concluded, and preparations for filming commenced. Xiao He bid farewell to several fans and followed Lu Rulon to the rear hall, while Yimener, with a radiant smile, calmed her fans and took her leave to prepare for the afternoon shoot. In stark contrast to the ease exhibited by Xiao He and Yimener, Su Xingxi's situation was considerably more troublesome, as fans surrounded him, reluctant to part, their exuberant chatter and countless excited shrieks rendering his escape nearly impossible. Ultimately, only after Xiao He and Yimener were ready did Su Xingxi manage to reach the director, when Han Yuan, who wore a stern expression, I apologiza, I truly apologiza, deduction. The fans were just too enthusiastic. Tian Heng offered his apologies to Han Yuan while signaling Su Xingxi to head for makeup. To present the best version of himself to his fans, he had not donned the makeup intended for filming, but rather his original idol look. Now, having met with the fans, Su Xingxi needed to redo his makeup. Already running late, this delay would only prolong the wait. When Han Yuan maintained his stern demeanor for a moment, ultimately choosing silence, but urging, "Let's speed things up." "All right, I will urge them immediately. Everyone has worked hard." Thus, they could only wait on-site for Su Xingxi. Xiao He returned to his seat. He noticed the vacant small stool beside him, contemplated briefly, and borrowed 5 spare stools from the staff, asking Sister Lu to lend them to a few young fans waiting in front. In this situation, they were inside waiting while the fans were outside. They were fortunate to be seated, but the fans outside were enduring discomfort. Thankfully, there were fewer fans today, making it manageable. Lu Rulan accepted the small stools, giving Xiao He an appreciative glance before returning to the outer area with her assistant, Xiao Chun. Observing Lu Rulan's actions, Tian Heng's eyes flickered, and he reluctantly instructed his assistant nearby. "Go buy some water for those outside, so they don't suffer too much." The young assistant nodded. "Understood, Brother Tian." Thus, the wait continued, and the people inside waited for approximately 40 minutes. Finally, Su Xingxi arrived, albeit late. Once the director explained the positioning and shots, and the actors rehearsed briefly, the fans had been waiting outside for nearly an hour and a half. Nevertheless, they waited without any complaints, even when they found themselves in the spectator area at the rear of the film set, unable to suppress their exclamations of delight. Their voices, vibrant as before, echoed with the essence of youthful exuberance. Perhaps this is the power of love. "Ah, the esteemed reporter we meet again," announced by Ming Chuan, stepping back cautiously while keeping a vigilant eye on the suddenly reappearing Meng Zetian. With hands clasped behind his back, Meng Zetian's gaze was filled with a menacing intensity. "What is this? Are you surprised to see me?" Not long ago, Ming Chuan, under the guise of an interview and filming, had procured crucial intelligence from a key figure at the hospital. This information pertained to a batch of medical supplies desperately needed at the front lines, a vital resource for their comrades. Ming Chuan had resolved to risk everything to ensure this intelligence reached its destination. Unfortunately, before he could relay the information, Meng Zetian's suspicions had already been aroused. As he faced Meng Zetian's probing scrutiny, Ming Chuan felt an overwhelming pressure. However, recalling the intelligence he concealed, he managed to suppress his emotions and challenged Meng Zetian. "Captain Meng, it seems you lack the authority to detain an ordinary civilian such as myself. Do you not?" Meng Zetian, as if amused by a jest, slowly approached Ming Chuan, his expression frigid and laced with venom. "Reporter you can't possibly be so naive as to believe the sugar-coated articles you've penned have shielded you from reality. When we apprehend individuals, we concern ourselves not with your identity." Chapter 49. Tonight, I shall ensure that Xiao He is expelled from the entertainment industry. With a resounding thud, Meng Zetian's fist struck Ming Chuan's abdomen. Ming Chuan doubled over in agony, clutching his stomach as he slowly sank to his knees. The subordinates behind Meng Zetian surged forward, firmly restraining Ming Chuan. "I shall grant you one opportunity," Meng Zetian said with a light-hearted tone. "Reveal the information you possess, and perhaps I might allow your father to retain a complete corpse." Ming Chuan looked up at him, his eyes filled with indignation. "I swear it is not me. I know nothing. My father is acquainted with that individual. If you indiscriminately seize me, Captain Meng, you will have much to answer for." Ming Chuan's father was currently the president of the largest newspaper in the Shanghai market and one of the most despised lackeys, collaborating with the puppet regime to sanitize the atrocities committed by invaders on this land, brainwashing and controlling the ordinary populace. Yet, despite being raised in such an environment, Ming Chuan, who had studied abroad in his youth and returned to work alongside the lackeys, had developed an ideology and belief entirely divergent from his father's. For the sake of his convictions and the lives of many, he understood that he must not falter here. He needed to buy as much time as possible, at least until his comrade arrived. Meng Zetian, however, discerned his intent to stall and smirked mockingly. Do not invoke your father to threaten me. He is merely a dog. We can dispose of him at will. Do you truly believe he would come to avenge you? With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to search Bai Mingchuan. In a moment of fleeting determination, Bai Mingchuan's eyes flickered, and he broke free from his captors, lunging directly at Meng Zetian. You vile Meng Zetian, this is personal vengeance. You targeted me last time, and now you're at it again. This is intentional. Thus commenced a struggle between Bai Mingchuan and Meng Zetian, with the latter clearly gaining the upper hand. Bai Mingchuan, the delicate flower, stood no chance against him, and within moments, he was brought crashing to the ground, prompting Meng Zetian to furiously command a search. At this juncture, Xiao He could distinctly sense that Su Shengxi was deliberately intensifying his strikes, with several punches narrowly missing his face, seemingly aimed at provoking him. However, Xiao He was not easily swayed. He took a slight step back, gripping Su Shengxi's hand, and executed a shoulder throw, as scripted. This maneuver had been rehearsed beforehand, ensuring that no real harm would come to anyone, especially since Su Shengxi had a thick mat beneath him, cushioning any fall. Ah! Su Shengxi exaggeratedly cried out in anguish. Xiao He raised an eyebrow, continuing to film without interruption, and began to kick at his opponent. His movements were highly theatrical, yet they barely made contact, as he was essentially kicking at Su Shengxi's clothing. Yet, Su Shengxi capitalized on the opportunity, relying on post-production dubbing, creating a cacophony of wails. Xiao He remarked, honestly, do not take it too far, my friend. I can hardly contain my laughter. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao He understood that Su Shengxi intended to exploit the anger of the fans present to orchestrate a massive online assault against him. Yet, Xiao He remained unfazed. With Sister Lu's backing and his hacking skills, he held no fear of his adversary. Seize him and search him thoroughly, Meng Zetian commanded coldly. However, his subordinates conducted a meticulous search, but found no incriminating information on Bai Mingchuan. Report, none found, one of the subordinates answered, trembling. What? Meng Zetian furrowed his brow, his expression shifting from confidence to disbelief. Bai Mingchuan raised his head, revealing bloodied teeth as he forced a mocking smile. Huh, I told you long ago that I have nothing to do with this. You are framing me. This is merely personal revenge. Who doesn't know that the last expo's targeting you was penned by me? But what of it? I spit on your accusations. You are nothing but a vile schemer, willing to trample on your superiors to climb the ranks. Meng Zetian scrutinized his subordinates, then approached Bai Mingchuan to inspect him personally. Yet like the others, he found nothing. Just then, the male protagonist, Li Shuo, arrived, observing Bai Mingchuan, who was being detained. Concern flashed in his eyes, though his face wore an expression of surprise. Captain Ming, have you finally apprehended someone? Is this not Bai Mingchuan? How despicable. He then strode forward to confront Bai Mingchuan. Speak, where have you hidden the information? Yet, in response to Li Shuo's inquiry, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Bai Mingchuan scoffed, it's not me. They found nothing on me. There is no evidence implicating me. Meng Zetian is merely seeking vendetta. What? Li Shuo looked bewildered at the others, smoothing Bai Mingchuan's collar before quietly retreating to Meng Zetian's side, whispering, is it true that nothing was found? Meng Zetian remained silent, his expression darkening. Li Shuo quickly grasped the situation and cautiously remarked, Captain Meng, you see, Bai's father, President Bai, is a prominent figure in the Bureau. If there is no concrete evidence, it would be best to avoid making a scene. Feeling the weight of the situation, Meng Zetian turned and walked away without a word. The other subordinates exchanged glances and followed suit, fleeing the scene. Once they confirmed their departure, Li Shuo pulled Bai Mingchuan aside, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Bai Mingchuan shook his head, then, taking advantage of his proximity to Li Shuo, whispered in his ear, I've hidden the information on Meng Zetian. It turned out that in the tense moment, Bai Mingchuan had devised a bold plan, slipping the information onto Meng Zetian during their scuffle. Upon hearing Bai Mingchuan's audacious maneuver, Li Shuo was taken aback. Such audacity could only belong to Bai Mingchuan. However, the pressing matter now was to retrieve that information before Meng Zetian discovered it. You should return for now. Li Shuo pondered and remarked, go stir things up with your father. I will summon Director Zhang to take the lead. We must retrieve the items before Meng Zetian returns home tonight. Bai Mingchuan nodded, his expression grave. I understand. Thus, this pivotal scene concluded, marking the end of Su Shengxi's involvement, transitioning to the interplay between Xiao He and Zhang Mo. As Su Shengxi exited, he deliberately rubbed his abdomen, prompting an uproar of excitement from the gathered fans. Su Shengxi, look here. Brother Su, your performance was exceptional. Your acting is truly commendable. Su, you've worked so hard. Please make sure to rest well. With a beaming smile, Su Shengxi greeted the enthusiastic crowd while following his manager, Tianheng, to the backstage lounge. Upon sitting down, Tianheng promptly began coordinating with his team. Brother Tian, I leave this matter in your capable hands, Su Shengxi said with a cheerful demeanor. Rest assured, Tianheng replied, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he reviewed the messages from his subordinates. Tonight, I will ensure that Xiao He is banished from the entertainment industry. Chapter 50. The scene of large-scale online bullying. By the time Xiao He finished filming, it was already evening. The fans who had come to visit had long since departed, and with their exit, the sentiment on the internet subtly shifted. He truly stirred things up. Xiao He gazed in amazement at the phone that Lu Rulon handed him. As one of the recent major productions, the entertainment industry was abuzz with interest, and as the fans returned home, coupled with the studio's deliberate promotion, matters concerning the crew began to ascend the trending topics. Among them, naturally, the discussions associated with Su Shengxi occupied the forefront. Su Shengxi's acting skills. Xiao He, how come I didn't see that? Su Shengxi is so dedicated. He looked pale after finishing filming. Xiao He, is it possible that he deliberately applied a Battle War makeup? Hidden stars shining, ensemble, explosive. Xiao He, that could work. Currently, public opinion had yet to reach its peak. Lu Rulon pointed to the topic regarding dedication, noting that everyone was merely discussing how hardworking and earnest Su Shengxi was. I suspect that in a little while, as it gets later, the trending topic about your crew bullying Su Shengxi will surely surface. Xiao He, who? Me? Are they implying that I bullied Su Shengxi in front of nearly 100 fans and hundreds of crew members? Xiao He struggled to grasp the full implication. Indeed, Lu Rulon regarded him with an air of inevitability. This was a tactic they frequently employed, and he needed to learn to accept it. Xiao He, that truly opens my eyes. Shall we preemptively suppress their trending topic? Lu Rulon looked at Xiao He, a peculiar smile gracing her face. Such a splendid opportunity, certainly not. What a captivating elder sister, her smile now tinged with an unsettling charm. Xiao He had already begun to prepare for the impending outrage. That evening, at 9:05 p.m., a trending topic surged onto the charts. Su Shengxi encountered bullying on set. It was the weekend, a time when many were online to unwind, and the traffic was substantial, drawing the public's attention immediately. What? What happened? Didn't the fans just visit the set? What's wrong with Su Shengxi? Who bullied him? Wasn't he fine today? The video screenshot depicted the standoff between Xiao He and Su Shengxi, with the leading marketing accounts and related profiles selectively editing the content to only show the moment of Su Shengxi being struck by Xiao He. Consequently, to the eyes of the public, it morphed into an image of Xiao He striking Su Shengxi in public. The fans could no longer endure it. Is this acting? That looks rather severe, doesn't it? Su Gu's cries are heart-wrenching. Is it truly not out of jealousy that he would strike our Su Gu so hard? Honestly, I've been holding back since returning from the visit. When Su Gu finished filming, I saw him clutching his stomach, clearly in distress. Yet he said nothing and even mustered the strength to greet us. He is genuinely too kind. I'm in tears. So on the surface, it appears to be acting, but in reality, that actor is deliberately trying to harm him, right? Who is that actor? Has he lost his mind? If you have conjunctivitis, seek treatment. Is it truly acceptable to resort to violence? Soon, Xiao He found himself the subject of scrutiny, judged by a fervent group of fans. He looks rather mediocre, just a wannabe desperate for fame, right? Our Su Gu is simply that popular. Isn't he the actor from Muze? Does this not exemplify the idea that one's appearance reflects one's character? When he inexplicably rose to fame, I found him rather unsettling, not resembling a good person at all. Indeed, he is such a fool. He gives off an exceptionally uncomfortable vibe. Is there a criminal record? Can we report him? This is truly excessive. The police have been notified. As more fans joined the fray, what began as a minor discussion escalated into a widespread online assault. Xiao He's meager account's comment section transformed into a graveyard, while his private messages became a repository of vitriol. Surprisingly to many, this online harassment was markedly different from other localized instances within the entertainment industry. It expanded in scope and intensity, evolving into a collective frenzy. That night, regardless of the social media platform one accessed, one would encounter Su Xingxi's fans launching a barrage of insults at Xiao He. In a hotel room in Shanghai, Xiao He ended a comforting phone call from the production team and turned to sister Lu in the living room. Lu Rulan had been closely monitoring the situation, frequently making calls to steer public sentiment. Yes, invest all remaining funds into hiring trolls to disparage Xiao He. Identify a few accounts to guide the fans' direction. Keep a close watch on the insults, ensuring they do not implicate Xiao He's family or friends. Continue with an additional 200,000. Xiao He stood by, feeling like a country bumpkin, watching Lu Rulan, without blinking, invest 500,000 in such a short span of time. Moreover, it was to pay people to insult him. He was profoundly shocked. Is this the power of the wealthy? Noticing Xiao He's bewildered expression, Lu Rulan assumed he was overwhelmed by the fans' vitriol and approached him with a furrowed brow. Refrain from viewing online content for a while. Much of it is a mix of truth and fabrication that could affect your mood. Most trending topics in the entertainment industry are purchased, an unspoken rule within the circle. There are countless truths and lies. It is unnecessary to take them seriously. Oh, I'm fine. Xiao He concealed his astonishment and inquired, Sister Lu, are you truly not worried about incurring losses with such a significant investment? Lu Rulan paused momentarily before covering her mouth and chuckling. Although Lu, the seasoned agent, was over 30, she remained poised and elegant, her laughter exuding the audacity of a wealthy woman, reminiscent of the distinctions made online between the laughter of the rich and the poor. Rest assured, I will not incur losses. To cultivate a popular, skilled actor, necessary investments are essential. Besides, such foolish adversaries are presented to us on a silver platter. If I do not take action to address them, it would be a regret for a lifetime. Ensure your family and friends are calmed down and maintain a low profile. I am already directing the trolls to contain their harassment, focusing primarily on you while avoiding your family and friends. When acquaintances from the circle called, you should speak as little as possible, pretending to be uninformed. Xiao He nodded in agreement. However, despite Lu Rulan's assurances, Xiao He independently devised a program to sift through information on the internet. He meticulously blocked anything related to individuals close to him or any actions targeting him and his family, leaving behind markers to address the situation later. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tian Heng was incessantly making phone calls. Hello, this situation is too intense. You all need to tone it down. Don't provoke the public's disdain. We are not. The online team is equally innocent. We are acting as per your instructions. Then how did it escalate to this point? This matter has spiraled out of control, brother. Your fans seem quite fierce. Do you really need us to step in? Tian Heng took a deep breath. Then you must quickly guide the narrative. Prevent the situation from escalating further. If we allow this to continue, it will soon become a societal issue. Watching the fans clamoring to report Xiao He, a bead of cold sweat formed on Tian Heng's forehead. There is a time for fun and a time for seriousness. And if the authorities get involved, everyone will face the consequences. Tian Heng keenly sensed something amiss. Observing the Xiao He account, which had shown no response or action thus far, a sense of foreboding rose within him. Something was terribly wrong. He feared that the current situation could lead to a major incident. This was not the style of that woman. Recalling some of the outrageous antics that Lu Rulan had previously engaged in sent a shiver down Tian Heng's spine. Chapter 51. Who are you to initiate a group? At last, the moment that Tian Heng feared the most had arrived. A multitude of fans surged to the official police accounts in the Shanghai market, filing reports and beseeching the authorities to intervene and safeguard their idol. Bystanders, unaware of the situation, mistakenly assumed that Xiao He was a wanted criminal, issuing death threats against their beloved idol. As their frenzied actions escalated, the onlookers could no longer remain passive. Their previously unfavorable impressions of certain celebrity fans in the entertainment industry were only exacerbated by this incident, filling them with disgust. I am truly at a loss. I have no time to indulge your antics. Could you not disrupt the online environment for others? To be frank, could some of these overly sensitive fans refrain from excessive interpretation? I hold a black belt in judo, and having reviewed the complete video that the fans previously circulated, I can assert that your idol is entirely unharmed. Honestly, your idol's performance was laughably inadequate. His attempt at the shoulder throw seemed so contrived, as if he feared injuring himself. Wait a moment, weren't you marketing your idol's dedication this afternoon? Why the sudden turn to cyberbully the co-stars? Who doesn't get injured while filming action scenes? If you're this sensitive, perhaps you should retreat to your idol dramas. This is utterly amusing. Your idol hasn't even uttered a word, yet here you all are performing in a frenzy. I was among the fans who visited the set today. Honestly, I did not perceive any wrongdoing from Xiao He towards Sugu. Their movements were prearranged, and they had rehearsed prior to filming. I fail to comprehend why the online backlash is so severe. Another fan from the set here. I initially enjoyed watching a group of handsome men filming, only to return and discover the chaos online. It felt as though the sky had fallen. Truthfully, this is the most humorous incident I have encountered this year. Your idol has a plethora of fans and is the most prominent figure in the production team. Yet you insist that an obscure actor bullied him in front of fans and staff? I find that hard to believe. It is well known that Su Shengxi is currently one of the most lucrative assets for Sculpture+Entertainment. The last person to spread rumors about Su Shengxi has already faced consequences. If this were true, Sculpture+Entertainment would have long since confronted Xiao He. Sculpture+Entertainment, are you not going to say anything? Do you harbor some concerns? Tianheng watched as the comments began to shift, finally grasping Lu Rulan's intent. This madwoman was orchestrating a scheme of self-sabotage. The act of fans banding together to launch a cyber attack was inherently wrong. Yet she deliberately stoked the flames, allowing the fire to consume them as well. No matter the outcome, this event would undoubtedly tarnish Su Shengxi's reputation. Trembling, Tianheng extracted his phone, preparing to have Su Shengxi clarify the matter online and put an end to this farce. However, as he opened his device, an unexpected figure had suddenly emerged online. Whoa, brothers, look, is that Qin Yulin? He inadvertently liked my comment just now. Tianheng, who? Qin Yulin? What business does he have in this matter? The comment that Qin Yulin liked was quite thought-provoking. Does Xiao He have some sort of background? I noticed he previously played a minor role, so how did he suddenly become popular? Could it be that he is being heavily promoted by Capital? Qin Yulin liked your comment. Qin Yulin unliked your comment. Damn, I've cracked the case. Su Shengxi is merely enduring this out of fear of offending the other party, remaining silent even after being wronged. When will Xiao He exit the entertainment industry? Should we really allow such a person to remain? Song Xing Shining Production Team, could you please respond? Hurry up and replace him. Rumor has it that Xiao He's current role has actually taken away from Qin Yulin's. No wonder. Truly a malignant presence in the industry. Tianheng felt a wave of darkness before him. What the hell? Qin Yulin, are you out of your mind? What does this have to do with you? We haven't even said anything yet, and you're already stirring up trouble? Idiot. Tianheng cursed under his breath and quickly called Su Shengxi. Su Senglunfei, being somewhat astute, had been observing the situation and had not taken the initiative to speak out. After Tianheng explained the circumstances, despite his displeasure, he reluctantly agreed to help clarify Xiao He's situation. I will have my assistant post a clarification. However, would Lu Rulan allow them to benefit from this so easily? Of course not. Before Su Sheng, she could formally respond online. Lu Rulan's account spoke up. Lu Rulan, thank you all for recognizing our actor Xiao He's performance. He has always been dedicated and serious in his filming, with all actions pre-rehearsed and executed diligently. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstandings and confusion caused, and I hope everyone will continue to support Xiao He. I also encourage you to shift your attention to the Song Xing Shining Production Team, where all actors are dedicated and respectful towards history and their roles. Thank you. Lu Rulan. Screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. Why are the most vocal critics all from the same IP? Quite a mystery. Jiaxing Entertainment Tianheng, do you have any insights? Lu Rulan. My goodness, I had no idea that Xiao He had backing. I didn't even think to ask when I had him in a difficult position. How Han Entertainment Qin Yulin, do you have any leads? Please don't hold back. I'm counting on him to succeed effortlessly. Onlookers. The parties involved. Tianning Su Seng Gonfe Chin Yulin. What the hell? Lu Rulan has entered the fray. Wait, are you really declaring war? This rhetoric is undeniably sardonic. Uninformed passers-by and fans were initially bewildered upon discovering Lu Rulan's identity, but after learning about her background, they were left in shock. Huh? Lu Jia, have you switched sides? Aren't you Su Xingxi's manager? Fun fact, Lu Rulan left Jiaxing last week and has now founded her own studio. Oh, the reaction was swift and intense as the former agent launched a tirade against the current one. The authorities swiftly issued a statement. Recently, with the assistance of an exemplary citizen, Mr. Xiao, our city successfully resolved 2 peculiar cases. Mr. Xiao's actions and character exemplify social positivity and align with the core values of socialism. We hope that the citizens will take Mr. Xiao as a role model, fostering a spirit of mutual assistance and collectively building a harmonious and civilized city. Witnessing this development, many were left wide-eyed, cold sweat beading on their brows. How could this be? The authorities were stepping in to support Xiao He. Shortly thereafter, a group of fans who had rushed over from Bilibili began to defend Xiao He. Coming from Bilibili, Xiao He is a true man. No need for explanations. I urge the authorities to manage this situation. These fans are out of control, indiscriminately slandering a good person. Just for his act of saving another, I support him without reservation. Wait, guys, did our group of Muze fans just vanish? Are you aware of Muze's significant standing on Bilibili? Joking aside, elevating the characters' actions to the actors themselves is rather foolish, isn't it? What is going on? Where did this organized group come from? Not an organized group, just a casual observer who watched a video from a Bilibili creator. I recommend everyone watch or link this video before commenting. Chapter 52. Are the anti-fans targeting Xiao He? Many were intrigued by the resolute attitudes of certain individuals and flocked to Bilibili to investigate further. It was revealed that a food vlogger had released a video detailing a New Year's Eve celebration alongside Xiao He, which also captured heroic rescue during a fire. In the video, while the vlogger expressed concern for a child's well-being, the camera shifted to reveal a young man beside her who, without hesitation, ascended the railing and executed a daring leap to climb outside the building. At that moment, the previously hostile barrage of comments was abruptly replaced by genuine gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Any rational person witnessing such a breathtaking scene, reminiscent of Spider-Man clinging to the exterior of a building, would naturally feel a surge of admiration and respect. While Spider-Man possesses superhuman abilities and actors benefit from harnesses, Xiao He performed this feat through sheer physical prowess. Unlike other videos circulating online, this vlogger's footage provided an intimate, close-up perspective, allowing viewers to clearly see the distant ground below, inducing a slight vertigo with just a glance. This striking moment jolted the netizens, who had previously been swayed by public opinion, back to reality. Was Xiao He truly the morally reprehensible individual who would resort to violence against a colleague out of jealousy during filming? To put it bluntly, with the strength he exhibited while scaling the building, if he had indeed attacked Su Xingxi, the latter's slight frame would likely have necessitated an ambulance on the spot. Isn't that absurd? Observing a courageous individual who selflessly rescued others, facing such intense online abuse due to the malicious speculations of a few fans ignited a profound sense of indignation among the awakened netizens, stirring a rebellious spirit within them. This led to an eruption of verbal confrontations between bystanders and fans. I have but one thing to say. Su Shengxi, Chen Yuan, and that Tian Heng, all are nothing but a bunch of pretenders. Support them or oppose them, it makes no difference. Su Shengxi, Chen Yuan, and Tian Heng, all are mere pretenders. Before I saw the trending topic on bullying, I assumed it was some gruesome incident, only to find out it was a filming set. Go home, children. If your brains aren't needed, please give them to those who do, all right? Chen Yuan, what are you doing? What does this have to do with you? Must you seek confrontation? Ultimately, the number of bystanders outnumbered the fans, and many fans began to silence themselves, leading to an immediate reversal of the situation. Observing the unfolding events online, Lu Rulan finally satisfied her curiosity and put away her phone. That vlogger from Bilibili, is she your friend? She inquired of Xiao He. Xiao He nodded, Yes, she and I were college roommates. Xiao He, still in the early stages of developing his new account, was aware that his post would likely attract the ire of Su Shengxi's fans. Nevertheless, he was willing to take the risk to support Xiao He, which greatly moved him. Naturally, as Xiao He put it, even negative attention is still attention. If he didn't ride this wave now, when would he? Xiao He found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He's actually quite a decent person, Lu Rilon remarked. And don't forget to express your gratitude to Officer Zhang and Officer Li. Of course, Xiao He replied. Long before the fervent fans of Su Shengxi began tagging several official accounts on the Shanghai Stock Exchange, the relevant official spokespersons had already discerned the situation and promptly contacted the local police station, specifically the precinct where Officer Zhang and Officer Li were stationed. Familiar with Xiao He, the matter was entrusted to them directly. The duo acted swiftly, reaching out to the production team for the footage intended for filming, as well as the surveillance from that time, and summoned their colleague from the cyber monitoring unit to investigate the incidents of online harassment. To curb the escalating tide of inappropriate behavior on the internet, Officer Zhang, after confirming that Xiao He was unharmed, communicated with Officer Yan, the head of the precinct where Xiao He had heroically rescued others, to jointly issue a statement in support of Xiao He. After all, Xiao He had indeed earned several certificates for his acts of bravery, and there was no doubt regarding his actions in saving lives and assisting the police in solving cases. Thus, it was imperative for the police to take a stand in such circumstances. The matter was temporarily settled for the day. Lu Rilon picked up her suit jacket from beside her and said to Xiao He, "Make sure to rest well. Tomorrow, you'll be heading to the set for some thrilling performances." "All right, thank you, Lu Jia," he replied. "It's no trouble at all." Lu Rilon opened the door and returned to the hotel corridor. Having previously entered the set with Su Shengxi, her room was not on the same floor as Xiao He's. He resided on the 7th floor, while she was on the 9th. She needed to take the elevator to reach her floor. As she approached the elevator, it arrived at her current level. A man wearing a mask and hat stepped out of the elevator, brushing past Lu Rilon as she entered and pressed the button for the 9th floor. Unbeknownst to her, the masked man headed straight to Xiao He's room. Knock, knock. He rapped on Xiao He's door. Inside, Xiao He was preparing to grab his bathrobe and head to the bathroom. Hearing the knock, he assumed it was Lu Rilon who had forgotten something, and without any caution, he walked over to open the door. Upon doing so, he was met with a pair of shadowy eyes, both unfamiliar and yet hauntingly familiar. The strangeness lay in those eyes, while the familiarity came from the scent of blood shared between kindred spirits. However, there seemed to be another odor intermingled with it. Furrowing his brow, Xiao He inquired, "Who are you?" "You got the wrong room." As he spoke, he attempted to close the door. Bang! The door was halted by the intruder's hand, a hand marred by grotesque scars, with tender flesh and ruptured wounds, instantly pulling Xiao He back to that fateful night. The chilling sensation striking his head, the splatters of blood on his body, and the man's low, pained groans echoed in his memory. "Don't you remember me?" The man scrutinized Xiao He's expression, his voice barely containing his fury. Xiao He, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief that his extraordinary resilience allowed him to remain calm, replied, "Who are you? Are you perhaps a hater? Leave at once. I swear I'll call for help." As he spoke bravado, he furiously tapped on the system interface. The arrival was ominous. He needed to activate some skills, and quickly. "Look for anything that might save my life. Congratulations, you have gained an additional 30 days of life. Automatically redeemed. Congratulations, you have gained an additional 7 days of life, automatically redeemed." There was no time to check the lottery results that flashed on the system panel when a glinting dagger was thrust directly toward Xiao He. He felt his body suddenly become lighter. In an instant, he twisted and dodged the blade at an extraordinarily acute angle. However, as they remained within a perilously close distance of 1.5 arms length, Xiao He chose to strike back. He raised his hand and swung at the man's face. Thud! Xiao He's punch lacked finesse, but was delivered with formidable force, causing the man to stagger backward. Following this, Xiao He lifted his leg and delivered a fierce kick aimed at the man's chest, accompanied by the sharp crack of breaking bones, sending him flying into the corridor behind. The man had not anticipated such an unconventional assault from Xiao He and leaned against the wall of the hallway, clutching his chest in agony as he gasped for breath. Who on earth are you? Chapter 53. The Vanished Criminal. Who are you? As Xiao He posed this question, the door of the adjacent room suddenly swung open. Their production team, as producer, Ma Qianyu, emerged from within. Upon spotting the masked man wielding a knife in the corridor and the middle-aged man in a bathrobe, still bleary-eyed, standing at the doorway, he momentarily froze, then released a scream that rivaled a woman's shriek. "Oh my! Ah, murder!" This exclamation echoed like thunder, causing the entire corridor to tremble, yet the hotel's soundproofing muffled his cries, leaving the other rooms silent as tombs, with no one emerging to respond, nor any hotel staff in sight. In the corridor, only Xiao He, the masked man, and Ma Qianyu stared at each other, creating an incredibly awkward atmosphere. The man, intent on avoiding attracting further attention, cast a deep glance at Xiao He, clasped his chest, and fled down the other end of the corridor. "Stop!" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao He pursued him, while Ma Qianyu, feeling a chill of dread, shouted from behind, "Don't chase him. Protect yourself first. Be careful of his knife. I'll call the police." As he turned a corner of the corridor, the man who had been ahead of him vanished into thin air. Xiao He halted in his tracks. How is this possible? His gaze swept over the elevator they had just passed, but it showed no signs of movement. Presumably, after Sister Lu ascended, no one had used the elevator since, and it remained stationed on the 9th floor where she was. Puffing heavily, Ma Qianyu hurried over, panting as he checked on Xiao He. "Are you all right? This is the 6th actor our crew has lost. If something happens again, I might just seek solace in a temple." Unaware of Ma Qianyu's tumultuous thoughts, Xiao He rubbed his aching knuckles and shook his head. "I'm fine. Have you called the police?" "They're on their way." "Good." Thus, Xiao He stood guard in the corridor, intently observing the doors of the nearby rooms as he awaited the police's arrival. Meanwhile, Ma Qianyu dialed a number to contact the hotel management. The first to arrive were the hotel manager and Xiao He's agent, Lu Rulon. Lu Rulon, shocked by the terrible incident that had transpired during her absence, quickly assessed Xiao He from head to toe. After hearing Ma Qianyu's account, the manager turned pale, repeatedly apologizing to Xiao He and inquiring about his injuries. "What about your surveillance? Where did that man run off to? Is he still within the hotel? You must provide me with answers." Lu Rulon's voice was icy. Suddenly, the manager recalled something, his face growing even paler as he stammered. "I am sorry, Mr. Ma. Ms. Lu, but our hotel's surveillance system experienced an unexpected malfunction today. Our technical staff are working urgently to repair it. We might be unable to provide the footage." "What?" Ma Qianyu raised his voice. "You mean to say there is none? What a coincidence. Could it be that you are in cahoots with that detractor?" Due to the public discourse surrounding Xiao He today, everyone currently believes that an extreme fan has launched an attack against him. In light of this misunderstanding, Xiao He has refrained from refuting any claims. Confronted by Ma Qianyu's inquiries, the manager was on the verge of tears, trembling as he spoke. "Truly, just over an hour ago, our surveillance inexplicably began to flicker with static, and we are currently in the process of repairing it." The expressions of those present were grim. This indicated that the incident was no mere accident, but rather a meticulously orchestrated scheme. Before long, the police arrived at the scene, led by Officer Zhang and Officer Li. Upon hearing the details of the situation, Officer Zhang promptly inquired about the assailant's appearance and general characteristics. The individual is approximately 1.78 meters tall, of slender build, wearing a black hat and mask, with a long scar on his hand. Xiao He provided a detailed description of the assailant's basic features, then gestured towards the corridor beside him. "At that moment, I was pursuing him to this area, but he vanished around the corner. There were no signs of use at the elevator or stairwell, so I suspect he must have hidden in a room." Officer Zhang and Officer Li adopted a serious demeanor. "Can you confirm this? If the perpetrator has entered a room, the occupants within could still be in jeopardy." Xiao He replied, "I did not witness it firsthand, nor do I have evidence to substantiate my claims, but based on the circumstances at the time, that is essentially what transpired. What about your surveillance?" Officer Zhang inquired of the hotel manager. The manager, wearing a distressed expression, replied, "Officer, our surveillance just happened to malfunction. I assure you, it was not intentional. The incident occurred an hour ago, and I suspect it was caused by that individual." Our hotel surveillance is regularly inspected and has never malfunctioned before. Is every room on this floor occupied? Yes, indeed. This floor primarily accommodates the cast and crew of the drama Qing Guang Ru Chu. We must conduct a safety inspection of every room on this floor immediately, Officer Zhang declared. Then turned to Xiao He, requesting him to accompany them throughout the process to help identify the suspect. Understood, Xiao He nodded. Soon, the police began to knock on doors one by one. They first approached the two rooms deemed most suspect, those closest to the corner. Given the suspect's speed and timing, these rooms are the most likely hiding spots. After a considerable amount of knocking, someone finally answered the door. To their surprise, it was Ran Yunrui. Indeed. The hotel manager had mentioned that the cast of the idol drama Qing Guang Ru Chu was staying here, and if memory serves, Ran Yunrui plays the male lead in this production. Xiao He still vividly recalled their earlier encounter filled with expletives. What the hell? Look at the time. Are you kidding me? Ran Yunrui, bleary-eyed and irritable, was taken aback by the sight of the police and the crowd, his expression shifting to one of caution and confusion. What is going on here? Greetings. We are officers from the Coastal District Police Station. This is my identification. Officer Zhang displayed his credentials, his keen gaze surveying the surroundings. Is there only you in this room at present? Indeed. Ran Yunrui scratched his head, puzzled. What has transpired? May I come in to conduct a search? Isn't that an invasion of personal privacy? Even if you are police officers, you cannot act in such a manner. Ran Yunrui muttered in complaint. Yet he dared not confront the officers directly, reluctantly stepping aside to allow Officer Zhang entry for the inspection. The hotel manager, wearing a forced smile, took the time to clarify the situation to Ran Yunrui. His eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Is that truly the case? Are you certain that fellow has not fled? Hurry and search for him. Send more people out. This is utterly terrifying. Our lives could be at stake at any moment. The previously indifferent Ran Yunrui suddenly began to urge them with fervor, his demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance. He even began to angrily reprimand the hotel manager. This is utterly outrageous. Were it not for the fact that you are the best hotel in the vicinity, I would have refused to stay here. What if such incidents were to occur again? My private affairs are far more sensitive than these trivial matters. How will you ensure my safety in the future? The hotel manager, perspiring profusely, could only bow and apologize repeatedly. Xiao He remarked, why engage in disparagement while speaking? Who are you referring to as trivial? Chapter 54. What? Addiction? After thoroughly examining the room, the group promptly proceeded to knock on the door of the adjacent room. They knocked for quite some time before a narrow gap opened. Who is it? The hotel manager bowed slightly, addressing Miss Su. We have encountered an unforeseen situation. Might I trouble you to open the door? Upon seeing the individual inside, Xiao He slightly raised his brow. It was none other than Su Yuyu. Clad in a flimsy nightgown, her delicate, pale face bore an unusual pallor. Peering through the crack of the door at the group outside, her eyes trembled slightly. After a prolonged silence, she replied, I apologize, but this is not a convenient time. Is there something you need? Officer Zhang narrowed his eyes, pressing a hand on the hotel manager's shoulder, signaling him to step back. He approached the door crack and displayed his credentials. A near-fatal stabbing incident just occurred here, and we suspect the assailant has fled into one of the rooms along this corridor. For your safety, as well as that of others, we kindly ask you to open the door for a brief inspection. Simultaneously, he gestured to Officer Li beside him, who presented his phone to Su Yuyu. Is there anyone else in your room? If so, please blink twice. Su Yuyu gazed at the words on the screen, remaining unmoved, offering only a gentle smile in response. Thank you for your concern, but I assure you I am quite safe. It is truly not a convenient time. I ask that you please leave. Officer Zhang furrowed his brow. This is a dangerous individual armed with a knife. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Yet Su Yuyu's demeanor remained resolute. I'm sorry, but I cannot comply. Hey you, Officer Li raised an eyebrow, ready to reprimand, but was silenced by a glare from his superior, reluctantly swallowing his words. At that moment, Cheng Hongwon, the share manager of Ran Yunrui and Su Yuyu, hurried over upon hearing the commotion. I apologize, officers. My artist is rather timid and may have been startled by your presence. I sincerely apologize. Cheng Hongwon, skilled in reading the room, hastily offered an apology while attempting to defend Su Yuyu. She is a public figure and may be sensitive about her image. Please bear with us for a moment while I speak with her. However, just as Chung Hongwen turned to address Su Yuyu, she abruptly slammed the door shut. Chung Hongwen. The others. Officer Lee muttered under his breath. What are we waiting for? She must be inside. Officer Zhang shot him a glance. You can't just break in and expose everything. They likely have a hostage. Our actions could jeopardize their safety. The situation had become quite precarious. Considering the safety of the hostage, Officer Zhang prepared to call for backup. Meanwhile, Xiao He contemplated for a moment before quietly stepping away from the crowd. He opened the window at the end of the corridor, stretched his limbs, and crouched down. Officer Zhang, sharp-eyed, recalled Xiao He's previous heroics during a fire rescue and furrowed his brow, intending to intervene. However, Xiao He paid him no heed and swiftly climbed out the window. With no time to stop him, Officer Zhang could only grit his teeth and mutter under his breath, "That little rascal." At this moment, the night had deepened, and the outside world was shrouded in darkness. Xiao He's movements were inconspicuous in the night as he swiftly ascended towards the balcony of Su Yuyu's room, utilizing the exposed decor of the hotel and the ledges of various rooms. Before long, he silently landed on Su Yuyu's balcony, through the faintly visible gap in the curtains. Xiao He caught sight of the figures within. Indeed, the person standing before Su Yuyu at that moment was the very individual he sought. "I have done as you instructed," Su Yuyu said, her voice trembling. "Please do not speak of this matter. That depends on your subsequent actions," the man replied hoarsely, issuing a threat. Xiao He crouched down, perplexed. What was the situation? Had Su Yuyu been ensnared by this man in some compromising manner? No wonder her demeanor had seemed so amiss, rather than fear. She appeared to wish for the police to leave promptly. But why? What could possibly be more important than one's life? He held his breath and cautiously pulled the balcony door. Fortunately, the glass door was already ajar, and with a slight tug, he could slip through the opening into the room. The hotel room was spacious, with a tastefully minimalist decor in the small living area. The adjacent table was cluttered with cosmetics used by female artists, and several garments were draped over the nearby sofa. Overall, it did not seem disordered, and the plush carpet effectively muffled Xiao He's movements. Xiao He quietly approached and crouched behind a small sofa, waiting for the opportune moment. Perhaps Officer Zhang outside had also timed his arrival perfectly, as he began knocking on the door. The masked man lowered his voice and said to Su Yuyu, "You go open the door. You know what to do next, right?" Su Yuyu shivered, her eyes glistening with tears, and nodded. "I understand." She then slowly lifted her foot and made her way towards the door, with the masked man following closely behind. However, just a few steps in, the sudden ringing of a mobile phone pierced the air. It was Su Yuyu's phone. This unexpected sound heightened the alertness of all three individuals present. But the masked man quickly relaxed, signaling for Su Yuyu to answer the call. It was likely a call from the person outside. Su Yuyu bit her lip but ultimately nodded and walked towards the dining table beside the living room. Xiao He watched, heart racing, as Su Yuyu stood with her back to him. He quickly took a deep breath, lay flat on the ground, and maneuvered around to the other side. What perplexed Xiao He was that the masked man did not seem to concentrate entirely on Su Yuyu. At that moment, he appeared particularly agitated, pacing back and forth while scratching at his neck, as if he were very uncomfortable. However, Xiao He had no time to assess the man's condition. Seizing the opportunity presented by their separation, he sprang into action, moving with remarkable swiftness. Bang! Xiao He tackled the masked man, using him as a cushion as they fell to the ground, then mounted him and unleashed a flurry of punches to his face. The masked man was entirely oblivious to the sudden emergence of Xiao He, caught off guard by a swift strike. Simultaneously, Su Yuyu, who was on the phone, let out a piercing scream. Her voice echoed through the receiver, prompting the police to unlock the hotel room door with a master key provided by the hotel manager. Officer Zhang and Officer Lee burst in, guns drawn. "Don't move. Police." Everyone remained still. Others swiftly followed, turning the scene into utter chaos. Officer Zhang, while sternly admonishing, rushed to the side of Xiao He and the masked man, forcefully kicking the knife from the masked man's grasp. The small blade flew away, landing at the balcony door. While Xiao He halted his assault, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, allowing Officer Zhang to subdue the adversary. "Are you all right?" Officer Zhang inquired, efficiently handcuffing the masked man. "I'm fine," Xiao He replied. The masked man, having finally recovered from Xiao He's righteous blows, began to writhe violently, his gaze directed at Xiao He like a seething flame, filled with unbridled rage and resentment. Yet, Xiao He merely responded with a smile and a provocative gesture. "Behave yourself." Officer Zhang unceremoniously handcuffed the masked man as other hand and ripped off his mask, revealing an excessively gaunt face that caused him to furrow his brow. "Xiao, do you know him?" Xiao He glanced over and noticed the man's emaciated appearance, marked by several bruises, and shook his head. "I don't recognize him. He lunged at me the moment he arrived." I was completely bewildered. Officer Zhang scrutinized the man, pondering. "I see. He seems somewhat familiar." He began to meticulously search the pockets of the individual, ultimately retrieving a mobile phone and a vacant self-sealing bag. Observing the bag, Officer Zhang examined the residual powder inside, his expression shifting slightly. Suddenly, the man on the floor began to convulse. Kuga. His actions startled everyone, even causing Xiao He to retreat a few steps, warily watching the man on the ground. "Hiss, it hurts." Officer Zhang restrained the man's movements, inspecting his face closely. With a grave tone, he instructed Officer Li, call for an ambulance. This person is likely suffering from a drug addiction. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hongwan, who had been conversing with Su Yuyu, fell silent, while others who had come to witness the commotion, including Lu Rulon, the hotel manager, and Ma Qianyu, dared not utter a word. It was no trivial matter. After all, we were dealing with narcotics. If this escalated, the situation could become dire. Chapter 55. Is he truly a hater? Xiao He was at a loss as to how circumstances had suddenly spiraled into their current state. What a wretched life he led. Under scrutiny from the police and facing threats from his peers, was he truly unable to survive on either front? Officer Zhang observed the man convulsing increasingly violently, his brow furrowing in tension, his voice growing anxious. Little Li urged them to expedite their efforts. This fellow's addiction appears rather severe. New recruit Officer Li had never encountered such a scene. He promptly complied while hastily contacting the hospital. Officer Zhang raised his gaze to the crowd surrounding them, commanding coldly, "Disperse. Everyone, step back. Open the window over there for ventilation." At this, the onlookers instinctively retreated, creating a wide space. Some wishing to flee 2 miles away from this individual, desperate to avoid any association. Xiao He also took a step back, but his eyes remained fixed on the man, writhing in agony on the floor, his brow slightly furrowed. To be honest, this was Xiao He's first close encounter with an addict in the throes of withdrawal. It was no wonder the man was far weaker than he had anticipated. A novice like Xiao He, lacking any combat experience, had easily knocked him down with wild punches. It became evident that this man's body had long since been ravaged by substances. Simultaneously, a surge of anger welled up within Xiao He, reflecting on the historical struggles of the past and on the peace and stability upheld by countless anti-drug officers today. Those who indulge in and traffic drugs are despicable beyond measure. Such a person, he should have delivered a few more blows earlier. It was infuriating. The man began to convulse again, followed by violent retching, prompting many to flee the room in disgust. Fortunately, the location was in close proximity to the nearest hospital. Upon the arrival of the ambulance, the man was swiftly transported to the emergency room for treatment. Meanwhile, Xiao He and his companions accompanied Officer Zhang to the police station to provide their statements. However, just as they arrived, news from the hospital reached them. This suspect, having long abused vast amounts of drugs, had suffered severe organ damage. Recently, he had engaged in polydrug use, exceeding his body's limits, resulting in acute poisoning. He had succumbed almost immediately upon arrival at the emergency room. The inherent dangers of mixing substances are well known, even with medical intervention. Doctors require time to ascertain which drugs or combinations triggered the poisoning. Thus, the eventuality of death was not entirely unforeseen. All parties had fulfilled their responsibilities. Yet some individuals persist in reckless behavior, failing to value their own lives, and they cannot be blamed for that. Upon hearing the news, Xiao He discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. Excellent. Now there would be no witnesses, and he could firmly assert his ignorance of the events. His gaze shifted, unexpectedly landing on Su Yu across from him. In a situation akin to Xiao He's, Su Yu also seemed to exhale quietly, appearing pleased to hear the suspect's demise. This prompted Xiao He to recall the threatening words the suspect had directed at Su Yu. What secret did she possess that warranted such discretion? Yet, he soon shrugged it off indifferently. Just inform the police and let them conduct their investigation. He certainly does not wish to be entangled in certain matters. Shortly thereafter, Xiao He was taken aside to provide a statement, accompanied by Officer Zhang, who insisted on administering a urine test. Xiao He remarked, "Officer Zhang, I believe we had developed a certain camaraderie. Yet, you choose to suspect me instead of others. How despicable. This is an affront to my character." Officer Zhang cast a sidelong glance at Xiao He. "You feigned ignorance during your statement, and now you attempt to ingratiate yourself with me?" Xiao He maintained an innocent expression. "I am truly innocent." Officer Zhang snorted lightly, about to retort when his phone rang. He glanced at Xiao He, gesturing for him to remain composed, before stepping outside to take the call. Left to his own devices, Xiao He idly opened his system interface. "Congratulations on acquiring the art of deception. It has been learned automatically. Details of the art of deception. Deception is a linguistic art form that you have now mastered. Even the most advanced lie detectors and truth serums cannot compel you to reveal the truth. Does the truth even exist? Perhaps you do not know either. Congratulations on acquiring danger evasion. It has been learned automatically. Details of danger evasion. Danger is but a fleeting moment. Evasion is swifter. This life-saving skill can elevate your evasion probability to a staggering 100% in critical moments." These were the two exceptional rewards Xiao He had just drawn. One active skill and one passive skill, achieved from a remarkable series of 7 draws. When Shi had attacked him earlier, it was this passive skill of danger evasion that enabled Xiao He to successfully avoid the blow. However, gazing at the skills he had acquired, Xiao He could not suppress a deep sigh. While these skills were indeed useful, they fell short of the grandiose expectations he had harbored. Compared to others who possessed extraordinary advantages, he felt rather underwhelming. Initially, Xiao He had fantasized about drawing skills akin to lightness or martial arts, which would be immensely beneficial in future confrontations or filming endeavors. Yet, after toiling for nearly half a year, he found himself with a hodgepodge of scattered skills. Effective, yes, but alas, perhaps he was simply too greedy. Xiao He chastised himself. Yet he could not help but fixate on the second-tier lottery button in the draw pool, 10,000 points per attempt. He wondered if this second tier would yield even more formidable skills. Calculating his steadily increasing points, he began to anticipate the releases of Killing Life and Thief Hunter. Ahem, although he was not a true criminal, which gaming enthusiast does not relish a good lottery. The thrill of the draw, the monotony of everyday life. This was the allure. It was something he could choose not to engage with, yet found impossible to forego. Approximately 20 minutes later, Officer Zhang re-entered, his expression peculiar. "You're free to go. There is nothing more for you here." He waved his hand dismissively. Xiao He, bewildered, responded, "Huh? Officer Zhang, we have conducted an investigation and discovered that this individual is named Shi Wei, a genuine detractor of yours. His intent to harm you is quite opportunistic. You merely found yourself inadvertently entangled in this situation." Xiao He, "Excuse me, officer, do you truly comprehend the implications of what you are stating?" Seeing Xiao He still in a state of confusion, Officer Zhang kindly elucidated. "We have reassessed the entire hotel and uncovered another corpse, which was indeed Shi Wei's original target. Prior to this incident, he had already committed multiple homicides and is a fugitive sought by the police. This individual is dangerously unstable. He has previously attacked others merely for a fleeting glance in his direction. You were fortunate to have reacted swiftly and evaded harm. Should he escape again, it is likely that further tragedies will ensue." Xiao He gasped, momentarily enveloped in silence. It was evident that this person had targeted him directly. How could this possibly involve anyone else? How can you be certain that he was after someone else, and I was merely collateral damage? Xiao He struggled to articulate his query. This case is rather unique and has been transferred to another department. We cannot disclose further details at this moment, Officer Zhang replied, being coy and unwilling to divulge more. However, rest assured, we are unequivocally certain of this matter, and you need not worry. Nonetheless, it is prudent to remain vigilant regarding online sentiments and to guard against the envy and malice of ill-intentioned individuals. This sure way has been maligning you on the internet for quite some time, even joining a group of detractors where he fabricates slanderous content about you daily, repeatedly threatening that he will eventually see you dead. It would be wise to inform your agent and agency about this situation, ensuring that they are aware and prepared for any potential threats. Xiao He. All right, thank you. The police are so resolute in their assertions. Why? Could it be that he was truly merely collateral damage? This is terrible. Has he now become the fool in this narrative? Chapter 56, Sister Lu, the minor matter of resource allocation. Regardless of the circumstances, this episode has finally passed. A group of individuals returned to the hotel, where the sky was already beginning to brighten. Su Yu appeared unwell, her face cold and expressionless from beginning to end. Upon their return, she went straight to her room, while Lu Rulon intercepted Chung Hongwon with a smile. Brother Chung, is your artist all right? Thankfully, my Xiao risked his life to save her, otherwise this incident would have been quite alarming. Chung Hongwon, having been tense throughout the night, was in a dreadful state. However, upon seeing Lu Rulon, and recalling her recent public altercations with Tian Heng and Su Xingxi, he could only manage a strained smile. Indeed, we owe a great deal to Xiao He. Both Su Yu and I are very grateful to him. I heard that last time Yu was nearly stabbed by a stalker, it was also Xiao who came to the rescue. Lu Rulon inquired casually. Chung Hongwen's smile grew even more rigid as he recalled that incident. Yes. It seems so. Oh dear, this is quite the serendipity. Our Xiao possesses such a warm heart, willing to assist others, even at great personal risk. If only this spirit could be imparted to his fans. Please no, sister. Chung Hongwen quickly reacted, halting Lu Rulon's words, his smile becoming more sincere. I believe it is better to keep such matters discreet. Recently, Xiao He has been rather high-profile online, and I think it unnecessary to publicize everything. Although this represented a splendid marketing opportunity, Su Yu's condition was poor, and she had repeatedly urged Chung Hongwen not to disclose the incident online to avoid attracting further attention and discussion. Moreover, if this were to be made public, Xiao He would continually be tied to the narrative of being a lifesaver for their Yu, which would be rather distasteful. At this moment, Chung Hongwen completely forgot his previous intention of having Xiao He pose as Su Yu's boyfriend. In truth, Xiao He had no interest in being associated with their artists. Lu Rulon, gently stroking her long fingers, responded diplomatically. But how can we allow that? Recently, Xiao He has faced significant impacts on his career due to online opinions. We wish to leverage these events for effective marketing. Chung Hongwen's mind raced as he quickly grasped Lu Rulon's implication, inwardly cursing her audacity while maintaining a cheerful facade. Sister Lu, how about this? Our Howan Entertainment has a project slated for next year. If I recall correctly, Director Feng is supposed to begin casting for a film this June, right? Lu Rulon inquired with a beaming smile. Chung Hongwen was momentarily taken aback. Damn, which fool leaked this information? How did this woman find out? Chung Hongwen forced a smile. Sister Lu, you know how coveted that role is. Our little Ran is relying on this opportunity to transition her career. Lu Rulon crossed her arms, unimpressed by his argument. It's not as if we are usurping your Ran Yunrui's position. We merely wish to add another slot for your company. Chung Hongwen, so what? Is there a difference? There are countless individuals vying for Director Feng's roles. If he takes on one more, the other agents in the company will certainly have a field day. However, as Chung Hongwen recalled Ran Yunrui's performance, which was visible only to fans, he felt a sense of resignation. All right, but this is merely an audition opportunity. If your Xiao He is lacking in ambition, then do not blame me. Lu Rulon chuckled. Rest assured, he certainly has a better chance than yours. Chung Hongwen pouted, remaining silent. Thus, as Xiao He returned home, he unexpectedly found himself with an audition opportunity. Xiao He, what just happened? In the afternoon, Xiao He arrived at the set, and the gazes of those around him were decidedly complex. He initially thought that the previous night's online feud had altered their perceptions of him, but he dismissed the concern and simply took a seat. After about 10 minutes, Tian Heng and Su Xingxi arrived. Their demeanor was entirely different this time. Tian Heng approached Xiao He with a beaming smile, inquiring warmly, "Teacher Xiao, how are you feeling today? What did you have for breakfast? Come, we specially brought you breakfast." Xiao He, "Teacher Xiao, I must say, you are destined for greatness. Just look at you, talented in acting, blessed with looks, and your character. Oh, your character speaks for itself. A true hero. If it weren't for Sister Lu being ahead of me, I would have certainly signed you." Throughout the exchange, Su Shengxi remained silent, merely smiling at Xiao He, resembling a living statue. "Xiao He, please, not like this, it frightens me." Feeling a chill, Xiao He rubbed his arms, forcing a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Manager Tian, but I did not rest well yesterday. Could you allow me a moment of peace?" Tian Heng, taken aback, responded, "Ah, I see. Then I shall not disturb you." He then pulled Su Shengxi away, leaving the area with remarkable tact. "Xiao He, TSK." He turned to Lu Rulon. "Sister Lu, what is wrong with them?" Despite his lack of insight, he could not discern their intentions, wondering if they were employing some new tactic to undermine him. Lu Rulon casually glanced at the departing duo, her tone unbothered. "They believe you were attacked by Su Shengxi's devoted fans yesterday. Naturally, they dare not offend you now." Xiao He was taken aback. Why would they harbor such a peculiar notion? The online backlash against you was quite severe, and then you face danger with police and ambulances arriving. "Do you think they're not afraid?" Lu Rulon explained. Producer Ma was also present at the time. He is quite the chatterbox and the sole witness. Once he returned, he spread the word, and it transformed into a story of you being pursued by Su Shengxi's fans, nearly needing hospitalization for rescue. If this incident were to spread further, they would truly be in trouble. Originally, the accusations against Xiao He for bullying Su Shengxi had stirred a wave of ridicule online. However, after Xiao He's character received official endorsement, Su Shengxi's fans appeared as mere clowns, losing any advantage they had. Passers-by shook their heads at the mention of them, opting instead to block and report, their disdain for Su Shengxi's fans reaching new heights. If the incident regarding Xiao He being pursued by Su Shengxi's fans escalates to a criminal level, Lu Rulon believes that Su Shengxi is destined to become a thorn in the side of everyone within the entertainment industry. After all, while insults may be exchanged, who would dare to engage in a physical confrontation? In these times, being a celebrity has become a perilous vocation. "Shall I promote you online?" Lu Rulon inquired, assuring that it would merely be an informal rumor, allowing them to experience the repercussions of public opinion. However, Xiao He shook his head, stating no. This incident was merely coincidental. There is no need to cast blame upon them. Rather than amplifying the situation, Xiao He preferred to see it resolved swiftly, without attracting further attention. Lu Rulon discerned Xiao He's intent, shrugged her shoulders, and, instead of expressing disappointment, remarked, "All right, but since they initiated this, the compensation must be adequate. I will secure a few resources for you." After all, Su Shengxi is quite the lucrative target. As a former manager, Lu Rulon was all too aware of the wealth of resources available to him, making negotiations second nature. Xiao He felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "Sister Lu, you truly are remarkable. You are indeed my only sister." Chapter 57. The conclusion of Hidden Stars. The days that followed could be aptly described as tranquil. The tumult of public opinion online bore no impact on the filming that transpired in reality. After dispelling the rumors of bullying, Su Shengxi dared not provoke Xiao He again, and both parties returned to a state of mutual indifference. Xiao He relished the peace, diligently engaging in the filming process with the crew. It was not until one fateful day that he received a message from He Jianhao. "Wow, brother, how do you plan to tackle your thesis? I'm nearly losing my hair over here." In that moment, Xiao He suddenly realized he had seemingly forgotten something crucial, his graduation thesis. "Oh no, I had drafted a topic. But with all the filming, it slipped my mind," he admitted with considerable embarrassment. He Jianhao responded with an air of resignation. "Ah, this is disastrous. What will you do now? I also forgot until recently. My advisor just pressed me about it." Xiao He felt a wave of panic wash over him. "Of course, I must get to work immediately. My advisor is the vice dean of our department." This advisor had been allocated randomly, and at that time, Xiao had drawn the misfortune of being assigned to the most feared mentor in their faculty. His dorm mates had even presented him with small white flowers in advance, mourning the impending doom of his graduation season. "Oh," Xiao He exclaimed in despair. "I must go check my messages." He promptly ended the call and hurried to open the chat with his advisor. Indeed, their last conversation had lingered since the previous year, with the most recent message being a grimacing emoji from his mentor. A cold sweat broke out on Xiao He's brow as he frantically searched for his previously prepared thesis topic and preliminary plan. As he reviewed his earlier ideas, he found himself perplexed. Sometimes, one cannot empathize with their former self. The present Xiao he regarded his past thesis as little more than a pile of excrement. Suddenly, he found himself able to empathize with his thesis advisor, realizing that this excrement was indeed rather unpalatable. Consequently, Xiao He dared not procrastinate any longer and swiftly retrieve his computer to amend his thesis topic and direction, striving to earn his advisor's forgiveness. In the ensuing month, Xiao He oscillated between the demands of his graduation project and the filming schedule. At last, their shooting progressed to the pivotal moment of Meng Zhe's descent, corresponding to the segment Xiao He had auditioned for. During the audition, he had performed alongside Zhang Mo, who temporarily embodied by Ming Chuan, but now, Xiao He would formally act alongside Su Xingxi in this scene. Through the passage of time and experience, Xiao He had developed a profound understanding of his character, allowing him to convey emotions with greater sincerity. Furthermore, he discovered the remarkable utility of a newfound skill in the art of deception, which enhanced the impact of his lines and significantly elevated the authenticity of his character portrayal. This led to a moment of bewilderment among some attendees. After listening to his various rationalizations for his past acts of treachery, felt an unsettling sympathy for Meng Zetian, convinced that he was merely a product of his time, devoid of a divine perspective, and had chosen the path he desired. Perhaps, in his eyes, by Ming Chuan and his ilk were the true lunatics, plunging headlong into a venture that offered no glimmer of hope. Yet, in the next instant, Meng Zetian, lying on the ground, erupted in a derisive laugh, his gaze brimming with scorn and disdain, utterly devoid of any semblance of remorse, only harboring boundless resentment and fury. It was then that the onlookers were jolted into a cold sweat, realizing they had nearly begun to empathize with a traitor, one who, in his quest for survival, had even harmed his fellow countrymen. A man who had betrayed his nation could possess no conscience, no morality. Everything witnessed moments ago was merely a dying deceiver crafting an illusion of grandeur for himself. He deserved to perish, 1,000 deaths reduced to ashes. Nearby, Zhang Mo observed Xiao He's performance, sighing deeply with a sense of admiration, stating his acting has indeed improved during the last audition for this scene. His emotional expression was rather unrefined, yet now he can entirely captivate others with his feelings. He is truly gifted. Dressed in a striking red qipao, Yimin fanned herself as she remarked, "For an actor, the ability to evoke emotions is paramount, and one must sometimes concede that this talent is indeed innate. Systematic study can, at times, yield counterproductive results, stripping away one's emotive power. Relying solely on intuition and empathy can be exhausting and limited." What astonished the pair most was that Xiao He, a newcomer without formal training who had only sought guidance from seasoned colleagues and self-studied through books, could perform better than his counterpart, Su Xingxi, by several magnitudes. Although Xiao He himself did not grasp the significance of this, believing his success stemmed solely from his innate performance, Zhang Mo, as a seasoned veteran, recognized the boundless potential within him. "Alas, it seems I must strive harder. It would be truly embarrassing to be outshone by a junior," Zhang Mo said, half in jest and half in earnest. Yimin, fanning herself with a light-hearted laugh, replied, "Then, Teacher Zhang, you must put in the effort. I am not in the same league as you all, so I can be carefree." Having collaborated multiple times under the auspices of Taidong Entertainment, such banter did not anger Zhang Mo. Rather, he encouraged her, "You two must work diligently to reclaim everything lost this year." Yimin offered a wry smile and shook her head, saying, "Let us not jump ahead. It's still too early for such discussions." It was indeed a twisted fate. After Yimin's film flopped, she transitioned to television, only to find Su Yu making the same shift, leading both of them from the film industry into the realm of television, with their respective fan bases perpetually at odds. However, there are certainly some advantages to this. At the very least, their quarrels captivate the attention of fans and bystanders alike, and in a certain sense, they continuously sustain each other's fame. Zhang Mo sighed and remarked, "I've heard through the grapevine that director Feng is preparing a new film this June. You might consider auditioning." Yimena expressed her astonishment. "Is it the director Feng I'm thinking of? Hasn't he already retired? Is he truly making a comeback?" Zhang Mo shook his head, refraining from speculation, and simply stated, "The competition will undoubtedly be fierce, so be prepared." Yimena nodded, "All right, thank you, Teacher Zhang. No problem." Meanwhile, amidst their conversation, Xiao He's scenes officially wrapped. Su Xingxi pretended to reach down to help the bloodied Xiao He, who merely smiled and took Su Xingxi's hand, using his strength to rise. Su Xingxi, now with blood smeared on his hand, struggled to maintain his smile and said, "Congratulations on wrapping up, Teacher Xiao." "Thank you," Xiao He replied with a forced smile. Lu Rulan approached, offering Xiao He some wet wipes while casting a glance at Su Xingxi. "Thank you for your hard work during this time, Teacher Su. We shall take our leave now." Su Xingxi looked at his former manager with a slight smile. "Yes, goodbye, Lu Ye." They turned to depart. As Xiao He wiped the blood from his hands, he glanced at Lu Rulan and curiously inquired, "Lu Jia, your decision to venture out on your own, could it be partially influenced by Su Xingxi?" Lu Rulan seemed to harbor an aversion towards Su Xingxi, casting him a sidelong glance. After a moment of silence, she replied, "When you work in a restroom, it may smell foul, yet one can grit their teeth and endure. However, if the filth inadvertently touches you, all tolerance evaporates, and you simply wish to resign and leave. That was my state at the time." Xiao He responded, "Understood." Chapter 58. Killing Life premiere. After the completion of Shining Stars, Xiao He and Lu Rulan decided to take a flight back home. Having spent the previous spring festival on set, Xiao He had not had the opportunity to return, so he intended to spend quality time with his parents during this visit. It was evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his upcoming days would be increasingly hectic. Although he feigned disdain, his parents were overjoyed to see him, eagerly dragging him around their neighborhood, regaling acquaintances with tales of his heroic deeds, even pulling out their phones to show videos of the event. Xiao He felt a twinge of helplessness, but acquiesced to their whims, allowing himself to be taken for daily strolls. During his time at home, Xiao He noticed his parents discreetly watching his performance in Heart of Embers on television. On one occasion, he inadvertently caught sight of his mother leaving supportive comments on his fan page. His heart swelled with emotion upon witnessing her defending him against negative remarks, prompting him to avert his gaze, choosing not to acknowledge the moment. In the following days, he took his mother on excursions to nearby cities, while his father, lacking a holiday, resignedly continued with his work. After a brief respite of nearly 2 weeks, Xiao He bid farewell to his parents and returned to school to prepare for his final thesis defense and graduation ceremony. His thesis topic had shifted midway from academic research to practical application. He dedicated several days to developing an AI-related application designed to assist visually impaired individuals in navigating their surroundings, employing intelligent systems to aid in route planning and direction, thereby mitigating risks and enhancing their travel efficiency. To maintain a low profile, he kept the application relatively rudimentary, recognizing that there was ample room for improvement, but it sufficed to quell his advisor's frustrations. Once he had appeased his advisor, Xiao He enrolled in an acting class that Lu Rulan had recommended, all the while awaiting his thesis defense. During this period, he received notification from the Killing Life production team, indicating that they were gearing up for a promotional campaign, competing for box office revenues alongside several other films this coming May Day. This swift progression caught Xiao He off guard. He had anticipated that Killing Life would target the summer release window, not realizing it would debut so soon. Lu Rulan also received the news and called to inquire about Xiao He's defense schedule. Unfortunately, his defense was scheduled for early May, coinciding with the first round of promotional events. If all went according to plan, he would need to remain at school for his defense during the roadshow. If it becomes necessary, I could ask my advisor to reschedule my defense to the final group, Xiao He suggested proactively. Primarily, your defense should go smoothly, right? Lu Rulon inquired, her concern for Xiao He extending beyond work-related matters. You absolutely mustn't fail to graduate. I would have to do damage control for you, and that would be quite the challenge. Xiao He replied, You need not worry about that, Lu Jia. At this moment, his greatest concern was not the thesis or defense. For the basic hacking skills bestowed upon him by his fortuitous circumstances were more than sufficient to surpass the knowledge he had acquired over 4 years of university. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of bittersweetness. Lu Rulon pondered for a moment before saying, They will hold a preview screening a week in advance. So you should follow along then. When the official premiere occurs, you will return to defend your thesis and won't be accompanying the crew. Xiao He appeared somewhat perplexed. Sister Lu, are you truly so concerned that I might not graduate? Lu Rulon replied, Not at all. After all, I have successfully guided even primary school film emperors. Do you think I would fret over such a matter? My primary concern stems from hearing that the character you portray is rather brutish. I fear you might face hostility on set, especially since that character's face will inevitably be linked to yours, making your life rather challenging. Xiao He responded, Thank you very much. After confirming the itinerary with the crew, Xiao He accompanied them to their first promotional stop, Xi Province, Rome City. The crew chose the largest Pacific cinemas in Rome City, situated in the heart of the commercial district, a locale thriving in culture and entertainment. The attendees of this preview screening were primarily well-known film critics and bloggers from Rome City. As Xiao He observed the audience streaming into the cinema, he couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety for the film, given that Xi Province is the setting of the infamous Xiao He case. The crew's decision to hold a screening here took considerable courage. After all, the events of that incident were indeed shocking, and with one of the culprits, Zhu Laosan, still at large, many older generations would warn children with tales of, Don't wander off. Be careful, lest Zhu Laosan snatch you up to feed to the pigs. Consequently, many residents of Xi Province were familiar with this case, and they would likely scrutinize Xiao He with a critical eye. Should the film falter in any regard, they would be swift to pass judgment. If not for immense confidence in the film, it is unlikely that Xiao He would have chosen this location for its premiere. Xiao Ge, aren't you nervous? Lu Zhang inched closer to Xiao He, nervously rubbing his hands. The stakes were high. Xiao He replied, Not particularly. Are you feeling tense? Lu Zhang managed a wry smile a bit. Recently, I have been renegotiating my contract with my former employer, Taidong Entertainment. The success of this film is crucial for me, as it will significantly impact my upcoming negotiations. Thus, Lu Zhang was undoubtedly the most anxious among them. Though Xiao He had not heard Lu Zhang discuss matters regarding his management company, he had gathered enough from their casual conversations to understand the nature of the situation, prompting him to gently pat Lu Zhang's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Soon enough, the film commenced. As the familiar dragon emblem swept across the large screen, the previously bustling cinema fell into a hushed silence. The character Zhu Laoda, portrayed by Bao Wei, makes his entrance. Hu Yi, a film critic known for his acerbic wit and sharp commentary, commands a substantial following of 15 million fans on his account, Hu Ge Film Reviews. Renowned as an authority in the realm of cinematic critique, he is invariably the first to attend premieres and screenings, eager to provide his audience with the freshest insights into the latest offerings. This time, he has learned of the imminent screening in Rongqing of the crime drama film Xiao He, inspired by the infamous Rongtou Butcher Brothers. Director Ho Rongxuan has consistently garnered favorable reviews for his work over the years, showcasing a stable performance, especially with seasoned actors like Zhou Jianhua and Bao Wei involved. From a casting and production standpoint, this film appears promising. As a genuine Rongqing native, Hu Ge is well acquainted with the case that serves as the film's foundation, having conducted prior research on the matter. Notably, the youngest of the 3 brothers remains at large, in the wake of a previous production that failed to uncover the true culprit and instead resorted to a farcical ending to secure approval. Hu Ge took the lead in vocally criticizing the creative team behind that series. Given the harmonious ensemble of this film, yet with a script fraught with potential pitfalls, Hu Ge is determined to sample its nuances. Perhaps tonight's critique will yield rich material. Upon entering the lobby, Huji's attention is immediately captured by a promotional poster. The poster, shot in a slaughterhouse, features the three brothers, either seated or standing, their gazes cold and penetrating as they fixate on the camera. Beside them stand several police officers led by Zhuo Jianhua, alongside the victims. Hu Gu, camera in hand, meticulously observes the characters, suddenly fixating on one individual. Goodness. Did they actually invite him to portray this role? Chapter 59. The Easter egg of killing life explodes? Is this truly not the original? Brother who fixed his gaze upon the character Zhu Lao-san, portrayed by Xiao He, his eyes wide with astonishment. Prior to his arrival, he had perused the materials and related news, and this face was indeed familiar to him. However, he never anticipated that the production team would replicate it so faithfully. Could it be that they employed AI face swapping? Glancing at the name beside him, Brother who searched for Xiao He and soon discovered photographs of him as Mu Zhe. Alas, the disparity between this actor and Zhu Lao-san was indeed striking. Brother who harbored suspicions, shaking his head with a hint of regret. It seemed that director Ho and his team had resorted to AI face swapping. What a pity, as such a technique would undoubtedly appear disjointed on the big screen. Present-day AI technology remains imperfect, and the art of filmmaking necessitates that actors convey subtle expressions and seamlessly integrate into their surroundings. When faced with a half-real, half-fake AI visage amidst a cast of accomplished performers, one cannot help but feel a jarring disconnect. The last film that attempted this approach clearly failed. It appears that director Ho may be heading for a similar downfall. Seated in his spot, Brother who began to formulate potential titles for his upcoming video. Does director Ho's new work feature AI face swapping? A recipe for disaster. And the greatest flaw in killing life turns out to be this. As Brother who pondered, the lights in the theater dimmed, and Killing Life commenced its screening. Cursed creature, making a racket at dawn. I'm going to put an end to you, Zhu Lao-san exclaimed in dialect, as he grasped a neighboring rooster and hurled it to the ground, swiftly bringing down his butcher's knife to sever the bird's neck, allowing blood to splatter everywhere. Zhu Lao kicked in the backside, bellowing, "Get out to the yard. What if you scare others with this bloody mess?" Zhu Lao-san merely grimaced in response, rising to his feet and casually dragging the rooster by its legs as if it were a fuse, ambling back to the slaughterhouse. The film spans a duration of 140 minutes, commencing with the tale of the Zhu family's three brothers at their slaughterhouse, before transitioning to the police uncovering clues during their anti-crime investigations, targeting the Zhu brothers. The initial truth unfolds before the audience, devoid of any twists, confirming the Zhu brothers as villains. However, the latter half remains equally compelling, as viewers, endowed with a godlike perspective, witness law enforcement gradually honing in on the Zhu brothers while the brothers, like cornered beasts, engage in futile struggles. An invisible confrontation permeates the entire film, continually tugging at the audience's heartstrings. Brother who remained transfixed by the screen, diligently absorbing the entirety of the narrative. Killing life, killing humans. The Zhu brothers, initially slayers of livestock, gradually transformed into beasts themselves, wielding their knives to take human lives to achieve their ends. The malice reflected in their eyes morphed alongside this transformation, rendering the viewing experience both chilling and harrowing. What left Brother who utterly astounded was the character Zhu Lao-san, portrayed by Xiao He. Perhaps due to initial skepticism regarding this role, Brother who had little expectation. However, the moment Zhu Lao-san graced the screen, an overwhelming sensation of goosebumps surged through him. How strikingly authentic. This was not merely the result of AI face swapping. The actor's charisma and performance were exceptionally compelling. The chilling gaze, even more shadowy after committing murder, still evokes a shiver down Brother whose spine. Were it not for Xiao He's youthful appearance, one might easily mistake him for the fugitive of yesteryears, Brother who mused. Particularly notable was a sequence that juxtaposed the slaughter of a chicken with the act of murder. After seizing the fleeing Wu Xiaohua at the threshold, Zhu Lao-san first hurled her to the ground in an act of humiliation, then raised his knife to sever her throat, allowing the blood to splatter in all directions, only to be washed away by the torrential rain. Subsequently, he sluggishly dragged Wu Xiaohua by her legs back to the slaughterhouse, leaving behind a faint crimson pool, a poignant echo of the earlier chicken slaughter scene, revealing a stark contrast. Indeed, recalling the act of carrying the chicken bore an unsettling resemblance to the act of dragging a person. Evil spirits walk among us. Heaven remains blind, brother Hu thought, his frustration mounting at the thought that Zhu Laosan had vanished into the deep mountains, eluding capture once more. Is this it? Is that all? Can we truly not apprehend him? 2 decades later, this remains a bitter irony that pierces the hearts of the victims' families, leaving not only anger, but also a lingering sense of regret. As the screen gradually dimmed and the credits began to roll with the music, Brother Hu rubbed his weary eyes and took a deep breath, just as he prepared to retrieve his phone to jot down his reflections. The screen flickered back to life 20 years later. Brother Hu widened his eyes and quickly sat up straight. Goodness, is the production team truly so audacious? They dare to alter the ending? In the early hours of the previous day, a corpse was discovered in a bar located in the coastal district of Shanghai. A figure with graying hair, yet an upright posture appeared alongside the news broadcast within the narrow corridor. Brother Hu recognized this figure as the character portrayed by Zhu Jianhua, the head of the special investigation team. Yet, more than 20 years had passed, and he had transitioned from a robust middle-aged man to an elderly gentleman. Reports indicated that the deceased was named Zhu Deshan, aged 45, hailing from Lusher, Province C. Following police investigation, it was revealed that he was one of the fugitives involved in the Rongtou slaughterhouse massacre that occurred 27 years ago. Is it confirmed? The team leader asked, gripping the arm of a nearby colleague, his voice laced with a tremor. 27 years. The mere recollection of this case kept him awake at night, forever regretting his own caution that prevented him from apprehending the Zhu brothers sooner, resulting in Zhu Laosan's continued obscurity, and transforming the case into an enduring source of regret for many. Now, upon hearing about Zhu Laosan's whereabouts, the team leader was overwhelmed with excitement. "Sir, please remain composed," urged an officer, quickly steadying the team leader's arm. I am well. The team leader waved his hand, his gait steady and swift, as he entered the room and lifted the white sheet. Indeed, it was him. The team leader took a deep breath and turned to the forensic expert. How has he fared over the years? The forensic expert replied, quite poorly. It seems he had been engaged in manual labor throughout his life, with irregular meals, his body appearing strong externally yet frail within. There are noticeable wear and calluses on his shoulders and fingers, and the condition of his organs is exceedingly poor. Furthermore, I discovered a tumor in his stomach. He paused momentarily before continuing. It is malignant. The team leader listened to the forensic expert's words in silence, remaining mute for a long while. Finally, the screen gradually dimmed, and only his weary yet heavy voice echoed. This beast deserved to die. A chilling proclamation. Blood-red letters filled the screen, and the lights in the cinema illuminated abruptly, awakening those lost in the narrative as they blinked and began to whisper amongst themselves. Only Brother Hu remained seated, his expression complex. Prior to this epilogue, Brother Hu had rated the film an 8.7 in his mind. The tense plot, intricately interconnected case details, seamless transitions between shots, and the remarkable performances of several actors. Due to the constraints of the genre, Brother Hu could not guarantee a box office triumph for the film, but he could assure that it was undoubtedly the finest crime film released in recent years. However, the director had to impose an incongruous conclusion with the unexpected demise of Zhu Laosan, leaving the audience in a haze of confusion. This action could only be described as a direct detonation of Brother Hu's sensitive spot. "Director, come here, I have a question for you. Was this sudden nonsense you're doing? Look into my eyes." Chapter 60. Fiction? What we filmed is reality. If he could, Tiger Brother would truly desire to rush forward, seize director Ho Rongxuan by the collar, and vigorously shake him, urging him to eliminate that unnecessary Easter egg. "Come now, let us pretend we did not see this. Hurry and remove it." In the front row, the creative team rose in unison, while Ho Rongxuan remained blissfully unaware of Tiger Brother's inner turmoil, picking up the microphone and ascending the stage alongside the host. Xiao He rubbed his neck, following Lu Zheong closely behind. To be honest, this was Xiao He's first official viewing of the film he had worked on. Perhaps due to the conspicuous disparity of the special effects phase, Xiao He experienced the entire film from an audience's perspective. His evaluation of the film was quite similar to that of Tiger Brother, hovering around 8.7, which is considered a commendable rating among domestic films. However, Xiao He was taken aback to discover that the director had indeed included the segment depicting Li Ziqing's death as an Easter egg. It was evident that director Ho had sought assistance from his brother-in-law. After all, Li Ziqing did not die a natural death. This matter was entangled with other cases, and the police were still conducting investigations, with no information released. Yet, director Ho's quick thinking led him to omit the murder case of Zhu Laosan, merely portraying the circumstances of Zhu Laosan's demise. Regardless of whether the individual was murdered, the inquiry remained. Did he die or not? How could it possibly reveal the police's case details? I simply harbored a deep-seated disdain for Zhu Laosan and crafted an alternate ending in which he met his demise. Who would have known it would coincidentally align with reality? In any case, the death of a thoroughly wicked individual is undoubtedly a matter of public delight. On stage, Ho Rongxuan held the microphone, expressing gratitude to the audience present, and proceeded to introduce the creative personnel attending the screening. Due to various circumstances, Li Hanyue was unable to attend the event. Zhu Jianhua, as the lead actor, naturally occupied the position closest to the director, followed by Bao Wei and Lu Zheong, while Xiao He stood at the farthest end, somewhat inconspicuous, with many shots failing to capture him. However, when Ho Rongxuan introduced Xiao He, nearly all eyes and cameras gravitated toward him. The reason was simple. Unlike the other three, who had already garnered audience recognition for their acting, this newcomer, with scarcely any prior works, undoubtedly exceeded the audience's expectations. Zhu Laosan was the most unscrupulous and bestial among the three brothers, and Xiao He, indeed, bore a visage that conveyed such sentiments. Observing the strikingly handsome figure, who bore no resemblance to Zhu Laosan, the audience's intrigue in Xiao He intensified. Indeed, during the audience Q&A session, someone eagerly inquired of Xiao He, "Excuse me, did you previously portray Mu Zhe?" Xiao He replied, "It was I." It appeared that the label of Mu Zhe was inescapable. I truly was. The inquisitive audience member expressed excitement, asking, "Did you use AI face swapping in this film? How is it that there are no traces whatsoever? You resemble the perpetrator so closely." Xiao He glanced toward director Ho. The credit belongs to director Ho's filming and the expertise of the makeup artist. All appearances of Zhu Laosan in the film were performed by me personally. There was no AI face swapping involved. Director Ho smoothly took over the conversation. Indeed, we did not employ AI face swapping technology this time. Rather, we utilized special effects makeup. I must express my profound gratitude to Xiao Xiao for her unwavering commitment, enduring the sweltering summer heat while donning this elaborate makeup to complete all her scenes. He then elaborated on the importance of authentically portraying Zhu Laosan, recounting their communications with the families of the victims. One cannot overlook the fact that, aside from the film's intrinsic quality, these external elements serve as unique selling points, such as the actor's dedication to faithfully representing the fugitive through special effects makeup, and the victims' families supporting the crew in their efforts to film and disseminate the wanted notice. As director Ho animatedly spoke on stage, the audience was evidently captivated. Xiao He felt a twinge of admiration, surprised by director Ho's eloquence. However, the first contentious topic soon emerged, posed by the pent-up and irate brother Hu. "I wish to inquire of the crew regarding the controversial post-credit scene depicting Zhu Laosan's demise. Is there a suspicion of coercive censorship? You claim to support the victims in their quest for justice, yet you forcibly depict a conclusion where Zhu Laosan dies. Is this not contradictory? Furthermore, does this not demonstrate a lack of respect for the victims and their families? Or is this merely a fabricated narrative you have woven for the victims, justifying the fugitive's continued evasion?" Brother Hu's words were blunt, even elevating the discourse to a higher moral plane. The audience's expressions shifted, some nodding in agreement. It was clear that Brother Hu was not alone in his dissatisfaction and confusion regarding this conclusion. Yet, Brother Hu's remarks did not fluster director Ho. Rather, a smile blossomed on his face. It was apparent that he had been anticipating such a question. Our crew has always held the original case in high regard, as well as the victims and their families. We can assure you that every scene in Xiao He is based on the factual circumstances of the case. To clarify, Director Ho added, this includes the post-credit scene. Instantly, Brother Hu's eyes widened in surprise. What? What does that mean? Could it be? We are unable to divulge excessive details regarding the circumstances, but we welcome everyone to continue following the developments of this case. Director Ho's words reverberated like thunder in the hall, prompting a flurry of whispers among the audience. What? Is Zhu San already dead? Surely not. Isn't he still on the run? How do they know he's dead? Does the crew possess more information? Could this be mere sensationalism? Surely not. Director Ho is not that kind of person, and if he were to speak out of turn, the police and the victims' families would certainly clarify the matter. Brother Hu found himself at a loss for words and had to sit back down. However, a clever idea struck him. He discreetly opened his phone to search for Zhu San's wanted notice on the official website. Zhu San had been evading capture for over 20 years, and the relevant official website still displayed his image and the details of his wanted status. This can be verified on the official websites of the Public Security Bureau and local authorities. Given that these are police websites, their authenticity is entirely assured, and there is no possibility of them colluding with the production crew in deception. However, to Tiger's astonishment, after searching several websites, he found no trace of the wanted notice for Zhu San. The withdrawal of a wanted notice by the police typically occurs under 3 circumstances. First, the suspect has been apprehended. Second, the suspect is deceased. Third, the wanted notice is lawfully rescinded. To rule out the possibility that the websites do not archive wanted notices from over 20 years ago, Tiger even examined other wanted notices and discovered one that had been in effect for 30 years. Thus, it could be conclusively determined that the wanted notice for Zhu San has indeed been revoked. Now, in light of Director Ho's words, this matter begins to take on a tangible reality. The real-life figure behind this case, Zhu San, has truly passed away. Chapter 61. Has Killing Life swept the box office? The advanced screening of Killing Life in Rome City has proven to be remarkably successful. Attendees showered the film with high praise, and in order to avoid revealing crucial plot details, they offered but one piece of advice. Be sure to stay until the very end for the post-credit scene. This scene promises a significant twist that must not be overlooked. Even the notoriously sharp-tongued and acerbic Brother, who took to his various platforms to proclaim the finest crime-themed film of the past 2 years, Killing Life, a must-see. In the footage, Brother Hu, donned in his signature tiger mask emblazoned with the character Wong, enthusiastically recounted his viewing experience, particularly lauding the film's narrative and the actors' performances. Gentlemen, without a doubt, Killing Life is the most compelling film to watch during this year's May Day holiday, especially the final post-credit segment. Do not miss it. You will witness the cast's heartfelt effort. Brother Hu's concluding remarks were laden with significance, successfully igniting the curiosity of many. Brother Hu, you've changed. I thought I would see you spewing venomous critiques all over again this May Day, but I'm unfollowing. Not so fast. At least wait until after you've seen Killing Life before deciding to unfollow. To be fair, the reviews for Killing Life from this advanced screening are indeed quite favorable. Guys, I even spotted someone familiar. Xiao He, who was previously targeted by fans of Xiao, seems to have participated in this project. Well, it looks like I have to see it now. If nothing else, I want to support this guy who has had a rough time. Haha, what is happening? Suddenly, I'm being persuaded to watch. I'll certainly support this guy, if only to spite Xiao's fans. As the promotional efforts of the Killing Life team intensified, discussion surrounding the film surged across the internet. Unsurprisingly, Xiao He's name resurfaced in the public eye. Thanks to the fervor from Xiao's fans, many have become familiar with Xiao He. Although they may not have known who he was or what roles he had played, the sensational online backlash that nearly led to his ostracism was widely recognized. Upon confirming that both instances of Xiao He referred to the same individual, many instinctively began to feel sympathy for him. Of course, such sympathy may not necessarily translate into ticket sales, but comments regarding Xiao He began to proliferate, and his popularity gradually climbed. However, no one anticipated the peculiar turn of events that would soon unfold. Following the second advanced screening, Killing Life commenced its ticket pre-sales. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. The pre-sale box office for Killing Life skyrocketed at an unprecedented pace, surpassing 1 million within just an hour and continuing to rise steadily. By the end of the first day of pre-sales, Killing Life boasted an astonishing single-day pre-sale box office of 18 million. This outcome was entirely unforeseen by all. Ultimately, the film Killing Life is constrained by its genre, which is not particularly favored in the current market. Among the cast, only Liu Zhang possesses considerable star power, while the other seasoned actors, despite their broad appeal among the general public, lack the fervent box office drawing capability that the younger generation boasts. Their success relies heavily on gradual accumulation, with their reputation slowly building as the official release approaches. Consequently, expectations for Killing Life's pre-sale box office were set around 10 million, with some even speculating it could be as low as 8 million. However, to everyone's astonishment, it shattered their predictions on the very first day. This inexplicable surge in figures left many baffled, particularly other films competing in the same May Day holiday slot. May Day is a prime period for domestic cinema, where box office competition is exceptionally fierce. For instance, around this year's May Day, 10 films premiered, spanning genres such as action, romance, comedy, mystery, and animation. Based on current audience viewing intentions, 4 films emerged as strong contenders for the box office crown. The comedy Gentleman's Rhapsody, the action film The Wind Rises, the romantic Thinking of You 365 Times, and the crime-themed Killing Life. Prior to the first day's pre-sale, the rankings of these 4 films fluctuated, with Killing Life and Thinking of You 365 Times consistently trailing behind, while A Gentleman's Rhapsody and The Wind Rises vied for the top spot. Yet, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. Upon observing these figures, the director of Thinking of You 365 Times couldn't help but vent his frustration at Ho Rongxuan, exclaiming, "This is absurd. Surely, Ho Rongxuan must have manipulated the votes, given that Killing Life lacks both a top-tier star and the much-touted big production IP." The sudden explosion in pre-sale figures raises questions about its origin. Even the directors of the seemingly winning films, Gentleman's Rhapsody and The Wind Rises, found themselves whispering conspiratorially with their producers, pondering, did they really buy votes? It's the May Day holiday, after all. Should we do the same? Why would we do that? The box office figures seem dubious. They'll surely be scrutinized later. Just wait and see. Even Xiao He, who had returned to the academy, couldn't resist inquiring in the group chat with Liu Zhang, Brother Zhang, "Your fans are remarkably supportive this time. They've really invested in you." Liu Zhang quickly clarified, "These aren't my fans. They're quite laid back. I haven't particularly urged them to participate in pre-sales." Although the connection between box office performance and fan economics is undeniable, Liu Zhang speculated that his fans might account for a mere 30% of the total, with the remainder relying on casual viewers. Yet, as they had anticipated, the casual audience interested in their film constituted at most another 30% of the pre-sale figures. This was primarily due to overwhelmingly positive reviews from early screenings and enthusiastic recommendations from various bloggers and critics. Thus, the question arises, who is supporting the remaining 40% of the box office? Surely, director Ho hasn't truly resorted to vote manipulation, has he? Even he himself remains perplexed by the situation. Amidst the relentless bombardment of messages from his peers, Ho Rongxuan, feeling cornered, took to his social media to share a new update. Ho Rongxuan, I truly did not engage in any manipulation. Peer 1, ridiculous. Not even a ghost would believe you. Peer 2, oh, old Ho, when did you start selling yourself? You ought to be cautious about hygiene. Beware of facing dire consequences in your old age. Peer 3, whose orders are being fulfilled? Let us earn some money together. I can assist with the engagement too. Observing the sarcastic remarks from his colleagues, Ho Rongxuan scoffed. They are merely envious of my success. So what if his box office figures were impressive? Did that automatically imply foul play? These individuals failed to comprehend the brilliance of his film, Killing Life. Yet, a flicker of unease lingered in his heart. Were the box office numbers truly secure? However, relief washed over him swiftly, as the answer presented itself unbidden. Fans of Su Xingxi fervently support Xiao He's new film. A prominent fan of Su Shengxi claims responsibility. We acknowledge our prior missteps and extend our sincerest apologies to Mr. Xiao He. The crowd was left bewildered. The production team was equally perplexed. Even Su Shengxi himself was taken aback. What in the world are you all doing? Everything is in Chinese characters. Yet I cannot comprehend it. Chapter 62. The ingenious maneuver of Su Shengxi's fans. This narrative commences with a widespread online harassment of Xiao He by Su Shengxi's fans. On that fateful night, although there were indeed numerous paid commenters stirring the pot, the vitriol and insults were predominantly hurled by genuine fans. It is no exaggeration to assert that, given Su Shengxi's immense popularity and influence, this incident reached a point where an all-out assault was launched, leaving no stone unturned. Consequently, they gained infamy, becoming a notoriously reviled faction within the industry. Indeed, it seems that anyone with a modicum of rationality on the internet harbors a peculiar dread and disdain for Su Shengxi's fans. After all, merely in response to a somewhat ambiguous bullying video, they escalated the situation to the police, demanding the arrest of a selfless savior. The entire online community was engulfed in a tide of slander against Xiao He, marking one of the most outrageous spectacles in the realm of entertainment. Ultimately, due to the severe repercussions of their actions, the idol was forced to bear the brunt of the backlash. Following Su Shengxi's release of a video clarifying the situation for Xiao He, related accounts were swiftly silenced by the authorities. Fan discussions were suspended, and a multitude of prominent fans faced bans, with a select few being summoned for in-person discussions. Remaining fans were left trembling, anxious that this debacle might tarnish their own standing or, worse, jeopardize their beloved Su Shengxi. Now, over 3 months have passed since that incident, and the fervor has subsided. Su Shengxi's account has been reinstated through the efforts of Tianheng, yet it is evident that he continues to bear some repercussions. Coupled with the fallout from his prior romantic entanglement, his reputation has plummeted, resulting in a significant reduction of endorsements and engagements, which has not gone unnoticed by his fans, who are increasingly distressed. At this juncture, a prominent fan stumbled upon news regarding the imminent release of Xiao He's new film. Upon encountering this information, her emotions were tumultuous. After all, the prior chaos had severely tarnished Su Shengxi's reputation, yet now one of the principal figures involved was thriving in her cinematic endeavors. Despite recognizing the original misunderstanding, many fans still harbored ill feelings toward Xiao He, and witnessing her success was far from pleasing. However, as she perused the comments section beneath the related video, an exceptional idea sparked in her mind. Perhaps this represented an opportunity. The roots of this predicament lay with Xiao He, and thus the resolution ought to stem from her as well. The fan's thoughts crystallized, and she promptly shared this topic within her group, engaging fellow fans in discussion. Initially, her peers regarded her as either jesting or perhaps under the influence of some misguided notion, their indignation palpable. Yet, after hearing her elucidation, they fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, following the incident, fans had faced considerable ostracism within the community, rendering them unable to engage socially online while identifying as supporters of Su Shengxi. The morale among them was notably disheartened. Even though Su Shengxi's assistant offered words of solace, asserting that they were mere pawns manipulated by malicious rivals and marketing accounts, and that Su Shengxi bore no ill will toward them, the fans remained internally tormented and pained, yearning to discover a means to alleviate their idol's current plight. Thus, as the prominent fan articulated, this may indeed represent a genuine opportunity for them. To err is human, and thus one must sincerely apologize. Regardless of whether Xiao He or any bystanders choose to accept it, they must display a firm attitude. With the upcoming broadcasts of Sangxing Shanyao, reaching an understanding with Xiao He now will ensure that Su Gu does not find herself in a subordinate position in future interactions. Furthermore, it is imperative that this matter be resolved with considerable fanfare, showcasing their strength and sincerity for all to see. Whether or not Xiao He personally forgives is of little consequence, provided that the public extends their forgiveness. By investing substantial resources to support Xiao He's film, they can at least claim a valid excuse for redemption should the narrative be shared widely. If others continue to criticize them, it would indeed be excessive. After all, They have offered their apologies, have they not? Moreover, the ever-fickle nature of internet users suggests that this action could at least restore half of their reputation. As for the remaining obstinate critics, they may be countered effectively. Upon reflection, everyone agreed that this was a rather astute plan. If the matter could be resolved with financial means to assist Sugu, what could possibly be the issue? The influential fan, already a woman of means, took swift action and mobilized her fellow fans, leading by example by allocating a significant sum to invite local fans to watch Shurxing for free. During this time, Su Qingxi's fans had endured considerable frustration. With a breakthrough at hand, they charged forward. A few misguided individuals, failing to grasp the situation, resorted to harsh words. But they were quickly silenced by other supporters of Su Qingxi. Given the spontaneity of this plan, unbeknownst to Su Qingxi and his team, his fans united and began purchasing pre-sale tickets for Shurxing in large quantities, striving to contribute their part. Consequently, the first day's pre-sale box office reached an astonishing 18 million. Remarkably, Su Qingxi's fans accounted for 40% of that revenue. This was merely a preliminary figure gathered in a short time. Should the remaining fans join in, one could only commend the prowess of fan economics. Upon discovering the efforts of his fans, Su Qingxi nearly choked in disbelief. How could they be so foolish as to elevate Xiao He's status? His manager, Tian Heng, remained composed, observing the shifting tide of public opinion online and reassuring Su Qingxi. What they're doing may at least help to clear your name from recent slander. Their actions are at their own expense, allowing you to reap the benefits without any cost. Look, many online have already begun to forgive Xiao He for their previous online bullying. Should Xiao He choose not to forgive, it would only reflect poorly on his character, revealing pettiness and an insatiable appetite for retribution. Su Qingxi scoffed, "My primary issue is with Xiao He." The fact that his fans were apologizing to her felt like a slap in his face. Tian Heng advised, "You must exercise patience, at least until Sangxing Shanyo airs. The filming is complete, and confronting Xiao He directly would yield no favorable outcomes for either party." Su Qingxi understood the situation well enough and took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Meanwhile, Xiao He, having grasped the full context, couldn't help but let out a chuckle. We must indeed thank the unexpected gift that came from Su Qingxi's side. Lu Rilan, however, felt little surprise. Having discerned the true nature of the fans' behavior, she merely shrugged. "But you won't receive a single penny from that, and if you choose not to respond, they will have every reason to turn the tables and accuse you of being petty." In essence, Xiao He was merely an actor receiving a fee, while the true profits belonged to the investors. These fans were quite cunning, using Xiao He to vindicate Su Qingxi's reputation without allowing Xiao He to gain anything in return. Xiao He's expression fell instantly, losing his jovial demeanor. He turned away, feeling frustrated. Well, this is quite the game. For a fleeting moment, Xiao He contemplated revealing some of Su Qingxi's scandals online. However, considering the impending release of Starry Hidden, he restrained himself. If Su Qingxi were to fall from grace at this juncture, their film Starry Hidden would undoubtedly suffer collateral damage. Xiao He was unwilling to see his hard work go to waste. Yet, soon enough, he conceived a brilliant idea. Chapter 63. The protagonist hinders his fans. He is the first. At 9 in the evening, gazing at the likes he had accrued, Xiao He could not suppress a mischievous grin. Subsequently, with remarkable speed, he retracted his likes and employed his hacking skills to erase all traces of his intrusion, quietly exiting Su Qingxi's Weibo account. Xiao He pondered and concluded that he could not allow Su Qingxi to benefit so easily, nor could he permit that group of young women to follow someone who had been exploiting them from the very beginning. Thus, he decided to play a cunning hand, to assist Su Qingxi in garnering likes. Since Su Qingxi despised him so much, he would not pretend otherwise. He would strip away the facade. As another uneventful evening unfolded, the news of Su Qingxi's accidental likes, swiftly retracted, surged into trending topics at an astonishing pace. Many fans flocked to the scene, their blood pressure soaring in an instant. An intriguing comment emerged. Are Su Qingxi's fans simply out of their minds? Have you consulted Su Qingxi's opinion? Perhaps your brother loathes Xiao He. He must be secretly cursing you all for your foolishness. Su Xingxi liked your comment. Su Xingxi canceled the like. The crowd was bewildered. Fans were perplexed. At that moment, many sincere fans who had earnestly sought to aid Su Xingxi in reversing public opinion, investing both time and money, felt their minds buzzing. They were at a loss for how to react, staring blankly at their phones, as if the world had turned pitch black. They had merely acted out of concern for Su Xingxi. Why would he regard them in such a manner? Did he truly think them foolish? Initially, they were merely worried about Su Xingxi being bullied, and so they rallied against Xiao He, making their struggle widely known, even causing many of their friends to face repercussions in real life. Yet, Su Xingxi later nonchalantly posted a photo, declaring that he and Xiao He were good brothers, urging fans not to misunderstand any further. They felt like clowns caught between conflicting sentiments. Nevertheless, they complied, striving to mend the damage they had inadvertently caused, even organizing efforts to support Su Xingxi's so-called good brother, Xiao He, at the box office, only to find themselves once more the laughingstock. Which fandom could claim such a thrilling experience, becoming a joke within the circle not once, but twice? At that moment, the unwavering love they had harbored began to waver. Bystanders expressed their genuine confusion. What are you doing, you silly fool? Your fans have exerted so much effort to support you. Why would you carelessly interfere? Haha, can't Su Xingxi and Chun Yulin form a clumsy duo of accidental mischief makers? Both of them seem to have slipped up. How are they to navigate these times? I wonder, as even the other entertainment fans who came to join the fray were left dumbfounded. I genuinely feel compassion for the fans of Su Xingxi. In their fervor, charged forth to defend him, only to find that when trouble arose, he was the first to flee, and in the process, he even turned against them, claiming they had misunderstood him, that it was purely their own initiative. What mockery this is! It seems they are merely tissues, utilized to clean up the mess. The reality is grim beneath the surface. To be honest, I feel no sympathy whatsoever. When the rumors of Su Xingxi's romantic entanglement surfaced, I urged his fans to withdraw, to refrain from financially supporting his true love. Yet they stubbornly refused to heed my advice. The incident of cyberbullying against Xiao He was similarly orchestrated. It was evident to any discerning observer that Su Xingxi's company had employed online trolls to incite his fans against him. And when the tides turned, he swiftly turned his back on his supporters, leaving them to bear the consequences of his actions. I can't help but chuckle at their obstinacy. Having endured such experiences, how can they still be so naive? Soon, a prominent fan took to the forefront, ready to confront the situation. Where is Su Xingxi? Is he merely a spectator? Come forward and clarify. Don't even think of claiming your account was hacked. The IP address is from the same location. I have invested my hard-earned money for you, and you have the audacity to insult me? It is the first time I have witnessed the principal undermine their own fans. I am utterly astonished. Come out and explain yourself. Coincidentally, this prominent fan, known as Bumei Wei Shi, was the mastermind behind the recent campaign to boost Xiao He's box office. The very benefactor who had generously funded fans to watch the film. Having invested both time and resources, she saw the public sentiment shifting favorably, only to receive a derisive response from Su Xingxi, which naturally compelled her to seek accountability. With her leading the charge, this matter was destined to escalate. Xiao He watched with amusement as the online discourse reignited, lazily stifling yawn, entirely devoid of guilt or remorse for his role in instigating the situation. Based on his understanding of Su Xingxi, it was likely that he believed he had merely given voice to the frustrations that Su Xingxi dared not express openly. He should not be thanked. He merely performed a good deed. Lu Rulan's phone rang once more. Have you seen the current situation online? Xiao He feigned innocence. Are you referring to Su Xingxi? Lu Rulan fell silent for a moment before a melodious laugh escaped her lips. Truth be told, this was the first time Xiao He had heard her laugh with such joy, as if the pent-up grievances had finally begun to dissipate. Xiao He remarked, Lu Jia, you seem quite happy. Lu Rulan quickly composed herself, clearing her throat. It feels as though a frequently negligent teammate has finally been exposed. Xiao He responded, that is indeed quite delightful. However, he was uncertain of the specifics. It appeared that this incident was not instigated by Su Xingxi himself. A jolt of surprise coursed through Xiao He. Had he overlooked something? Oh, how did Lu Jie deduce that it was not Su Shengxi's doing? After all, slip-ups do occur from time to time. Su Shengxi is typically disinclined to manage his own account. All operations on Weibo and replies to private messages are meticulously handled by his assistant, while he indulges in online gossip using his secondary account. Xiao He mused, is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? Oh dear, what a critical misstep. Who would have imagined that Su Shengxi has become so disengaged? He doesn't even glance at his own account. Once again, Xiao He shed tears of sympathy for Su Shengxi's fans. Daily updates and promotional activities are all executed by the assistant, who painstakingly crafts the captions, diligently reviews comments and private messages, while Su Shengxi merely needs to provide handsome photographs at regular intervals. One might wonder, does this not resemble a form of deception? Lu Rulan continued. While such situations are prevalent within the industry, there are still occasions when the individual personally engages. They do not entirely relinquish control of their accounts. Yet in his case, he leaves it entirely to his assistant to interact with fans through both official and unofficial channels, completely neglecting his responsibilities. Previously, this role was fulfilled by Xiao Chun, but a scheming new assistant displaced Xiao Chun, which likely means that this recent debacle will be blamed on that individual. Xiao He remarked, I can confidently assert that this is indeed deceit. What is it that fans find appealing about him? How can they persist in their support for so long? Chapter 64. Those with a cold heart choose to depart silently, as Lu Rulan had surmised. After approximately an hour of silence, Su Shengxi and his agency, Sculpture+Entertainment, simultaneously issued a statement, attributing the recent blunder to Su Shengxi's assistant, asserting that it bore no relation to Su himself. They declared that the assistant had been dismissed in accordance with protocol and urged fans to engage in rational discourse, cautioning against being led astray by malicious individuals. Simultaneously, they extended their heartfelt wishes for the success of the film Shirshing, in which Xiao He participated, promising to purchase tickets internally to show their support. Consequently, regardless of the circumstances, Shirshing emerged as the day's unequivocal victor, garnering extensive publicity at no cost, while simultaneously raking in substantial box office revenue. Director Ho must be laughing with unrestrained joy. Observing this final resolution, Xiao He felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he recognized that the matter would conclude with the assistant taking the blame. However, since he had painstakingly maneuvered to displace Xiao Chun from his position, it was only fitting that this assistant bore the brunt of the fallout. After wandering online for a while, Xiao He received a call from director Ho Rongshuan. Xiao, I cannot thank you enough for this. Ho's voice, brimming with mirth, resonated even through the phone. Xiao He responded modestly, I didn't do much. Even without this incident, Shirshing would have succeeded. Haha, but you've saved us a considerable amount on promotional expenses. Ho chuckled. You seem to have some good fortune. Next time we have a script, I'll definitely seek you out. Within this industry, many still hold a belief in the arcane. Xiao He understood Ho Rongshuan's implication and refrained from elaborating, merely smiling in agreement. All right, I shall await your call. If it involves portraying a formidable antagonist, that would be splendid. You are quite the selective one. Ho teased, then just wait for it. Meanwhile, as Xiao He conversed with Ho Rongshuan, the situation online unexpectedly shifted once again. In her room, Bu Meiwei observed Su Shengxi and his company's clarification with a sardonic twist of her lips, an inexplicable weariness washing over her. She had been with Su Shengxi since his debut during the talent show, and her instrumental role in securing his position at the forefront was undeniable, solidifying her standing among devoted fans. Yet now, the boy who once tearfully expressed gratitude to his fans on stage had matured, beginning to forget his original intentions, falling in love, deceiving fans, betraying colleagues, and gradually forsaking the loyal supporters who had stood by him through thick and thin. Bu Meiwei felt exhausted. She believed it was time for her to depart. However, just as Bu Meiwei was preparing to announce her withdrawal from the industry, she fixed her gaze on Su Shengxi's account, her brow furrowing in sudden apprehension. Something felt amiss. As a steadfast admirer of Su Shengxi, she diligently monitored every update and comment from him, possessing an intimate understanding of his social media presence. Yet this time, She discerned something peculiar about Su Xingxi's clarification post, as if it had been composed using a different device. Restless and burdened with that absurd conjecture, Boumei Wei, she perused their clarification announcement along with the screenshots of accounts from her assistant's phone, as well as previous posts from Su Shangxi's account. Gradually, this confirmed a rather ironic possibility for the fans. Boumei Wei Shi. Screenshot X9, Su Shangxi. Could you elucidate who has been operating your account on Weibo all these years? You claim it was a misclick by your assistant managing your account. But how long has this assistant been in charge? Why is it that all recent posts from your account have been made from the same device as this assistant's? Furthermore, you changed devices last year, coinciding with the departure of your assistant Xiao Chun, which suggests you have never logged into your account personally. Am I correct? As a well-known affluent fan among Su Shangxi's admirers, Boumei Wei, she herself boasts nearly 500,000 followers on Weibo. Her financial backing and charismatic demeanor have attracted numerous admirers, some even viewing her as an idol in her own right. Thus, her posts undoubtedly fueled the evening's heated debate. Having just savored the latest gossip, netizens were invigorated. Wow, tonight was worth it. Suddenly, all netizens transformed into detectives, meticulously scouring Su Shangxi's Weibo for suspicious details. By the time Xiao He hung up the phone, it was already confirmed online that Su Shangxi's account was not operated by him, but entirely managed by his assistant. To emphasize, entirely managed by the assistant. This implies that all statements and posts made by him on Weibo over the years were not directly handled by Su Shangxi himself. While it is widely accepted that these accounts are mostly managed by agents or assistants, one might expect at least a personal post, even if just one. What is most astonishing is that many replies in the comments section mimic Su Shangxi's personal tone and style, with fans largely assuming these to be genuine responses from him. Yet now, they orchestrate this charade? Moreover, this situation is irredeemable. If Su Shangxi denies that the account is managed by his assistant, he would be admitting to accidentally liking comments that insult fans and Xiao He. Conversely, if they do not refute this matter, it essentially becomes an undeniable truth. Old fans know how to retaliate most effectively. Boumei Wei, she even unearthed an interview from 2 years ago in a cherished magazine, wherein Su Shangxi himself acknowledged that he frequently reviews fans' private messages and comments, and seeks strength from their concern during times of sadness or frustration. Reflecting upon this now is undeniably ironic. Boumei Wei Shi. I wish to ask on behalf of the past fan who genuinely loved you, Su Shangxi, how many truths do you actually speak? Where do you derive your strength? Oh, it certainly will not be us, the fans, nor those who once cast their votes for you one by one. The words of Boumei Wei Shi are profoundly poignant, reflecting the disheartened inquiries of a fan toward her idol. Yet she harbors no expectation for Su Shangxi to respond. Following the publication of her lengthy essay, spanning 800 words, Boumei Wei, she disbanded the fan group and the discussions she had initiated. Boumei Wei, she stated, I'm not like certain individuals who cast aside their promises. I will not retract my intention to purchase tickets in support of Shirxing, for I too have criticized Xiao He in the past. Therefore, I will be reserving screenings at Pacific Cinemas in Rong City, Hu City, and Jing City. Further details will be shared by others on the platform. Interested individuals may directly collect tickets, regardless of fan affiliation, on a first-come, first-served basis. I shall deactivate this account now. Farewell to all. Until we meet again in the world. With this final message, Boumei Wei, she has not returned online. Everyone understands that she will never return. Following her departure, Su Shangxi's accounts across various platforms experienced a significant decline in followers, a drop that surpassed even the fallout from the revelation of his previous romantic involvement. In contrast to Boumei Wei, she's tumultuous exit, a greater number of fans chose to depart quietly. Chapter 65. The official release of Killing Life has attracted the attention of many, with Xiao He expressing his approval of his friend's fighting prowess. He humorously promoted the film, eliciting laughter from all. On the day of its premiere, theaters across numerous locales were already bustling with eager audiences, as Killing Life boasted the highest screening rates among all debut films, coupled with the greatest occupancy. Many spectators who witnessed the chaotic spectacle online found themselves irresistibly intrigued by Killing Life. Zhou Bowen was among them. "Darling, shall we watch Killing Life?" He tentatively inquired of his girlfriend. Lin Juan frowned. "A crime film? We're out on a date, and you want to take me to see this?" Zhou Bowen glanced at the poster for Thinking of You 365 times nearby, feeling disheartened. He genuinely had little desire to watch that romantic drama. Just viewing the trailer had led him to sense its impending mediocrity. Regrettably, his beloved girlfriend adored such films. However, as Zhou Bowen observed Lin Juan, who was elegantly adorned and radiantly made up, a sudden inspiration struck him. "It's just that you look so stunning today, my dear. I fear that Thinking of You 365 times might be overly sentimental, and I wouldn't want your makeup to be ruined by tears." Lin Juan paused, contemplating his words. Indeed, she had meticulously prepared her makeup for the day, intending to take photographs for her social media later. Such an overly emotional film was not advisable. Quickly, she shifted her gaze from the Thinking of You 365 times poster to the adjacent comedy, Gentleman's Fantasia. Yet, she hesitated, knowing that even comedies nowadays often resorted to forced sentimentality. With her low threshold for tears, she felt she couldn't control herself. As for The Wind Rises in the Harbor, it was also ruled out. "Then let us watch Killing Life today," Lin Juan decided, choosing to heed her boyfriend's suggestion and linking her arm with Zhou Bowen's, a smile brightening her face. Zhou Bowen felt a wave of relief wash over him, returning her smile. "All right, I'll purchase the tickets right away." Just in time, the latest screening of Killing Life was about to commence, and he secured the last 2 commendable seats, ushering his girlfriend into the theater. Settling into their seats, the big screen had yet to officially display the film, instead looping trailers of the latest releases for the May Day holiday. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Juan watched the trailers and unexpectedly found herself intrigued by the film's apparent quality. "I hope it won't be too disappointing," she mused, aware that his girlfriend had been preoccupied with her thesis and might have missed recent online happenings. Zhou Bowen quietly explained. "Xiao He?" He asked the actor who plays Muzhe, "Right?" Lin Juan's eyes lit up. "Yes, that's him," Zhou Bowen affirmed with a nod. "Then it certainly merits a watch." Reminded of the refined and elegant Muzhe, Lin Juan began to feel a sense of anticipation. After all, watching handsome actors is always a delightful endeavor. As the film commenced, they enjoyed their popcorn while attentively following the unfolding plot. The film opens with a striking scene where the character Zhu Laoda, portrayed by Bao Wei, is seen skillfully dissecting pork at a cutting board. The dim, yellowish light casts an eerie glow, accompanied by the crisp sound of the cleaver striking the meat and the man's faint breaths. This initial tableau evokes a profound sense of unease. Suddenly, the camera shakes slightly as Lin Juan tightly grips Zhou Bowen's arm. In the corner of the frame, a shattered mirror leans against the wall, its reflection of the cutting table unclear, suggesting that what lies upon it is not merely a pig, but rather a human being. Upon exiting the screening room, Lin Juan enthusiastically praises Zhou Bowen for his excellent taste in films, engaging him in a fervent discussion about the plot. As they reach the cinema's entrance, Lin Juan suddenly recalls something. "Hey, did you see Xiao He? I feel like I didn't notice him at all." Zhou Bowen, puzzled, retraces his memory, exclaiming, "You're right. I didn't see him either." They exchange a bewildered glance, both expressing their confusion. However, the actor portraying Zhu Laosan had truly embodied a vile creature. Lin Juan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Thank goodness the director included an ending Easter egg. Otherwise, the thought of such scum escaping would infuriate me. Zhou Bowen nodded in agreement, noting, indeed, the actor for Laosan performed exceptionally well. Though I wonder who it was. Surely that grotesque face was enhanced with special effects? It was utterly repulsive. Zhu Laoda, played by Bao Wei, possesses a commendable appearance, while Lu Zheong, as a rising talent, although not a standout in the entertainment industry, displays a dignified presence. Yet, Laosan's character, marred by acne, seemed suffocatingly close to the camera. Curiously, the director had chosen to feature this face prominently in numerous scenes, especially during moments of violence against victims, revealing a grotesque and deranged visage that even left a male viewer like Zhou Bowen feeling physically uncomfortable, let alone Lin Juan. Thus, by the film's conclusion, their impression of Laosan was exceedingly negative, and they both agreed that he was indeed the most despicable among the three brothers. Yet, Lin Jiwan remained intrigued, pondering who Xiao He had portrayed, as she had not caught sight of him. Despite having seen The Heart of Fire, she found herself unfamiliar with Xiao He's face. Having no recollection of him throughout the film, "I have no idea. Perhaps we should check the poster," she suggested. Zhou Bowen, equally perplexed, noted the online buzz surrounding Xiao He. The film Shishing and Su Shangxi situation have created quite the stir. I've been following the gossip, but Haven T delved into Xiao He's role. It would be rather awkward if Xiao He had barely appeared in Shishing. If it weren't for Su Shangxi's significant drop in popularity, plummeting from the pinnacle of stardom, Zhou Bowen might have suspected that all this was merely a marketing ploy by the production team. As they walked on, filled with questions, Lin Jiwan led Zhou Bowen to the poster for a closer examination. Suddenly, Lin Jiwan's gaze lingered beside Zhu Lao-san's face, her expression vacant. While Zhou Bowen also caught sight of the cast introduction, unable to suppress an exclamation of disbelief. "What? Xiao He is Zhu Lao-san?" With his words, the other audience members who had emerged with the crowd came to a halt. The composition of moviegoers was quite diverse. Not everyone was privy to the complete details of this film, nor did all of them recognize Xiao He. Nevertheless, Zhou Bowen's remarks sparked a small wave of astonishment. "What? Zhu Lao-san is truly portrayed by Xiao He? Indeed, I just told you, yet you were skeptical. It's amusing, primarily because Zhu Lao-san is such a brute. I simply cannot reconcile Mu Zhe's visage with that of Zhu Lao-san." There were many others who shared the shock of Zhou Bowen and Lin Jiwan. As a large influx of viewers flooded the cinema on premiere day, similar discussions swiftly ascended the trending topics. Xiao He did not participate in Shishing. "Xiao He, you portray a brute like this. Xiao He, Zhu Lao-san." Numerous perplexed netizens encountered these topics and expressed confusion. What is this all about? Why are people criticizing Xiao He again? Could it be that this lad is facing online bullying once more? Even Xiao He himself was left bewildered, pondering, why is everyone so astonished? Isn't it written on the poster? Why does it feel as though they are being deceived? Chapter 66. The livestream is banned even beneath Xiao He's account. A plethora of comments emerged. "Brother, you. Never mind, I know you're a good person, but you have truly irritated me. I'll unfollow you for a while." "Xiao Ge, did you really play Zhu Lao-san? How did you manage that? Incredible. Come on. Xiao Ge, admit it, you were the one behind that case back in the day. The resemblance between this character and the wanted poster is uncanny." Fun fact, Xiao Ge was even born 27 years ago. "Xiao Ge, your image in my mind has been shattered. I am genuinely curious how the director persuaded Xiao Ge to portray such a beast, and he did it so convincingly." Xiao He gazed at the comments, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. His follower count had skyrocketed from a meager few thousand to a staggering million. And with the film Kill to Live gaining further acclaim, his fanbase was expanding rapidly, though the only concern he harbored was whether he might be assaulted when he ventured outside. However, soon he would no longer need to fret over this matter. The police department of Lu City in Province C had released the latest news, announcing Zhu Laosan's demise. Although the announcement omitted certain details of the case, the police acknowledged the contributions and impact of the Kill to Live crew, reigniting discussions among netizens. The chatter surrounding Xiao He dwindled as everyone flocked to the official account to glean the latest gossip. After perusing the comments from netizens, Xiao He exhaled in relief and eagerly opened his system. Current points, 6119. Xiao He could hardly contain his excitement. My goodness, that is over 6,000 points. It is tenfold the points he earned while portraying Mu Zhe. If he were to draw from a prize pool of 100 points now, he could make over 60 draws. 60 draws. Do you comprehend how arduous this journey has been for me? A sense of gratification washed over him as he realized his efforts were finally being rewarded. His gaze fell upon the second-tier lottery button. As he anticipated the arrival of 10,000 points, what extraordinary rewards might await in a prize pool of that magnitude? The items obtained from 100 points were already remarkable, albeit the drop rates were disheartening. Surely, anything drawn from 10,000 points would surpass the offerings of 100 points, right? Lost in thought, Xiao He refreshed the page only to find that his previous count of 6,119 had transformed into 6,498. Given the current rate of increase and trajectory, haha, I am truly on the brink of wealth. The prospect of drawing from a million-point prize pool in the future no longer seemed implausible. At this moment, Xiao He felt a surge of determination. Simultaneously, as the first day's audience gradually exited the theaters, the reputation of various films during the May Day premiere began to unfold, with box office results officially released. Kill to Live surged to the top of the daily rankings with an overwhelming advantage, becoming the undisputed leader of the day, while its Dubon rating soared to 8.5, distinguishing itself with outstanding performance among contemporaneous works. Among the competitors in the same release window, Thinking of You 365 times, masquerading as a poignant romantic drama, is riddled with a dismal and abysmal plot that dupes its audience into a harrowing experience. Viewers, no longer swayed by such trickery, have vocally expressed their discontent online, resulting in a meager rating of 4.8. In contrast, Gentleman's Fantasia and Wind Rising Over the Port present a stark dichotomy. The former is a conventional popcorn comedy, neither remarkable nor lacking, garnering a lukewarm reception with a rating of 7, largely due to the comedic duo's reputation. The latter, while a classic action blockbuster from the Hong Kong cinema, features exhilarating fight scenes, yet is marred by an excessively simplistic storyline, leading audiences to experience both excitement and frustration, ultimately settling on a rating of 6.9. Thus, it is evident that Slay the Life is destined for success from the outset, largely thanks to the contrasting performances of its peers. Director Ho Rongshuan reveled in the day's triumph, promptly sharing a post in his social circle to express gratitude towards his fellow filmmakers. Previously snide directors now offered reluctant congratulations in the comments, while others feigned ignorance. Unfazed by their reactions, Ho continued to promote the film alongside the principal cast in the following days. Although Xiao He did not accompany the crew on their promotional tour, the considerable buzz surrounding his portrayal of Zhu Laosan prompted director Ho to arrange a live broadcast for him to further promote the film. Consequently, Xiao He set aside a day to visit Feng Songyue's studio, where he would live stream while undergoing special effects makeup to encourage viewers to watch Slay the Life. Feng Songyue, the makeup artist who had previously worked with Xiao He, appeared particularly fashionable that day, adorned in a light green casual suit complemented by a vibrant floral belt. Despite her typically stern demeanor, she acknowledged Xiao He with a subtle nod. After greeting her, Xiao He followed director Ho's instructions and initiated a live stream on the trending music application. Soon, a surge of viewers flocked to the stream, and upon recognizing Xiao He, excitement erupted as fans rallied and filled the chat with comments. "Oh my, it's the living Muse." Xiao He responded, "Indeed, I am very much alive. For the time being, this is my first time seeing Xiao go live." He added, "This is a rather impromptu session, but I plan to continue live streaming in the future." "What are you doing? Getting your makeup done?" asked a viewer. Xiao He replied, "Yes, this is Teacher Feng, responsible for my makeup. Her special effects work is extraordinary, as you may have seen in Slay the Life, where I portray Zhu Laosan." He adjusted his seating to subtly reveal the studio's logo, inadvertently promoting her work. "Wow, the lady is both beautiful and talented. How wonderful!" exclaimed a viewer. "Xiao Ge, I'm quite curious about your thoughts on the Su Xingxi incident." Another chimed in, Yes, I'm curious too. So, does Su Xingxi truly harbor disdain for Xiao Ge? How do you all interact within the crew on a daily basis?" Xiao He, I welcome everyone's support for Killing Life and express my gratitude for your affection and attention. As for the inquiries regarding Su Xingxi, such questions are inevitable, yet I can only choose to overlook them and continue addressing other film-related matters. However, those less favorable inquiries were swiftly filtered out by Lu Rulan, the moderator, rendering the comments section considerably more harmonious. Xiao He proceeded to respond to a few more queries, but soon found it inconvenient to speak further. As usual, Feng Songyue began her rapid application of prosthetic makeup on Xiao He's face. The comments gradually quieted down, with many viewers remaining in the live stream, eagerly anticipating the final product, while new spectators continued to join the viewing. After approximately an hour, under Feng Songyue's skilled hands. The grotesque character of Xiao He began to take shape. Initially, many viewers had come out of curiosity and amusement, hoping to verify whether Xiao He genuinely transformed into Xiao He. However, as they witnessed the transformation of a handsome man into the repulsive figure of Xiao He, the stark contrast between beauty and ugliness elicited a flurry of astonished reactions in the comments. As Xiao He, adorned with Xiao He's visage, leaned closer to the camera, he revealed an eerie smile unique to the character. In the next moment, your livestream has been banned for suspected violent and bloody content. Xiao He, Feng Songyue. Audience. Feng Songyue glanced at Xiao He, then at her phone, her normally stoic expression finally betraying surprise. Don't tell me it was your smile that got our livestream banned. Reluctantly, Xiao He cleared his throat. Well, it seems that way. Feng Songyue. It must be that your smile was too inappropriate, she stated with utmost seriousness, ensuring it was clear that it was not her makeup that crossed the line. Xiao He. At this point, it matters little to me, as long as you are happy, smiling. Chapter 67. Is Xiao He aspiring to be an investor? On the day Xiao He's livestream was suspended, it unexpectedly trended on social media. Observing the trending topics, Xiao He couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. In this day and age, it seemed that netizens had far too much time on their hands. Was it truly necessary for such a trivial matter to make the headlines? Although Xiao He could surmise that the buzz was fueled by the production team and Sister Lu, he nonetheless found the trending topic rather unwelcome. Just look at the absurdity of it. It made him seem as if he had committed murder during his livestream. Yet, in stark contrast to his dismay, the online audience found the situation utterly hilarious. Ha, I was there. I saw him smile at us before he got suspended. Oh, so that's what led to his suspension? I'm dying of laughter. I thought he had committed a heinous act during the stream, only to find out he merely smiled. When Xiao He smiles, life and death become unpredictable. Just look at the screenshot from that moment. Wow, at first glance, I thought it was a horror image. So it's just Xiao He? That makeup is incredible. With that smile, I must say, his suspension is well-deserved. If I were the reviewer, I would have been startled too. The special effects makeup artist is truly remarkable. I recall her name is Feng Songyue. She has won international awards for her creative makeup and has participated in several major foreign productions. She has even done stage makeup for a few American celebrities. It's no wonder she could perfectly transform Xiao He into Xiao He. She certainly possesses exceptional skill. Goodness, the talented young lady who did Xiao He's makeup, is that impressive? If anyone is interested, just search for her. What the original poster mentioned is only a fraction of her impressive resume. Alright, no need to say more. I'm already feeling a bit inferior. As the conversation veered off topic, Xiao He unexpectedly sighed in relief. He then opened the screenshot his fans had shared, only to be taken aback. The man in the image was grotesque, with acne clustered on his face resembling festering boils, his complexion uneven and pockmarked, giving the impression of a doughy, fermented bun. On such an unapproachable visage, there was a chillingly sinister smile that seemed to pierce through the screen, gazing intently at the audience behind it. Not only the other viewers, but Xiao He himself was astonished. No wonder the review team had tolerated that face. However, paired with that smile, how could they not suspend him? He thought it remarkable that the reviewers hadn't reported him to the authorities. After contemplating the matter, and in a bid to prevent this image from becoming a part of his regrettable history, Xiao He took action, harmonizing most of the terrifying images circulating online. Even if curious onlookers attempted to view or save the image, they would discover it had vanished into a 404 error. In such circumstances, they would likely assume the image was too alarming, triggering the network's safety mechanisms to automatically remove it, rather than attributing the action to Xiao He himself. Indeed, within mere minutes, someone had discovered the situation. However, everyone merely chuckled, harboring no suspicion whatsoever. Xiao He thought to himself, the child bears a heavy heart, yet remains silent. Eventually, even Lu Rulan called, requesting Xiao He to visit their current studio the following day to capture a set of photographs for commercial purposes. Your image must be distinctly separated from Xiao-San's. Xiao-San is Xiao-San, and you are you. The boundary between the two must be unmistakable. Lu Rulan's tone was quite serious, warning that otherwise, should your circumstances become stagnant, your future development would be severely impeded. Xiao He sincerely inquired. They surely cannot invite me, while simultaneously bringing along Sister Feng, can they? Then Sister Feng and I could form a partnership. Many only realized that Xiao He portrayed Zhu Laosan after leaving the cinema, indicating that in their minds, there existed a natural aversion to conflating Xiao He with Zhu Laosan's appearance. Currently, the internet is rife with memes, creating an illusion that Xiao He's appearance equals that of Zhu Laosan. This misconception would quickly dissipate with Xiao He's new works. Lu Rulon interjected, "Let's not digress." Xiao He replied, "Understood, Lu Jie, please continue." Lu Rulon cleared her throat and continued, "Our studio has just been renovated, so we need to take several sets of photographs for archival purposes. This will facilitate our access to fashion and business resources in the future. After all, when submitting a resume, one cannot solely provide a headshot, can one?" Xiao He possessed an admirable appearance and physique, and Lu Rulon intended to assist him in securing fashion resources. Photographs, naturally, were indispensable. Xiao He acknowledged, "I understand." He pondered for a moment before daring to ask Lu Rulon about their studio situation. "Lu Jie, did you invest in the studio all by yourself? Or are there other collaborators?" Lu Rulon was somewhat taken aback. "What prompted you to ask that?" "I was merely curious," Xiao He replied. "It is indeed pertinent to share some details with you." Lu Rulon spoke calmly. "This studio is indeed my own investment. If you work diligently, I anticipate recouping my costs within 2 years." Xiao He replied, "Lu Jie, are you truly so affluent?" Lu Rulon chuckled lightly. "Although I have resigned from Jiaxing Entertainment, I was one of the pioneering employees who helped build it, and I hold a few shares. Naturally, some shareholders of Jiaxing Entertainment would not refuse to buy back Lu Rulon's shares." Xiao He gasped, "That is Jiaxing Entertainment. Lu Jie, you possess remarkable ambition. Jiaxing Entertainment is among the largest star-making enterprises in the country, with a substantial annual revenue share. Even if one does nothing, merely being a minor shareholder yields considerable dividends. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Rulon has essentially sold her future pension." Lu Rulon, however, was quite indifferent. Money can always be earned. "If I did not relinquish these shares, I would find it difficult to leave Jiaxing. Otherwise, how could Jiaxing so easily allow her to depart? They even permitted her to take her entire team along. Such leniency must come at a cost." Xiao He pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Sister Lu, are you still in need of investors?" "Indeed, I certainly am, although not desperately, considering you are currently my sole artist." "What do you think of me?" Lu Rulon chuckled lightly, teasingly replying, "What? Are you truly considering becoming my boss? That would require several million, you know. 5 million, would that suffice?" Lu Rulon was momentarily taken aback. The woman on the line remained silent for quite some time before asking, "Xiao He, you seem rather well behaved. You haven't been secretly robbing banks or gambling, have you?" Xiao He was at a loss for words. "Sister Lu, you wound me deeply. After all this time, you still harbor such doubts about me." "It is precisely because I know you that I cannot fully trust you," Lu Rulon replied earnestly. "After all, I have yet to hear of your family winning the lottery and becoming wealthy." Xiao He retorted, "How infuriating. Can it be that I earn the money myself? I am, after all, part of the 2.08 million. Wait a moment. Since when did Sister Lu have contact information for his parents?" Chapter 68. The legendary director Feng Zhengyang. "During my recent preparation for the defense, I inadvertently sold the software." Xiao He mentioned that, combined with my previous savings, I had just enough to reach 5 million. I contemplated that instead of letting this money sit idle, I might as well invest it in myself, allowing it to generate further wealth in the future. Lu Rulon fell silent for a moment, then with a hint of skepticism, asked, "Are you really that capable?" In an era dominated by technology, it was not surprising that a piece of software could fetch a hefty price. However, she had never noticed Xiao He possessing such formidable skills. Aside from preparing for his defense at school, she had not seen him hunched over a computer coding software. With a light cough, Xiao He responded, "What? I prefer to keep a low profile." The software was indeed the culmination of Xiao He's efforts during his time at school. A network security program equipped with AI defensive capabilities, representing the pinnacle of his skills as a novice hacker. Fortuitously, his mentor was the vice dean of their department, a well-connected individual with extensive experience. Xiao He approached the vice dean to facilitate introductions, aware that under normal circumstances he could not have developed such software independently. Xiao He informed the vice dean that he had contributed to the foundational coding and was primarily responsible for later sales. While most of the team comprised employees from large firms, conducting private research and thus unable to make appearances, the topic of programmers taking side jobs was an open yet discreet matter within the industry, so his words did not raise any suspicion. Although the vice dean was typically stern, he was fundamentally a decent person, given that he stood to gain from the arrangement as a recommender. He promptly helped Xiao He introduce the software to major companies for promotion, resulting in a swift and successful sale. Consequently, Xiao He earned a substantial sum. "Have you taken care of the taxes and necessary procedures?" Lu Rulon inquired with caution. Xiao He replied, somewhat exasperated, "Lu Jia, rest assured, you don't need to clean up after me." Well then, Lu Rulon's tone brightened instantly. "Come to the studio tomorrow, and I will bring a lawyer." All right. The following day, Xiao He arrived at the newly established studio. Located in a prime commercial district of the city, the office was exceptionally luxurious. A fitting description would be that it was worth its weight in gold. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the studio's name, Linghui Studio. Linghui. Xiao He silently recited the name at the entrance. It suggested a brilliance that surpasses all stars, a radiance enveloping the multitude. When he signed a contract with Lu Jie previously, he had seen this name and sensed an underlying ambition and pride that Lu Jie could not conceal. Her departure from Sculpture+, Entertainment was merely a step towards more substantial career development, seeking broader horizons to showcase her talents. Collaborating with such an ambitious individual filled Xiao He with a sense of gratitude. "What do you think?" Lu Rulon approached him, her high heels clicking against the floor. "All of this is my design. Feel free to explore." Impressive, Xiao He sincerely complimented her. On the right wall of the studio entrance hangs a large acrylic frame, intended to showcase the studio's artists. However, at present, the sole occupant of the studio is Xiao He, and there are not many notable magazine photographs to display, leaving the frame largely empty, illuminated only by the warm overhead light that casts a sprinkle of starlight upon it. Passing through the corridor leads to an open workspace which, though not expansive, is meticulously arranged, creating an atmosphere that feels neither chaotic nor disordered. Lu Rulon greeted Xiao He and a few scattered employees, who were diligently focused on their tasks. To the left lies a completely independent lounge, equipped with everything from food and drink to entertainment and relaxation items. In one corner, there is even a small reading area, adorned with shelves holding scripts, marketing books, and other literature pertinent to the entertainment industry. Overall, this studio embodies both professional modern management and a humane concern for its personnel. After a thorough exploration, Xiao He mused that working as a programmer in such an environment wouldn't be too bad. Of course, that aspiration now seemed distant. After signing the documents, Xiao He officially became one of the shareholders of Linghui Studio, with Lu Rulon remaining the principal owner. As he put down his pen, Xiao He jested, "If we recruit new talent in the future, I might just get to experience the feeling of being a boss." Lu Rulon rolled her eyes, remarking, "Don't even think about new recruits for the next few years. Managing you alone is exhausting enough. If you're interested in being a boss, congratulations, you are one now." Xiao He replied, "Wait, it's that simple?" Lu Rulon shrugged, "There are just the two of us investors. If I agree and you agree, then it's settled." Xiao He grimaced slightly, "Maybe I'll pass. Being a boss seems rather uninteresting." "Don't say that," Lu Rulon said earnestly, patting Xiao He on the shoulder. "Next month's audition depends on you. It's for director phone. If we secure a role, we could recoup our investment in half a year. I'm counting on you, the boss, to distribute some bonuses." Xiao He pondered, "Wait a moment, something feels off. How did I end up in this predicament?" However, these were merely jestful exchanges. With the mention of next month's audition, Xiao He shifted the topic, voicing his confusion. "What exactly is the situation regarding the audition?" "Lu Jie, haven't you gathered any leads? Even if I wanted to prepare in advance, I'm completely in the dark. No details on the theme, no character descriptions. No script, only that director Feng Jingyang is preparing to make a comeback with a new film. Now, the entire entertainment industry is abuzz, eagerly anticipating further news from him. Speaking of Feng Jingyang, he is undoubtedly a superlative director within the industry, having directed numerous award-winning films at the Hong Kong Film Awards. His last film before retirement even garnered the Best Director Award at the Cannes Film Festival, marking a significant milestone in his illustrious career. Simultaneously, due to Feng Jingyang's distinctly pronounced personal artistic style, many have boldly labeled this unique expression as the Feng Jingyang style. Even to this day, numerous students from film directing programs emulate him, regarding him as an idol and a goal to aspire to. This director, who holds considerable significance in the current era, had originally withdrawn from the industry 7 years ago, and his public appearances have become exceedingly rare. Thus, the announcement of his impending return has naturally captivated countless eyes. However, curiously, this time Feng has remained particularly enigmatic, revealing neither the subject matter of his upcoming film nor even its title, leaving those who have caught wind of the news in anxious anticipation. Even the usually well-informed Liu Rulan has been unable to procure reliable information. It is rumored that even the investors have not laid eyes on the script. Liu Rulan shrugged, indicating the absurdity of the situation. How could investors pour substantial funds into a project without knowing what it entails? Xiao He expressed his astonishment, questioning their audacity in the face of potential losses. After all, this is Feng. Liu Rulan raised her hands in exasperation, asking, "Do you comprehend the weight of Feng's name?" Even after 7 years, his film Moonlight remains among the top 5 rated works in Huaxia cinema. If that film had not been born in the wrong era, it would surely occupy a place in the top 10 box office rankings today. With Feng at the helm, one can be assured that his works are bound to be of exceptional quality. I acknowledge his prowess, Xiao He mused, furrowing his brow briefly before relaxing. Yet, I have heard whispers that his departure was due to hush, do not speak carelessly. Liu Rulan instinctively glanced around. Even within the confines of the office, certain topics must remain unspoken. The events of that time remain unresolved even by the authorities. It is better for you to feign ignorance. Otherwise, do you believe that others are unaware of the matter? Everyone acts oblivious, allowing this circle to continue its existence. Xiao He, contemplating, chose not to press further, instead nodding in reassurance to Liu Rulan. "I understand, Sister Liu. Rest assured, I will refrain from speaking out of turn." Chapter 69. The celebration feast of the kill. Upon returning from the studio, Xiao He remained engrossed in his final defense preparations. While the film The Kill saw a steady increase in box office revenue following the brief holiday, ultimately reaching an impressive $1.8 billion. This figure far exceeded everyone's expectations. After all, the genre inherently had a limited audience and was not as favored in the current market as action or comedy films. Nor was it a fully fledged cerebral mystery. To surpass $1 billion in box office returns was considered a significant triumph, especially for a project initially projected to gross around $700 million. Truly a windfall. The atmosphere in the crew's group chat was jubilant for a couple of days. And on the day Xiao He successfully completed his defense, he attended the celebratory feast organized by Ho Rongshuan specifically for this occasion. As a pivotal figure in the film's promotion, this celebration was arranged to coincide with the conclusion of Xiao He's defense. It is no exaggeration to say that the film's success at the box office was, in part, a reflection of Xiao He's contributions. However, it is also true that talent shines brightly regardless of circumstance, and it was ultimately the quality of the work itself that drew audiences to the theaters. During the banquet, Xiao He sincerely raised his glass to express heartfelt gratitude to Ho Rongshuan. With a flushed face, Ho Rongshuan's hair, which typically bore a hint of thinning, appeared notably fuller, and his gaze towards Xiao He was filled with warmth. He could hardly contain his praise. "Xiao, you need not be modest. In my years as a director, I have never misjudged talent. You are destined for great things." Xiao He smiled in response. "Thank you, Director Ho. I wish you continued success at the box office as well." The crew was well represented that day, with even Bao Wei, who had already joined the cast, and Zhuo Jianhua, who had returned to Beijing, attending. To Xiao He's delight, he also encountered Li Han Yue, whom he had not seen in quite some time. She was adorned in a cream-colored shirt dress, her face illuminated by the same radiant smile he remembered from their first meeting. It seemed the shadows of the past had finally dissipated from this young woman's heart. Spotting Xiao He, Li Hanyue eagerly approached with her glass raised. "Xiao Ge, I promised to treat you to a drink last time, but alas, it took until now. Allow me to drink to that." Before Xiao He could respond, she downed her drink in one swift motion. Observing this, Xiao He lifted his own glass and followed suit. "I am truly glad to see you thriving." With a smile, Li Hanyue replied, "I recently traveled and encountered many different landscapes. It made me realize that the unresolved issues of the past need not become my inner demons. So I returned. I apologize for worrying everyone. It is wonderful that you can think this way," Xiao He remarked as he glanced around, noting with regret that Zhang was absent. Otherwise, he too would have rejoiced for you. Li Hanyue nodded, but sighed. "I wonder when we will see Zhang again." At this celebration, nearly everyone from the crew was present, save for Lu Zhang, who had previously been actively engaged in all sorts of events. This absence can be attributed to the folly of Lu Zhang's inept manager. Previously, it was mentioned that Lu Zhang's management company ardently desires for him to transition into the realm of popularity, aiming to cultivate him into a new generation representative who possesses both charisma and acting prowess. During the recent explosive success of Shurshing and its impressive box office performance, Lu Zhang's agent, eager to capitalize on this momentum to garner attention and traffic for him, committed a rather foolish act, engaging in extensive online marketing for Lu Zhang's character, Zhu Lao'er. Initially, their marketing approach was quite restrained, merely promoting the Zhu family trio of brothers as the Iron Triangle of Ronto butchers. Zhu Lao'er was portrayed as irascible, Zhu Lao'er as duplicitous and cunning, and Zhu Lao-san as shadowy and cruel. The marketing for the three brothers began to proliferate across the internet. Both Bao Wei and Lu Zhang are not lacking in charm, and Xiao He is undoubtedly handsome, making their Iron Triangle one of the most visually appealing groups of antagonists in recent years. This indeed attracted a substantial following and interest towards Lu Zhang and the production team. However, such marketing, when done in moderation, is merely playful when excessive. It distorts the narrative, suggesting that the villains are the protagonists, that their attractiveness equates to righteousness, that the suffering of victims is trivial, and that the crimes committed by offenders deserve forgiveness. Most importantly, the Zhu brothers are based on real-life figures. Their actions were truly heinous and unforgivable, and Lu Zhang's agent's marketing approach was akin to seeking death with a lantern in a latrine, utterly misguided. Fortunately, Lu Rulan had been monitoring online developments and swiftly contacted the production team upon discovering this foolishness, urging them to intervene. Director Ho, initially pleased with the rising box office figures, broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Lu Rulan's account and promptly contacted Taidong Entertainment, berating Lu Zhang and his agent vehemently. He also invested heavily to remove all related marketing from the internet and extensively promoted the confirmation of Zhu Lao-san's demise, successfully quelling the brewing storm of public opinion. Had this issue not been addressed swiftly, Director Ho could scarcely imagine the level of scrutiny and vitriol Shurshing would face due to such a backlash. After all, Shurshing has always adhered to the principles of respecting its real-life inspirations and the victims, striving to portray the Zhu brothers' malevolence rather than elevating them to the status of celebrities. Following this incident, Lu Zhang's situation became rather awkward. Although it was his agent's misstep, Director Ho did not spare him any displeasure, resulting in Lu Zhang feeling too embarrassed to attend the celebratory banquet, opting instead to send a few generous red envelopes in the group chat, wishing everyone a joyous time. Reflecting on Lu Zhang and his troublesome management team, Xiao He found it difficult to comment, merely expressing a hope that he could swiftly resolve his issues. In truth, it is not easy for Lu Zhang to part ways with Taidong Entertainment. Among his peers, he possesses a unique blend of talent and recognition. And as long as Taidong Entertainment avoids folly, they are unlikely to let Lu Zhang slip away. Now, let us observe how Lu Zhang will leverage this situation to secure greater benefits for himself. After continuing the conversation with Li Hanyue regarding their forthcoming plans, Xiao He raised a toast to several esteemed seniors within the crew. Bao Wei once again signed a few postcards for Xiao He's mother, while Zhuo Jinhua handed Xiao He a business card, softly suggesting that should he develop an interest in the future, he might audit a few classes at the Peking Opera Performance Department, assuring him that he would find unexpected rewards. Although it was a considerable distance to Beijing, it remained the coveted Peking Opera that every actor aspired to. Xiao He did not decline. He graciously accepted the business card with both hands and expressed his gratitude to Zhuo Jianhua. "Thank you, Teacher Zhuo." As the evening progressed, the banquet began to wind down, and the excitement that had filled the air was gradually replaced by a sense of lethargy. Director Ho waved his hand, signaling the conclusion of the gathering. However, as everyone started to depart, he called Xiao He and Lu Rulon aside to a private room. Once seated, the smile on Ho Rongshuan's face diminished slightly as he took out a folder and placed it on the table, sliding it toward Xiao He. "This contains the details of Director Feng's upcoming project, which is about to commence production. Xiao He, you can take this home and review it thoroughly in preparation." Despite having harbored suspicions, Lu Rulon could hardly contain her excitement, clenching her fist and gesturing enthusiastically to Xiao He. It was Director Feng's new film. This was the script they had been searching for tirelessly. Chapter 70. Director Feng's new script is "Thank you, Director Ho." Xiao He expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing," Ho Rongshuan replied leisurely, taking a sip of tea. "Have you secured your recommendation slots?" This time, the casting was based on internal recommendations, meaning resources would not be leaked, thus making this audition qualification exceedingly significant. "We will utilize a recommendation position from Xiao Entertainment," Lu Rulon interjected at the opportune moment. Ho Rongshuan nodded. "All right, I won't worry about that. You almost put in your efforts." Xiao He replied, "I am truly grateful, Director Ho." However, Ho Rongshuan glanced at Lu Rulon, who seemed to sense something and immediately rose with a beaming smile, saying, "I'll go bring the car around. You two continue your conversation." Satisfied with Lu Rulon's perceptiveness, Ho Rongshuan gave a slight nod. Once Lu Rulon had departed, Xiao He cautiously inquired, "Director, do you have anything else to discuss?" "Take the script back, study it thoroughly, and reflect deeply," was Ho Rongshuan's response. "I believe you have your own thoughts. Make your own decisions regarding certain matters, and do not be swayed by Lu Zheong and his manager." Xiao He furrowed his brow, then stood upright, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, Director Ho. There are indeed some things I shouldn't say, lest I offend someone." Ho Rongshuan cleared his throat lightly. "You may leave for now. Ponder it over yourself." The sentiments expressed by Ho Rongshuan could be described as heartfelt, genuinely serving as advice and counsel from a senior to Xiao He, a way to repay Xiao He's vigorous promotion of Shisheng. Whether Xiao He could grasp the deeper implications of Ho Rongshuan's words depended on his own insight. Throughout their journey, Xiao He remained notably silent. Lu Rulon, driving, found this peculiar and glanced at Xiao He through the rearview mirror. "What did Director Ho say to you after I left? You seem burdened." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao He shook his head. "He didn't say much, just advised me to study the script thoroughly. I didn't quite understand his meaning." Lu Rulon chuckled. "What? Did he perhaps present you with a riddle to decipher?" Xiao He earnestly concurred. "Actually, Director Ho would indeed make a fitting riddle master. Could it be that he knows some insider information?" Lu Rulon pondered. "Shall we investigate further?" "I'm afraid he won't disclose anything more," Xiao He replied. "Let's first examine the script. Perhaps the answers to what Director Ho wished to convey lie within it." "Very well. Let's read the script." Roughly 30 minutes later, Lu Rulon drove into an upscale residential community. Previously, Xiao He had either resided in various hotels arranged by the crew or stayed in the university dorms. Now that he had officially graduated from Hu University, it was no longer appropriate for him to continue living in the dorms. Moreover, with Xiao He's rising fame, Lu Rulon decided to secure him a residence in a safer and more reputable neighborhood. Thus, Xiao He was arranged to stay in this highly esteemed upscale community in Shanghai. Certainly, given their current financial situation, they are unable to simply purchase a house with a casual wave of the hand and have instead opted to rent for 3 years. As for the cost of this rental, even though Xiao He is now financially stable, the thought of such exorbitant rent brings a pang to his heart. However, this steep price affords them a splendid independent villa and a remarkably secure environment, where concerns about unwelcome individuals entering the community are alleviated, ensuring their privacy is well protected. Lu Rulon deftly steered the car into the garage and gestured for Xiao He to disembark and explore his residence for the upcoming 3 years. This was, in fact, Xiao He's first visit to his current abode, as he had been preoccupied with his thesis defense recently, leaving Lu Rulon to manage these matters personally. Xiao He hardly needed to scrutinize. Merely gazing upon the garden, larger than 3 classrooms combined, brought forth tears of poverty. Ah, the fragrance of wealth. Yet Lu Rulon, hands on her hips, began to critique. Everything about this house is splendid, except for the garden, which is rather large and of little utility. Thankfully, the property management will take care of the cleanliness and greenery here. Otherwise, we would need to hire a gardener. Xiao He chuckled. Ah, how wonderful it is to be affluent. I had no idea property management could oversee such matters. Forgive him, for his impression of property management was still marred by memories of locked doors during fires, empty fire hydrants, and their penchant for making things difficult for delivery personnel. While in true emergencies, they seemed to vanish without a trace. Upon inquiring about the usual property fees, well, indeed, there is a rationale behind the expense. Having spent so much, they ought to maintain the garden properly. Afterward, Xiao He accompanied Lu Rulon on a brief tour of the house. Once they confirmed that everything was in order, Lu Rulon settled down, retrieved the script from Director Ho, and motioned for Xiao He to peruse it. Let us see what genre Director Feng is tackling this time, so I can assist you in adjusting your study schedule for the next couple of weeks. All right, Xiao He replied, opening the folder. Upon first glance at the script's content, he furrowed his brow. This feels... What is it? Lu Rulon leaned in to glimpse the outline and general plot direction, falling silent in contemplation. Xiao He inquired, Lu Jia, are you certain this is what Director Ho provided? You haven't mixed it up, have you? Lu Rulon asserted, I am absolutely certain. Thus, they exchanged a glance before redirecting their focus to the script. Undoubtedly, this script delved into a genre that many prominent directors, and even numerous ordinary directors within the nation, had either not filmed or even approached: zombie films. When one thinks of zombie movies, images of American productions, where a fierce female warrior slaughters zombies amidst a shower of blood, or Korean narratives that profoundly explore the human condition in the face of escape, come to mind. There are indeed several other series of varying types featuring zombies, all cherished by enthusiasts of the genre. However, in Huaxia, while there are no zombies but quite a few instances of traditional jiangshi, it is not that domestic directors lack the capacity to create such films. Rather, stringent censorship and cultural disparities render this genre unlikely to find a broad market within a country. The constraints of the film industry have stifled the potential of many individuals, as the production of extensive visual effects is an expensive endeavor. This necessitates a substantial investment, and currently, a multitude of domestic capital is driven solely by profit, focused on whether a film can achieve significant box office success. They shy away from projects that lack any initial promise and carry excessive risks in the later stages. Consequently, even though regulatory scrutiny has gradually relaxed in recent years, few dare to venture into this domain. However, if it were Director Feng at the helm, he originally made his mark in action films, and if he could capture the essence of American action blockbusters, even a zombie film could turn out remarkably well. I shall inquire further about potential investments, Lu Rulon conservatively remarked. If the investment is substantial, then Director Feng's film indeed holds great promise. Soon, Lu Rulon learned the approximate investment situation, currently around 500 million, with the investors expressing robust support and readiness to invest further without any cap. Xiao He gasped in astonishment. Such funding for this type of film is already quite impressive. As far as he knew, the American zombie film featuring Valkyries had a final investment of merely $40 million, equivalent to approximately 276 million yuan. In contrast, 500 million represents a top-tier investment for films of this genre, underscoring the immense trust the investors place in Director Feng. It's a complete, unconditional all-in, not only the investors, but upon hearing this figure, Lu Rulon also felt a significant sense of relief. Renowned director plus substantial investment equals a dual layer of assurance. Even if the market has yet to witness a commercial zombie film, so what? Director Feng's movie will be the trailblazer. Chapter 71. Selecting a new role, however. Xiao He did not share Lu Rulan's optimism. He believed that the market often reflects a great deal. If there are merely a few options available, it suggests that few possess the capability to produce something remarkable. Yet, if there are none at all, it signifies an inherent unsuitability. This matter is ultimately a choice made by the public, and even renowned directors are not exempt from this reality. Observing Lu Rulan's eager expression, Xiao He diplomatically suggested, "Let us first examine the script. What if there are no roles suitable for me?" This remains uncertain. Indeed, Lu Rulan picked up the script and snapped a few pictures before handing it to Xiao He. "I'll look at my phone while you review the script. Let us do this together." Xiao He did not refuse. Instead, he lowered his gaze and began to delve earnestly into the script. The film currently bore no title, leaving one to wonder whether director He had intentionally omitted it or if it had yet to be finalized. Thus, he bypassed this query and focused directly on the narrative. The story commenced with the all-too-familiar trope of a zombie outbreak, featuring the classic duo of a man and a young girl. Set against the backdrop of a hospital in a fantastical world, it is well known that during a zombie apocalypse, hospitals are among the most perilous places, as many unsuspecting infected individuals are transported there. The male protagonist encounters the outbreak while bringing his daughter to the hospital for treatment. Due to the chaos and urgency of the situation, he mistakenly takes another little girl, clad in identical school attire, instead of his own daughter. By the time he realizes his error, the surroundings have been utterly overrun, making it impossible to return. The area is swarming with ravenous zombies, and he cannot ascertain whether his daughter is still alive. If he wishes to return, he must first navigate through the inpatient building and then circle around to the emergency room. Yet, looking at the helpless, tear-streaked face of a young girl, who is of the same age as his daughter, he is confronted with a profound moral dilemma. Should he abandon this burden or take her along in search of his daughter? Naturally, the narrative unfolds with the protagonist choosing to take the unfamiliar girl, who shares no blood ties with him. His heart is still filled with hope, yearning for a benevolent soul to come to his daughter's aid, just as he has chosen to assist this stranger rather than cast her aside. Thus, the protagonist embarks on the perilous journey through the throngs of zombies, accompanied by a 7-year-old girl in search of his beloved daughter. During the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, hospitals were still teeming with individuals. In the face of death's looming terror, many found their inner darkness and twisted instincts magnified to an unfathomable degree. Yet, amidst the chaos, there were those like the protagonist who resolutely dedicated themselves to saving others, steadfast in their duties. Along their perilous journey, they formed bonds with companions, only to lose them swiftly. They encountered a myriad of souls and were faced with numerous moral dilemmas that tested the essence of humanity. Time and again, the protagonist contemplated abandoning the burden of a young girl, yet each time, he chose to protect her, illuminating the radiant glow of humanity between life and death. It is evident that the writer of this script possesses remarkable skill, as every character within the ensemble is vividly brought to life. Particularly commendable are the protagonist's choices and the plot twists in the climax, which demand an exceptional level of craftsmanship from the screenwriter. Should these elements falter, the entire narrative could collapse. However, this writer has maintained a steady hand, skillfully managing every detail without a single misstep. From a scriptural standpoint, it is indeed a commendable work. Upon completing the script, it was already late at night. Xiao He glanced at the time on the living room clock, lazily stifling a yawn before turning to Lu Rulan. "Sister Lu, what are your thoughts?" Lu Rulan, having read at a pace quicker than Xiao He, had already set her phone aside in anticipation of his input. Upon hearing his question, she promptly replied, "I believe this script is quite impressive. The ensemble's characterization is remarkably clear, with each individual shining in their own narrative, even those who are not the protagonists. The film's lead role is unequivocally determined. Someone like Xiao He, who does not even have a girlfriend, could hardly be envisioned as a father to a child of 7 or 8. The production team is undoubtedly seeking seasoned actors over the age of 30 from within the industry to fill such roles. Furthermore, with the competition being fierce. It is already a significant achievement for someone of Xiao He's standing to be considered for a part. Based on the current script, Lou Roland recommended that Xiao He portray a martial arts instructor in his 20s. This character serves as the embodiment of strength within the film, initially accompanying the object of his affection to the hospital, only to find himself ensnared in unforeseen calamity, becoming separated from her much like the protagonist. Unlike the protagonist, however, he possesses genuine prowess. His combat skills are formidable, rendering him a reliable ally in the film's early stages. Yet, in this dire scenario, good deeds often go unrewarded. Indeed, during an escape, the instructor faces betrayal from a companion, nearly losing his life. Even if he manages to survive and return, he becomes suspected of being infected with the zombie virus. It is at this juncture that the true nature of humanity reveals itself. Despite having saved others, and inherently being a good person, what does it matter? You are no longer aligned with them. You are perceived solely as a harbinger of danger and death. Once an ordinary, benevolent individual, the light in his eyes begins to fade under the weight of accusations and distrust, culminating in a poignant moment where he silently grasps his weapon. This character is relatively profound, akin to a well-meaning individual coerced into becoming a villain, necessitating a certain level of acting prowess to convincingly portray his transformation. Ideally, the gradual evolution of his mindset should be subtly conveyed throughout the narrative to avoid any abruptness in his character arc. In comparison to other characters, his portrayal is undoubtedly more challenging, yet also possesses greater highlights and personal charm. However, while Xiao He finds it acceptable, he is not entirely satisfied. If one were to pinpoint what is lacking, it is difficult to articulate. The primary concern lies within the genre. He is uncertain whether battling zombies can be classified as slaying humans. This has been a point of contention for Xiao He since he received the script. Previously, he had expressed interest in participating in director Feng's film, as he believed that many of Feng's action movies were well executed, featuring antagonists who were indeed ruthless, making the intricate psychological battles with the protagonist exhilarating and lethal. Yet this time the tone has shifted to that of a zombie film, where the main adversaries are zombies themselves, leaving him at a loss for how to embody a formidable villain. If the slain are zombies, then they were human in life, and the actors portraying them are also human. Thus, when he strikes, does he earn points or not? What do you think? Lou Roland continued to inquire of Xiao He, asserting that he is perhaps the most suitable for this role among all characters. Xiao He did not respond directly, but instead countered her question. Sister Lou, do you believe this role is worth pursuing? Lou Roland furrowed her brow, not reacting with anger, but rather shifting her crossed legs and asking, are you dissatisfied with this character? Xiao He hesitated, stating, as for the roles directed by the esteemed director, I certainly do not dare to speak indiscriminately. I am merely contemplating that these ensemble characters are quite commendable, and there will undoubtedly be fierce competition from many renowned talents, possibly culminating in an all-star cast. Am I capable of standing among them? Lou Roland replied, whether you are capable or not, and whether you desire it are two entirely different matters. Xiao He was momentarily at a loss for words. Sister Lou, your statement leaves me unsure of how to respond. Chapter 72. Encountering the Fortunate One, are you truly inclined to perform, or are you not? Lou Roland inquired directly. Xiao He replied candidly, I am rather reluctant. I find this script somewhat dubious. Moreover, I suspect Director Ho is subtly advising me to be wary of choosing this project. Lou Roland pondered thoughtfully. In recent years, numerous high-profile directors, substantial investments, and all-star cast have led to quite a few failures. Xiao He continued, besides, it's a zombie-themed narrative. It remains uncertain whether there is a market for it domestically. Furthermore, with an all-star ensemble, the prominent figures take center stage, leaving us lesser-known actors merely as embellishments. Even if I were to participate, I would scarcely receive any noteworthy scenes. Xiao He deemed it unnecessary to compete, as he sought only impactful moments on screen. You do have a point, Lou Roland conceded, rising decisively. I shall assist you in seeking new scripts. However, you must still attend this audition. You cannot neglect your preparations. I will enroll you in a swordsmanship class, Even if you do not utilize it this time, possessing foundational skills is always an asset in a competitive field. Do I really have to go? Xiao He was somewhat taken aback. Lu Rulon shot him a sidelong glance. This audition is not merely an audition. It is also a showcase of resources and capabilities. Regardless of your current thoughts, Director Feng's status is undeniable. Until everything is settled, his works are considered quality, and his box office success is assured. Being able to participate in his audition affirms your standing and abilities. It serves as a threshold. Those who can enter are undoubtedly capable and well-connected, while those who cannot are automatically relegated. Even if Xiao He merely walked through the audition, the information he projected within the industry would be transformed. Although this seemed rather ironic, it was the nature of the entertainment industry. On the bright side, perhaps this excursion will attract better scripts, Lu Rulon reassured. Very well, Xiao He sighed. Prepare yourself for tomorrow. Report to the instructor. We begin learning now? Xiao He expressed surprise. Lu Rulon replied matter-of-factly. Since we have received the script early, it is only natural to commence preparations. You cannot afford to perform poorly during the audition. Otherwise, I shall have to exert great effort to salvage your reputation. Xiao He replied. All right then. By the way, have you previously acquired any related skills? I can include them on your resume. Lu Rulon continued her inquiry. Xiao He hesitated. Well, I might have quite a few, but Lu Jia, it's rather late now, so please return for the time being. Let me think it over, and I will inform you. Lu Rulon appeared puzzled. If you can do it, you can do it. If you cannot, you cannot. Why must you contemplate? Xiao He scratched his head. Perhaps I might suddenly master it in a flash? Hence, to avoid overlooking any skills. It will be best if you grant me a little more time to recollect. Lu Rulon shrugged nonchalantly. As you wish. However, you must commence classes tomorrow. Do not be lazy. Understood, understood. Once Lu Rulon departed, Xiao He exhaled deeply and reclined on the sofa. Indeed, a luxurious sofa was undeniably comfortable. It is indeed unfortunate that the comfort of the sofa cannot alter the current sorrow he endures. Should he truly have missed the script from Director Feng, it remains uncertain when he might discover another suitable narrative. Xiao He sighed. With his points now sufficient, he need not fret over matters of life and death. So dreaming of a splendid script should not be too much to ask, right? After all, the substantial earnings now stem from the influence of crime, far surpassing the points he garnered from his own struggles. With this thought, Xiao He casually opened the long-neglected system panel. He had been waiting for his points to reach 10,000, but as time passed and his schedule grew overwhelmingly busy, he had forgotten about it. Now that the box office had reached 8 billion, his points ought to be, current points, 32,011. Xiao He's breath caught in his throat as he leaped from the sofa. 30,000 points? Ha ha. After all this effort, he had finally achieved it. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to wash his hands thoroughly, then bowed reverently to the void, palms pressed together, murmuring, Esteemed system, I know you are present. The skills I drew previously have proven invaluable. I trust you have orchestrated everything perfectly. Please grant this child an opportunity to grow stronger. I implore you. He then took a deep breath, raised his hand, and pressed the lottery button for 10,000 points. Congratulations! You have gained an additional 100 days of life, automatically redeemed. Congratulations! You have acquired the magic hand, automatically learned. Congratulations! You have obtained the skill replication capsule, automatically stored. Magic hand details. Intricate crimes require nimble fingers. It comes equipped with basic criminal techniques such as theft, gambling, bomb disposal, and forgery, aiding you in executing more sophisticated criminal tasks. Skill replication capsule details. It allows you to replicate any desired criminal skill, provided the technique and its practitioner are genuine. The results of this draw yielded both joy and sorrow. The sorrow lay in the fact that only one skill was obtained. And although the so-called magic hand appeared to be a bundle of multiple skills, its contents. Xiao He held his phone, effortlessly flipping it between his fingers. The palm-sized device spun like a coin in the hands of a cinematic character, moving without any hindrance. In the next moment, as he rotated it, the phone seemed to vanish between his fingers and wrist, creating an optical illusion, while his hand continued to sway. ensuring that no one could perceive the phone's presence. Merely a magician's basic prowess. No need to say more. It would rarely see practical use. At most serving to impress or assist him in unlocking a door when he forgot his keys. He almost forgot that his current residence employs an electronic lock, accessible via password and fingerprint. Even if you were to be locked out, he could always call the property manager. How utterly useless that seemed. Xiao He gazed at the solitary capsule still floating in his system panel, a hint of solace gracing his expression. At this moment, the capsule radiated a golden glow in Xiao He's eyes, a manifestation of the aura of fortune. Of course, it is also possible that a portion of this blessing stemmed from the benevolence of the system. Xiao He clasped his hands together and once again bowed to the system. Oh, splendid system, marvelous system. I knew that even in your silence, you still hold affection for me. Although, cough cough, it may only replicate the criminal skills of offenders. This is certainly far more reliable than the skills he had previously extracted. Custom-tailored, utterly dependable. Everyone who has tried it sings its praises. However, a new dilemma arose. Xiao He began to ponder thoughtfully. Which skills should he replicate? To be honest, among the more prevalent criminal skills that could be of use to him in daily life, it seemed that only those related to physical prowess remained. No. What if I were to extract from the infamous Hoosier Talankio prison? Perhaps I could find a most formidable financial magnate within, replicate their expertise in criminal finance, stir the waters over at Old Me's place, and amass a fortune. Upon my glorious return, I could seamlessly transform into a high-ranking executive in Lujiazui, commanding assets worth billions. With just a wave of my hand summoning the sin of wealth. Cough, cough. Xiao He admitted that at that moment, he was genuinely tempted. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that this plan was fraught with peril. He might not only replicate the criminal skills, but also inherit the associated prison sentence. Ultimately finding himself face-to-face with the original perpetrator, eyes brimming with tears. Xiao He continuously reminded himself to remain calm, to be composed. This capsule is exceedingly precious, and he had labored hard to extract it. He must tread carefully. If all else fails, perhaps he could set it aside for now. After all, he was diligently studying skills such as swordsmanship and self-defense, and money, at present, was merely a matter of a few software applications, neither illegal nor criminal. Thus far, he had not felt an urgent need to possess any particular skill. Best to play it safe. Resolute in his decision, Xiao He carefully stowed the capsule away once more. Chapter 73. Martial Arts Academy. The following day, Xiao He attended the swordsmanship class that Lu Rulon had arranged for him. Coincidentally, this martial arts academy was owned by Pu Rong's family. However, Pu Rong was absent. Instead, it was Ma Hongwu, who had persistently questioned Xiao He about the lineage of his bone-cutting technique during their last encounter. Upon seeing Ma Hongwu, Xiao He felt a pang of unease, while Ma Hongwu's eyes lit up with recognition. Xiao, I did not expect to see you at our academy, he exclaimed. Xiao He replied with a chuckle. Yes, I am here to learn the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Lu Jie, you sly friend, why did you arrange for him to come here? He thought. After their previous encounter, Xiao He had begun to suspect that the old gentleman might harbor doubts regarding his bone-cutting technique. However, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, his interactions with the old man had been brief, and they were relatively unfamiliar with one another. Even if the old man had reservations, it was unlikely he would uncover any issues. To Xiao He's surprise, this time, the old man was exceedingly cordial, devoid of the sharpness and probing demeanor he had displayed previously. Xiao, I have seen the video of you saving someone. I truly did not expect that you possess not only exceptional knife skills, but also agility and a kind heart. I am genuinely impressed. Understanding dawned upon Xiao He. It was indeed the incident of saving someone that had dispelled the old man's suspicions. He breathed a sigh of relief and humbly responded, Senior Ma, it was merely a trivial effort, nothing to make a fuss about. Oh, there is no need for such modesty. Now that you are willing to study at our academy, I shall ensure you receive the finest instructor. No, that won't be necessary. But before Xiao He could decline, the old man had already taken hold of his arm, leading him upstairs. Yes, you surely possess a solid foundation, right? Oh dear, if not, it matters not. I assure you that I can teach you in just half a month. Rest assured, it will not interfere with your filming schedule. Once Ma Hongwu verified that Xiao He was not some nefarious practitioner of dark arts, he became exceedingly enthusiastic, treating Xiao He as an exceptionally talented junior. Throughout the ascent, he chattered incessantly, and Xiao He, unable to refuse the old man's kindness, was half dragged up to the second floor. The second floor of the Martial Arts Academy housed numerous independent practice rooms. Most of the doors were closed, but faint sounds of practice could be heard emanating from within. Through a glass panel of one door, Xiao He glimpsed a teacher clad in a training outfit guiding a group of small children in practicing stances. In another area, he observed a group of elderly men and women practicing Tai Chi, their movements synchronized, postures graceful and stable. It evoked a profound sense of yin and yang, simplicity leading to profundity. It was evident that this martial arts academy was quite popular. Here we are. Ma Hongwu led Xiao He to a relatively smaller classroom, designated for small or private lessons. The decor and facilities were equally well maintained, and the walls appeared even cleaner than those of the larger classrooms they had just passed. Ma Hongwu knocked on the door and, after a moment, ushered Xiao He into the practice room. At this moment, the practice room housed two individuals who had seemingly been engaged in conversation. Upon hearing the commotion caused by Ma Hongwu, they abruptly ceased their dialogue and turned their gazes toward him. Xiao He lifted his eyes and, upon meeting their stares, felt his body stiffen unnaturally. "I hope I haven't interrupted you," Ma Hongwu inquired with a warm smile. "No worries," one of them replied. "Uncle Ma, what brings you here? I've brought a student along. I wonder if you might be willing to mentor him," Ma Hongwu responded, turning to see Xiao He still lingering at the doorway. And he waved him over with a hint of confusion. "Xiao, come in." Xiao He hesitated, observing the two men within. One possessed a robust physique and an imposing gaze, while the other, somewhat leaner, bore a countenance tinged with menace. Both appeared formidable and unapproachable. Xiao He was genuinely reluctant to enter, but with Ma Hongwu's encouragement, he steeled himself and stepped inside. "This is Xiao, a student from Shanghai University, currently pursuing a career in acting," Ma Hongwu introduced him. "Though he is young, do not underestimate him. He has displayed remarkable bravery on multiple occasions and has even made it to the news. He is an exceptional young man with considerable martial arts talent, having mastered the art of bone slicing with remarkable finesse." Xiao He remained silent. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere as the burly man's gaze intensified, locking onto him with a commanding pressure that sent shivers down his spine. An instinctual alarm rang in Xiao He's mind, warning him of the imminent danger. Even his usually steady heart began to race. Danger? Utterly perilous. Is this man a police officer? No, the aura he exuded transcended that of a mere law enforcer. He is a soldier, perhaps even a member of an elite special forces unit. As Xiao He caught a faint whiff of blood in the air, the imposing man narrowed his eyes, his hawk-like gaze firmly fixed on Xiao He's face as he asked sternly, "Are you afraid of me?" At his words, the air seemed to freeze momentarily. "Oh no, not at all. I merely feel that your presence is quite formidable. You seem far from ordinary." Xiao He managed to force a smile, pulling at the corners of his mouth. "Is that so?" The man continued to scrutinize Xiao He, who, attempting to maintain composure, boldly inquired, "Are you a soldier, sir? I sense an extraordinary aura about you." The man appraised Xiao He from head to toe before a faint smile graced his lips. "Your powers of observation are indeed sharp. It is no wonder you were able to apprehend a thief amidst a crowd." "Ah." Xiao He was genuinely taken aback. "You know me?" "Xiao He, known for your acts of bravery, assisting the police in capturing criminals and thieves. I have also seen the video of you scaling the exterior of a building to rescue a child. I admire both your courage and skill. However, remember to consider your own safety when performing such heroic acts. Protecting yourself is paramount." Xiao He felt a wave of relief wash over him. So that was it. Noticing the atmosphere had lightened, Ma Hongwu then smiled and introduced, "You may refer to him as Uncle Yin." "Hello, Uncle Yin," Xiao He promptly greeted with eagerness. Yin Zhengbai nodded slightly. "You were indeed quite accurate in your conjecture. However, I have already retired, so I no longer hold a military identity. Xiao He chuckled awkwardly. I see. Since there are students arriving, I shall take my leave. Fortunately, Yin Zhengbai did not intend to linger and took his leave. The slender man beside him also chimed in, all right, goodbye, team leader Yin. Once Yin Zhengbai departed, Ma Hongwu formally introduced his teacher to Xiao He. This is teacher Songzhe. Songzhe exuded a slightly lesser aura than Yin Zhengbai, yet Xiao He could still detect a hint of bloodlust emanating from him. Despite his somewhat fearsome appearance, he possessed charming dimples when he smiled, and his gaze towards Xiao He was gentle. Hello, Xiao student, he greeted. Hello, teacher Song. Xiao He replied. This teacher Song, if not mistaken, was likely also a retired soldier. Xiao He discreetly observed his instructor, and suddenly his gaze fixated on Songzhe's right arm. Dressed in a fitted short-sleeved shirt, Songzhe held a wooden sword in his left hand, yet his right sleeve was conspicuously empty. Initially, Xiao He had assumed he was merely concealing his hand behind his back, but upon closer inspection, he realized that from the shoulder down, Songzhe's right arm was entirely absent. This teacher Songzhe is, in fact, disabled. Chapter 74, Alas, I have truly become a martial arts prodigy. Songzhe, possessing keen insight, followed Xiao He's gaze and glanced at his right arm, breaking into a hearty smile. The shadows of seriousness vanished from his face, replaced by a wholesome demeanor. Although I wield a sword with my left hand, fret not. It shall not hinder your learning. Should you prefer, I can easily switch instructors. Oh, no, I harbor no such concerns. In fact, my intention was to master both left and right-handed swordplay. Xiao He hastily waved his hands. To be honest, I am here merely to learn swordsmanship for next month's audition. I do not seek intensity. Rather, I yearn for the aesthetic elegance of sword dancing. I see Songzhe appraised Xiao He from head to toe, inquiring, have you any prior experience in this discipline? None. Xiao He was about to admit his inexperience when Ma Hongwu, standing nearby, clapped him on the back with a proud expression. Xiao, my young friend, you possess remarkable talent, having previously trained in the bone-cutting blade technique. Your foundation is undoubtedly solid. You need only teach him a few swift moves. He will surely excel. Xiao He was drenched in sweat. No, I cannot. Where did you get such a misconception? Senior Ma, please come to your senses. Your flattery is mortifying. Fortunately, Songzhe remained focused and did not get swayed by Ma Hongwu's words. Once Ma had departed, he earnestly requested Xiao He to demonstrate his fundamental skills. Prior to this, Xiao He had not undergone systematic training. While he had briefly learned some basic footwork and techniques from Pu Rong during the filming of The Thief Catcher, he had never mastered any swordplay himself. He could only attempt to replicate Pu Rong's sword moves from memory. To his surprise, however, Xiao He executed the entire set of sword techniques with remarkable fluency. His hands moved instinctively, even without conscious thought, while the flourish of his sword was both graceful and fluid. Upon completion of the demonstration, Songzhe could not help but nod in admiration. You are quite impressive. Your fundamental techniques are commendable. However, your footwork is somewhat chaotic and your posture requires refinement. Xiao He was taken aback. When did I become a martial arts prodigy? He had merely hoped to imitate Pu Rong's swordplay, not genuinely expecting to succeed. Suddenly, Xiao He opened the system panel, his gaze landing upon a Magic Hands feature, and his expression shifted. The name Magic Hands is truly misleading. Had you informed me earlier of its capabilities, I could have learned so much more swiftly. This revelation intrigued him. Then, Xiao He's immediate thought was, when he eventually learned to cook, would he finally be able to accurately replicate the precise measurement of a pinch of salt from the recipe? Xiao Tong Xue? Songzhe called out, snapping Xiao He from his reverie. Xiao He immediately straightened up, instinctively standing at attention. I'm here. Songzhe chuckled at his posture, pursing his lips. Now, let me adjust your stance. Please perform the previous movements again. Oh, right, of course. Thus, in the days that followed, Xiao He diligently studied swordsmanship under Songzhe's tutelage. The prowess of Master Song is beyond question. The sword he wields can even create afterimages, reminiscent of the vivid descriptions found in martial arts novels, where the sword light dazzles and the blade burns like a torch. Each time Xiao He observes, he is profoundly struck by this spectacle. However, unbeknownst to Xiao He, Master Song is equally impressed when he watches Xiao He practice. Xiao He has made remarkable progress in his movements, though his footwork and posture still leave much to be desired. For Master Song, who has been a teacher for 3 years, Xiao He is a prodigy among prodigies. Were it not for Xiao He's career in acting, Master Song would have earnestly encouraged him to compete in national competitions. Such a martial arts talent should not be obscured by the entertainment industry. Alas, what a pity. As the days passed, the bond between the two gradually deepened. It was then that Xiao He learned from Master Song that his arm injury had been sustained years ago while executing a mission. After recovering, he chose not to accept a reassignment to a more leisurely position, preferring instead to retire and become a swordsmanship instructor. Master Song had previously won the National Youth Martial Arts Championship in the swordsmanship category, but after joining the military, he had set aside this passion. Now, returning to fulfill his youthful dream as a teacher, he is pursuing what he once cherished. Xiao He holds immense respect for such individuals. Those who can protect their country, yet also chase their dreams, who do not let the loss of something lead to a life of complacency, but instead maintain a consistently positive and optimistic outlook, seemingly impervious to adversity. Xiao He's admiration for Master Song only grows. One day after training, Xiao He encountered Master Song's partner and daughter. The woman was a striking beauty with a gentle demeanor, clad in a simple blue silk blouse and white high-waisted wide-leg pants, exuding an air of cultured grace. Her daughter, dressed in a delightful princess gown, resembled a charming little cake, bouncing joyfully towards Master Song, sweetly raising her arms for a hug. With a smile, Master Song bent down and effortlessly lifted his daughter into his embrace. The atmosphere within this family was harmonious and warm, and after a lingering glance, Xiao He chose not to intrude, discreetly gathering his belongings to leave. Meanwhile, as Xiao He diligently trained, Director Feng's upcoming casting for his new film began to make waves, with numerous marketing accounts and media outlets disseminating related news. The previously tranquil entertainment industry was finally set to undergo a seismic shift. After all, this was Director Feng, renowned for his exceptional films in the action genre during the early days of Hong Kong cinema. Although his famous Feng family team disbanded following his withdrawal from the industry, most of its members remain active in various productions, many achieving their own successes and forming teams. His comedy action film, Flight Navigation, marked the first domestic film in Chinese cinema history to surpass 1 billion at the box office, heralding the dawn of a new era for comedy action films. Even to this day, many individuals recall the very moment they learned of his impending film production, feeling an urgent desire to visit the cinema and rectify their past disappointments at the box office. In an era where pirated Hong Kong films were rampant, they felt indebted to Director Feng for a ticket. This is Feng Jingyang, a director whose mere presence captivates countless eyes. While the online community reminisces about the classic films helmed by Feng, various entertainment companies spring into action. Among them are those with connections and resources who, like Xiao He, have managed to acquire the script for Feng's forthcoming film after considerable maneuvering. However, in stark contrast to Xiao He's composure, they exhibit no hesitation regarding the themes chosen by Feng. Almost immediately, they summon their respective think tanks to analytically dissect the characters within the script, estimating the likelihood of their artists securing auditions and the potential competition they may encounter. Thus, by the end of May, with just a few days remaining until June, the domestic entertainment scene buzzes with activity once more. Scandals from one company clash with gossip from another, while minor controversies are sensationalized and influencers engage in provocative live streams. Whether outrageous or mundane, genuine or fabricated, a deluge of artist-related scandals inundates the media, with marketing accounts producing over 50 videos a day, as bystanders eagerly partake in the spectacle. Additionally, some fans have observed that their beloved idols have recently adopted a notably low profile, with scant public appearances and a conspicuous absence of forthcoming work announcements. This phenomenon is not an isolated occurrence. It is as if the typically lackadaisical domestic entertainment industry has suddenly entered a state of intense competition, with everyone engulfed in a palpable atmosphere of pre-exam preparation. Chapter 75 Graduation Season in the quaint little villa, Xiao He having just concluded a day of training, raised an incredulous eyebrow, simultaneously engaging in self-deprecating humor. Well, it seems I have truly made a name for myself, to be regarded as a competitor by certain individuals. Sitting on the sofa, Lou Roulon was hardly surprised. After all, news within the industry travels swiftly. Who has accepted a gig or a new script is common knowledge, while the absence of announcements or new projects often indicates a focus on director Feng's auditions. Such matters are no longer secrets. From a certain perspective, it could be seen as an acknowledgement of one's acting prowess. Otherwise, why would they resort to such tactics to undermine you? Indeed, so what is this scandal about me? Xiao He inquired with keen interest. Is it infidelity, being a cad, sleeping with fans, or disparaging peers? Or perhaps gambling, exploiting fans, a hit and run? It concerns allegations of falsifying your graduation thesis. Huh. Xiao He, who had been lounging, instantly straightened up, reaching for his laptop. No, that is truly insulting. What is the current state of public opinion? How despicable. Who concocted such a vile scheme? Once I uncover the perpetrator, I will ensure they face the consequences online. Don't be hasty. Lou Roulon cast a sidelong glance at Xiao He. With me around, how could they possibly succeed? If they can't even halt such low-quality rumors, then I might as well retire as a top-notch agent. Xiao He sighed in relief. That's good to hear. However, this incident could serve as a breakthrough. Lou Roulon pondered for a moment. Isn't it about time for you to take graduation photos? Xiao He recollected. It seems so. Isn't your roommate a popular content creator on Bilibili? You should greet him and film a graduation vlog together. I can assist with the marketing later, which would enhance your academic prestige. Since they are all engaging in marketing, we must not fall behind. Lou Roulon surveyed Xiao He with satisfaction. After all, you are graduating from a prestigious university. I have yet to implement such a marketing strategy. We must capitalize on this opportunity. Make sure to take plenty of photos with your department head to prevent others from exploiting these matters against you. Xiao He hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. All right, I'll mention it to him. However, Lu Jie, is it really necessary for us to pursue marketing in our situation? They aim for prominence, while we merely wish to bask in the glow without any awkwardness if we actually get selected. Lou Roulon chuckled as she patted Xiao He on the back. If you truly were chosen, there would be plenty eager to take your place. Are you already dreaming? Have you forgotten that the shining stars changed actors 6 times? Nothing is ever certain. What if you genuinely impressed Director Feng? Lou Roulon had her methods. After all, in the end, it would not be them who would offend anyone. A few days later, Xiao He returned to Hu University to take graduation photos. Staring at the familiar green, tree-lined corridor, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Everything feels like a dream. He was once just an ordinary university student, his greatest worry perhaps being which prominent company he would serve in the future. The happiest moments of his day were simply playing a few rounds of games with friends after dinner, before retiring to bed for a good night's sleep. In the blink of an eye, everyone was set to embark on their own paths, beginning their respective journeys in life. Xiao, a beautiful girl clad in a graduation gown, approached shyly, her makeup impeccably done. May I take a photo with you? Xiao nodded. Of course. Xiao, I'm your fan. After taking a picture with her, many classmates came forward, requesting to capture memories with him. The emergence of a star from the computer science department was sensational news for their peers. Students from other disciplines gathered to witness and partake in the photo sessions. Although the recent online harassment incident had stirred the internet into a frenzy, there remained those who understood Xiao He's character, speaking up for him amidst the chaos. Regrettably, their voices were soon drowned by the torrent of vitriol, leaving little trace. However, Xiao He cherished the support they had offered. Thus, on this day, he graciously obliged every request for photographs and autographs. Once the throng dispersed, several boys in graduation gowns approached his 3 roommates. Oh, my dear godfather, I'll miss you so much. He Juanhao clung to Xiao He, wailing dramatically. Yet, despite his vocal exertions, not a single tear fell, only causing Xiao He's ears to ache. Rubbing his ears, Xiao He disdainfully pushed He Juanhao away. Get off me. Don't make it seem like I'm heading to my demise. He Juanhao, clutching a tissue as if it were a handkerchief, pretended to wipe non-existent tears. Oh, it was all a fa ade before. Now that you're indifferent, You push me away. Xiao He Dai forcibly turned Juanhao's head in another direction and kicked his backside. Are you serious? Go away. Don't disturb me while I reminisce with my brother. Juanhao immediately retaliated, spinning around to hit Dai Bai. Hey, my backside can only be touched by my godfather. Are you looking for trouble? Dai Bai swiftly countered. Old Xiao is my brother, so I can also be your godfather. Why can't I hit you? Hey, you're getting bold. In an instant, the two were wrestling with each other. Xiao He rolled his eyes. You two go fight somewhere else. Don't tarnish my current image. Seeing that they were unyielding, he shrugged in resignation and turned to his other roommate. We're about to graduate, and they're still acting like children. Xi Jinping raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Who knows? Meanwhile, the two elder roommates stood by, observing the brawl while discussing their upcoming plans. I will certainly continue to develop in the entertainment industry, Xiao He stated, a stark contrast to his previous intentions. I recall during our freshman year, he merely aspired to secure a position in a prominent company. Now, although he has not attained that goal, he has nonetheless entered the circle. Quite commendable. Xi Jinping adjusted his glasses and remarked, I watched your film. Your performance was truly exceptional. I had never realized you possessed such talent. I am certain that you will surely achieve great success in the near future. Xiao He smiled wryly. Exceptional talent? It was merely a natural performance. Thank you. And what about you? Me? I am, as always, seeking a class to join and continue working diligently. Xi Jinping spoke casually. Xiao He recalled Xi Jinping mentioning that his father owned a small internet technology company. Thus, he surmised that Xi Jinping was likely to follow in his father's footsteps. Are you going to your father's company? Not at all, Xi Jinping denied. My father's company is quite small. My presence or absence makes little difference. Therefore, I plan to try my luck at a larger corporation. That sounds quite good. Xiao He nodded. Despite the various issues associated with large companies, it is undeniable that their foundational benefits and salaries are among the best in the industry. Do you have any specific goals? I intend to try my hand at a certain platform. Who knows, perhaps in the future, it will be my responsibility to manage your trending topics, Xi Jinping joked. Xiao He responded with a smile. Then you must assist me in removing any negative trending topics for free. Xi Jinping rolled his eyes dramatically. In that case, let's not stay in touch. It is well known that gaining a spot on trending topics and removing one are two vastly different price points, with the latter typically being the more expensive endeavor. Chapter 76. A thrilling scene. Xiao He immediately clutched his heart, exclaiming, What a ruthless heart! Xi Jinping, speechless, retorted, You're the one who's after my life. The two jested with one another for a while, until Juanhao and Dai Bai finally approached. Dai Bai, what are your plans next? Xi Jinping inquired casually. Dai Bai shrugged. Well, congratulations to me. I've made it. I shall continue to be a student. What? You never mentioned that before. Juanhao exclaimed, shaking Dai Bai vigorously. When did this happen? Xiao He, however, was not surprised. He has been preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam all along. You, who only think about food, have completely missed this. Haven't you? Juanhao, haha, old Xiao still cares about me. Dai Bai laughed heartily. Let us find a place to chat while we eat? Sure. I know a great hot pot place nearby. Thus, under Juanhao's enthusiastic recommendation, they made their way to a bustling commercial street, eager to dine at a renowned hot pot restaurant. It was Friday evening, and the streets were teeming with people as many had just finished work, creating a palpable sense of crowding. Due to the throngs of people, Xiao He wore his mask to avoid being recognized by passing fans or onlookers. After all, thanks to the well-meaning Su Xingxi, his fame had surged, and Xiao He wished to avoid drawing attention in such a busy place. However, as they strolled, it was Juanhao, busy filming his vlog, who was recognized by a passerby. It's Xiao Shui. A delighted fan rushed over for a photo. Xiao He and the others patiently waited nearby. After the crowd dispersed, another person recognized Juanhao, inquiring, Xiao Shui, where's your Shui? The Shui referred to Xiao He, a nickname given by Juanhao's fans before Xiao He entered the entertainment industry. Back then, as an ordinary person, Xiao He had appeared in several of Juanhao's videos, and the fans, in awe of his presence, dubbed him to Shui, implying he was even more handsome than Xiao Shui. Of course, this was merely playful banter among the older fans, and only they would truly understand the jest. Nowadays, most inquiries regarding Xiao He in He Juanhao's videos came from fans who refer to him as Muze or simply Xiao Ge. He Juanhao, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "Oh, an old fan? Old Xiao is not here. Come, let us take a picture." While providing cover, he glanced toward Xiao He. Meanwhile, Xiao He and his companions had cleverly slipped away, not wishing to be recognized amidst the bustling crowd. So, dear old fan, do not hold it against him. Xiao Ge truly is not present here. Xiao He and his companions entered the shopping mall ahead of time. As a shopping mall situated near both the campus and the commercial district, it exudes an air of opulence, encompassing a diverse array of industries such as shopping, dining, and entertainment. The overall commercial atmosphere is remarkably vibrant. As they passed by a section of luxury brand counters on the first floor, Xiao He could faintly detect the crisp scent of high-end perfume wafting through the air. However, they did not linger, opting instead to take the escalator directly to the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Serendipitously, despite the usually bustling nature of the establishment, there happened to be an empty table tucked away in a corner. Of course, a private room was out of the question, as they would surely not be able to secure one. Zhai Jipeng surveyed the surrounding patrons and inquired of Xiao He, "It seems we can only sit in this corner. Do you think you'll be recognized?" Xiao He adjusted his mask, uncertain, perhaps. There's so many people dining, surely they won't be looking around, right? Yet, Xiao He was perhaps too naive. As soon as he removed his mask, he heard a hushed exclamation from nearby. "Oh, it's Xiao He. My goodness, he is actually here dining." Xiao He thought to himself, "Isn't it said online that life doesn't have that many spectators? What are you all looking at? I'm sitting in a corner." Then, one of the girls asked, Xiao He, "Can I take a picture with you? I really adore your muse." With one girl taking the initiative, others soon followed suit, requesting photos and autographs, including several young men. Zhai Jipeng and the others could only cast helpless glances at Xiao He. Reluctantly, Xiao He obliged, greeting Zhai Jipeng and the others before leading his fans to a slightly more spacious yet discreet area, patiently signing autographs and taking photos with each of them. Fortunately, the hot pot restaurant typically had a considerable number of patrons, so they generally only allowed customers in once they had been seated, keeping the total number of diners stable. There was no influx of new fans, and the situation remained orderly. In fact, the restaurant's owner even came over to request a photo and autograph from Xiao He, offering him a complimentary meal as a gesture of appreciation. After approximately 10 minutes, Xiao He had fulfilled all his fans' requests. All right. It's time for my personal time now. I hope everyone can cooperate. Okay? Thank you. Perhaps due to Xiao He's usual demeanor of being somewhat aloof and serious, coupled with his current imposing presence, once he made this request, the fans ceased their persistence, obediently bidding him farewell and returning to their seats. However, a few bolder individuals attempted to press for additional autographs to sell later. Xiao He gradually hardened his expression, his gaze fixed calmly upon them. "A goodbye, Xiao Ge." The young man under Xiao He's steady gaze felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to hastily abandon his pursuit for more signatures, quietly setting down his phone and leaving. Once all the fans had been attended to, Xiao He finally breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to retrace his steps. However, just a few paces into his journey, he suddenly beheld a scene before him. A young boy, approximately 7 or 8 years of age, was brandishing a glimmering hairpin, bullying an adorably dressed 3-year-old girl in a princess gown. The little girl, her voice tinged with tears, pleaded with him to return her hair accessory. Yet, in the next moment, the boy, with a cruel demeanor, forcefully shoved her aside, declaring, "Aha, it's mine now, and I want to give it back." Standing at around 1.40 meters, the boy found it effortless to push the petite girl, who stumbled backward and inadvertently collided with a staff member carrying hot pot ingredients, who had just rounded the corner from another table. Due to the height of the dining table, which towered over the little girl, the staff member had initially failed to notice her presence amidst the gathered crowd. When he finally caught sight of her, he instinctively attempted to sidestep. But it was too late. The hot pot ingredients, propelled by inertia, splattered towards the little girl. Chapter 77. Reaping the consequences, the broth, a fiery red. emanated a wispy steam that would cause anyone witnessing it spill upon the little girl to feel a pang of anxiety in their heart. At that fateful moment, a pair of hands reached from the side of the server, swiftly and decisively pulling the girl away. An instant later, the entire pool of hot pot broth splashed onto the little boy standing behind her. A piercing scream erupted from the boy, drawing the attention of nearly everyone in the establishment. Softly, a gentle voice called out as a woman stumbled forward, tears brimming in her eyes as she anxiously examined the little girl. Clearly, she had witnessed the entire scene unfold but had been too late to intervene. Fortunately, the girl was unharmed, with only the hem of her skirt and shoes splattered from the proximity to the hot broth that had fallen upon the floor. Trembling with fear, she clung to the woman's neck, quietly sobbing. The woman, Xiao He, raised her gaze to express her gratitude to the rescuer, Xiao He, but upon meeting his eyes, both were taken aback in surprise. Xiao He glanced at her, then incredulously at the girl in her arms, gasping in realization. Goodness, wasn't this his master's wife? No wonder he found the little cake familiar. She had previously donned an adorable princess dress to meet teacher Songja after work. What a stroke of luck. They had narrowly avoided disaster, barely escaping a dire situation. The feeling of saving a stranger was markedly different from that of rescuing someone familiar, leaving Xiao He with nothing but relief and lingering dread. Thank you. Zhang Huanyue wiped her tears and earnestly expressed her gratitude to Xiao He. However, before he could respond, a woman rushed in, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, my pom-pom! What's happened to you?" Wang Yin dashed over, frantically trying to wipe the hot pot sauce from a boy who was wailing pitifully. After witnessing the previous events, Xiao He could only scoff coldly. It served him right. It was a pity the parent hadn't been scalded alongside her child. What sort of upbringing produces such a child? Xiao He clearly saw that the boy had deliberately pushed the little girl. Ha! Reaping what one sows. Call the police. Someone arrest this person, Wang Yin cried, dragging the innocent young server into her outburst. The bewildered server could only stammer apologies. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect her to suddenly bump into me. I'm truly sorry. You wretched creature. You've harmed my pom-pom. I will not let this go." Soon, the proprietress arrived, hastily intervening to protect her staff. "We have already called the police and an ambulance. Let us discuss this when the officers arrive. For now, let us rinse this child with cold water and treat her injuries. Delaying will only exacerbate the situation." The words of the proprietress finally calmed Wang Yin, who promptly took the young boy to tend his injuries. At that moment, Songja arrived on the scene. What happened? Songja, clearly informed of the unfolding situation, quickly knelt down to pick up the soft child for a careful examination. "Are you all right, Wang Yuan?" Zhang Huanyue glanced at Xiao He and said, "It's fine. We owe this to you, my student." Songja, noticing Xiao He's surprise, smiled and remarked, "No wonder Team Yin holds you in such high regard. Thank you immensely." Xiao He shook his head. "It's nothing. I just happened to be there." Due to the commercial district's proximity, the police arrived swiftly, appearing on the scene in less than 10 minutes. The officers dispatched were from the local precinct, and although Xiao He did not recognize them, they seemed surprised upon seeing him. They nodded in acknowledgement, suggesting they were familiar with him, and unlike previous encounters, they did not exhibit suspicion or hesitation upon noticing his presence. It appeared that Xiao He's recent acts of bravery had spread within the police community of Hu City, transforming their initial impressions from mere appearance to an appreciation of his character. This was undoubtedly advantageous for Xiao He. Otherwise, he would have to face scrutiny and interrogation from each new officer he encountered, a most vexing ordeal. Xiao He smiled and nodded back at them. The young boy had been taken aboard the ambulance by the distraught Wang Yin, accompanied by her sister-in-law to the hospital, while she remained behind, determined to seek justice for her pumpa. "Officer, please ensure you investigate thoroughly. This individual deliberately spilled hot pot broth on my child," Wang Yin exclaimed, tugging at the sleeve of a young staff member. "Please, madam, remain calm. We will review the surveillance footage," Officer Lin, the lead investigator, reassured her. Soon, the establishment retrieved the surveillance video, revealing the 7-year-old boy emerging from the women's restroom, clutching a beautiful crystal hairpin. "Soft, the little girl, was seen crying as she chased after him to reclaim her pin. As they reached the corridor, the boy suddenly shoved Soft. Given her petite stature, she could hardly withstand such force and fell into the young staff member beside her. It was evident that the staff member was making an effort to save her, yet some of the broth spilled from the pot, splattering onto Soft. In an attempt to avoid the splatter, the boy squatted down, intending to use Soft as a shield. However, unexpectedly, Xiao He intervened, swiftly rescuing Soft, which resulted in the hot pot broth cascading onto the boy's head. After viewing the footage, a brief silence enveloped the scene. He Juanhao, who had come to watch, cleared his throat and gave Xiao He a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Foster father, I won't read any light novels without you." The surveillance footage begins with a sense of frustration, yet concludes with an unexpected sense of relief, particularly when observing the small boy's tear-streaked face reddened from the scalding heat. He Juanhao felt as though he had just savored a refreshing ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day, rejuvenating him from head to toe. Alas, such is the nature of his transformation into a rather malevolent adult. "Why is your child emerging from the women's restroom?" Officer Lin questioned, casting a bewildered glance at Wang Yin while signaling for the officers to advance the footage. Wang Yin, however, responded with a sense of entitlement. "My child is still quite young and cannot independently navigate the men's restroom. Hence, I had to accompany him." Indeed, the footage revealed that initially, Zhang Wanyue had entered the women's restroom with Ruan Yin, followed by Wang Yin bringing her own son, who stood at a height of 1 meters and was merely 8 years old, into the same facility approximately half a minute later. It was merely a gentle reminder I offered, and she erupted in a tirade against me. Zhang Wanyue interjected at that moment. It turned out that a dispute had ensued in the restroom. At that time, as Zhang Wanyue was washing Ruan Yin's hands, she noticed Wang Yin ushering her son into the women's restroom. With good intentions, Zhang Wanyue casually pointed out, only to be met with Wang Yin's vitriolic rebuke. Amidst their altercation, the young boy snatched Ruan Yin's hairpin and dashed out, prompting Ruan Yin to chase after him. Zhang Wanyue, momentarily hindered by Wang Yin's obstruction, lost precious seconds and nearly encountered a grave tragedy. Fortunately, Xiao He arrived just in time. Otherwise, Zhang Wanyue felt she would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Upon hearing Zhang Wanyue's account of the events, the crowd's gaze turned thoughtfully toward Wang Yin. The accumulation of absurdities was overwhelming, leaving them to process the situation with their mental faculties. Chapter 78. Lu Rulan. Classmate Xiao is the most relaxed group I have ever taught. He Juanhao looked at Wang Yin in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is your child mentally challenged?" Do not misunderstand. He did not intend to insult anyone. It was merely a straightforward inquiry. If the child were particularly young, it might be excused, as they are indeed unable to care for themselves. However, He Juanhao had just observed that the young boy was around 7 or 8 years old, quite tall for his age, no longer eligible for free bus rides, and built robustly, resembling a young bull. When it came to snatching things from others or pushing them, he certainly did not appear to be someone incapable of self-sufficiency. But what if he were? One must consider the situation from all angles. Nevertheless, He Juanhao's words incensed Wang Yin, who began to vocally berate him, cursing both seniors and juniors, regardless of gender or age. Officer Lin sternly reprimanded, "Madam, please conduct yourself with more respect." He Juanhao muttered under his breath, "Compared to the child, the parents' issues are far more significant." Xiao He sighed. "Perhaps you should refrain from speaking for a moment." Wang Yin's attention then shifted to Ruan, seemingly believing that Zhang Wanyue's family was the easiest target for blame. "Yes, your child was the one who pursued my Peng first, so your family must take responsibility for this incident." Zhang Wanyue rolled up her sleeves and retorted, "Your child took our belongings, and now you expect us to be accountable? Why didn't you think of taking responsibility when educating your child? Clearly, your own parenting is the root cause of this entire situation. If you cannot take responsibility for your child, what use is it to seek us out?" To be honest, Zhang Wanyue had always left a gentle and quiet impression on Xiao He, who was prepared to call upon a few brothers for support. However, he did not expect that this incident would cross Zhang Wanyue's threshold. The typically soft-spoken woman raised her voice, fiercely confronting the situation, needing no assistance in the argument. Xiao He felt a mix of admiration and embarrassment. Truly, she was deserving of being his mentor spouse. Wang Yan, infuriated, noticed Xiao He enjoying the spectacle and became even more incensed, pointing at him and demanding, "Why didn't you save my son?" Xiao He replied, "Huh? How is this my fault?" With a mocking tone, he thought, "Not saving him is not saving him. What does it matter to you?" This is infuriating. As many bystanders recognized Xiao He and were inclined to support him, a few murmured in sympathy during Wang Yan's accusations. This reaction only fueled Wang Yan's anger. She angrily placed her hands on her hips, scanning the crowd. "What are you all looking at? This is none of your business. What are you filming? No filming allowed. Get lost." Nevertheless, the crowd remained unmoved by her words, with one of Xiao He's young fans bravely retorting, "We are merely patrons dining here. This is a public space, and you cannot dictate our actions." Who said that? Wang Yan's eyes widened in fury as she glared at the female fan. However, Xiao He stepped forward, obstructing Wang Yan's line of sight. "Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. The issues concerning your child cannot be attributed to anyone present here. Instead of squandering time arguing over who is right or wrong, it would be more prudent to attend to your own child's needs." This mother was rather peculiar. She had indulged her child to such an extent, yet at this critical moment, her concern shifted to responsibilities and compensation rather than her child's well-being. Is this love? Perhaps her child was merely a tool for her own emotional gratification. Much like psychology suggests, sometimes, overindulgence is merely a parent's self-satisfaction rather than a genuine need of the child. When interests arise, children can become instruments. Such hypocritical emotions serve as a shroud they cannot escape. Once unveiled, they erupt in indignation. Indeed, Xiao He's words provoked Wang Yan's wrath. Who doesn't care about their child? Who doesn't? I am the person who loves him most in this world. I provide for his food and shelter. I have given him everything. He is my all, my life. It is you. You have destroyed everything. Several officers restrained her, urging her to calm down. "Madam, please take a moment to collect yourself." Xiao He grimaced, finding such self-pitying declarations unbearable. Turning away, he noticed teacher Song stepping aside to make a phone call. Xiao He surmised that Songjia was contacting the aforementioned Uncle Yin. Sure enough, moments later, Officer Lin received a call from above. The voice on the other end stated coolly, "This comrade Song has been awarded a second-class merit in military. He is our esteemed comrade, a hero. Given the circumstances surrounding Hero's family, we must handle this situation with caution. Do you understand?" Officer Lin's expression instantly turned grave. "I understand." He hung up, his demeanor noticeably more assertive than before. "In this situation, your family bears the primary responsibility. The surveillance footage has been reviewed, evidence collected, and witnesses are available. The liability of the Wang family is indisputable. Of course, if you disagree, you are welcome to take this matter to court. However, even there, it is unlikely that the evidence would favor you." Wang Yin was taken aback by Officer Lin's stern stance, her words faltering momentarily. But she quickly redirected her ire towards the shop staff. "Surely, they must be held accountable for injuring my child. Why are we the ones bearing the brunt of the blame? They are wealthy. What's a little compensation to them?" The shopkeeper scoffed. "The surveillance footage clearly shows that our staff acted properly. The flooring is non-slip, and warning signs are in accordance with regulations. In that situation, our staff took reasonable precautions, and your child essentially brought this upon themselves. Our establishment has fulfilled its obligations, and we bear no further responsibility. I don't care. This is utterly unjust. The shop has harmed my child and refuses to take responsibility. It's outrageous." Wang Yin has taken the art of relentless nagging to an extraordinary level. Xiao He rolled his eyes. Encountering such a person truly felt like pure misfortune. At that moment, Lu Rulan's call came through. "Hello, Sister Lu." Xiao He moved to a slightly quieter spot to answer the phone. "Are you hurt?" Lu Rulan inquired from the other end. The incident had escalated dramatically, with the area around the shop already teeming with onlookers. Moreover, a recently prominent actor was involved, leading to fans and passers-by swiftly disseminating the news online. As Lu Rulan's manager, She was particularly attentive to Xiao He's online presence, and as soon as the news began to circulate, she was already aware of the situation. Xiao He quickly reassured her in a hushed tone, "Sister Lu, don't worry, I'm fine." "What exactly is happening over there?" Lu Rulon pressed. Xiao He relayed the general circumstances he was aware of. Lu Rulon furrowed her brow, then smiled. "Xiao He, you truly are the most relaxed batch I've ever managed." Initially, the plan was to create a graduation season vlog for some publicity, to market Xiao He and sustain his modest current popularity. Little did they anticipate that Xiao He would attract chaos wherever he went, displaying an extraordinary ability to provoke incidents. This brought Lu Rulon a sense of relief, yet also a hint of exasperation. Why couldn't things follow the usual script? It left her with no room to maneuver. "We are preparing to head to the police station," Xiao He stated. "All right, I'll be there shortly. You needn't worry about the online situation. I will handle it," Lu Rulon replied. "Okay, Sister Lu." Thus, Xiao He and the others accompanied the police to a nearby station to address the follow-up matters. As the crowd dispersed, the news began to spread wildly across the internet, spawning a myriad of articles and igniting a fervent discussion online. Chapter 79. The Entertainment Industry. Where did you emerge from, my friend? Mother brings 7-year-old son into women's restroom. Commits such unthinkable act. Xiao He saves someone but suffers severe burns. 7-year-old boy forcefully enters women's restroom, knocks down a girl while fleeing, resulting in serious burns. Delightful justice. Boy maliciously knocks down a girl in hot pot restaurant, only to face the consequences. Another incident. Child's roughhousing in hot pot restaurant leads to severe burns for one person. The topic of unruly children has become exceedingly popular. And with the recent rise of the artist Xiao He, this news quickly ascended the trending charts, effortlessly displacing the top position held by his rival, Chunyuan. Chunyuan, damn it, how is it Xiao He again? Where did he come from? Others in the entertainment industry were equally bewildered. Seriously, my friend, how do you possess such prowess? As previously mentioned, the entire industry has been stirred up due to director Feng's recent auditions, with many attempting to undermine their competitors through online gossip and scandal, hoping to prevent them from participating while simultaneously marketing their own personas and talents to leave a favorable impression. For instance, today Chunyuan is a prime example. His agency releases negative information about a competitor while simultaneously promoting Chunyuan's character and acting skills, even going so far as to invest heavily to ensure he trends online. However, unexpectedly, Xiao He emerged as a formidable contender. Now, the public has shifted their focus entirely away from Chunyuan and his rival, directing their full attention toward Xiao He. Chunyuan is infuriated, yet he gazes helplessly at the soaring, trending topics. It is laughable, truly a skill beyond imitation. Not only Chunyuan, but others also covet this knack, yet find themselves unable to replicate it. They even feel that this fellow operates on a different playing field. They're in the realm of entertainment, while he occupies the social sphere. Given the trending topics, they're not even in the same division. How can one emulate such a phenomenon? Alas, let it be. Yet, no one seems to care about the thoughts of these entertainment stars anymore. This news, rich with social implications, has ignited a fervent public discourse. Honestly, I wanted to say this for a while. Can some mothers please be more considerate? The last time I visited a bathhouse, she marched in with her 6-year-old son without regard for anyone else, and the child kept looking around, which was incredibly bothersome. Agreed. I encountered a similar situation in the restroom last time. I understand some mothers are worried about their children, but could they not take them into a stall instead? Well, let everyone criticize as they wish. I certainly wouldn't gamble with my child's safety. I always take my son with me to the restroom, no matter where I go. To the previous commenter, the root of this issue lies in the combination of an 8-year-old boy who is already in the 2nd grade and the parent's atrocious attitude towards others. Seriously, if you're bringing your 1-4-meter tall child into the women's restroom, I would criticize you as well. If my son were in the 2nd grade and still needed to follow me into the women's restroom, I would certainly discipline him appropriately. Observing these mischievous children can be quite exasperating. The last time I went out with a few friends for some skewers, a child from the neighboring table made a ruckus throughout the night. To be candid, my frustration was palpable. Friends, it is imperative to be vigilant around such children. On another occasion, my girlfriend and I dined at a seafood hot pot restaurant. Both of us are generally carefree individuals, and after only a few sips of our milk tea, we stepped away to prepare our dipping sauces. Upon our return, we discovered a child from the adjacent table surreptitiously consuming my girlfriend's drink. I genuinely felt the urge to reprimand the child, but thankfully, my girlfriend restrained me. Thus, I sincerely advise everyone to keep a close watch on their food when dining out. It is best to avoid touching anything that is out of sight, as one can never know if there are ill-intentioned individuals taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, many people flock to the comments section of Xiao He's account, expressing their concern. "Boss, are you alright? Please respond. Everyone is quite worried about you." Xiao Ge, you are the actor I have encountered with the most striking distinction between on-screen and off-screen personas. On-screen, you are a villain, but off-screen, you are a true gentleman. Portraying a villain leads to trending news, while being a good person also results in trending news. Xiao He is remarkable. Seriously, bro, are you this handsome? My girlfriend and I will be your fans from now on. At this moment, a video was posted by someone present at the scene. In the footage, Xiao He was signing autographs for fans in the hot pot restaurant. After addressing the remaining requests, he turned to walk back. Suddenly, the young man in the frame paused momentarily. In the next instant, he sprang forth with the agility of a sleek leopard, darting towards a staff member holding a pot of hot soup. With astonishing speed, he pulled a little girl away from danger. But tragically, the remaining hot soup splashed onto a small boy standing behind her. "Mom, I think I saw the light." Xiao Gu's reaction speed is truly astounding. Incredible. To be candid, witnessing the soup splattered all over that boy was immensely satisfying. You all are too cruel. The child was merely being mischievous. He doesn't deserve this. The soup was still steaming. How frightening. Just so you know, 1, the boy was pushed by himself. He reaped what he sowed. 2, the boy was being reckless, snatching things from others, and thus deserved it. 3, for those who sympathize with the boy, take a flight to Rome, taxi to St. Peter's Basilica, where there is a statue of the Virgin Mary holding Jesus. You can let them pass. While you stand in their place, you are worth 2 of them. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to this statue, which is also known as the Virgin of Tenderness. Amidst the swirling rumors online, the discourse continued to escalate until the evening, when Xiao He finally responded. "Thank you all for your concern. I'm doing well. I hope everyone can view the situation with rationality. Wishing you all joy every day." He then shared a photo of himself in his graduation gown taken that day at school, along with a brief graduation vlog. How wonderful. It's a relief to know you are fine. Xiao Ge, may you also find happiness each day. Oh my, only I know that Xiao He has just graduated from university. I have always addressed him as Brother Xiao, only to discover that I am his senior. Moreover, he is from Shanghai University, which truly took me by surprise. Brother Xiao possesses an undeniable aura. Previously, Lu Zhang mentioned that he felt Brother Xiao was quite impressive, which is why they tend to address one another formally. Despite being a few years his elder, I continue to call him Brother Xiao. Ah, the exuberance of youthful camaraderie. Soon, graduation will render this phase of life a memory. Laughing hard, I wonder how our conversation veered so far off course. Nevertheless, I shall share a photo of Brother Xiao and me at the graduation ceremony. He is genuinely a wonderful person, and many from our department sought to take pictures with him, all of which he graciously accepted. JPG, who could be envious of me, I wonder? He. I too have a picture, one of Brother Xiao and me at a hot pot restaurant. Henceforth, I shall refer to Brother Xiao as my good buddy. JPG, what a splendid idea. I shall snatch the image and create a new one. Wait, can this be done? How do I retract it? Ha. My sincere gratitude to my dear friend for providing the watermark-free photo. Thank you. From now on, Brother Xiao shall also be my good buddy. Thus, the topic of conversation has delightfully strayed. Chapter 80. The audition begins. In the following days, discussions surrounding the matters involving Wang Yin and her son continued to proliferate across the internet. However, Xiao He gradually receded from the trending searches, adopting a more discreet demeanor. As none of the parties involved accepted mediation or the compensation terms proposed by the other side, the situation ultimately had to be resolved through litigation, with the court rendering a judgment. Lu Rulan assured Xiao He that he need not concern himself, as she would handle it. allowing him to fully focus on his own affairs and training. During this time, the Song family notably invited Xiao He and several of his roommates to share a meal, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Subsequently, after a training session, Xiao He received a private and earnest thank you from Song Zhe. It turned out that 3 years prior, Zhang Wanyue had been Song Zhe's fiancé. When Song Zhe encountered that unfortunate incident, Zhang Wanyue remained steadfastly by his side, providing unwavering support and care. Even when Song Zhe wished to leave the military and carve out a new path for himself, she was the first to voice her support. Without Zhang Wanyue, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Song Zhe to emerge from that tumultuous period. Thus, in Song Zhe's heart, both his beloved Zhang Wanyue and their daughter Ruan were the most significant figures in his life. He could scarcely bear to imagine the guilt his partner would feel if anything were to happen to Ruan, nor could he forgive himself for such a scenario. Xiao He, upon witnessing this emotional display, felt a profound sense of reflection. Engaging in a good deed within one's capacity truly invigorates the spirit. Approximately a month later, Xiao He learned from Lu Rulan about the case's outcome. The court had ruled entirely in favor of Wang Yan's family, with even the store taking no responsibility for compensation. The store didn't compensate at all? Xiao He inquired, only to remember Song Zhe's unique circumstances, leading him to an understanding. No wonder the ruling had been expedited. It appeared that some mysterious force had facilitated the proceedings. Nonetheless, the matter itself was not particularly contentious, as the store had implemented warnings and safety measures, and any attempt to hold them accountable would yield minimal results. The primary responsibility lay with Wang Yan, and considering the case was bolstered by some enigmatic influence, the conclusion was ultimately satisfying. What is the current situation with Wang Yan and her son? Xiao He asked. Given the uproar surrounding them online, it was likely that their real lives had been affected as well. I'm not entirely certain, Lu Rulan recollected, but it seems that the royal mother discovered there was an illegitimate son in the household due to this incident, leading to conflicts with her family as she attempted to pressure her own prince. Meanwhile, that precious prince has temporarily been sent back to his hometown, and it appears that their future days will not be easy. Xiao He responded, "What illegitimate son? What pressure? Lu Jia, perhaps you should watch fewer palace dramas?" Lu Rulan, somewhat nonchalantly, covered her mouth. "Oh? Did I accidentally voice my thoughts?" Xiao He replied, "What do you think?" Lu Rulan shrugged. "Then how did you understand me?" Xiao He, staring, Lu Rulan swiftly slapped him on the head, her expression instantly shifting to one of seriousness as she redirected the conversation. "All right, let us discuss the upcoming arrangements." Xiao He, rubbing his head, replied, "Sister Lu, you've changed. You weren't like this before." The timeline rewinds to the present, 1 week later, as Director Feng's new drama finally commenced its official auditions. Much like the grand spectacle he had previously portrayed regarding his return, this audition was exceptionally lively, even reaching a level of grandeur and solemnity. On the very first day of auditions, it became a trending topic, with media reporters eagerly flocking to the venue to capture the event, and some savvy influencers even live-streamed from the entrance, all in anticipation of today's audition roster. Director Feng's auditions were held at the largest theater in the city, directly adjacent to a small square, with an expansive area surrounding it, making it an ideal location for a gathering of spectators. As numerous luxury vehicles arrived at the square, cameras swiftly trained their lenses on them, capturing every movement and expression of the individuals disembarking, unwilling to miss any opportunity for exposure. The artists emerged from their vehicles with smiles, gracefully acknowledging the crowd before proceeding with their agents into the theater. The scene resembled a mini fashion show. The square transformed into their personal red carpet, albeit with most attendees dressed in casual attire, exhibiting a low-key style. Some even donned masks and hats, appearing as though they were out and about without any makeup, a stark contrast to the meticulously groomed and extravagantly dressed appearances typical of red carpet events. Nonetheless, this did not deter the media and journalists, who rapidly disseminated the news online, drawing an even larger crowd to observe and engage. Today marked the audition for the male lead, with age requirements set between 30 to 45 years, coinciding with the prime years of many distinguished actors. Thus, The performers present were predominantly well-known figures with recognizable works, including several who had won Best Actor awards. Many of them had specifically cleared their schedules to prepare for director Feng's new drama, some even pausing their upcoming projects entirely. According to an anonymous benefactor's calculations, several production teams had either halted or delayed their work to await the outcomes of these auditions. Otherwise, with all the actors from the domestic entertainment industry gathered here, there would be no one left to film. This underscores the formidable influence of director Feng on the internet. The results of these auditions became a focal point of widespread interest. Laughing, other production teams are in a complete standstill. I dub this day as the Black Wednesday of domestic entertainment. Oh my, this is truly the most complete gathering of domestic best actors. He Jin Yin and Huan haven't interacted for 5 or 6 years, right? I am utterly astonished to witness them both in the same place in my lifetime. Is no one paying attention to Tong Junhui? Hadn't he already withdrawn from the scene? Remarkably, he has returned. Haha, he is back. They are all back. Our entertainment industry finally has hope. Director Feng is truly extraordinary. Am I the only one with a more extensive memory? Why is the entire internet in anticipation? The matter remains unresolved, and since the police have yet to reach a conclusion, some individuals should refrain from hastily forming judgments. What happened to Director Feng? To clarify, Director Feng previously withdrew from the industry due to the mysterious disappearance of his partner at home. Following an investigation, the police deemed him the primary suspect, and he was interrogated multiple times. Ultimately, no results were obtained, leaving the case an ongoing mystery, which compelled Director Feng to step back from the limelight due to public pressure. Is that truly the case? I recall Director Feng and his wife being quite affectionate. Why would the police suspect him? That seems absurd. Let's refrain from discussing this matter further. It is too sensitive, and I fear for account suspensions. Let us continue to deliberate on the selection of the lead for this play. Our nation is finally set to produce its own zombie film, and I am genuinely excited. Excitement 1. If possible, I dream of having Tong Junhui as the male lead. Together, they could create a blockbuster. As for box office considerations, I am looking forward to He Jin Yin. Tong Junhui has already withdrawn, so perhaps he should not join in the fray. Hee. Are we beginning to tear each other down already? Our Tong Junhui has merely stepped back, not passed away. We, his fans, still hold our affection. We are very much alive, so I advise certain younger fans to choose their words wisely. Chapter 81. The retired Best Actor brought out by Lu Rulan on the first day of auditions. Xiao He and Lu Rulan were both paying attention. Upon seeing Tong Junhui, Xiao He was momentarily astonished and turned to Lu Rulan, asking, "Sister Lu, wasn't Tong Junhui once your artist? I recall he retired due to illness." I never anticipated that Director Feng's production would be so captivating that he would return. Lu Rulan, upon noticing Tong Junhui's name, appeared somewhat lost in thought before nodding. This does surprise me, considering he was the one who chose to retire. He hasn't reached out to me since his return. I never expected to see him here. Before Su Shengxi, Lu Rulan had represented Tong Junhui. At that time, he had just won the prestigious Huaxiang Award, marking the pinnacle of his career. However, he unexpectedly fell ill and insisted on retiring at that moment. Observing Tong Junhui's deteriorating health, Lu Rulan did not press him to stay and took the initiative to manage his affairs in the entertainment industry, allowing him to depart for treatment with peace of mind. Following that, she took on Su Shengxi as her new client. What struck her as ironic was the fact that after so many years, she learned of Tong Junhui's comeback only through the internet. Seeing Lu Rulan's expression, Xiao He sensed that Tong Junhui was no ordinary individual. He quietly researched Tong Junhui's brief biography and frowned slightly. Lu Rulan had truly been a benefactor to Tong Junhui in the entertainment realm. It was Lu Rulan who had discovered the budding actor and nurtured him into an acclaimed best actor. Furthermore, when Tong Junhui sought to retire, it was Lu Rulan who stood firm against the pressures, liaising with the subsequent responsibilities and resolving contractual matters, enabling him to leave the industry gracefully, leaving all the mess behind for her to handle. Without Lu Rulan, it was unlikely that Tong Junhui would have made a name for himself in the industry, let alone exit with such elegance. Yet now, upon his return, he had not even extended a greeting, which was indeed disheartening. After all, Lu Rulon had genuinely invested her heart into guiding him. At that moment, Xiao He was firmly on Lu Rulon's side, exclaiming, "How could Tong Junhui not even say hello? This is simply outrageous." As he spoke, he observed Lu Rulon's demeanor, pondering whether there were undisclosed conflicts between them. Indeed, Lu Rulon sighed, her tone laden with complexity as she remarked, "Perhaps he still harbors resentment towards me." Curious, Xiao He inquired, "Did you and he have a disagreement?" Lu Rulon explained that while the last role Tong Junhui played before his retirement had earned him the title of Best Actor again, it had also led to him suffering from a severe psychological ailment. During that period, Tong Junhui undertook a rigorous regimen of dieting and weight loss to fully embody his character. In a mere 3 months, he transformed from a normally built adult male into a gaunt figure reminiscent of a patient suffering from severe illness. This drastic weight loss led him to develop serious gastric issues and depression. Even 2 months after filming had concluded, his physique had yet to recover. Instead, he appeared increasingly emaciated, struggling to breathe after merely walking a few steps. Lu Rulon was frantic, seeking every possible remedy to help Tong Junhui. Yet he obstinately rejected treatment and refused to consult the doctor she had found for him. Instead, he began to blame her for persuading him to accept that role, which he felt irrevocably shattered his life. Ultimately, after exhausting various avenues without any signs of recovery, Tong Junhui, valuing his image, chose to withdraw from the public eye, returning to his hometown for healing. Although I attempted to reach out to him later, he had blocked all my contact information after his departure. I assumed he sought solitude to recuperate away from the tumult of the entertainment industry and gradually ceased my attempts to contact him. Yet, I did not foresee. Lu Rulon lowered her eyes, gazing at the photo of Tong Junhui, who was heavily concealed, her expression intricate. She held no resentment towards him, merely wondering if his condition had improved. Xiao He leaned in for a glimpse, shrugging. "This photo reveals little more than a silhouette. Nothing can be discerned. However, since he is auditioning, it seems he must be in a better state." "I hope so." Lu Rulon sighed softly, reflecting on her own impatience back then, pondering whether if he had declined that role, everything would have unfolded differently. Xiao He remained silent, contemplating the figure captured in the photograph. As for the casting of the first male lead for director Feng's upcoming project, the buzz persisted from day into night. Netizens, upon observing the audition lineup, began analyzing the subtle expressions of the actors as they exited, with fans from various factions eagerly confident, as though they had already secured the coveted role. By evening, rumors regarding the final casting decisions began circulating online. Lu Rulon discreetly inquired, and soon found her expression becoming complex once more. Xiao He, who had been lounging on the sofa while browsing his phone, sat upright suddenly. "What is it? Could it be Tong Junhui?" "It is indeed him," Lu Rulon confirmed, noting that Director Feng had personally chosen him and that he would participate in the subsequent auditions starting the next day. Xiao He pondered. "It seems Director Feng is quite pleased with him. But this might be unfavorable news for us, considering Tong Junhui's history with you." Lu Rulon interjected. "I won't accompany you to the audition the day after tomorrow." "Why not? Is it possible that Tong Junhui will act behind the scenes if he discovers you are my manager?" Xiao He inquired, his brow furrowed. "It's hard to say," Lu Rulon replied with a wry smile, "though I believe Tong Junhui is not that kind of person. Everyone is changing, and I can no longer see him clearly." Xiao He fell into a momentary silence. "I apologize. This time it was my error, which has inadvertently affected you." Lu Rulon expressed her regrets. However, Xiao He shook his head, saying, "We had previously agreed on this situation. My interest in this production is rather limited, and participating in the audition was merely a formality. In light of the current circumstances, I can perform naturally, and even if I am not selected, there is no psychological burden." He paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, adding, "Yet, I cannot help but feel that the results of this male lead audition were announced rather swiftly, resembling a mere formality. Among those auditioning, the presence of an esteemed actor merely serves as a threshold, and the event featured not only Tong Junhui, but also several actors renowned for having won multiple awards. Consistently active on the big screen, with a solid box office foundation. As for Tong Junhui, despite being associated with the sensational topic of a peak retirement. He has been out of the industry for many years. The pace of change in the entertainment sector is rapid, with even his fan base undergoing several transformations, leaving numerous uncertainties surrounding him. Compared to others, he possesses no discernible advantages. Therefore, Xiao He genuinely struggles to comprehend Director Feng's reasoning for selecting Tong Junhui. Chapter 82. Preparing for the audition. Upon hearing Xiao He's words, Lu Rulan fell into contemplation. There exists a possibility, yet she pondered when he had become so acquainted with the Hong Kong circle. It is well known that each industry carries an intrinsic exclusivity. Without a modicum of skill or means, one cannot seamlessly integrate into it. The preferential treatment bestowed upon Tong Junhui is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, there lies an intriguing anomaly. Director Feng's script had previously asserted that not even the investors were privy to the plot's details. Yet, in a sudden twist, they acquired the complete script from Director He, who, then, could have divulged this manuscript. Lu Rulan certainly had no doubts regarding Director He, but rather cast suspicion upon Director Feng. Although it has long been customary in the industry to provide scripts to actors in advance, this audition was intentionally shrouded in mystery by Director Feng, who promoted it as a secret script, allowing for a facade of fair competition upon arrival. Ultimately, it devolved into a contest of connections and resources. Director Feng subtly leaked hints, reaping benefits while garnering favors. It was akin to a closed-book examination for his project, despite the ostensible claims of absolute fairness. In reality, he managed to profit from both reputation and advantages, exhibiting an audacious lack of shame. Lu Rulan chuckled softly. It is hardly surprising that they would resort to such tactics. Xiao He remarked, this shameless maneuver indeed bears the shadow of old acquaintances. The last time such outrageous media manipulation occurred was orchestrated by Cheng Hongwen and Tian Heng, both equally unscrupulous. Truly, the entertainment industry is a circle where everyone shares similar tactics. On the day of the audition, despite Lu Rulan suggesting that Xiao He attend alone, she accompanied him to the back entrance of the theater. Following the first day of casting for the male lead, discussions online had quieted considerably. Yet many still sought to capture the subsequent audition lists, resulting in a lively atmosphere. Even as Xiao He approached the back door, he was startled by the throngs of eager onlookers. As his chauffeur-driven vehicle arrived, a synchronized wave of cameras ascended like a well-rehearsed performance, capturing images of the car. You need not feel pressured during this audition. Simply perform earnestly. Whatever the circumstances, I will support you. I have already gleaned insights about the new script. Once you return, we can discuss it further, Lu Rulan whispered encouragingly in Xiao He's ear. When you exit the car, do not feel compelled to engage with them overly. Just walk steadily. You are here to audition, not to model, so disregard them. Understood. Xiao He nodded, then opened the car door and stepped out. As he descended, he immediately sensed a stir around him, with voices calling out to him. Yet he paid no heed and continued towards the theater's rear entrance. Due to an influx of fans and media recently, access to the back door was restricted, requiring an audition invitation to gain entry. Xiao He meticulously completed the invitation and stepped into the desolate security check area. After undergoing a basic inspection by the security personnel, he was escorted by a staff member to a temporary waiting hall. At this moment, the hall was already populated with numerous individuals, both male and female, all appearing quite youthful, dressed in casual yet fashionable attire. Their expressions varied between calm and anxious. Even upon noticing Xiao He's arrival, very few reacted, most displaying a palpable indifference, merely glancing up at him before returning their focus to the scripts in their hands. Above them hung an intricately designed chandelier, surrounded by the silent bustle of staff, rendering the entire hall so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, subtly heightening the atmosphere of pressure. Shout go! A person raised their hand and waved slightly. Xiao He's gaze met that of Lu Zheong, an acquaintance he had not seen for quite some time. "You're here too," Xiao He remarked as he approached and took a seat beside Lu Zheong, speaking softly. Lu had not attended the celebration banquet for Killing Life due to various circumstances, and Xiao He had refrained from disturbing him, assuming Lu was still entangled in disputes with his former employer. However, Judging by Lu's current demeanor, it seemed he had recovered. "How have you been lately?" Xiao He inquired. Lu Zhang, sporting a smile that suggested a newfound ease, responded, "I've renewed my contract, but I've switched agents and revised my agreement. My new agent and team are quite excellent, and I've already resumed attending auditions." "That's wonderful. Congratulations," Xiao He exclaimed. "By the way, which role are you auditioning for?" He pointed to the script in Lu Zhang's hands. Upon seeing the name, Lu Zhang's expression instantly soured. "Oh no, this is disastrous. I'm auditioning for the same role as you." It turned out that the character Lu Zhang sought to portray was indeed the same as Xiao He's. Lu vividly recalled Xiao He's performance in Killing Life, a time when he had been brimming with confidence, only to be outshone by a newcomer, leading to a series of disheartening failures that he was reluctant to revisit. Xiao He's acting skills were something Lu genuinely acknowledged. However, that recognition was contingent upon Xiao not being his rival. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Zhang's confidence surged anew. "I took an intensive swordsmanship course a month in advance." "Xiao Gu, you might be in trouble." "Oh, I attended as well," Xiao He replied. "Wait, is everyone this well informed?" Lu Zhang questioned, incredulously. "What, shall we have a little spar later?" Xiao He suggested, recalling his skillful display of knife techniques during filming, which led Lu to instinctively regard him as an experienced opponent. Lu, with a mournful expression, retorted, "No, I fear I might end up reduced to mere bones under your prowess. Come now, that one tea happened. I'm also a novice. I haven't trained in swordsmanship." Xiao He reassured him. However, Lu Zhang had already discreetly distanced himself from Xiao He. "Step back. Before the audition, we are now rivals. Don't inadvertently shatter my resolve." "A novice? Huh, who would believe that?" Xiao He. "All right then. Shall we grab a meal after the audition?" Lu Zhang. "That sounds good." Just as the two were casually bantering, a derisive snicker emerged from behind them. Both Xiao He and Lu Zhang turned simultaneously to find Chen Yulin, the individual who had lost the audition for Song Xing Shining to Xiao He and had been overshadowed by him in trending topics. Upon seeing Chen Yulin for the first time, Lu Zhang unabashedly quipped with a sarcastic tone. "Oh, look who it is, Slippery Hand Chen. What brings you here today? I hope your hands aren't slippery this time. Be careful during the audition, lest your hand slips and sends a sword flying." Chen Yulin was momentarily taken aback, his face alternating between shades of dark and crimson. Previously, when Su Shengxi had slandered Xiao He's crew for bullying, Chen Yulin had been quietly observing. However, when he witnessed Xiao He being vilified online, to the extent that Xiao He's fans were berating him so harshly, he feared logging into his account. Chen Yulin felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction, believing Xiao He was akin to a grasshopper in autumn, no longer a threat. In a moment of heated impulse, Chen Yulin had deliberately slipped and liked a comment accusing Xiao He of stealing his role, hoping to seize the opportunity to play the victim while simultaneously delivering a final blow to Xiao He, venting his pent-up frustration. Little did he anticipate that this situation would take an astonishing turn, and his ill-fated slip would become a source of ridicule within the industry. People remarked, "Don't be too much like Chen Yulin. He is best known for his slippery likes." During that period, not only did Su Shengxi lose fans, but Chen Yulin also experienced a significant drop in followers. Despite his public apology and shifting the blame to a junior assistant, he still suffered considerable losses. His once promising lead role had vanished, and there were no remarkable new supporting roles on the horizon, forcing Chen Yulin into a temporary hiatus, much to his chagrin. Fortunately, he inadvertently found himself fortunate amidst this misfortune, as he was selected for director Fang's new film. Alas, the only misfortune was encountering Xiao He once more. Every meeting with him seemed to spell trouble. Chapter 83. Goodness, is this truly an audition site? Chen Yulin scoffed, dismissively sizing up Xiao He and Lu Zhang. Some individuals are truly amusing. Despite being in competition, they feign camaraderie as if their selection is assured. In reality, they may find it difficult to even have a meal later. Lu Zhang replied, if even we cannot secure a role, how could you possibly be chosen? In terms of seniority, Chen Yulin, as a junior, ought to refrain from challenging Lu Zhang. However, the vast entertainment empire backing Chen Yulin adeptly markets and generates buzz, allowing him, despite lacking a leading role, to amass a fan base rivaling that of seasoned actors like Liu Zheong, who have numerous leading performances under their belt. This disparity provided him with a certain confidence. Mr. Liu, perhaps you should focus less on others and more on yourself. Should your good brother land a leading role while you are relegated to a supporting character, it will require time to adjust, Chen Yulin suggested. Liu Zheong rolled his eyes dramatically. Chun, maybe you should refrain from offering advice, considering you have never played a lead yourself. I doubt you comprehend the emotional adjustment required. Chen Yulin merely scoffed. Xiao He interjected, you two leave me at a loss for words. At that moment, a staff member approached to escort Chen Yulin for his audition. Shortly thereafter, Liu Zheong prepared to enter as well. Before departing, he encouraged Xiao He, best of luck, Xiao Ge. I shall not concede to you. Xiao He reciprocated, all right. I await your return. You two, give it your all. Once Liu Zheong had left, more individuals trickled into the lobby, none of whom Xiao He recognized. He chose not to engage with the others, opting instead to focus on his script. However, after a brief interval, someone unexpectedly sat beside him. Stealing a glance, Xiao He noticed a middle-aged man, perhaps in his 50s, wearing a mask that obscured most of his face, save for a pair of deep-set eyes that bore the marks of time. His attire was exceedingly simple and understated, and he appeared to be wearing a staff badge, setting him apart from the others present. Upon meeting Xiao He's gaze, the man smiled warmly and nodded in greeting. Sensing no threat from him, Xiao He offered a polite nod in return and resumed his reading. The man remained quiet, sitting quietly beside him, seemingly content to simply occupy the space. Yet, Xiao He felt an intangible gaze assessing him, though he feigned ignorance. After approximately 10 minutes, he was finally ushered into the preparation area. A staff member handed him a script detailing the scene he was to perform during the audition. Glancing quickly at the material, he realized it was a monologue. The character he was to portray had narrowly escaped death and returned, only to be met not with concern but with dread. The onlookers regarded him with fear in their eyes, suspecting he had been infected with the zombie virus and could erupt into violence at any moment. As discussions about his future unfolded around him, he remained seated in silence, quietly tending to his own wounds. Yes, he was injured, but not from a zombie bite. Rather, it was a wound inflicted by a blade, a testament to human cruelty. In this perilous environment teeming with the undead, the greatest threat, it turned out, was humanity itself. This segment of the narrative is devoid of dialogue, relying solely on actions and expressions to convey the character's psychological state. Should the performance falter, his hollow gaze may render him merely a figure lost in thought, devoid of any tragic resonance. Thus, this scene stands as the most challenging aspect of the character's entire arc. Fortunately, Xiao He had been diligently honing his craft, and since embracing the art of deception, his performances had gained both emotional depth and persuasive power. For this demanding portrayal, he had developed his own insights and methods of expression. Silently rehearsing his forthcoming self-introduction and performance in his mind, Xiao He meticulously examined his attire. For this audition, Liu Rulon had thoughtfully curated a tactical, tailored shirt and khaki cargo pants that aligned with the character's persona. His feet were adorned with deep brown combat boots, and his recent dedication to fitness had bestowed upon him a broad-shouldered, slim-waisted physique, imbuing him with a sense of steadfast strength befitting the character's role as the strongest fighter. Although this was merely a formality, Xiao He was determined to present his utmost effort, eschewing any semblance of indifference. With Liu Jie present, he felt no anxiety regarding other concerns. At last, guided by the staff, Xiao He approached the large door of the performance hall. The door creaked ominously, its age evident, yet the sound was overshadowed by the chilling draft from the hall's air conditioning. Upon entering, he felt as though his skin were enveloped by an unseen force, leaving him both cold and uncomfortable. Instinctively, he furrowed his brow. Good day, esteemed teachers. My name is Xiao He. Following the temporary arrows on the floor, he stepped into the center of the performance area and respectfully bowed to the individuals before him. However, upon recognizing the faces on stage, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Among the judges sat director Feng Zhengyang. Now, in his 70s, he remained remarkably vigorous, his hair dark and his features robust. Yet, His scrutinizing gaze made Xiao He profoundly uneasy, evoking an unsettling sensation of being appraised like a mere commodity. What exacerbated Xiao He's discomfort was the unsettling aura emanating from Director Feng. No, it was not just him. The entire panel on stage exuded an aura of disquiet. At the center, Director Feng emanated a palpable stench of blood, so intense it bordered on the putrid, provoking an instinctive urge to retch. Beside Director Feng sat a refined gentleman in his 30s, possessing a strikingly handsome visage. His elongated, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with a gentle luminescence, exuding a charm reminiscent of a seasoned university professor. Xiao He recognized him as Tong Junhui, a former artist under Sister Lu's guidance and the male lead chosen by Director Feng for this film. Prior to this encounter, Xiao He had perused his photographs, but had never sensed such an aura as he did now. Upon meeting him in person, Xiao He discerned a distinctly chaotic energy emanating from him. Although devoid of any overtly sanguinary scent, there lingered a subtle essence of kinship. Those once admired phoenix eyes, often praised by fans for their jade-like warmth, now revealed a veneer of indifference, shrouded in an enigmatic mist that concealed his true thoughts. What further unsettled Xiao He was the presence of an unfamiliar man seated beside Director Feng. This individual, possessing an unremarkable appearance, bore a pair of sharp, triangular eyes that seemed to scrutinize with a critical gaze, his sclera appearing unnaturally pronounced. He regarded Xiao He with an air of disdain. According to the placard on the table, Xiao He recognized him as Dong Zeng, the producer of the film, who also emanated a palpable sense of bloodshed. Lastly, in the corner sat the screenwriter. Though Xiao He sensed something amiss about him as well, ironically, he appeared to be the cleanest among this dubious assembly. In essence, this group seemed more suited for incarceration than for the pretense of selecting actors in this setting. At that moment, Xiao He nearly forgot the purpose of his visit. What on earth is happening here? Is this truly an audition, or has it transformed into a gathering of felons? Chapter 84. Commence your performance. Had it not been for the ongoing audition, Xiao He would have genuinely contemplated contacting the authorities to apprehend the nefarious individuals inhabiting this wretched production team. The absurdity of it all was staggering. Could one truly endure such an environment without risking their very life? There was not a single decent soul among them. Xiao He, upon noticing the young man on stage staring blankly at them, remained mute for an extended moment, prompting Feng Zhengyang to display his displeasure by slamming Xiao He's resume onto the table. What is the matter? I'm addressing you. Are you mute? Regaining his composure, Xiao He understood the necessity of maintaining appearances and promptly bowed in apology. My apologies, director. Please proceed. Forget it. No more questions. Begin your performance. Feng directed, crossing his arms and leaning back, signaling for Xiao He to commence his audition. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao He resolved to present himself in the best possible light. After all, being eliminated for poor performance was distinctly different from being dismissed for a lackluster display. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to fulfill his own responsibilities without providing anyone with a reason to criticize him. Seated upon the solitary chair on stage, Xiao He gradually rolled up his sleeves and grasped an imaginary saline solution, gritting his teeth as he mimicked pouring it onto his injury. This scene was not merely a soliloquy. It was a performance devoid of props. Surrounding him, others engaged in animated discussions, fearful that his presence could bring harm, yet equally anxious about the absence of protection should he depart the hospital. Amidst their heated arguments, no one genuinely cared for him as an individual. The grotesque nature of humanity and the distortion of human character were laid bare within that modest doctor's office. He remained silent, methodically tending to his wound, trembling hands bandaging the injury. These individuals regarded him as their beacon of hope. Yet they conveniently overlooked that he was once merely an ordinary swordsmanship instructor, no more extraordinary than the average person. At merely 23 years of age, he was younger than many present and had never taken a life. He was not innately a killer of zombies. He too would tremble in fear when wielding a sword and would find himself rendered speechless by the pain of a knife wound. Yet none took notice. These people, how many had he saved, and how many had rekindled their hope because of him? A light in the young man's eyes gradually faded. as a grayish malice spread through his once vibrant gaze. His trembling hands ceased their quaking, gripping the bandages tightly as blood stained them anew. When he lifted his head once more, a chilling expression of disdain and mockery manifested before the crowd. He unsteadily rose, grasping the bloodied wooden sword, his gaze surveying the onlookers from a position of perceived superiority. A self-deprecating smirk flitted across his lips, yet he ultimately uttered nothing. Instead, he turned and strode purposefully towards the exit. As Xiao He's performance concluded, Feng Xingyang's demeanor shifted from casual indifference to solemnity. Meanwhile, Tong Junhui, initially apathetic towards the casting, redirected his gaze toward Xiao He. "Do you currently have only 2 works?" Feng Xingyang inquired, perusing the exceedingly simple resume of Xiao He. "Yes, I have only 2 works they're currently airing," Xiao He candidly replied. "Not from a professional background?" "Correct." A nearby assistant leaned in to whisper something in producer Dong Zhang's ear. Xiao He discerned that they were conversing in Cantonese. Dong Zhang appeared somewhat displeased, regarding Xiao He with a hint of suspicion. "Are you Xiao He, the one who has been trending recently?" Xiao He nodded. "Yes, that's me." The assistant handed Dong Zhang a mobile device, and Dong Zhang opened the screen to take a look. From the audio emanating from the phone, Xiao He surmised that they were watching the video of him rescuing someone from a building. In a certain light, this rescue video could be considered one of his representative works. However, after viewing Xiao He's notable work, Dong Zhang merely scoffed and casually set the phone aside without uttering another word. Feng Xingyang then asked, "I see you have a recommendation letter from Xiao Entertainment. Are you an artist of Xiao Entertainment?" Xiao He denied, "I am not. I am an artist of Linghui Studio." Linghui? Feng Xingyang furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly recalling which capital was associated with this studio. At that moment, Tong Junhui timely reminded, "It's my former manager, Lu Jie, who opened her own studio. Currently, there is only one artist in the studio." Xiao He raised an eyebrow, glancing at Tong Junhui. This fellow seemed quite knowledgeable about their situation. "Oh, I see." Feng Xingyang nodded, his expression growing even more indifferent. He turned away to engage in a low conversation with Dong Zhang. Xiao He had begun to lose interest. Based on the series of dubious maneuvers recently orchestrated by director Feng, Xiao He could easily deduce that the primary motive behind his return was, in fact, to generate profit. Let us not discuss ideals, passions, or fans waiting for him. The domestic entertainment industry needs him to save it. In plain terms, it all boils down to money. Who does not understand the small calculations of others? Moreover, since they're to select suitable roles, having already demonstrated his acting skills, it will be natural to inquire about the actor's understanding of the character and their insight into the plot, rather than fretting over the actor's limited body of work or the company and capital backing them. Previously, Xiao He had thought the lead was predetermined, and that everyone was merely being used as a stepping stone for Tong Junhui. Now, he comprehended that the intent was to use all actors in the domestic entertainment industry as stepping stones. Thus, he would excuse himself from this endeavor. This director, along with the lead actor and the screenwriters, bore considerable risks. Whether this film could be made or released remained uncertain. Should any issues arise, the entire crew would inevitably suffer the consequences. However, to be honest, Xiao He felt a slight wickedness within him, and even a sense of anticipation for the filming and release of this project. When it eventually premiered and faltered, all competing contemporaries would surely be delighted. "All right, Xiao He, you may leave." After concluding his discussion with those nearby, Feng Xingyang stated, "Return and await further news." "Thank you, Director Feng and esteemed teachers." Xiao He suppressed his disdain, politely bowed to several individuals, and then swiftly turned to leave. Goodness, has Feng Xingyang been feasting upon excrement daily? The foul stench was nearly enough to lift his crown. Unable to endure it any longer, he hastily made his escape. Encountering such a production team necessitated a rapid exit. His legs moved swiftly. Xiao He, propelled by a whirlwind, hastened his steps, forgetting even his dinner engagement with Lu Zheong. He burst through the back door of the theater and quickly boarded the waiting van with Lu Rulan, urging the driver to depart without delay. Lu Rulan, bewildered, glanced uncertainly behind Xiao He and inquired, "What is the matter? Why the haste? Are there ghosts pursuing you?" Xiao He, barely catching his breath, replied, something like that. Far more terrifying than ghosts. Lu Rulon, puzzled, asked, what happened? Did you botch the audition? Xiao He hesitated to reveal his discovery, responding vaguely, something like that. Lu Rulon shrugged, then let's not dwell on it. I've received the latest news. Another prominent director has recently shown interest in a new project. However, for some reason, we've been unable to reach him. His assistant mentioned he has been coming and going at odd hours, and we have no idea where he is. You should take a couple of days to rest, and I will personally stake out his residence to negotiate the script. Xiao He nodded. All right, Sister Lu. Chapter 85. The Unrivaled Entertainment Industry, enhanced solely by peers. The chauffeur-driven car made its way towards the villa, but Xiao He felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness. His mind lingered on the astonishing scene at the audition, teeming with talent. Consequently, he requested his laptop from Sister Lu and commenced his investigation during the journey. The sanguine aura surrounding producer Dong Zeng was quite understandable. After all, in that era, the underbelly of the harbor city was well known, with over 50 gangs operating brazenly. Many, like Dong Zeng, eventually managed to cleanse their reputations and transition into the entertainment industry as producers and magnates, emerging from the shadows to live openly. Their methods were undoubtedly efficient and decisive. They had long since established connections with officials and developed their own survival strategies. Xiao He's inquiry might not yield more evidence than what the police already possessed. As for Feng Jingyang, the situation was even clearer. He was likely the very architect behind the mysterious disappearance of his beloved. Unfortunately, despite Xiao He leveraging his hacking skills, he could not uncover any useful leads. As the police had already scrutinized Feng multiple times and had thoroughly mapped out both the pertinent and irrelevant clues. Yet, Xiao He harbored a nagging intuition that these individuals had come to the entertainment industry for a reason that transcended the ordinary. It seemed as if something was on the verge of being exposed, prompting a hasty retreat. If that were the case, many things would fall into place, such as the zombie-themed scripts, the casting choices that prioritize capital over talent, and the ostentatious audition marketing. As he reflected upon their behavior, it became evident that these individuals were in a state of urgency. With that thought, Xiao He revisited the circulating list of victim participants online, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, they were all individuals with less than stellar reputations, each harboring their own share of issues. Though unaware of the current stage of the police investigation, Xiao He felt certain that these people would not last long in their frenzied pursuit of wealth. To avoid arousing suspicion and jeopardizing the police's plans, he opted to submit a few anonymous tip-offs without escalating the situation further. To be candid, would these individuals truly suffer the misfortune of being apprehended when the film premiered? Ahem, Xiao He would never admit to taking delight in their potential downfall. Indeed, sometimes the adage rings true. The entertainment industry remains unrivaled, solely enhanced by its peers. Just as Xiao He was indulging in thoughts of the forthcoming spectacle, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he realized what he had forgotten. Oh, come on. Have you forgotten your brothers now that you've succeeded in the audition? Lu Zhang's voice echoed. You heartless traitor. I feel so betrayed. Ahem, sorry about that. This meal is on me. I insist. Xiao He felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly arranged to meet Lu Zhang at a nearby restaurant. As Lu Zhang approached, Xiao He noticed that he was accompanied by another individual. The person appeared youthful, despite wearing an intricately applied mature makeup. The cherubic face still evoked a sense of childlike innocence. This is my new manager, Cheng Shui, Lu Zhang introduced. Hello, Teacher Xiao, Sister Lu, Cheng Shui greeted politely, nodding to Xiao He and Lu Rulon. Lu Rulon showed a hint of surprise before slightly bowing her head. Hello. Xiao He also acknowledged her with a nod. Lu Zhang moved closer to Xiao He, smiling as he said, Don't let her youthful appearance fool you. She is a mother of two and possesses exceptional professional skills. I had to exert considerable effort to bring her on board. Xiao He, taken aback, exclaimed, Really? With that baby face, I thought she was a fresh graduate. Lu Rulon chimed in. Xiao Shui graduated just a year after me. Our ages are quite similar. Cheng Shui beamed. Indeed, but it has been quite a while, Sister Lu. Lu Rulon remarked. I thought you intended to devote all your time to family. Chung Shui shrugged nonchalantly. I'm divorced, so I need to work to earn tuition for my children. Lu Rulon paused, then said nothing further. Well, welcome back. Thank you. The group conversed as they walked into the reserved private room. Lu Zhang inquired about Xiao He's audition results. How do you think the audition went? I have a bad feeling about it. Now it depends on whether you can redeem some pride for us. Xiao He shrugged. I have no hopes. Lu Zhang, puzzled, asked. So certain? I'm quite sure. I just don't know if you managed to leverage any connections. Damn, Lu Zhang muttered under his breath. Isn't this supposed to be fair competition? Why resort to connections? Exactly. I suspect many were merely brought in to showcase their popularity. What? Is that true? Lu Zhang found it hard to believe, or rather, he could not fathom why a prominent director would act in such a manner. After all, such matters could not be concealed indefinitely. Once the public caught wind of it, Director Feng's reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished. If he wished to cast actors in the future, it would not be as effortless as it is now. Just wait and see, Xiao He replied. Given the recent marketing trends, we will surely hear news by tonight, and the selections might exceed our expectations. As long as it isn't Chunyuan, anyone will do, Lu Zhang stated without hesitation. Xiao He chuckled. If that is truly the case, it would be splendid. We could expose the whole lot. Since no one had consumed alcohol, their meal concluded swiftly. However, before they even exited the restaurant, the final results of the audition were already circulating online. Upon seeing the name, Lu Zhang exclaimed in disbelief. What? It really is him? Staring at Chunyuan's name, Lu Zhang felt a surge of frustration. Gritting his teeth, damn. It really is that kid? This is quite insulting. Lu Zhang could accept being surpassed in acting by someone more talented, and he could also come to terms with his good friend being eliminated alongside him, becoming a pair of unfortunate brothers. However, he could not bear the thought of that fellow succeeding in the audition. Chunyuan? Ha, what a joke. Can you guess why he has such excellent resources, yet remains cast only as a supporting character rather than a leading man? Is it a lack of desire? Although Lu Zhang felt overshadowed by Chunyuan's popularity, he had always possessed confidence in his own acting skills. And now, I truly is Xiao Chun. How delightful. I am filled with anticipation. Congratulations to Xiao Chun. He has now participated in a film directed by a renowned director. How wonderful. Rumor has it that Lu Zhang, Su Ji, and Li Yuanbai also auditioned alongside him. Our Xiao Chen's acting has genuinely improved. What? Those individuals auditioned together as well? That's simply marvelous. Some always speak with a hint of sarcasm, claiming our Xiao Chen's acting is subpar. But now they have been thoroughly silenced. The director and the audience have discerning eyes. Indeed, our Xiao Chen's acting has always been commendable. The characters he portrayed, such as M.O. Bai and the second young master, will forever hold a special place in my heart. Those critics are merely flustered, fearing that our Xiao Chun will rise to fame. Observing the comments below, Lu Zhang rolled his eyes dramatically. Among those who auditioned, only Chunyuan's lack of acting ability was glaringly obvious. Yet somehow these fans had seized the opportunity to vocalize their support. Anyone with discernment could see that this audition was surely tainted by favoritism. Among the selected actors, who would outperform Chunyuan? Why choose a mere ornament over several skilled performers? It was simply laughable. Xiao He shrugged. It's quite all right. I remain inconspicuous, so no one pays me any mind. It was amusing. In the camp that sought to undermine others, he was even nameless. But this suited Xiao He just fine. Sighing, Lu Zhang patted Xiao He on the shoulder. There was nothing to be done. Everyone had been sidelined, and soon they would likely scramble for other resources and scripts. Let's give it our all, he said. Xiao He clenched his fist and bumped it against Lu Zhang's. Let's go, looking forward to our next meeting. Indeed, I look forward to it. However, little did they know that their next encounter would come about far sooner than anticipated. Chapter 86. New script. The Law of the Jungle. The following day, Lu Rulon arrived joyfully to seek out Xiao He. You're in luck. The script we were looking for has come to us unsolicited. Upon seeing Xiao He, Lu Rulon got straight to the point. Xiao He, who was currently on the treadmill, was taken aback. Wait, is this the director you mentioned, Sister Lu? At this, Lu Rulon could hardly contain her delight. Indeed, and he asked the second male lead. The male lead? Xiao He was genuinely astonished. Could he really be in a position to land such a role? Who is this director, exactly? Vein Xiangwen, dialect of Ain. Rin Changwen. The name was somewhat unfamiliar to Xiao He. After a moment of reflection, he recalled the director's notable work. Is he the one behind Labyrinth Shadows? Yes, that's him. Noticing that Xiao He was not entirely familiar with the name, Lu Rulan took the initiative to elaborate. He is among the rare directors in our country who possesses a boundless imagination and consistently achieves box office success. There was a time when people in the industry claimed that he would fare better in Hollywood than in the domestic market. Many contemporary filmmakers seem to be caught in a peculiar cycle, fixated on large IP adaptations, patriotic themes, or simply importing foreign content. They replicate whatever is popular abroad. They purchase rights to remake it here, chasing stable box office returns and engaging in a business model that guarantees profit. However, Rin Changwen stand apart. His scripts are consistently innovative, maintaining a commitment to originality, with few comparable works in our domestic market. For instance, he has ventured into time loop narratives that have been wildly successful overseas, but rarely produced here, as well as the intriguing themes of virtual dreamscapes intersecting with reality. Not to mention, the film Labyrinth Shadows, which previously piqued your interest, is akin to the survival game genre. This director has a distinctive style. Despite focusing on relatively niche subjects, his films, unlike many others that have flopped domestically after gaining popularity abroad, consistently achieve remarkable box office results. He has a vast number of devoted fans in our country, along with a significant following overseas, making him a unique figure that others aspire to emulate but cannot. To be honest, given this director's style, I initially thought he would be the first major filmmaker in our country to tackle a zombie film, Lu Rulan mused. Yet, unexpectedly, director Fong has boldly ventured into that territory, while director Rin's new script is not a zombie film, but rather centered on survival games. Another survival game? Xiao He was now genuinely intrigued. With Labyrinth Shadows as a precedent, he had faith in this director's prowess in handling survival narratives. He then inquired, "Is there a script available?" Lu Rulan nodded and retrieved her tablet. "I'll forward it to you now." Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Xiao He opened the script titled The Law of the Jungle. Similar to the preconditions of many battle royale scenarios abroad, the protagonist, Lin Yuan, grew up in an orphanage where the matron was his only family. However, one fateful day, the orphanage faced financial difficulties and the matron fell gravely ill, desperately needing funds. Yet, the scholarship Lin Yuan had saved was woefully insufficient to cover the expenses. At this critical moment, another key character, Su Ning, made his entrance. He brought with him an invitation to a deadly game, orchestrated by the affluent. Known as the Jungle Game, it is rumored that participants who survive the ordeal will be rewarded with a substantial monetary prize. Aware of Lin Yuan's financial plight, Su Ning extended an invitation for him to join him on the island to partake in this perilous game. Driven by the desire to save the matron, Lin Yuan ultimately embarked on this treacherous adventure alongside Su Ning. The film unfolds through two intertwined narratives, one overt and one clandestine. Lin Yuan and Su Ning serve as a formidable duo within the game. Their roles almost perfectly balanced throughout the story, each bearing distinct responsibilities. Lin Yuan, a distinguished mathematics student from a prestigious institution, had already begun to make a name for himself in the mathematical realm. However, his reputation suffered a blow when his published work was plagiarized by his mentor, leaving him on the brink of expulsion. Within the Jungle Game, he possesses a sharp and lucid intellect, taking on the role of the strategist, tasked with analyzing the game's rules and devising escape plans. Su Ning, whose identity remains enigmatic, possesses formidable combat skills, serving as the muscle of the duo. Although he was the one to invite Lin Yuan to participate in the game, his demeanor towards the game has been somewhat nonchalant. He intervenes to save Lin Yuan from life-threatening situations, but often chooses to remain a bystander in other circumstances, rendering him a rather peculiar character. The Jungle Game is predicated upon a food chain hierarchy, manifesting a set of unilateral rules. Initially, players are dealt 12 cards, 4 wolves, 4 foxes, and 4 rabbits. According to the logic of the food chain, wolves can consume both foxes and rabbits, while foxes can only prey on rabbits, placing rabbits at the lowest tier of the food chain. Naturally, competition exists even at the top of the food chain. If a wolf encounters a fellow wolf or fox, they must expend cards and lose 1 point. Conversely, if rabbits encounter one another, they merely expend cards without point deduction. All participating players will be uniformly placed on an island, heavily monitored by surveillance. Each player begins with 3 points, and the condition for survival is to deplete all cards in hand while retaining at least 1 point. Players can then convert their remaining points into currency upon exiting the island. In essence, participants must not only exhaust their cards within the stipulated time, but also seize opportunities to acquire others' cards in order to maximize their earnings and fulfill their objectives for entering the jungle game. Conversely, failing to deplete cards or having their points reduced to 0 within the designated time frame results in irrevocable entrapment on the island, leading to their permanent disappearance from the world. Simultaneously, beneath the surface of the game's rules, another principle lurks, one that embodies the true law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. Upon reaching the island, the organizers impose no restrictions on players forming alliances for various activities, including acts of plunder, theft of cards, coercive examination of others' hands, and forced card duels. In fact, players are permitted to collaborate, exchanging points to nullify all cards in their possession, ultimately departing the island with only their initial 3 points, provided they do not damage or conceal their cards. Since points cannot be seized but can be continuously acquired through card battles, players soon realize that the immediate challenge on the island is not merely about the game mechanics, but rather confronting a throng of individuals motivated by greed, thriving in a lawless environment fraught with peril and criminality. In essence, the rules are but a facade. The affluent and morally ambiguous spectators relish not in the players' innocent games, but in the raw spectacle of human competition, with a strong prey upon the weak. Against this daunting backdrop, players must contemplate not only strategies for card combat, but also how to ensure their survival before departing the island. For Lin Yuan and Su Ning, this necessitates carving a bloody path through such treacherous terrain. Unlike the virtuous protagonists commonly celebrated in contemporary narratives, these two are far from archetypal heroes. In their quest for points and survival, one manipulates human psychology while the other engages in ruthless violence. Though both possess calm demeanors, their distinctions are pronounced. Lin Yuan embodies a more contemplative nature, often lost in thought and observation, serving as a composed strategist, while Su Ning is characterized by a terse intensity, exhibiting no mercy in confrontation and deriving a sense of enjoyment from the violence and peril of the game rather than fear. Beyond their compelling characterizations, the narrative unfolds with an intricate tapestry of player confrontations, probing the boundaries of the game's rules and exploring the depths of human psychology and morality. The plot progresses with layers of complexity, culminating in a gratifying twist that ensnares Xiao He completely, compelling him to devour the entire storyline in one breathless sitting. Chapter 87. Meeting Director Ren. Upon finishing the script, Xiao He's first exclamation was, "I'm taking this role." Although the character Su Ning initially appeared somewhat akin to Shinju, the latter predominantly exudes an exterior of coldness coupled with a warm heart. Shinju is willing to forsake his own interests, even abandoning the inn to assist Jiang Rushi, immersing himself in the fray alongside her. In contrast, Su Ning embodies a more hardened demeanor, often adopting a detached observer's stance towards Lin Yuan. It is only when Lin Yuan teeters on the brink of death that Su Ning intervenes, or when his own interests are at stake, prompting him to act. For the most part, he remains a spectator, relishing the unfolding drama. Moreover, the script eschews the cliché trope of mutual redemption through shared adversity, leading to brotherly bonds. The relationship between the two protagonists is, to put it plainly, utterly superficial, devoid of any semblance of authenticity. This fresh storyline, along with the innovative character dynamics, not to mention the abundance of thrilling combat sequences, leaves no room for hesitation in accepting the role. Absolutely, it must be accepted with fervor. Xiao He could hardly contain his excitement to join the production. When do I sign a contract? When can I start? He relished his work, eager to engage. Quickly, swiftly, Lu Rulon glanced at her watch and replied, "Tonight at 7, the director has arranged a gathering, allowing you to meet the actor portraying Lin Yuan." "Sounds great, no problem." Xiao He nodded enthusiastically. Thus, with great anticipation, they arrived early at the designated restaurant private room, where they encountered familiar faces, Zhang and Cheng. Xiao He stared in astonishment at the individuals seated at the table, while Lu Zhang and Cheng Shui stood in equal surprise, exclaiming, "Is it really you?" Lu Zhang scratched his head, exhaling a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful. If you're playing Su Ning, I feel much more at ease." Xiao He, with a touch of resignation, spread his hands. "Just yesterday, we were talking about motivating each other. It seems we truly must do so now." Liu Zhang chuckled, "Artiri, come. Come, take a seat." Everyone found their places, and Xiao He casually inquired when Lu Zhang had received the script, only to discover that Lu Zhang had received it just that afternoon, a full half-day later than Xiao He. Exchanging knowing glances with Lu Rulon, they refrained from revealing that they had received the script that very morning. Though they were good friends, it was prudent to tread carefully in such matters to avoid any potential misunderstandings. They continued to converse for a little over 10 minutes before director Ren finally arrived. A middle-aged man in his 50s, he bore no particularly striking features, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, the corners etched with deep lines. Upon seeing Xiao He and Lu Zhang, his smile broadened, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened into grooves. "Greetings, Director Ren." They all stood to offer their salutations. At the sight of those eyes, Xiao He was reminded that this was in fact the director they had discussed numerous times. Yesterday, he had sat beside him during the audition. At that moment, the man beside him appeared rather peculiar. After taking a seat next to him, Xiao He observed him intently. Preoccupied with his audition, he paid little attention to the individual beside him, unaware that this seemingly ordinary man was none other than the renowned director, Ren Chongwen. "Please, everyone, take your seats," Ren Chongwen said. He arrived alone and exhibited a remarkably humble demeanor, devoid of the arrogance often associated with prominent directors, speaking in a calm manner. Xiao He, filled with surprise and curiosity, settled into his seat alongside the others. "This script is the creation of my dear friend, Shen Zhongqing. However, he has not been in good health lately, so I will be the one to discuss any script-related matters with you," Ren Chongwen explained. "No wonder I found the creativity and conception of this script astonishing. It was penned by Master Shen." Lu Zhang realized with a look of enlightenment. Xiao He recalled that Shen Zhongqing was indeed the screenwriter for Ren Chongwen's previous acclaimed work, Labyrinth Shadows. Shen Zhongqing is a figure shrouded in legend. In his early years, he wrote science fiction novels, yet his creations failed to capture the market's favor, leaving him in dire straits. Consequently, he shifted his focus to mystery and detective fiction, only to find even less success. He could scarcely afford a meal. Eventually, his editor, unable to bear the sight of his struggles, encouraged him to pursue a career as a screenwriter. However, this role did not involve crafting original scripts. Rather, entailed adapting existing literary IPs into screenplays. At that time, adaptations of popular novels into television and film had become a prevailing trend, yet successful endeavors were rare. Many adaptations either altered the plot excessively or suffered from cultural mismatches, resulting in screenwriters facing considerable backlash. Shen Zhongqing was tasked with adapting primarily science fiction and mystery novels, and unexpectedly, his scripts garnered immense popularity in the market. He adeptly resolved narrative inconsistencies and enriched the world building, elevating already commendable stories to new heights. Despite the fact that many of the film and television productions he worked on did not achieve explosive success due to various issues, the narrative aspect was consistently praised by audiences. There was even a particular production where the leading actor's appearance deterred countless viewers. Nevertheless, many persevered to experience the gripping plot, eventually finding the protagonist more palatable. This incident has become a humorous anecdote within the industry. Eventually, Shen Zhongqing discovered his true calling. His first original screenplay, Labyrinth Shadows, was directed by the then novice Ren Chongwen, and it went on to become the first film in the country to achieve both critical acclaim and box office success in the survival genre. Thereafter, Shen continued to collaborate with Ren, producing several works that garnered commendable results. The only regret is that both Shen Zhongqing and Ren Chongwen are late bloomers. Ren Chongwen seems to be in decent spirits, whereas Shen Zhongqing, unfortunately, has been in frail health since his youth, suffering from ailments in middle age. Over the past few years, his creative output has gradually diminished, and it appears he hasn't produced any new works in 4 or 5 years. How has Teacher Shan been lately? Is he in good condition? Lu Rulan inquired with concern, then sighed as she reminisced. The last time I saw the two teachers was over a decade ago, back when I was still working with Xiao He. It's hard to believe so much time has passed. Xiao He was an artist Lu Rulan had previously mentored, and he has since ventured into Hollywood, leaving the domestic scene behind. However, Ren Changwen clearly remembers. Ah, yes, I recall now, it's you. Indeed, it's been so long, and you've changed quite a bit. I almost didn't recognize you. Lu Rulan chuckled lightly. Director Ren, you haven't changed at all. Well, I truly haven't changed much. It's that old fellow Shen Zhongqing. His heart isn't well, and he is not keen on going out these days. Just then, the waiter brought the dishes to the table, and Ren Changwen gestured for everyone to eat while they talked. To be honest, I was initially hesitant about this script, Ren Changwen admitted. The characters Lin Yuan and Su Ning are both crucial, yet their focuses differ significantly. Finding two actors who fit both roles perfectly is quite a challenge, especially for the character of Su Ning. Throughout the film, another focal point is the trust relationship between the two protagonists. In a world where betrayal lurks at every corner, can these two truly rely on each other? Particularly with Su Ning, whose identity is shrouded in mystery, acting as Lin Yuan's protector on the isolated island. Even when they face betrayal from other players during their collaborations, he can help Lin Yuan escape peril. Yet, Su Ning has also observed Lin Yuan in danger multiple times, only extending his hand at the last moment, which complicates their alliance. If he were to betray Lin Yuan, how could Lin Yuan safeguard himself? In director Ren's eyes, the ideal portrayal of such a character should resemble a villain poised to betray at any moment, keeping the audience in suspense and eager to uncover more. In simple terms, the character of Su Ning requires an actor who does not exude the typical image of a good person. Chapter 88. Director Ren should consult an expert in the entertainment industry. Actors who resemble villains are exceedingly rare. Most possess rather unappealing features, or they are of an age that, when paired with Lin Yuan, they appear less as collaborative partners and more akin to a father-son duo, creating a jarring visual dissonance that is quite unpleasant to behold. Alternatively, one could seek out a younger actor with commendable acting skills, complemented by makeup and costuming, to evoke the desired atmosphere. However, therein lies the conundrum. Where in today's domestic entertainment scene can one find a young actor who boasts both acting prowess and the ability to carry the male lead's box office weight, while also possessing an acceptable appearance? Even if the actor is indifferent to box office performance, or chooses to shift the financial burden entirely onto Lin Yuan's shoulders. Both individuals are pivotal male leads. Any shortcoming would render them a liability. Ahem, of course, if one were determined to find such an actor, it would not be an impossible task. One could easily rattle off a few names. Yet, upon scrutinizing the previous roles of these candidates, Director Ren found himself somewhat dissatisfied, sensing that something was amiss. Coincidentally, during this period, director Feng Jingyang's latest film was generating considerable buzz, and even Ren Changwen, who typically shuns the limelight, caught wind of some rumors, particularly when he learned that director Feng was holding auditions for new talent. An idea struck him. If one were to seek a plethora of young actors in such a short span, the audition site hosted by director Feng would undoubtedly be the place. There, a multitude of suitable actors could be observed up close, allowing for a subtle appraisal of their skills without the concern of scheduling conflicts. With director Feng bearing the brunt of the scrutiny, Ren Changwen could discreetly glean insights and seize opportunities. What a fortuitous scenario. After a few days of diligent observation, Ren Changwen's attention was immediately drawn to Xiao He. In terms of both temperament and appearance, Xiao He perfectly embodied Ren's vision for the character Su Ning. Moreover, it was serendipitous that the role later involved the use of a tang sword. Although there were some differences from the swordsmanship Xiao He had practiced, the two had enough commonalities to facilitate filming. Seated nearby, Ren Changwen attentively observed and even stealthily attended Xiao He's audition, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. He began to contemplate strategies for securing Xiao He as his male lead, should director Feng select him. After all, The allure of playing the lead is undeniably greater than that of a supporting role, is it not? Fortunately, before Rin Chongwon could act on his intentions, director Feng seemingly heard his unspoken prayers and, to his surprise, did not select Xiao He, allowing this prize catch to fall into Rin's hands. Each time he reminisces about this turn of events, Rin Chongwon finds himself amused by his own cleverness. Ahem! Upon hearing Rin Chongwon's explanation, Xiao He nearly choked on his tea. The audacity of such a maneuver suggests that perhaps Director Run should seek the counsel of a sage. The others present could only twitch their mouths, caught between words unspoken. Is it not a tad ungracious for you, Director Run, a well-known figure in the industry, to lurk at another director's audition site in search of actors? Rin Chongwon noticed the silence enveloping the room and sensed that perhaps he had been a touch too candid. He cleared his throat with a feigned cough and added, I am merely volunteering through official channels to assist. It's best to remain modest about doing good deeds. Just know this among yourselves. Please refrain from disseminating it further. Xiao He interjected, we wouldn't dare speak of it indiscriminately. Otherwise, it feels as though Director Feng might be driven to a fit. Lu Rulan forced a smile, attempting to diffuse the tension. Haha, Director Rin is truly remarkable. Congratulations on finding a suitable actor. Rin Chongwon nodded, discreetly sipping his tea. Unbeknownst to those present, Lu Ziyang had been chosen by Rin Chongwon, largely due to Xiao He's influence. At the time, Lu Ziyang was seated beside Xiao He, with Chun Yulin positioned just behind them. While observing Xiao He, Rin Chongwon also took note of both Lu Ziyang and Chun Yulin. Aesthetically speaking, Rin Chongwon favored Chun Yulin, as his appearance was more refined. Chun Yulin embodied the delicate and vulnerable scholar image more closely than Lu Ziyang. However, upon reviewing Xiao He's prior works, Rin Chongwon discovered that the role of Zhu Lauer was played by none other than Lu Ziyang. Zhu Lauer's character was one of intellect, a strategist offering counsel, albeit portrayed with a more somber demeanor. Lu Ziyang's performance was commendable, vividly bringing the character to life, alleviating any concerns regarding his acting prowess. Moreover, the camaraderie between Lu Ziyang and Xiao He, evidenced by their seating arrangement during the audition, suggested a solid rapport that would enhance their on-screen chemistry. Their previous collaborative experiences would necessitate minimal adjustment time, facilitating a smoother production process. Considering all these factors, Rin Chongwon ultimately chose Lu Ziyang. This accounted for the half-day delay in Lu Ziyang receiving the script invitation compared to Xiao He. Nevertheless, with the casting now confirmed, there is no need to delineate the details too explicitly to avoid any awkwardness. After all, in terms of stature and tenure in the industry, Xiao He's opportunity to share the lead role with Lu Ziyang, even as a supporting character, was quite significant. Lu Ziyang himself was unconcerned. His fans were aware of the amicable relationship between the two, or else this situation might have sparked a tempest within the entertainment industry. Once the dinner concluded and Rin Chongwon had taken his leave, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled. Lu Ziyang placed a hand on Xiao He's shoulder, expressing his sentiments. It seems we brothers are about to embark on another adventure. Xiao He raised his hand in a gesture of respect, replying, Then I shall await your guidance, second brother. Amidst their banter, they made their way to the parking lot. While Cheng Shui and Lu Rulan deliberated on the forthcoming media narrative, once the official announcement of this production is made, we will need to manage the fan sentiments on our end, for which Sister Lu's cooperation will be essential. Lu Rulan nodded in agreement. We have no issues on this side. I will handle the marketing accounts. Although the casting of the two male leads in this production has garnered the consensus of both parties and their respective fan bases, as well as the approval of the director and crew, it remains susceptible to the unrelenting comments and meddling of netizens. What will be done if the online community disapproves? One can only strive to mitigate the fervor surrounding the matter, attempting to temper the situation. Fortunately, with director Feng's new film capturing attention, we can maintain a low profile amidst the trending topics. Cheng Shui narrowed her eyes, pondering the actions of Chen Yulin. If he continues to leverage our Lu Ziyang for promotion, I shall not hesitate to respond in kind. Some individuals truly embody the essence of annoyance, seizing any opportunity to showcase themselves, as if they could ascend to greatness from their current station. Lu Rulan cast a sidelong glance at her, then chuckled lightly, offering her strategic insight. Since they're so eager to market themselves, why not lend them a hand, allowing them to revel in their own spectacle? After all, the measure of acting lies not in the director's whims, but in the audience's perception. What is genuine cannot be disguised, and what is feigned cannot be authentic. Lu Rulan relished these self-promoters. They represented an abundant source of traffic, requiring no additional expenditure on her part. When she wished to capitalize on their fame, she could effortlessly seize a piece, yet when disinterested, she could merely stoke the flames, content to observe the unfolding drama. The backlash of fame is a lesson learned by nearly every celebrity riding the wave of popularity. Yet, when the only cards one holds are those of notoriety, the situation spirals beyond their control. Cheng Shui grasped Lu Rulan's implication. A mischievous smile finally graced her doll-like visage. Indeed, those chosen by Director Feng are not limited to a single household. One can only wonder how many talented individuals have been cast aside in the entertainment industry, and just how remarkable the final selections will be. The two women exchanged a knowing glance, each wearing a countenance of gleeful anticipation for the unfolding drama. Chapter 89. The filming of Law of the Jungle commences in the ensuing days. Although Director Feng's editions had concluded, the online disputes showed no signs of abating. The crux of the contention lay in the fact that while the chosen actors possessed status and popularity, their acting skills did not garner universal acclaim. The inherent abilities of these performers became a significant reason for their inability to win over the audience. Additionally, the fervor surrounding the matter only intensified as it attracted more attention. Upon returning, Cheng Shui procured an array of trending topics to bolster Chen Yulin's acting prowess and popularity, securing him a coveted position as the third male lead, much to the delight of his fans, who reveled in the online celebrations. However, the predicament arose as there existed other young male actors within the cast of Director Feng's film, sharing similar roles and status as Chen Yulin. With the distribution of roles yet to be finalized by Director Feng, how could Chen Yulin claim the title prematurely? What did that make the others? Surely, it would not be acceptable for someone without prior leading roles like Chen Yulin to overshadow them. Thus, Cheng Shui need not worry about Chen Yulin undermining Lu Zheong, as the conflict had already ignited among their own ranks. Others found amusement in the unfolding drama, discreetly distancing themselves from the fray and observing from a distance. Amidst this chaotic exchange of insults, Director Feng's new film, Silent Search, officially commenced production. Concurrently, Director Ren's new movie, Law of the Jungle, also began filming. Although the scale of this production was considerably less grand than that of Director Feng's, it still attracted a considerable crowd, who engaged in comments and discussions about the project. Oh my gosh, it's Director Ren's new film. I'm so excited. Director Ren has finally begun shooting a new movie.